Chapter 1. In the boundless expanse of white, a man toyed with several exquisite marbles in his hand. Things have grown a tad too quiet, he mused. I have decided, let us randomly select a fortunate soul to fulfill their desires. Balancing the beautiful marbles in his palm, he surveyed them with abandon. What is the man's identity? Such matters hold little significance, for he has long since lost track of how long he has existed. He only recalls the last time he encountered another, when they refer to him as God. Yet, he cannot recall how long ago that was. However, simply granting wishes in this manner seems rather dull, he pondered. Then let us convene a unique war. As if envisioning an amusing scene, he murmured to himself. At that moment, 7 orange orbs appeared in his hand, each containing a varying number of stars. Let us begin by choosing Earth as our battleground. With both location and era well selected, the deity commenced preparations for recruiting participants. Yet at that very instant, he sensed 2 streams of consciousness communicating with him, the Gaia and Aleia of this realm. Do you wish for 2 slots in the competition? Well, it is not impossible, but please do refrain from selecting individuals who might disrupt the balance. Although I understand your intent to replicate the existence of beings from other worlds and create new heroic spirits, I am indifferent to it. Having comprehended the targeted request of these 2 entities, the deity acquiesced to their conditions. After all, the stage lay within their domain, and granting them a modicum of respect seemed reasonable. In a pleasant mood, he proved to be quite amiable. Then, let the Dimension Dragon Ball War commence. Let begin. This is indeed a war capable of fulfilling wishes. The 7 orange orbs in his hand gradually diminished in size, transforming into beams of light that soared toward various locations. Announcement. In the deep of night in Fuyuki City, an unobserved ritual was underway. The Holy Grail War. A legendary cup said to grant any wish. Even leading one to the root, the 7 participants in this war would command their servants under the title of master, and the sole victor would obtain the wish-granting machine. Tonight also marked the moment for numerous masters to summon their servants, each believing themselves to be the chosen one. The red mark appearing on the back of their hands symbolized their status as masters. Bang! Cough cough. Weber Velvet, a student of the Clock Tower, had intervened in this war for certain unique reasons. As the swirling dust began to dissipate, the shadow it revealed brought him a sense of relief. The summoning ritual was indeed successful, though I am uncertain which heroic spirit I have summoned. While unaware of who he had called forth, this otherworldly Holy Grail War at least assured him of his fundamental security. His hand, clutching the orange orb in his pocket, tightened with anxiety. Upon catching sight of the figure before him, he appeared momentarily dazed. The chilling aura, handsome visage, ebony hair, and deep violet eyes manifested an otherworldly beauty, while the resplendent white royal garb proclaimed his extraordinary identity. Though his physique appeared exceedingly slender, the aura he emanated was undeniably formidable. Are you my master? The newcomer assessed him for a moment before inquiring. Yes, Weber responded nervously, trembling inexplicably. Is this Japan? Without paying much heed to Weber's reaction, he glanced around at the surroundings, where the beautiful nightscape of the city was visible from the raised platform. Weber was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Although the servants were historical heroes, it was rather peculiar for him to recognize the location so quickly, even with his acquired knowledge. Never mind. Allow me to introduce myself. After all, we are to be allies in this forthcoming war, and a relationship founded on distrust would be troublesome. My class is Ryder. My name is Lelouch 6 Britannia Kiritsugu. Has the summoning been completed? Yes, master. In the darkened night dwelling, one of Fuyuki City's landowners, Tokiomi, gazed expectantly at his disciple. My class is assassin. Without hesitation, Kiritsugu Amiya disclosed the class of his servant. An unconventional assassin, is it? If utilized properly, it could provide us with a significant advantage. Tokiomi shifted his gaze toward the man leaning against the entrance. His eerily calm demeanor sparked curiosity. With chestnut red hair tied in a ponytail, a distinct cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, and eyes exuding a chilling light, he bore the attire of an ancient ronin, a katana hanging at his side. He is an exceptionally skilled swordsman in a direct confrontation. I might find myself swiftly dispatched by him. Kiritsugu glanced back at his servant, reminiscing about the commotion caused during the summoning. His father had instinctively attempted to strike him down, nearly falling victim to a lethal blow, paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent. The swiftness displayed was truly astonishing to Kiritsugu. Himura Kenshin. The title and name belonged to a genuine Japanese figure. His curiosity regarding the servant's identity compelled Kiritsugu to yearn for ancient texts and historical documents to investigate further. Do not belittle yourself. Servants are all exceptionally powerful heroes. The master, of course, cannot be their match. Holding a glass of red wine, Tokiomi elegantly smiled. Master, your servant. Ah, do not concern yourself as anticipated. It has been successful. When questioned about his own circumstances, Tokiomi's expression brightened, and he responded enthusiastically. The servant Tokiomi summoned belonged to the class of archer, and as one of the 3 great classes, he was naturally pleased. After all, he was known in history as the oldest king. Gilgamesh. His status and strength were beyond question. This Holy Grail war, even with its so-called anomalies, is to my advantage. Stop. Eliminate him. Berserker. The unrelenting command echoed forth, as the violet-haired girl regarded the elder without an ounce of pity. The berserker, clad in black armor, charged forward. Do you think you can kill me like this? The elder stood atop the steps, leaning on his staff with a sinister grin. Though the servant was formidable, his own prowess as a mage was not to be underestimated. A swirling swarm of insects surged toward the front, only to be evaporated by an extraordinary light. The power was an energy the elder had never encountered before. How unfortunate that it is you who has been selected. Sensing something amiss, the elder cast a glance toward the sounds emanating from outside, but chose to ignore them. His body was swiftly obliterated by the berserker, yet Kirai Kodomine remained unfazed. This diminutive orb, when gathered in 7, can grant any wish. In this Holy Grail war, I shall seize them for myself. Desire surged forth from within, and Kirai Kodomine felt an overwhelming impatience. Originally, he had no intention of participating in this Holy Grail war. However, with the emergence of new variables, he was compelled to take action, especially when Korea failed to become a master, and instead, Sakura was chosen. He felt utterly astonished. Logically, such a scenario was the least likely to occur. Yet it had happened, and he could only devise a means to manage it otherwise. Given the ramifications of the Holy Grail war, peace would be unattainable. Compared to Korea, Sakura possessed remarkable qualities. Initially, he had merely intended to observe how far Korea could go. As it turned out, he had overestimated him. The Holy Grail wouldn't even acknowledge that fool. Long ago, he had contemplated altering this girl, who was adopted from the Tosaka family. However, she had always been shielded by a mysterious light. Until today, when she summoned her servant, Kirai Kodomine's suspicions were confirmed. The girl's inner prayers and pleas had resonated with some entity. As he urged his true form, the insect mark, to retreat, a surge of immense magical power suddenly erupted, causing Kirai Kodomine to feel an ominous sense of foreboding. His instincts warned him to flee swiftly. Boom! An explosive surge of black light erupted from the ground, tearing apart the ceiling of the entire basement. The remnants of the insects that once lingered have been entirely consumed by magic, leaving behind only 2 figures. One is the coldly indifferent Matu Sakura, while the other is a warrior clad in black armor, emanating an aura of darkness, who strokes the head of the former and wields a foreboding great sword upon his back, his helmet obscuring his visage. Berserker. It seems this is not as simple as I had imagined. With a single glance discerning the other's class, Matu Zongen suppressed the fear that clawed at his heart. Although the opponent's appearance alone suggested malevolence, his extensive experience rendered him unfazed. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his expression shifted dramatically. For the other had charged towards his hiding place with such speed that he found himself bereft of any strength to struggle. Stop! Before he could mount any meaningful resistance, his life force, concealed in the shadows, his very essence, as the cursed insect was seized and crushed without mercy. How did he discover it? How could my exquisite magic be so easily pierced? Feeling the specter of death loom close, Matuzungin had no time for contemplation and sought to cry out, but the other showed no mercy, obliterating his essence with a mere squeeze. In the aftermath, Matu Sakura felt a sense of liberation as the elder who had repeatedly sought to harm her was reduced to dust. The Holy Grail War. An orange orb rolled down from above, and Matu Sakura trembled as she picked it up. The 4-star gem appeared so exquisitely beautiful. Having been imbued with the necessary knowledge, she understood the perilous struggle into which she had been drawn. But that is of no consequence, because there is Berserker. In her moment of despair, the one who answered her call for help was neither her father Tosaka, nor her mother Aoi, nor her uncle Korea or sister Rin. It was the being known as the Warrior of Light, Berserker. He is the strongest. Matu Sakura believed fervently. Bah, bah, bah. What is this? How disgusting. This fellow is utterly akin to Malik. Within a building, a youth with golden hair expressed his dissatisfaction as he surveyed the filthy surroundings. How could he have been invited to a duel capable of granting any wish, only to encounter such a predicament? His partner turned out to be a psychopathic killer. Fortunately, he met with an accident otherwise. Being teamed with this guy would have been exceedingly irksome. It was unclear whether this fellow was merely unfortunate or if the luck of the city had manifested the murderous fiend, serving as the master, had met his demise by colliding his head against the wall. Witnessing this scene, the city dweller felt disdain as he picked up the fallen Dragon Ball, a sense of unease creeping in. My class is Seacaster, an identity that utilizes magic for battle. But I don't know magic, and what should I do now that the so-called master is dead? If that's the case, won't I be eliminated immediately? After a moment of concern, he resolved to collect the body of the unfortunate soul, only to be met with a burgeoning headache. I've got it. Perhaps this will do. With a clap of his hands, he seemed to have an epiphany, as mechanical contraptions suddenly emerged from his left arm. Indeed, the dual disc and card deck are present. Quickly, let's see if there are any useful cards. Do not let me retreat before the event has even begun. Pray tell, are you truly my master? Caster, with an expression devoid of emotion, gazed ahead at the girl clad in sacred armor, feeling a sense of absurdity. Is this girl the fabled King Arthur? Or has he perhaps drawn a misfortune? Although she appears to be a commendable summon like Saber, her identity still comes as a surprise, without uttering much. Caster ultimately opted to leave the situation to his beloved Alice Phil. Must we gather 7? Contemplating the upcoming war, while stroking the command seals on his hand, Caster furrowed his brow. He then reached into his pocket and retrieved an orange orb, inscribed with a star, which stood out vividly under the moonlight. With a sense of doubt, he pondered, can such a trivial object truly grant wishes? Kenneth, why are you so insistent on being here? You stated it would merely be a simple rural competition. So why this insistence? Sora, poised to depart, expressed her displeasure at Kenneth's presence, having repeatedly cautioned him. His relentless insistence only served to aggravate her further. She regretted informing him about this unique Holy Grail war from the outset. The masters must gather the objects known as Dragon Balls to realize their wishes. Regardless of the truth behind it, since she had been chosen, she naturally had grounds to delve into the matter. There was no reason to shy away. Unfortunately, Kenneth, having learned of it, seemed a bit restless and insisted on following her here. Sora, I am merely here as your aide, although Lancer had manifested as a heroic spirit. She appeared to be just an enigmatic young girl, not a magical girl. How utterly ludicrous. Kenneth explained his actions, noting that he had not been selected for this Holy Grail war, while his fiancée, he had been, which felt quite peculiar. Nonetheless, holding a sense of responsibility, he chose to accompany her. His assistance would surely prove beneficial, especially since Sora had summoned one of the 3 great knights, yet she seemed somewhat unreliable. TSK, a girl clad in a light green leisure outfit and blue jeans, with crimson hair tied in a black bow, leaned against the wall, displaying a displeased expression upon hearing those words. Humph, you are not permitted to speak of Lancer in such a manner. If you lack faith in her, do not meddle. Sora, upon hearing this, felt her mood souring. She had finally secured an opportunity, yet there was an outsider incessantly chattering about how this card is inadequate. It was quite vexing, to say the least, that it was absurd to critique before anything had even begun. Very well, if you insist on this approach. Clearing his throat and noticing his fiancée's discontented demeanor, Kenneth refrained from pressing further with his insensitivity. With that, the summoning of the 7 servants was complete, and the grand Holy Grail Dragon Ball War was about to unfold. Fuyuki City. This place, which should have been tranquil, had now welcomed numerous uninvited guests. I say, Ryder, how did you manage this? Waver, feeling a bit apprehensive as he surveyed the surroundings, inquired in a timid tone. Naturally, I had a cordial exchange with the Master's household. They graciously gifted us this. Yet Ryder's response left Waver utterly incapable of retorting. This lavish villa was something Waver could not have even dreamed of before, yet with Ryder's simple declaration of "I will handle it," everything was resolved. The most crucial part was that it was not acquired through the forced harm of ordinary people. A hint. Although initially he sought to use magic to subtly influence someone, it was evident he lacked Ryder's exceptional prowess. However, contemplating Ryder's class, he believed the possibility of influence was unlikely. Could Ryder possibly wield magic akin to Casteress? That seems improbable, does it not? Shaking his head, Waver smiled wryly, dismissing the conjecture regarding their class. Truly too transparent of a master. Seated on the sofa while sipping stale tea, Lelouch regarded the young boy before him, pondering. Though more astute than Suzuka, he was still far too easy to manipulate. Command seal? Shifting his gaze to the back of Waver's hand, he observed the red mark, contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to eliminate it. The best course of action would be to employ Gius to control him. That would be the safest route. However, considering the potential for contact between masters, should some keen individual discover it, that would lead to complications. The power of Gius was his greatest trump card. It served as an excellent weapon against both servants and enemy masters alike, coupled with Ryder's class, which adeptly provided him with a hidden identity. One could hardly suspect that he possessed magic. If word of Gius were to spread prematurely, leading to precautions, it would be detrimental. This was the reason Lelouch had yet to take action against Waver. For now, I shall observe. Assassin, it seems you have ventured out without permission. Keiritsu, sensing the stirrings within the room, suddenly spoke. Merely went outside to take a look. The cold remark underscored his emotional detachment. Himura Kenshin, I have perused numerous historical texts, but have yet to find an individual who fully corresponds with your identity. Hearing Keiritsu's words, Kenshin remained silent, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Well, it matters not. Though you may have lost the advantage of notoriety, I trust you will excel in the forthcoming tasks. Regarding this, Keiritsu did not pry further, merely following the directives of his father and mentor. Yet, deep within his heart, a sliver of doubt lingered. The man before him might possess the very answers he sought. As the sky shifted and time flowed, the stage gradually prepared for its performance. Wow, this is truly astonishing. Have you never come out to see it before? In a black sedan, Saber accompanied the disguised Alice Phil on their journey. Unbeknownst to them, their every move had already fallen under the scrutiny of another. Is that Saber and her master? What a reckless pair! Had it not been for their concerns regarding some so-called mystery, they would have long since been made to exit, standing atop a high building, his body materializing into spirit form. A shadow quietly observed the brazen duo below, whispering ominously. Given the opportunity they provided, he would not show mercy. It should be noted that Saber might possess some peculiar means to allow her master to evade a fatal assault. As Saber and Alice Phil strolled along the beach, the palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped them beneath the dark night sky. Saber? Even the optimistic Alice Phil sensed the unsettling atmosphere. This blatant murderous intent. Does it declare that the targeted prey shall surely be slain? How utterly dismissive a figure emerged in her line of sight, the weapon at his waist unmistakably indicating ill intent. Saber perceived the actions of her opponent as a provocation. Whoosh! Yet in the next moment, the assailant offered no greeting but drew his sword, a shadowy figure charging forth. Whoosh! Danger! Instinctively alert, Saber pulled Alice Phil away, enabling the latter to evade the incoming strike. Crack! The ground was cleaved, leaving a deep gash. Yet there was no sign of the assailant. What was that? Casting a fleeting glance at the razor-sharp blade, Saber discerned that her opponent was a remarkably skilled and proficient swordsman. Grasping Alice's hand, she pulled her toward the rear, shielding her from harm while remaining vigilant to the front. Whoosh, so swift. That movement, the expansive area seemed to have transformed entirely into the adversary's stage. And she sensed the nimbleness of their actions. Phantoms flickered in the air as Saber swiftly changed attire and drew her sacred sword. Enveloped by a barrier, the sword's length was indiscernible, effectively repelling the oncoming figure. A blade concealed within the wind, no longer hidden, it confronted the foe directly, as Amira Kinshin observed Saber's ethereal sword and inquired, "You are an assassin?" The opponent wielded a weapon akin to a sword. And coupled with their eerie technique, Saber cautiously probed, could an assassin truly engage in direct combat? Alice, possessing some knowledge of the Holy Grail War, understood the importance of concealment and mystery. Typically, assassins were those who thrived in the shadows. Avoiding confrontation, why then did this one dare to face Saber, the most formidable of opponents? For me, if action is required, it can occur at any moment. This was no idle boast. As a master of the Hiten Mitsu, he had slain countless enemies and high-ranking officials. Aside from the elite of the Shinsengumi, scarcely anyone had survived. Only when he encountered a certain beloved did he temper his excessive bloodshed, yet this time was different. Should he emerge victorious, both she and the world would be saved. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Kenshin would eliminate every adversary in his path, even if it meant confronting an unarmed master. The assassin boldly stood against Saber. "Ah, let us put on a splendid performance, then, mongrel." Gilgamesh, sensing the foolishness of the assassin's reckless behavior from afar, found it amusing a thoughtless challenge. He deemed it an opportunity for entertainment, though the man harbored benevolence. He was also a slayer of men. Once resolved, he would not hold back. It seems many insects have infiltrated Karitsugu Amiya, his expression shifting slightly, crouched on the floor of a high building. After receiving communication from Alice, he located a nearby support point, preparing to set up a sniper position, only to discover another expert. The figure clad in golden armor immediately revealed itself to be a servant, prompting him to hold his breath and conceal himself. Revealing his identity now would be unwise, yet the unfolding battle nearby filled him with concern. Thankfully, but dealing with another servant lurking in the shadows was fraught with peril on the first day of arriving in Fuyuki City. He had not anticipated encountering such stimulating events. The pace of change was astonishing, if necessary. He must first ensure Saber's retreat. The situation was dire. At least for Karitsugu, it should not be so passive. He could not ascertain the perception, range, and condition of the opposing servant, nor could he afford to act recklessly. Just a moment ago, he had nearly been discovered while merely glancing through his scope. "Mia, be cautious on your end. A new servant is located to the northeast." He took out his radio and instructed his partner, contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation. Clang, swish. The sounds of clashing blades resonated continuously from the seaside, where Saber was locked in combat with the assassin. His swordplay is fierce and swift. He possesses remarkable agility. Hard to believe this is an assassin. The more they exchanged blows, the more Saber felt the superiority of her opponent's swordsmanship. Were it not for the concealed sacred sword in her grasp, the adversary might have fought even more aggressively. Withstanding a powerful downward strike, Saber forcefully pushed the opponent away, daring not to underestimate them for an instant. Is Saber truly being suppressed? Alice's pupils quivered slightly, her astonishment growing as she observed the scene before her. It was well known that Saber was the strongest among the 7 classes, and only the other 2 prominent knights could contend with her directly. Yet, it was inconceivable for an assassin to achieve such a level of prowess, let alone to dominate Saber in swordsmanship. Thankfully, this was an assassin class. Had the opponent belonged to another class of Saber, wouldn't that have been a direct flight to victory? Who on earth was this individual? Such a keen sword technique could not remain obscure in history. Judging by their attire and weapon, it was evidently of Japanese origin. The cross-shaped scar on the left cheek. A local heroic spirit? With this realization, Alice understood that the opponent might have benefited from some kind of notoriety, a land bonus, in that case. Facing Saber directly was not entirely impossible. Whoosh! The figure charging forward commanded Saber's full attention. Whoosh! But just as they were about to clash, the assassin suddenly shifted sideways. Oh no! Realizing the impending danger, Saber swiftly turned, her sacred sword unleashing a tremendous gust of wind. Tsuke! Kenshin lamented as the tip of his blade narrowly grazed the opponent's neck. The force of the wind sent him tumbling backward. Ugh! Only now did Alice realize how close she had come to the gates of death. The crimson streaks of blood and the minute cuts on her neck attested to the perilous nature of the moment. You fiend! Rushing to her side, Saber's beautiful visage was alight with fury. Had she reacted just a moment later, she would have lost her master. She had never anticipated that the adversary would employ a feigned assault, pretending to engage while actually seeking to approach Alice. Did they possess a sixth sense? Rising from the ground, Kenshin silently reflected on the earlier situation, reaffirming that his prior judgment had been correct. Had he attempted a covert ambush, he would have been instantly countered, rendering his efforts futile. Kiritsugu, it seems the assassin has demonstrated an unimaginable level of combat prowess that T.O. confronts Saber head-on in such a manner. Perhaps we have a chance. Tokiomi Tosaka was observing the unfolding battle in the workshop alongside his disciple, Kirai Kodomine. He was quite pleased with Kenshin's performance. This indicated that if they collaborated with Archer, they could easily encircle Saber, thereby eliminating a formidable foe. Once an opportunity arose, he would request that the king take action to annihilate the opponent, and at that moment, while everyone was calculating their strategies, a presence concealed high above eluded the imagination of ordinary individuals. Ryder, is everything truly all right? Weber watched the scene below with trepidation, seated within the machine. Rest assured, with their level of perception, they will never detect this machine. Lelouch replied with a confident smile, observing the visuals within the cockpit. Perhaps due to his ascension to heroic spirit, everything he possessed had undergone significant transformation. This Gawain should have been long since damaged. Yet he was able to summon and utilize it. Moreover, its performance and weaponry had been imbued with magical energy, far surpassing its living state. The benefits were numerous, yet the drawbacks existed, requiring magical energy for operation. However, this posed no challenge for him and Weber. Little did they expect that 3 servants were present in the vicinity. Saber, assassin, what is the title of that individual clad in golden armor? Aside from Saber S. Master. Who are the other 2? The Master of Assassin. After receiving a response, Weber dismissed the earlier inquiry and instead pointed to the figures of Wami and Kiritsugu on the screen, expressing his confusion. The advanced technology of Ryder swiftly locked onto the life signs below. This prompted him to marvel at the power of technology, which sometimes proved far more convenient than the so-called familiars in magic. Almost there, observing the renewed confrontation on the screen, Lelouch suddenly spoke. Swallowing hard, Weber felt a surge of tension regarding the impending events. Ryder had previously informed him of the plan, so he watched his servant prepare for action with a sense of anticipation. If Ryder's scheme succeeded, it might eliminate 1 or 2 formidable foes in a single blow, thereby alleviating their burdens significantly. Let this magnificent explosion herald our entry into the fray. The button was activated, and a purple energy began to charge at the chest of the machine. Subsequently, a fierce purple energy cannon was unleashed, blasting downward with tremendous force. What? At that moment, those below sensed the threat descending from the sky. Even without looking up, they could feel the danger saturating the illuminated night sky. By the command of the seal, Saber, come to my side? No. At this critical juncture, Kiritsugu, having detected the unusual attack, unhesitatingly invoked the power of the command seal. Just then, the aerial bombardment struck the ground, generating an unimaginable roar. Boom! The purple radiance illuminated the entire sea, shaking the ground beneath. Bang! The overwhelming destructive force swept along the coastline, causing tremors that roused many from their slumber in the city under the cover of night. What is happening? An earthquake? The unmistakable tremors sparked ominous speculation. Could there possibly be a 4th rider? Even Tosaka and Kirai, seated in the workshop, were taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Kirai, how is Assassin faring? Concerned for their side, Tosaka felt compelled to inquire about Kirai's condition. The contract had not been severed, yet it seemed Assassin had sustained grave injuries, feeling the magic within him being gradually siphoned away. Kirai furrowed his brow and responded, "That is reassuring. The hero king who went to witness the battle would surely be unharmed. Losing Assassin without cause would be a significant setback. Who could it possibly be?" The familiar sent to investigate had also been caught in the fallout, rendering them unable to ascertain the situation on site. "Wami, are you all right?" "I'm fine for now. I was far enough away to avoid the blast's impact." But what about Alice? Communicating via radio, Kiritsugu, relying on Saber's protection, barely managed to shield himself from the oncoming assault at close range. His expression, once devoid of life, stirred slightly as he assessed the situation before contacting another partner. "You." Beside him, Saber glared furiously. She regarded this heartless man before her. His ability to act to such an extent exceeded her comprehension. In a bid to enhance her own chances of survival, he had sacrificed the lives of his family. "If you wish to say something, I suggest you reflect on why you failed to notice the presence of a new servant in the skies during the battle. Only after the attack did you react. Even you, in that scenario, would have been unable to protect her, wouldn't you?" With his pupils subtly trembling, Kiritsugu retorted. Amiya Kiritsugu was an extreme realist, making only the most pragmatic choices in that earlier situation. Perhaps leaving Saber behind would have allowed her to protect his wife, albeit at the risk of his own death to evade such a crisis. It was only natural for him to have Saber protect him instead of gambling on a slim chance of survival. Though this might seem cold and unfeeling to outsiders, it was simply his method. Moreover, he had confidence in his decision. After all, he had concealed Alice within Saber's scabbard, even if she took a direct hit from the bombardment. Her chances of survival were still considerable. Faced with such a counterargument, Saber found herself at a loss for words, unable to contemplate Kiritsugu's reasoning. She indeed bore responsibility for failing to detect the hidden attacker in time. Truth be told, she had no grounds to blame Kiritsugu. He had merely chosen the most straightforward and realistic course of action. The bombardment from above. What kind of servant is that? The unannounced assault left Kiritsugu furrowing his brow in deep concern. The blatant nature of their actions indicated a disregard for the chivalric ideals Saber held dear. Yet he still needed to ascertain Alice's condition on site. Whether she was alive or dead, a conclusion must be reached. Otherwise, should the scabbard be exposed, it would pose a significant problem. However, sending Saber would likely expose her to danger. In the short term, he was reluctant to return the scabbard, which possessed life-saving capabilities, to this Night King. But the enemy in the sky clearly had not departed, and he could not risk being targeted again. With such power, he had no confidence in surviving a second strike. Various conditions intertwined, seemingly leading to a stalemate. "Rider, it seems no one has perished?" Inside the machine, Weber cautiously observed his servant's expression and spoke that he had previously boasted of the might of this Gundam, yet it appeared the results had not met expectations. The servant was one thing, but how had that woman managed to survive? The footage displayed on the screen caused Lelouch to furrow his brow. The legendary hero surviving was a scenario he had anticipated. But an ordinary master should not have been able to emerge unscathed from such an explosion. Her injuries seemed to be healing gradually. It didn't appear to be healing magic. Could it be something else? Noticing the discrepancies, Lelouch and Weber began to piece together the puzzle. "Rider, did Assassin escape with her?" Weber inquired, observing the figure dashing away, cradled in one AR-M.ITS feudal. That strike has already drawn their attention. Even if we were to pursue them now, we could not utilize this machine. After all, regarding the so-called secrecy, it would be one thing to bombard an uninhabited beach, but to fire in the city would surely incite outrage. Lelouch was not foolish enough to take such risks when surrounded by potential attackers. Even though Assassin was injured, pursuing them alone could easily attract the interference of another onlooker. He had long been aware of a certain servant who had been observing from atop a lamppost. The fact that they emerged unscathed from the bombardment indicated they possessed formidable abilities. Let us hold off for now. Tonight's outcomes have already been remarkably successful. We have unveiled Saber's true master and injured assassin. This is more than sufficient. The concealed machinery in the sky began to fade, and the obscuring clouds slowly dispersed, revealing the pristine moonlight. What? Is this truly the end? Gilgamesh stood beneath the lamppost, gazing at the departing figure, his tone rife with dissatisfaction. He had barely watched for a moment before the encounter ended, which felt rather disappointing. Well, never mind. The brilliance he had just witnessed had indeed presented him with an intriguing spectacle. Stroking his chin, Gilgamesh savored the continuous healing image of Alice Phil, that if he was not mistaken, that might be assassin. Why have you brought this woman here? He must merely be a smokescreen released by Saber's master. It was truly a stroke of luck to survive that explosion. Kirai Kodomine had just concluded discussions with Tokiomi Tosaka regarding future strategies when he returned home to find Kenshin laying the injured Alice Phil upon the carpet. Her snow-white skin and alluring form were laid bare. Yet neither of the two in the room possessed any inclination to observe. Without offering unnecessary words, Kenshin leaned against the headboard, breathing heavily. He had indeed taken a direct hit from the magical cannon. To be honest, had it not been for his will to survive, he might have perished, remaining stationary during that dire moment. Regardless, in that explosion, his right arm had been severed, and he bore numerous injuries. Under normal circumstances, he might have already faced the prospect of withdrawal due to his wounds. What is this? Kirai Kodomine merely cast a fleeting glance at him before noticing the critical issue with Alice Phil. She truly concealed something remarkable. Unable to resist the urge, Kirai reached out to touch her, only to realize whether it was from pain or a moan. Alice Phil had yet to awaken from the remnants of the explosion. Berserker, what was that just now? Sakura, who had been drifting into slumber, was startled awake, her restless heart finding tranquility upon seeing the seated berserker beside her. The mature visage of the man, now helmetless, was striking. Without any verbal response, this servant could only express himself through subtle gestures and expressions. It's all right. With you here, nothing seems insurmountable, Sakura said with a smile, reveling in a rare moment of reassurance. By the way, I just had a dream, a tale of a hero who continually aided others, vanquishing evil dragons and restoring kingdoms. Truly remarkable. How could that explosion last night have been caused by other competitors? Jin Uchiha, just awakening from sleep, peered through the window toward the direction of the tremor, musing he had not intervened last night, but it was evident that this so-called great contest had already commenced. All right, I shall seek out a challenger as well. Oblivious to the potential ramifications, he thought earnestly. Glancing at the dual plate on his arm, he noted that the magical trap area was already filled with cards. The only monster dispatched had yet to return. Hey, I must give a try for Jean. This war was merely another duel that if he could obtain those 6 Dragon Balls to grant a wish, it would be a tremendous gain. After all, he had many souls of companions in need of salvation. If he could redeem them in this manner, it would not be a bad outcome. What does this mean? Kirai, Gilgamesh lounged on the sofa, leisurely sipping his drink. Glancing at Kirai Kodomine, standing before him on the table directly in front of him lay a radiant Dragon Ball. It is merely a transaction without taking a seat. Kirai was merely selecting actions that would benefit him. I see. Indeed, this orb was something unseen in my treasury. Its luster and worth were immeasurable, quite impressive. Casting a glance at the orb embedded with 2 stars, Gilgamesh found himself genuinely intrigued. Even with his extraordinary experience and knowledge, he had yet to encounter such a wondrous creation. Perhaps it was a product of some deity, or an artifact of a lost civilization. Regardless of its origin, it possessed significant allure for him. After all, one naturally desires that which one does not possess, especially for a king like Gilgamesh. It seems you have carefully considered my thoughts. As a subject, I find this rather pleasing. In a wonder Kirai was so proactive. He must have contemplated the unique nature of this holy grail ward that as a gift. Unceremoniously, Gilgamesh placed the orb into his treasury, causing ripples to emerge behind him, for which a wrapped item flew forth. What is this? Catching the incoming parcel with his hand, Kirai felt its weight. It was the elixir possessed by the gods of that nation. Or rather, what the people referred to as the divine nectar. Consuming it would heal any injury. You wish for assassin to recover, do you not? With a subtle smile, Gilgamesh was well aware of Kirai's intentions. Even though his individual abilities were commendable among masters, lacking the assistance of servant would render him utterly helpless. He helped avert the worst-case scenario. Kyrie certainly would not allow Assassin to remain in such a grievous state. However, healing Assassin's injuries in a short time would not be a simple task. After much contemplation, he realized he could only seek the aid of this King of Kings, of course. This was a clandestine act, done without Tokiomi's knowledge. Losing that orb would signify the forfeiture of his wish-granting eligibility. Engaging in such actions behind Tokiomi's back was hardly honest, as long as he maintained control over his servant. He could eventually seize new Dragon Balls from other competitors, rendering it inconsequential. Unmoved by Gilgamesh's remarks, Kyrie replied, You see quite clearly, do you? Indeed, this Holy Grail war differs from the past, presenting numerous new delights at this. Gilgamesh expressed great joy. He had never encountered such a peculiar conflict. Mysterious Dragon Balls, strange heroic spirits, conflicts between masters and servants, wishes even without taking action. He was eager to witness the climactic conclusion of this battle. Truly delightful. Kyrie, so, how is it? Lancer, not bad, right? Quite delicious. Within the hotel, as Kenneth meticulously arranged magical barriers and other sorcery, the master and servant had already begun their feast, I tell you, even if your preparations are flawless. It is to no avail, the bombardment last night. If it had been aimed accurately, you would have merely been laboring in vain. Turning to glance at Kenneth, Sakura Kinomoto, as Lancer, offered a kind reminder. She found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the mindset of such a stubborn man. Were it not for his status as her master's fiancé, she would have little desire to engage with him. Indeed, you intended to send Lancer out last night. Thankfully, I intervened. Otherwise, he would surely have suffered a fate similar to Assassin. Mentioning this incident, Sora bore a hint of reproach. Kenneth had been reluctant to forego such a splendid opportunity, thus attempting to command Lancer into action. However, in retrospect, the choice to remain an observer proved correct. Not every fortunate soul had the chance to emerge unscathed from such bombardments. Better safe than sorry. Upon hearing these words, Kenneth's expression darkened considerably, yet he soon snorted coldly. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed prudent not to venture out last night. The conflict among the servants had escalated to an unexpectedly high-end level, which truly surpassed his expectations. However, it remained unclear whether the bombardment last night was a result of a noble phantasm's release. Moreover, he had yet to ascertain the identity of the opposing class, but based on the situation, it was highly probable that it was Castor, although there exists a necessity for certain veils of secrecy. There are also individuals who disregard worldly opinions and pursue their own paths. Your current arrangement is likely to yield futile results. Sakura Kyoko was quite familiar with such individuals, akin to the magical girl known as Akemi Hamura that she had encountered. Apart from Madoka Kaname, nothing else would stir her interest. Rather than engaging in idle chatter, wouldn't it be wiser to venture out and gather intelligence? That would be the conduct befitting of a servant. Wouldn't it, instead of indulging here? I apologize, Kenneth, but at this moment, I am the master. Could you refrain from issuing commands to my servant? Sir, despite having been embarrassed multiple times by his fiancée, Kenneth did not display any anger. After all, he had not assumed the role of master this time. He had come forth as a willing assistant. Were it not for his insistence, Sora would never have agreed to such a course of action. He was right. They had consumed quite a bit. It was indeed time to seek information regarding the other servants and their masters. After finishing the meal before her, Sakura Kyoko rose and spoke earnestly. She was not here for mere amusement. To save her transformed colleague, she would attempt any means necessary. Thus, she was determined to win. Bang! Her hand slammed heavily onto the table, and for a rare moment, Kiritsugu lost his composure, as he had underestimated the Holy Grail War far too much. Bringing Alice Effiel along was not solely due to her own will. Kiritsugu believed it would prove beneficial. Yet unexpectedly, they had barely commenced before finding themselves in such dire straits. According to Saber's description, it was highly likely that she had been abducted by Assassin. In the most extreme scenario, the sheath could also be discovered by the adversary. If that were to happen, Saber's true name would be exposed in an instant. The sudden bombardment from above was the greatest variable. Otherwise, Merely the appearance of assassin should not have led to such passivity. The best course of action now was to swiftly locate assassin and retrieve Alice. Regardless of her inherent nature or the sheath, both were indispensable elements that I will assist. Although her relationship with Kiritsugu was not particularly harmonious, Saber would not tolerate such humiliation. The one she was meant to protect had not only been injured, but also abducted. How could she remain indifferent? Whatever it took, she would reclaim her. Assassin could not remain unscathed. Ideally, the ambush should be completed within today. Considering the new operation, Kiritsugu had no choice but to act alongside Saber. After witnessing last night's battle, he did not believe he could confidently face an unknown battlefield. The first task was to locate Assassin and their master. Rider, even if you have donned modern attire, you are still rather conspicuous, are you not? Indeed, with this appearance, I hardly resemble a native of Neon. Among foreigners, you stand out quite significantly. Observing Lelouch wandering aimlessly through the streets, Weber felt a tinge of concern. It was simply that Ryder's appearance was far too likely to attract attention. With an exceptional demeanor, graceful movements, and striking features, he resembled a prince from a fairy tale, but to assert that he would not be noticed would be quite strange. Do not worry. In such a bustling marketplace, nothing will happen. In a square with such a massive flow of people. Should a servant decide to attack under these circumstances, it would perhaps be the church that should be concerned, rather than them. A flow of magical energy. At that moment, Weber detected an anomaly in a certain direction and turned to gaze at a conflict was unfolding elsewhere among the servants. What a pity! Lelouch raised his cup of red tea to his lips. Casting a glance downward with a tone of regret, he had initially hoped to encounter a servant with a reckless bravery akin to Suzaku to launch an attack, having prepared a grand gift. Yet now, it appeared that would not be necessary. Let us depart. This individual, is he a servant? Brandishing a long spear and clad in unchanged attire, Sakura Kyoko beheld a figure in black armor with a battle axe strapped to his right arm. She had merely passed through this alley when she was suddenly ambushed. Bang! Clang! The force behind the adversary's strike was within her capacity to withstand, allowing her to easily counter. However, their combat awareness was remarkably agile. That was not a servant. It should be a familiar. Yet to control such a familiar, it would likely be a caster well-versed in magic from a distance. Kenneth confirmed the identity of the opponent. While their combat strength was inferior to Lancers, they were nonetheless quite troublesome. Even without Kenneth's explanation, as a master, Sora could sense the underlying issues. Post-meal exercise, one might say it is quite commendable. Formulating such an assessment, Sakura Kyoko did not wish to appear too embarrassed before the two. Swinging her spear, she thrust it toward the figure ahead, who twisted their ways to evade the direct blow. What a pity! Merely dodging was insufficient. The spear that pierced through twisted at its tip, resembling nunchaku, and struck toward the opponent's side. Bang! Crack, like glass shattering, the familiar before her fragmented and vanished. Is the defense so fragile? It disappeared with just a single hit. Observing this scene, Sakura Kyoko displayed a perplexed expression. Clearly, the opponent's equipment appeared formidable, yet such an outcome seemed somewhat inconsistent with expectations that this is the combat style here. A voice emerged from the deserted corner, prompting Sakura Kyoko to turn her head. A golden-haired youth stepped forth. You are the master of that familiar? Not a master. He should be what is referred to as caster. Grasping her spear with one hand, Sakura Kyoko, though uncertain of the reason for his confidence in revealing himself, found it to her liking. Well, I do not quite understand the rules here. The identity assigned to me is indeed caster. That is not important. Our objective aligns, does it not? Extracting the Dragon Ball, Shinju grinned. Now, hand it over obediently. That will not do. The situation seemed a bit off. Why do you say that? Kenneth's words puzzled Sora as they conversed within the vehicle. That Dragon Ball should typically be safeguarded by the master. IT should be akin to a command seal, as you previously mentioned to me. Indeed, however, it was one thing for caster to possess the Dragon Ball, but for a magician to dare confront one of the three knights, Lancer, based on the observed data, caster's parameters, aside from luck, fell significantly short of Lancer's, even in terms of magical energy, which should be caster's forte. Lancer surpassed him as well. In this scenario, the audacity of the opposing party to show themselves is decidedly suspect. Lancer, resolve this swiftly. There may be a trick at play. Sora, regaining her composure, urged with urgency. We should also maintain a safe distance. Avoid a repeat of last night's bombardment. Kenneth dared not be reckless. If one were to stride forth with arrogance, they should not blame me, observing the caster before her. Sakura Kyoko had no intention of holding back. With a swift motion, she brandished her spear, poised to thrust forward. Oh dear, you declared an attack just now, did you not? Unfazed, Yuchino merely stood with hands on hips, a smug smile gracing his features. Just then, Sakura Kyoko suddenly found herself unable to move. What? Looking down, she saw a peculiar magical array manifested on her arms, the binding of the hexagram. The ring of light encircled her, akin to chains that firmly restrained her. Apart from her feet, which could shift slightly, her arms were completely immobilized. Is this your magic? Having absorbed the requisite knowledge, Sakura Kyoko had never encountered such an adversary. She had not even witnessed her opponent's actions before falling victim. In response, Yuchino confidently declared, the trap was activated the moment you intended to strike at me. It is now my turn, with an ostentatious dual disc adorning his left hand. Yuchino gazed at the bound Sakura Kyoko and drew a card from his substantial deck. Here we go. Tiger Axe Warrior. The strange card slapped against the dual disc, conjuring a tangible monster. It was a tiger wielding a massive axe. Capable of standing tall? With her hands bound, Sakura Kyoko attempted to manipulate her spear, seeking to extend and transform it. Yet she quickly realized her efforts were in vain, forcing her to retreat hastily. Boom! The giant axe cleaved the ground, creating fine fissures. The tiger roared, relentlessly pursuing her while continuing to swing its axe. Even though restrained by the peculiar hexagram, Sakura Kyoko's agility remained largely intact, allowing her to deftly evade each attack. Lancer, why do you not retaliate? Kenneth questioned, observing Sakura Kyoko's passive dodging through his familiar. Of course, she couldn't retaliate. This strange array had sealed her offensive capabilities. If hearing his doubts, Sakura Kyoko retorted indignantly. If I could counterattack, I would have done so long ago. It is precisely because I cannot that I find myself in such a predicament. Surely, Lancer's magical resistance must be formidable. Can it truly be subdued by caster's sorcery? It appears our opponent is not as straightforward as we presumed. TSK, is a conventional attack ineffective? Despite repeated attempts, her efforts to break free were fruitless, prompting her to resort to an alternative ability. Snap, chains resembling thorns wove through the air, subsequently piercing the approaching tiger. It seemed that only her ordinary offensive capabilities had been sealed. Realizing this, Sakura Kyoko's gaze shifted toward the conspicuous mechanism on Yuchino's left arm. That must be the foundation of your magic, right? Without a hint of politeness, she set her sights on it for an attack. Whoosh, like iron chains, crimson barbs surged forth. This will not do, calmly confronting the assault. Yuchino swiftly slapped another card onto his dual disc. This time, a warrior clad in a helmet and wielding a heavy axe materialized. He swung his axe, deflecting the incoming thorny chains. Attack now, with that command. The warrior leaped towards Sakura Kyoko. Who will be struck by such sluggish attacks? Looking disdainfully at the descending blow, Sakura Kyoko deftly sidestepped. Bang! The giant axe struck the ground, causing a tremor. Yet before Sakura Kyoko could utter another word, she suddenly heard a noise from another direction. Whoosh! In a moment of urgency, she yanked the thorny chain to pull herself away, narrowly avoiding the ambush. Can you summon more than one familiar? Observing the identical warrior wielding a heavy axe, Sakura Kyoko furrowed her brow. Theoretically, caster should not be a formidable opponent. Yet the sorcery and familiars at his disposal were decidedly extraordinary. They were manifestations of phenomena never seen before, quite nimble. Indeed, it seems that persuading you to simply hand over the Dragon Ball will not be an easy task. The simultaneous assault of the two monsters yielded no success, leaving Yuchino somewhat taken aback. Compared to the rigidity of a duel, actual combat introduced the possibility of evasion. Bang! Clang! It was utterly impossible to land a hit on the opponent. This cannot be treated solely as a duel. While the format bore resemblance, it was not a true duel in the conventional sense. 3001, 3000, 2999. Continuing in this manner is not a viable strategy. Casting a glance at the life points displayed on the duel disc, Uchino felt a headache brewing. The absence of a so-called master had become a dilemma for his magical energy source. To avoid being eliminated, he needed to maintain his LP. Without a master, his life points would dwindle continuously, preventing him from taking excessive risks in battle. Given that the young girl could defeat the Iron Knight, Kia fried. With a single blow, her attack power must be at least 1800 or higher. If struck, he would be in grave peril. A gamble. Glancing at the face-down and hand cards, Uchino made a decision. He reached for a card from the top of his deck. Here we go again. Another card not present in my deck. Unable to ascertain the contents of his deck, the cards he drew remained unknown. This was precisely what troubled Uchino. While he recognized some cards, the unfamiliar ones often led to cognitive dissonance. Heart change. This must be Mo Liang's card, right? Control. Based on previous circumstances, I should be able to control this girl. But simply controlling her won't compel her to take her own life. Inserting the green magic card into the trap zone, Uchino wrestled with his thoughts. He had come to seize the Dragon Ball, yet he did not harbor such extreme intentions in this conflict. Come forth. Having conceived a rather useful strategy, Uchino activated the card. What? A girl in black and white appeared on the scene, and Sakura Kyoko suddenly felt an ominous premonition. An invisible ripple spread forth, and for a moment, her eyes lost their luster. Go. Bring me your master's Dragon Ball. Though uncertain of how long the effect would last, Uchino believed it would not be brief. Thus, he issued this command without delay. Whoosh! Watching the vanishing figure, Uchino suddenly recalled something. Shouldn't I be lifting her restrictions at this moment? Realizing that the girl's ordinary offensive capabilities had been sealed by the hexagram, Uchino belatedly understood. Caster seems to have controlled Lancer. That is exceedingly formidable. Concealed in a certain location, Weber felt a twinge of panic as he bore witness to the unfolding scene. The summoned familiar and the enigmatic sorcery were beyond his prior experiences. Even the adversarial servants could now wield manipulation. Was this the most unstable opponent? Lelouch remained silent for a moment before offering high appraisal. Were he in this situation, he would have certainly commanded Lancer to end his own life at the first opportunity, subsequently seeking out the master to seize the Dragon Balls. Such a course of action would mitigate numerous risks, especially since Lancer's true treasures and trump cards remained a mystery. Previously, he had held a firm trust in the Geas ability. Yet now he hesitated to confront Caster. The extent of Caster's hidden traps eluded him. Judging by the mechanical appendages, the opponent was already adorned with an array of unknown cards, indicating that traps could spring forth at any moment. Any offensive or defensive maneuver would trigger Caster's magic, rendering an encounter with this individual exceedingly perilous. The optimal strategy would be to engage from extreme distance. The mecha he held seemed to be the most effective means at his disposal. However, a pressing question arose. Would long-range and area attacks activate Caster's magic? Get away quickly. The unarticulated frustration compelled Sakura Kyoko to shout at her master, who was currently seeking refuge. The crimson thorn chains danced through the air, obstructing their path. In this moment, she found herself oddly grateful for the suppression of her regular offensive capabilities. Observing the magical sigils etched upon her body, Sakura Kyoko felt remarkably fortunate. Otherwise, given her current state, her master might not have had a chance to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew as silvery droplets protected their surroundings like a slime. Yet, the increasingly uneven marks told of ominous repercussions. The moonlight essence, the magical relic wielded by Kenneth. Possessing exceptional offensive and defensive capabilities, he had donned it specifically to assist Sola. Even if Lancer refrained from using a spear, our side could not endure for long. Kenneth furrowed his brow, sheltered alongside Sola, yet both found themselves unable to flee effectively. It was indeed unexpected for Caster to manipulate Lancer. One might say that such overt control methods had never been encountered before. Sola used the command seal. Having made this determination, Kenneth had no choice but to resort to such measures. There was no way they could outrun Lancer, who was a servant. without understanding the principles behind the opponent's control. The best course of action was to reclaim Lancer using the command seal. But how to issue the command? Sola hesitated before speaking. Although command seals were said to compel servants, the efficacy diminished if the instructions were overly vague. Simply instructing her to leave this place would suffice. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that other servants and masters would soon converge upon them. They needed to vacate this potential focal point of attention and could not linger here. One could only remark on how Castor's peculiar tactics had forced them into such a dire predicament. These heroic spirits possessed unfathomable techniques that defied reason to be why the command seal, depart from this place. Lancer, the red light flickered on the back of her hand, and the myriad of thorn chains suspended in midair ceased their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Kenneth promptly led Sola away from the scene. Hey, quite agile, aren't we? Stopping in her tracks, Sakura Kyoko let out a sigh of relief. She feared her master might recklessly charge into danger, which would only exacerbate their troubles. For now, merely exposing herself was not entirely detrimental. Alas, she could sense a diminishing flow of magical energy. It appeared that Castor's magic was not entirely omnipotent, and the control magic had a counteracting effect against the command seal. The binding force that constrained her began to wane. Yet the magical sigils upon her remained conspicuous. Contemplating strategies against Castor, Sakura Kyoko felt a tinge of vexation. If one opponent posed such complications, she dared not imagine the ramifications of facing other foes. Although she had reclaimed her rightful inherent skills through heroic spiritification, they could only serve as a trump card. Should those adept in combat witness her abilities, they might well render them ineffective. This war was infinitely more challenging than battling witches. So far, only Rider and Berserker had yet to make their appearance. Tokiomi Tosaka sat in his meticulously arranged workshop. Deep in thought, he had observed the confrontation between Castor and Lancer through his familiar. Among the servants he had encountered thus far, only Rider and Berserker remained absent. The bombardment from the previous night, was it truly instigated by Castor? Given Castor's display of capabilities today, it was difficult to ascertain who was responsible for the assault yesterday. Rider, Berserker, it would be more plausible to suspect either of these two. The Matu family had also participated this time, yet no movements from them had been detected thus far, which struck him as peculiar. Contemplating a previously overlooked faction, Tokiomi furrowed his brow. Logically, it seemed the Matu family had no participants initially. However, he later learned that one of their own had indeed been selected. Yet the identity of this individual remained undisclosed. Previously, Tokiomi had assumed the Matu family harbored ambitions of their own, hence his indifference. Now, however, something felt amiss. Were they perhaps too quiet? He was uncertain who among Rider and Berserker served as the other servant. Teacher, how is Assassin faring? The injuries are severe, making movement exceedingly difficult. Yes, that's so. Upon seeing his disciple enter, Tokiomi promptly inquired. However, upon receiving the response, he felt a pang of frustration. Initially, dispatching Assassin to gather information had seemed the best course of action. Yet the unforeseen complications due to his injuries were regrettable. Sending a familiar to monitor the Matu family. Surveillance? They too should have participants and warrant caution. Understood. Complying with Tokiomi's directive, Kiritsugu Einsburn said nothing further. Even as he departed, his expression remained inscrutable. Compared to Tokiomi's pursuits, Kiritsugu was more focused on attaining his own satisfaction. Perhaps he had once been a compliant good boy, but merely dreaming of Assassin's fragmented life experiences had awakened emotions previously foreign to him. Were they sorrow, wonder, or pleasure? The impulse to take action stirred within him, granting clarity to his previously desireless existence. In the midst of this extraordinary emotional awakening, Kiritsugu no longer clung to his former tranquility and apathy. Indeed, the realm of human interaction brimmed with unknown possibilities. The answers I seek have gradually come into focus. Initially, he had wished to see the man known as Amiya Kiritsugu with his own eyes. Yet now it seemed unnecessary. The curiosity it sparked within him confirmed that the Holy Grail War was indeed extraordinary. It brimmed with a sense of inquiry, and the self-proclaimed priest had already begun his search. Assassin, perhaps you should heed your teacher's words and pay closer attention. Dispatching a familiar is not entirely secure. You should undertake the journey yourself. Exercise caution, he instructed the shadowy figure, Kiritsugu standing casually with his hands behind his back. Whoosh! The indistinct figure vanished from sight, leaving Yin Feng Chili in awe of the effectiveness of the elixir bestowed by Gilgamesh. Such grievous wounds had miraculously healed overnight, although he had exchanged a Dragon Ball for it. The means were inconsequential as for the qualification to compete. As long as he and Assassin collaborated effectively, opportunities would abound. With a servant under his command, it was only a matter of time before he could seize new Dragon Balls to return to the game board. The Dragon Balls reclaimed by Gilgamesh and stored in his treasury were hardly a concern as a master in this competition. The knowledge bestowed by the Dragon Balls far surpassed that which the heroic spirits possessed. The art of deception and the concealment of truth from his mentor filled him with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction for his audacity. Gilgamesh is ultimately too naive. Does he believe that reclaiming the Dragon Balls to his treasury would prevent others from acquiring them again? A faint smile played upon Yin Feng Chili's lips as he eagerly anticipated witnessing the moment when that king would lose composure. Outside, the battle raged fiercely. Was it truly safe? Neil lingered in the courtyard, watching as Sakura frolicked ahead, inquiring of the figure beside her, clad in obsidian armor, with a horned helmet obscuring its visage. It was impossible to discern which nation or legend this hero hailed from. If anything, it resembled more a demon lord from tales than a hero. Just standing beside it, Yinya felt an immense pressure emanating from its intangible aura, rendering him hesitant to speak above a whisper. He shook his head, offering no response. This servant appeared unmoved. That's so. At present, I can only place my trust in your judgment. That I merely hope she can grow up healthy. Being embroiled in such disputes is perilously dangerous. Whether the other party was too disdainful to respond or unable to speak due to the influence of frenzy, Yinya could only accept the situation. After that elder was captured and slain by this servant, he looked at the liberated Sakura without a shred of regret. Now, all he wished for was her safe passage through this conflict. If necessary, he would willingly take on the role of sacrifice. When not engaged in battle, things were manageable, but once berserkers were involved, it was evident that the current Sakura could not fully control the situation. The depletion of magical energy could easily lead to complications, so Yinya planned to assume a semi-competent role as a source of magical supply. Yet, it seemed that Berserker was indifferent to this arrangement. Although he had not received a response previously, the other party seemed to possess a unique ability to manage the consumption of magical energy. At the very least, in their daily interactions, he had not perceived any signs of discomfort from Sakura. "Berserker, look, I got it," Sakura exclaimed joyfully, running over with a beautiful flower in her hand, calling out to the so-called demon lord. That rough hand rested gently on the armored shoulder of the little girl, appearing surprisingly tender. Yinya, watching from the side, found it difficult to articulate the sensation this evoked. Over there, Berserker gestured with one hand toward a certain direction, and Sakura turned to glance before happily dashing off. This would suffice. Observing Sakura's carefree demeanor brought Yinya solace. Yet he soon witnessed Berserker's demeanor shift as it focused intently on another direction, its form vanishing in an instant. Is there an enemy? Upon realizing that Berserker had deliberately diverted Sakura's attention, Yinya remained vigilant. Could it detect an approaching presence so swiftly? You are certainly no ordinary adversary. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword as he regarded the figure before him. Speaking in a low tone, just as he approached, the opponent had already sensed his arrival. That keen instinct surpassed even that of Saber. The scent of blood. Though unspoken, Berserker could discern the essence of the swordsman before him. A butcher who had slain countless lives, drenched in blood. Even in the absence of murderous intent, the aura of blood enveloping him was palpable to Berserker. The dim perspective emerged, past experiences reading through him. In that fleeting moment, Kenshin sensed a brief stiffness in his opponent. However, he refrained from recklessly launching an attack. The figure before him, merely by appearance, radiated an air of ominousness, clearly indicating that this was not a foe to be trifled with. Even without engaging in combat, merely locking eyes, the instincts of a killer warned him that this adversary was no less formidable than Saber. Himura Kenshin, the butcher with a heart for the people. Not only did Berserker recognize the true name and class, but he could also perceive the past of this individual, This was not a simple case of seeing through true names or clairvoyance. It was a power inherent to him, the power of transcendence. By interacting with specific individuals, Berserker could glimpse the lives they had led. Thus, concealment held no meaning against him without a contradictory entity, evaluating the killer before him. Berserker conjured a great sword from thin air. This malevolent aura, a terrifying presence, surged forth, and Kenshin was taken aback by the sword imbued with deep resentment. The dark essence coiled around the great sword, even revealing the semblance of a dragon's eye. Setting aside the sword's origin, merely the ease with which it could be wielded with one hand warranted caution. His hand instinctively drew the blade from his waist. Kenshin resolved to probe the situation. Although this contravened the master's orders, as a servant, an encounter was inevitable. One might as well take the opportunity to gauge the situation, and if necessary, retreat later. He held confidence in his ability to escape combat. But in the next moment, he realized how naive his thoughts were. The robust physique exhibited agility that rivaled the saber he had encountered earlier. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. This is bad. As he attempted to move, the great sword glimmered with a dark light. The power of the dragon's eye. This evil dragon greatsword, forged from the slaying of the malevolent dragon Nidhogg, embodied immense resentment, which Berserker could easily suppress and wield. Under the mental assault, Kenshin found his movements stilled. Meanwhile, the great sword swung towards him. ZZZZ, Sakura. Wait a moment. Berserker is going to fetch something to your line. I know there are other bothersome individuals approaching. Initially intending to greet casually, Yinya discerned a starkly different attitude in the other's cold expression. However, if it was Berserker, there was no cause for concern, and no matter whom he faced, victory would be assured. Clutching the white flower, the purple-haired girl declared confidently. That demeanor felt unsettlingly foreign to Yinya. Yet his guilt and concern for Sakura prevented him from dwelling too much on it. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared beside him. As if having engaged in some insignificant task, Berserker showed no inclination to explain. Although he could not speak, my flying heaven sword style is utterly ineffective against him, that he leaned against a tree. Panting as Jinshin faced a truly terrifying opponent for the first time, it was as if he were standing against his own master, Goop Kingsalang. No, even stronger than his master, gazing at the blade in his hand. Now shattered into two pieces, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Ignoring the bruises on his chest, he recalled how his attempt to strike had merely resulted in sparks flying off the opponent's heavy armor. The enemy had not even needed to defend or block. With just a few casual swings, his sword had been broken. Despite such heavy attire, the opponent's speed was no slower than the saber he had encountered before. Moreover, the combat style was of a type he had never encountered before. Perhaps for him at this moment, confronting such a formidable adversary was an insurmountable challenge. This what they mean by there are always greater beings beyond. With a broken sword propping him up, Jinshin felt an overwhelming heaviness, but he had entered this battle with a different philosophy. Yet each enemy proved to be stronger than the last, an executioner. He seemed to gain no advantage in direct confrontation. These opponents surpassed the masters of the shogunate by far. Compared to such formidable foes, he felt his skills were still lacking. That you're injured again? Yin Feng Kirai frowned slightly as he observed his servant returning in such a state. He had merely sent the servant to investigate the Matu family. So why had they returned wounded? Luckily, with the healing sword sheath at hand, it would not significantly impact their subsequent actions. That must be Berserker. That I barely approached the estate when I was already detected. He was remarkably strong, even surpassing Saber in terms of my own sensory predictions. Jinshin did not intend to make excuses for his injuries. Instead, he candidly reported the situation, that he realized that while he could handle opponents who still fell within the realm of human, those with extraordinary abilities posed a complete threat to him. Such enemies, whether in equipment or martial prowess, far exceeded his own. While Saber was manageable, Berserker was nearly beyond his capability to contend with that. Not underestimate yourself. With Assassin's abilities, you are already quite exceptional, able to stand toe-to-toe with Saber. Perhaps this war contains certain transcendent elements, but as long as a master exists, there will inevitably be weaknesses. Yin Feng Kirai discerned the hidden doubt within Jinshin and spoke solemnly. Perhaps the berserker that assassin encountered was somewhat unique, leading to such thoughts. The Matif family has drawn a good card. But who knows who their master is? If assassin cannot get close, then the familiars will find it even more challenging to scout. Although he had gleaned some information about the class of the servant held by the Matif family, the identity of their master remained unknown. Now only the elusive rider remains. Not dwelling too long on this, Yenfeng Kirai intended to report back to his mentor Dades for how much detailed information to reveal that was uncertain. To be a participant yet maintain close ties with the church. It seems this so-called overseer cannot be completely trusted. Kiritsugu was currently hiding in a house, exchanging intelligence with Mia and Saber. He was fully aware of who their master was. Yenfeng Kirai. Just a glance had once sent chills through him. That was a dangerous individual. Upon realizing the identity and circumstances of the opponent, Kiritsugu felt a sense of urgency. Not only was he a master, but he also had connections with the church that if there were no backdoors involved, Kiritsugu found that hard to believe. The thought of referees colluding with participants was troublesome. They had to act soon. They could not wait for nightfall. Ugh. Alice Phil, already awakened, sat in a chair wearing a nun's attire, observing the injured assassin with a mix of astonishment and concern that a significant wound marked his chest. Likely caused by some enormous cutting object, it was difficult for Alice Phil to imagine which servant could inflict such damage on assassin. After all, even Saber struggled to gain an advantage when facing this individual, whose agility was beyond the ordinary. This sword sheath, she could distinctly feel the healing of her physical injuries. This equipment, taken from Aliceville by Yenfeng Kirai, was truly miraculous that if she could bring this sword sheath back, perhaps Ba could be saved. With such thoughts, her mind drifted back to the moment prior to her summoning. Jinshin's initial wish was quite mundane. Yearning for peace in the world, T.O. achieved that. He disregarded his master's opposition and ventured down the mountain to join the reformists. Embarking on years of bloodshed, it was only with Ba's appearance that he rediscovered his so-called humanity. Yet, due to certain reasons, the other party bore fatal injuries. He, who should have confronted reality, was swayed by the existence of the Dragon Pearl. Whether it was world peace or Ba's wounds, he believed that participating in a struggle wielding his sword would yield victory. Like a lifeline, it prevented the still youthful Jinshin from letting go. However, upon truly partaking in the conflict, Jinshin realized he had greatly overestimated himself and underestimated his opponents. The so-called heroes and champions were not limited to him alone. There were others far beyond his capabilities. He had yet to even grasp the profound mysteries of the flying sword style and could only exert his limited abilities. The saber, reputed to possess the strongest performance, could completely match his speed, while the mysterious berserker stood there, impervious to his strikes. And then there was that day by the coast, facing the magical artillery and the self-proclaimed king, Archer. These were adversaries Jinshin had never encountered before. As for Lancer, Rider, and Caster, their identities remained a mystery. Bang! After somewhat healing his wounds, Assassin rose to leave. Alice Phil could intuitively perceive the change in his demeanor, but she could not inquire further. He would not answer any of her questions. The house was sealed with special magical barriers, preventing her escape. With this in mind, her worries shifted towards Kiritsu. Upon awakening, Alice Phil had not anticipated that she would continue to live in such a manner. It could be said that Saber's sheath was remarkably effective. Yet, regrettably, it had already been taken by Yenfeng Kirai for Assassin's use. After she regained consciousness, Yenfeng Kirai had not made any demands, simply confining her within this room, leaving her with an ominous premonition. I never expected it, that you could feel such anxiety as well. Amiya, Kiritsu, Yenfeng Kirai found himself under attack at his residence. Bang, 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 bang. Opposite him stood an adversary armed and ready to fire. The attire he wore had bulletproof capabilities. Ordinary bullets were of no concern to him, as he merely needed to protect his exposed body. Clink, clink, clink. The bullets struck his clothing, producing a pleasant sound before bouncing off. I know. Saber must be nearby, keeping watch on Assassin, right? Then he ordered his assistant to rescue that woman, though he had intended to kill him. There was no opportunity to do so that a subtle smile crept onto his lips. He relished this moment, always on guard. The sensation of rendering his opponent helpless yet compelled to heed his words was remarkably novel. It brought him joy. However, the next unexpected turn of events caught this priest off guard. Temporal control, double speed. Amiya Kiritsugu unleashed his own sorcery, harnessing the power of time. Bang, bang! One origin bullet and one regular bullet. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Kiritsugu employed his magic in conjunction with his firearms. His movements were swifter than what Kiritsugu had imagined, and by the time he reacted, the bullets were already perilously close. No time, it was utterly impossible to raise his hand to deflect them. If those two bullets struck, they would instantly rob him of his life or ability to act. Clang! However, those two bullets were deftly swept aside by a broken blade. Averting a crisis for Kiritsugu, Tisich, an assassin perhaps, such nimbleness could only be achieved by a servant. What troubled Kiritsugu further was that Saber seemingly failed to intercept the opponent. Had he been a moment later, he could have truly forced Kiritsugu to withdraw from this war. Alas, what a ruckus, Rider! The battle between Lancer and Caster had not yet reached its conclusion, and now Saber and Assassin had commenced their own clash. Observing through his familiar, Weber had become accustomed to this daily spectacle. These heroic spirits were increasingly restless. Rider, shall we take action? Noticing that Lelouch did not respond, Weber was left in a state of confusion. After recognizing Ryder's reliability, he had ceased overthinking, instead following the other's lead in actions. Merely spectating would suffice with the familiars he had sent out to monitor them, that if they intended to intervene, they needed to first ensure their own safety. Reckless actions would only place their side in jeopardy. Gracefully holding a teacup, Lelouch cast a sidelong glance at him and offered a reminder. This master appeared somewhat dim-witted at first glance, yet was not so rigid. Taken aback by his words, Weber scratched his head, realizing that his servant had entrusted the choice to him. Although it was a trivial matter for Ryder, as a master, Weber felt a surge of joy at the very least. It proved that his servant trusted and respected him. He then began contemplating the machine operated by Ryder. Once battle commenced, it would result in widespread bombardment. Setting aside issues of endurance, the mounted machine guns could easily pierce through an entire street. The uncharged magical cannon could obliterate entire areas. The location of Lancer and Caster, while not in the heart of Fuyuki City, was hardly remote if there were no efforts to disperse the populace. Ordinary people still resided nearby. Weber, as a magician, had not yet become so callous as to allow his servant to indiscriminately endanger civilians. Thus they could not approach that vicinity. Let us proceed, Ryder. We shall seek out Saber and Assassin. Clarifying his thoughts, Weber subsequently made his decision. Listening to Weber's words, Lelouch revealed a slight smile. Regardless of Weber's choice, it held little significance for him. Setting aside the remaining archer and berserker, he had temporarily devised countermeasures for the four riders he had considered. It was imperative to disrupt the situation, at the very least to draw out archer and berserker. Their absence was the greatest source of instability, much like their persistent concealment. Currently, these individuals were entangled with one another, hence their proactive assaults. Unlike them, he had fewer reservations. After provoking the two factions, he merely needed to lie low, leaving no trace, and no one could pursue him. Thus, at present, Lelouch's only concern lay with archer and berserker. Clang! Bang, bang, bang! The sound of blades clashing echoed as Saber engaged in a relentless battle with Assassin. Dragon Nest Flash, wielding the broken blade, Assassin launched a flurry of rapid strikes, yet all were deftly parried by Saber. Compared to before, Saber had evidently gained the upper hand this time. An Assassin. You are indeed formidable. Gazing steadily at her opponent, Saber was refreshingly candid. Relying solely on her exceptional swordsmanship and agile footwork, she faced her adversary, one of the weakest classes, yet such a feat was not something every heroic spirit could achieve. Your swordsmanship, each strike is imbued with lethal intent. If one fails to evade, it would result in significant harm. Yet now, with the blade broken, the threat is considerably diminished. With unwavering vigilance and only a broken blade in hand, Assassin could not present a credible risk to Saber. And no matter how skilled a swordsman, a broken sword equated to a wounded hand. Although she was unaware of how Assassin's weapon had shattered, she would not afford her opponent any leniency at this moment. Hidden within the pressure of the wind, the sword swept forth, and the sword's heart focused, her body leaping into the air. Flying sword style. Tornado flash. As she evaded a direct strike, she seized the momentum to thrust the broken blade towards Saber's head. Bang! However, Saber utilized a single-handed grip to deflect the blow, the broken blade crashing against her gauntlet before being repelled. Upon landing, the sword's heart quickly distanced herself from her opponent. Indeed, it is too ambitious to confront her with this broken blade. Frowning, the sword's heart had never felt such urgency. Even in the past, where her blade had shattered, she could still eliminate her enemies. Yet this time, it was different. Heroic spirits. They were masters on par with oneself. A moment's carelessness or negligence could lead to her own defeat. Yet, curiously, Saber had arrived at the most opportune moment, leaving her no time to prepare a suitable replacement blade for her master. Moreover, both the master and servant were now constrained on their respective battlefields. Bang, 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 bang. Clang, clang, clang. Utilizing black keys to deflect the incoming bullets, Kiritsugu would not grant Kirai another opportunity like the last. That near-failure moment had indeed made him break into a sweat. Fortunately, Assassin had arrived in time. Tisich. Observing Kirai rushing toward him, Kiritsugu could only retreat. Given Kirai's prowess, close combat would be decidedly unfavorable for him. Whoosh. Dodging the incoming black keys, Kiritsugu promptly raised his firearm and began firing rapidly. Tot. A series of gunfire successfully froze Kirai's movements in place. Kiritsu, I have located the lady. Along the way, aside from the magical seals, there had been no obstacles. The sound of Mia's voice reached his ears, causing Kiritsugu's expression to shift slightly. She was unharmed, yet it was rumored that Kirai had seized the sword sheath. That's so. Then be sure to exercise caution. Initially, upon hearing that Alice was successfully rescued, he felt a sense of relief, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Had that woman been found, seemingly discerning something, Kirai lowered his raised hands and spoke calmly. Though you did not go personally, you must have considered it to some extent. The assistant and wife should be among your few concerns, correct? The more Weber heard Kirai speak in such a manner, the more intense his inner turmoil became, and in the next moment, his fears were validated. Would you suffer if you lost them? Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, and a brilliant fireball flared behind the priest. Kiritsugu's pupils dilated momentarily as he finally understood the source of his unease. Along the way, aside from the magical seals, there had been no obstacles. The words of Mia still echo in my ears, and now they sound so painfully sharp he should have recognized the warning embedded in them sooner. Perhaps he could have been saved. My hand instinctively tightened around the gun. The bomb. This unconventional method of combat is indeed quite convenient that I, in such circumstances, unless it is you, neither of the two could possibly survive. Gazing at Kiritsugu Amiya's expression, Kirai Kodomine found a flicker of satisfaction. This man, after all, is still capable of being moved. Upon realizing this, Kirai felt that his elaborate setup had not been in vain. From a moment that woman was brought back by Assassin, he had entertained a notion of testing the waters. Just how much would Kiritsugu Amiya sacrifice for this woman and the embedded sheath within her? Having discerned the cause and effect, Kiritsugu had also seen through Kirai Kodomine. Utilizing Alice as bait, he sought to lure him into a rescue. Yet Kirai anticipated his predicament, aware of the ultimate outcome. And he himself must confront Kirai Kodomine. The only one capable of action is Mia, his assistant. Everything has been meticulously calculated by Kirai. Luring Mia to join in the trap with Alice is the outcome Kirai desires most. I merely wish to know, as one dubbed the Magus Killer, will you feel sorrow for the loss of others? It seems from the outcome that you indeed would. Your heart is weeping. Kiritsugu Amiya, your assistant is a highly experienced marksman. However, when faced with a magician, she likely would never conceive that I might employ such unorthodox weaponry as explosives. As the saying goes, magic and technology are two sides of the same coin. In this regard, Kiritsugu is indeed an expert. Unlike most other magicians who have never ventured into such territory, what harm would there be in occasionally utilizing so-called technological products? With this mindset, Kirai set his trap using Alice Phil as bait. You truly are a problem that needs resolution. Suppressing the pain within, Kiritsugu steadied his gaze and spoke gravely. He temporarily refrained from contemplating the fate of Mia and Alice. T present. He must navigate through this predicament. The sheath of saber has been taken and is currently unaccounted for, but it is highly likely that Kirai himself is wielding it. If that is the case, inflicting a relatively minor fatal wound would not lead to the opponent's demise. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Kirai was a formidable adversary, a meticulous thinker with methods that defy the mundane, a being strikingly akin to himself. If he cannot eliminate him here and now, it will undoubtedly become a significant problem. Assassin has already fallen into a disadvantage and cannot come to provide assistance. Utilizing the moment he employs magic, the origin bullet has the opportunity to severely wound him. Considering the miraculous effects of the sheath, Kiritsugu found himself at an impasse. Merely injuring or incapacitating him would hold no significance for him. He was uncertain whether Kirai had truly embedded the sheath within himself. This information is crucial as it will impact subsequent plans and arrangements. I can only pro for now. Holding this thought, Kiritsugu resolved to first use ordinary bullets to wound Kirai, that if the opponent's injuries heal on their own, it would prove that the sheath resides within him. Bang! Ha ha ha! How intriguing. Such a rapid transformation. Did you glean something from Assassin? As Archer, Gilgamesh witnessed the entire process and found himself intrigued by Kirai Kodamine's actions. A priest who claims to be devoid of desires now begins to touch upon things he usually restrains himself from. This marks the inception of moral decay. Kirai Kodamine, this mixed breed, certainly brings amusement. There are even reckless individuals planning to intervene in this battle. How fortuitous. It is time for this king to make his entrance. With an air of supremacy, it is time to enlighten these mixed breeds. He had no intention of consulting his master, Tosaka Tokiomi, and simply vanished from his position clad in golden armor. Meanwhile, Tosaka Tokiomi, seated in the basement, stiffened at the sight of the command spell on the back of his hand and hesitated. That king's unbidden actions have occurred more than once or twice. Yet every attempt to communicate with him has ended in failure. His self-description is a tiresome and dull vassal, no matter how low his emotional intelligence. Tokiomi is aware that he has left a rather awkward impression on that king. Very well. As long as no outrageous actions are taken, allowing him to run amok poses no harm. The 3 command spells have never been used. He must remain vigilant. Considering the support from Kirai Ritsuka, he may need to prepare seriously. However, the master of the Matu family has yet to make a move. The letters sent have gone unanswered, leaving Tokiomi furrowing his brow in confusion regarding the other party's attitude. The report brought by his disciple indicated that the summoned servant is Berserker, yet his identity remains unidentifiable. Based on this information, he dispatched a letter via a familiar. The intention was to tentatively alliance, but the result was that the other party completely disregarded him, given the prior relationship between the Matu and Tosaka families. This dismissive arrogance does not seem characteristic of Matu's. There's some special reason behind this. With such questions in mind, he could only personally send a familiar to investigate. Matu Korea strolled down the street, observing the recently finished Berserker with a sense of familiarity. Dressed in modern attire, Berserker resembled a warm-hearted young man. He would assist others with carts, search for lost items, and entertain children and the elderly. This servant, who previously donned such sinister and ominous garb, exuded an entirely different essence. Although he had never spoken a word, he was unexpectedly well received. Among the children and the elderly, a red-haired boy gazed at him with bright, sparkling eyes. "Hey, mister, could I borrow this book for a bit? I haven't finished the story in it yet, that I'll read it today and return it to you afterward." Clutching a thick book, the red-haired boy excitedly inquired. Chronicles of the Sky, a detailed account of a certain hero's tale. He found it immensely captivating. "That's great." Nodding, the boy beamed at the response he received. "Berserker, if you come back too late, Sakura will be upset." Watching the towering figure depart, the boy's heart brimmed with admiration. An adult who is eager to help others and seemingly capable of anything appears incredibly cool to him. Is it really okay to lend that book to someone else? He recalls that Sakura seemed quite enthusiastic about it as well. Witnessing Berserker's actions, Korea nonetheless mentioned it. Yet, Given the other's head shake indicating disapproval, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon their return to the Matu residence, they were greeted at the door by a pouting, purple-haired girl. With a wry smile, Korea could already envision the impending blame. However, in the next moment, he saw Sakura pull a large orb from her skirt pocket, its interior shimmering with stars. Korea recognized that it was an item fought over by the masters and servants in this war. But what does Sakura intend to do by taking it out now? Berserker, I've made up my mind. I want to participate in this war. Why, Sakura? Stunned by her earnest declaration, Korea found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend why Sakura, who had previously refrained from intervening, would suddenly change her stance. This war will eventually come to an end. By that time, you will surely vanish, right? Thus, I must seize the other Dragon Balls. Despite her tender age, she conceals an insatiable desire, her candor unmistakable. Even the perceptive Yinya can discern the thoughts of this girl. You will assist me, won't you, Berserker? A faint smile graced her face as Sakura spoke softly. She sighed, yet it seemed as if she caught a glimpse of someone's shadow, and Berserker did not refuse anything. After all, he had answered the call of war upon hearing Sakura's plea for help. Whether or not to wish upon the Dragon Balls was of little consequence to him, if a wish were to be granted. It might simply be to revive the lives lost in the cataclysmic disaster, to go forth and fight. Berserker. The command had been issued, and the obsidian armor enveloped him. His towering figure vanished. Sakura, do you truly comprehend? Of course I do, which is precisely why I must act. Under Yinya's probing gaze, Sakura dismissively shook her head. Berserker is no ordinary servant. He appears extraordinarily powerful. Once engaged in battle, you will lack the magical energy to sustain him. Yinya anxiously explained, fretting over another matter. It's fine. Berserker is the mightiest. Even without my magical support, he is more than capable of securing victory. With this conviction, Sakura harbored no concerns in Yinya's eyes. This was sheer blind faith. Yet for Sakura, it was not the ignorance of a child. She was acutely aware that Berserker possessed a unique inherent skill, recovery outside of battle. When not in combat, Berserker automatically heals his injuries and replenishes his magical energy. Even if gravely wounded, he can fully recover to peak condition in under 10 seconds once the fight ceases. This is also why a mere child like Sakura, as a master, has not been drained of her energy. Berserker's magical power continuously regenerates, so she has never needed to expend any. Even in battle, Berserker's immense reserves sustain his actions. The only drawback might be a reduced endurance during combat, preventing the continuous deployment of large-scale noble phantasms. But that matters little. As long as he exits the fray, he can recover in mere moments. As a master, Sakura need only maintain her own stability. This is the source of her confidence. Bang! TCH, was that unsuccessful? Inui deftly evaded an attack, glancing at Lancer who returned from the fray, muttering softly. Initially, she had hoped for a stroke of luck with that magic card, but it appeared her efforts were in vain. Hey, I won't let you succeed so easily. Sakura Kyuko fixed her gaze on Inui, who was concealed behind cover, and unleashed her own magic. Rosa Phantasma. Her figure split in midair, multiplying before Inui's eyes. Doppelgangers? Faced with the multitude of figures, Inui panicked, casting a glance at the 3 face-down cards remaining on the dual disc before turning and fleeing. Don't even think about escaping. Commanding 7 of her doppelgangers to pursue, Kyuko shouted. Once Caster's control waned, she pivoted back into the fray. Although the sealing array on her body remained, it did not hinder her from employing alternative methods to defeat that foe. Damn it, why does this sealing magic persist while Caster's control is already lifted? Frustrated, she found herself unable to wield her spear for combat due to the array's restrictions. It felt as though her hands were bound, a significant limitation. This was why she relentlessly pursued Caster. She couldn't possibly flee while under the array's effects, uncertain of when it would be lifted. If she encountered other servants during that time, it would spell disaster. Hence, she had to capture Caster at all costs. Clang bang! The broken blade was deflected, her arm wounded as Kenshin struck Saber with his scabbard upon her shoulder. Tisich, with a pained gasp, Saber was forced to create distance, her admiration for her opponent's remarkable combat instincts evident. Even with a broken sword, He could mount such a splendid counterattack, such fierce swordsmanship. You must have been a renowned swordsman in your lifetime, mustn't you? Speaking thus, her gaze betrayed no attempt to conceal her admiration. Saber had previously gleaned, through her exchanges with Kiritsugu, a rough idea of Assassin's identity. The scar crossing his left cheek, a master of swordplay. By his attire and stance, it was evident he was a native servant. Though she could not ascertain from which era he hailed that I am but a mere executioner in the shadows, without elaborating further, Kenshin assumed a combative posture. He cared little for whether his name would echo through history. At least from the historical records provided by Kirai, there was no mention of Imurabatisai. For him, this was both a blessing and a curse. This time, I shall defeat you, unbeknownst to the events transpiring elsewhere. Saber declared, sword in hand, as she gazed at her foe. Kenshin remained silent, casting a glance at the now-healed wound on his arm. So, this must be the legendary sword sheath held by the King of Knights? That Arthur. Recalling the information shared by Kirai, Kenshin recognized his opponent's name, Artoria Pendragon. As a king who governed a nation, her formidable prowess opened Kenshin's eyes. I am still not strong enough. This realization dawned upon him during the course of this war. The skills and swordsmanship he had honed during the Edo period were insufficient to secure a decisive victory here. If necessary, you are permitted to unleash your noble phantasm to eliminate Assassin. Saber. Her gaze fixed on the glimmering adversary, recalled her earlier conversation with Kiritsu. This time, Kiritsugu was resolute in rescuing Iliasville, even intending to eliminate Kirai along with his servant. Henceforth, Saber did indeed plan to unleash her noble phantasm. With the holy sword in her grasp, she would vanquish her foes. Seizing upon their opening, the outcome would soon be decided. While a direct confrontation may prove challenging against you, the ensuing moments, the surroundings shimmered with golden light. The sacred form proclaiming thus. A foreboding sensation gripped Kenshin, his brow furrowing as he dared not underestimate the situation. This foreign king seemed to harbor powers unknown to him. Raising his sword before his chest, the divine blade revealed its true form, the golden motes radiating an astonishing pressure. This is, realizing the gravity of the moment, Kenshin planted his feet firmly and charged forward. He could not allow her to release it so easily. Though uncertain of what would transpire, he could not remain idle. His speed propelled him swiftly towards Saber. As expected, among the opponents I've faced thus far, your speed and swordsmanship are exceptionally rare. But, witnessing the swordsman nearly within reach, Saber raised her holy sword high. The sword of victory's pact, this was the mightiest anti-fortress noble phantasm wielded by King Arthur. EX, the aurora flickered along the blade. Her incantation resonating, bang. Yet a violent tremor interrupted the standoff between the two. The ground quaked beneath them, threatening their balance. Whether as Kenshin or Saber, both are compelled to halt their current actions. What? As dust swirls and rises, what comes into view is a towering figure. Clad in ominous black armor, the massive sword it wields instills a sense of foreboding, and its demon-like demeanor evokes terror. Upon seeing the newcomer, Kenshin's pupils constrict as he recognizes the identity of the being. Berserker! Berserker! Hearing Assassin's words, Saber fixes her gaze upon the approaching figure. The heavy armor, made from an unknown material, bears down with a weighty presence, while the dark aura emanating from it suggests that it is the source of the earlier tremors. This servant, just by appearance, exudes immense power. Without uttering a word, the figure grasps the massive sword with one hand and swings it with ease. Ooh! A fierce wind howls as a potent pressure rushes over, lifting the fringes of their hair. I it attempting to intervene in my duel with Assassin, intending to make it a 2-on-1 fight. Standing firm with her holy sword, Saber questions the newcomer, the radiance of the sacred blade still unextinguished. Who? Yet, in a mere moment, the figure provides an answer. Wielding such a colossal sword, its movements are anything but sluggish. Rather, they are astonishingly swift. Clang, the sword descends from above, and Saber quickly raises her holy sword to block the strike. The wicked blade clashes with the sacred sword, blinding sparks erupt. Crack! The ground beneath Saber buckles under the immense weight. Her feet sinking into the earth. What a heavy force! For the first time, she feels utterly overwhelmed. Saber, do not gaze upon its sword. Having suffered once, Kenshin immediately rises and shouts. What? Taken aback by Assassin's warning. Saber hesitates momentarily, but as she looks up, she sees the sword emitting a dark purple aura coalescing into a crimson dragon eye. Is this the wrath and fury of a dragon? Sensing the will embodied within the dragon eye, her body momentarily stiffens, rendering her unable to muster strength. Simultaneously, the massive sword bears down upon her. This is bad. If she were to endure this, she would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Clang! In a moment of desperation, Kenshin brandishes his broken blade and scabbard in a brilliant display. Flying sword style, twin dragon flash, a fierce double strike lands upon Berserker's helmet. He may not be able to inflict damage on the fully armored Berserker with a blade, but using sheer inertia to repel him is still within reach. Screech! The ground beneath their feet scrapes as Berserker is pushed back slightly, causing the sword that had been suppressing Saber to retract. Thank you, Assassin. Saber expresses her gratitude naturally, her heart still racing. Had it not been for Kenshin's assistance, she would have certainly been wounded. That exaggerated sword, if it had struck her, her armor would have offered little protection. Crack, crack. However, Saber soon notices that Kenshin's already broken blade has developed cracks. Could it be that you were also engaged in battle with Berserker prior? Realizing why Kenshin's sword had been severed, Saber exclaims in surprise. Though this was not my intention, if he insists on coming at me, I have no choice but to cooperate with you. Nodding, Kenshin positions himself defensively, while he could have chosen not to assist Saber. That would have been tantamount to seeking his own demise. Collaborating with Saber presents a chance to repel or defeat Berserker. Alone, he would be unable to accomplish this. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This adage holds true universally. Let us determine the victor between us after we have vanquished Berserker. A slight smile graces Saber's lips. She does not mind such an arrangement. On the contrary, she holds a deep appreciation for those of integrity. From his timely rescue to his current demeanor, it is evident that Assassin is not a fool nor a detestable individual, though he had previously attempted to assassinate his own master. That was merely a matter of duty and position. There is no blame to be cast. Be cautious. He is coming. With her nerves taut, Kenshin speaks in a low voice. With a single leg pushing off the ground, he charges forth like a rocket, swinging the massive sword horizontally. It seems he intends to cleave both Saber and Assassin in one fell swoop. Saber steps forward, wielding her holy sword to counter the incoming strike of the heavy blade. Her feet firmly grip the ground, stabilizing her center of gravity. Screech! Yet the sheer force pushes her back several meters with great difficulty. For Berserker, this power is truly extraordinary. In a clash of strength, she is forced back. Meanwhile, Kenshin deftly avoids the direct strike of the massive sword, instead using the scabbard to deliver a heavy blow to Berserker's knee joint. As a killer, he understands precisely how to target his enemy. A broken blade cannot inflict harm. He must utilize the scabbard to create as much disruption as possible. What? But in the next moment, before Kenshin's attack can land, he sees the figure release the massive sword, its other hand grasping a suddenly materializing golden spear, thrusting it towards his forehead. No, exchanging one injury for another. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Kenshin swiftly retreats to the side, just in time to evade the incoming strike, but simultaneously unable to launch a successful counterattack. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have likely sustained injuries. Whether his scabbard would inflict damage is uncertain, but he would surely end up severely injured or worse. Such swift reflexes, Saber observes in astonishment as Berserker manages to retaliate even under such circumstances. The speed of Assassin is countered by the Berserker. It is quite remarkable, that massive sword, filled with the dragon's malice. The golden spear. Does he possess multiple noble phantasms? Saber gazes curiously at Berserker's actions, filled with questions. Generally, it is not uncommon for a servant to wield multiple noble phantasms. However, due to the nature of their classes, the types of weapons they can utilize are typically standardized. Put it simply, sabers wield swords, archers use bows, lancers employ spears, and riders are expected to drive. That a servant capable of wielding both a sword and a spear is exceedingly rare. Having discarded the massive sword in favor of the spear, has he taken on the role of a lancer? Moreover, considering the construction of the weapons, they do not appear to be made from conventional materials. What nation's hero is he? Truly, with the vanishing of the massive sword, only the undulating golden spear remains. For Saber, this is her first encounter with such a unique heroic spirit, and soon she will witness the terror that lies within. Whoosh crack! The spear in hand strikes with a fierce intent, the relentless assault leaving her with no opportunity to counter. This spear technique, the assault was entirely unfamiliar, and Saber found it difficult to articulate. Berserker was not merely flailing mindlessly. Rather, he resembled a master of the spear, executing each thrust, jab, swirl, and collision with remarkable precision. Bloodstains marred her cheek, evidence of a piercing she had failed to evade, flying sword style. Earth Dragon Flash, she struck the ground with the hilt of her sword, unleashing a violent wave of pressure and shards that hurtled towards Berserker's back. This sudden attack slowed Berserker's movements, granting Saber a chance to catch her breath. Truly, an unexpected foe. Taking advantage of the moment, Saber wiped the blood from her face and spoke. She had never anticipated Berserker to be so formidable. While it was one thing to wield a great sword with skill, the mastery displayed with a spear was astounding. Just then, both warriors noticed that the golden spear in Berserker's grasp had transformed into an ancient, ornate grimoire inscribed with unknown symbols that a change in weaponry. The golden spear had morphed into a tome of strange characters, and in that instant, Saber sensed impending danger. In her line of sight, Berserker appeared to be reciting something aloud, though neither she nor assassin could hear sound. Gem Beast summoning. A blue, multi-tailed creature materialized on the ground on a rabbit. What sort of species was that? Saber and Kenshin were left bewildered, for it was certainly not an animal they recognized. Yet, in terms of appearance alone, it could be described as adorable. However, in the presence of a being like Berserker, neither felt inclined to regard this as a positive development. Chanting, "Could it be?" Observing Berserker opening his mouth once more. Saber was the first to react, attempting to launch a surprise attack. She realized that Berserker possessed the ability to utilize magic, in addition to wielding a sword and spear. However, one aspect eluded her understanding. According to the roles bestowed by the Holy Grail, the abilities accessible to servants should be limited. As previously mentioned, Saber, the swordsman, would never stray from sword, and Lancer, the spearman, would always wield a spear. It was nearly impossible for Saber to use a spear or for Lancer to employ a sword. Such deviations from their roles were unthinkable. Yet, Berserker appeared entirely unaffected by these constraints. One could provide an answer. She could only devise a means to thwart him alongside Assassin. Although she had no idea how powerful Berserker's magical abilities were, she had no desire to test their limits. From their recent skirmish, it was evident she faced a formidable adversary. Was he attempting to intercept her? The peculiar creature obstructed her path, and Kenshin narrowly dodged a tail swipe. His heart sinking. This strange being possessed a strength that could not be underestimated. While he could swiftly shake off the creature, the delay was sufficient for Berserker to complete his incantation. Thus, the task of confronting him fell to Saber. Bang! However, as Saber approached, she was abruptly propelled backward by a dazzling flash of white light. Ugh! Her body crashed heavily to the ground, skidding before finally coming to a halt inside an abandoned building. The incantation of magic was astonishingly swift, and it locked onto me in an instant. Clutching her abdomen and feeling the pain coursing through her body, Saber planted her holy sword into the ground to support herself. Though her speed was not as agile as Assassin's, it was still quite commendable. Yet, even so, she could not reach Berserker. Another strike was imminent. Her instincts flared, and Saber swiftly raised her holy sword before her. Boom! The vacant building collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending shards and debris flying, enveloping the area in thick dust. Having repelled the approaching blue rabbit, Kenshin struggled to conceive a strategy for overcoming this opponent. He was overwhelmingly powerful. This marked the first time he had encountered such a terrifying foe, and he could see no glimmer of hope for victory. Armed only with his blade, he was utterly outmatched. But then he noticed the peculiar creature vanish, and the grimoire in Berserker's hands transformed into a massive golden axe. Coupled with the heavy armor he donned, the sight was overwhelmingly intimidating. Indeed, he is no ordinary opponent. He surpasses even my master. Realizing that Berserker could effortlessly switch weapons in combat, Kenshin felt a profound sense of astonishment. This was a revelation for the young swordsman, barely in his teens. Superior equipment, exceptional personal skill, and an impeccable fighting style. This was something he had never witnessed before. Huff! The giant axe swung towards him, forcing him to evade clumsily. He was in no position to counterattack. Given the axe's sheer weight, his blade and scabbard would likely shatter in an instant. Were it not for his agile movements, he would have been dispatched long ago. Yet even so, evasion seemed futile. It was only a matter of time before he would be struck. His mind raced as Kenshin sought a way to turn the tide. Then, amidst the rubble of the buildings, he spotted a gleaming light. It was the very place where Berserker had sent Saber flying with magic, and her holy sword remained embedded in the ground. The sword? Something clicked in his mind, and Kenshin dashed towards it. Whoosh! Berserker pursued, closely behind. Swish! As Kenshin reached for the sword's hilt, Berserker swung the giant axe downwards. Assassin! This scene was also witnessed by Saber, who had risen not far away. She understood Kenshin's intent. He aimed to utilize her holy sword as a substitute weapon for combat. If it were him, simply wielding it might indeed grant him a fighting chance. The Sword of Victory's oath was beyond Kenshin's capacity to wield. However, as a mere weapon, it would suffice. Clang! Kenshin twisted his body mid-air, drawing the holy sword as he positioned it above him. The holy sword met the giant axe with a tremendous clash, sending shockwaves through the air, forcing Kenshin down against the ground, the immense force pinning him down. Crack, crack! The ground beneath his back shattered. Taking a deep breath, Kenshin tilted his body and executed a roll to the side, narrowly escaping as the giant axe struck the ground, creating a powerful gust. Flying sword style, dragon hammer flash. Seizing the opportunity, Kenshin leaped from the side, gripping the holy sword with both hands and bringing it down from above. Berserker sensed his movement and retreated in response. Yet, Kenshin's speed was not to be underestimated. Crack, crack. This time, there were no sparks or ricochets. He had truly cleaved through Berserker's sturdy armor. Did I succeed? Observing Berserker being pushed back, Saber hesitated, although no blood was shed. There was no doubt that Assassin had indeed breached his defenses. Glancing down at the damaged armor on Berserker's chest, she noticed a smirk hidden beneath the helm. These two unknown heroes possessed truly remarkable skill and prowess. To have engaged him in combat for such a duration was no small feat. Bang! At that very moment, a loud explosion resonated nearby, and a figure tumbled out in a most ungraceful manner. Cough, cough, cough! Dust had infiltrated their mouth. The golden-haired figure rose from the ground, exhibiting peculiar movements. "How many traps do you have?" yelled Sakura Kyoko, descending from the sky, still shackled by the magic circle. This magician is exceedingly sinister. She had no idea how many pits she had stepped into, yet she could not seize her opponent, instead finding herself covered in dust. What is this? Were those Lancer and Caster? The sudden appearance of these two individuals diverted the attention of Saber and the others. Unexpectedly, while they were engaged in fierce combat, another conflict had emerged. Is there fighting happening over there as well? This is bad. Only then did Sakura Kyoko realize that not far away, there were three rather unusual people present. She could distinctly sense their presence as servants, and she was quite reluctant to confront them at this juncture. The gunner's hands were bound, rendering him unable to use his weapon. What kind of predicament was this? But at that moment, a flash of golden light erupted. A bout of incongruous laughter emanated from a nearby streetlight. Ha ha ha! The dazzling golden glow and the accompanying sound instantly captured everyone's attention. What is going on with that fellow? They could clearly see a servant clad in golden armor appearing, and Ushiromi Akinzo felt utterly perplexed by this individual who was laughing heartily. You make your entrance. But why the loud ha-ha? Indeed, those mongrels have provided this king with quite the entertaining spectacle. However, the very first word from the newcomer made Kinzo's eyelids twitch. This haughty demeanor inexplicably reminded him of a certain deceased acquaintance. Another peculiar character has arrived. Sakura Kyoko turned her head to glance at Gilgamesh, who was perched atop the streetlight, and whispered her evaluation. Boom! Just then, the sound of a clash pulled their gazes away. Berserker swung his golden axe, sending the holy sword in the hands of Saber flying. The holy sword spun in the air before descending right in front of Saber. After this action, Berserker unexpectedly sheathed his golden axe, eliciting confusion from the other servants. Saber quickly regained her composure, retreating beneath Gilgamesh. Berserker must have realized he and Archer were on the same side, deliberately disarming her of the holy sword. Humph! It has been a long time since I encountered such a servant. The true names of these mongrels piqued my interest. Not caring about the rudeness of the lack of greeting, Gilgamesh looked down with disdain and declared to Berserker, "Such judgments indicate your significance before this king." The weapons possessed by the other were all treasures previously unknown to him. Whether it was the malevolent dragon slayer or the transformable golden spear, grimoire, or giant axe, these were all brands he had yet to witness. It must be noted that Gilgamesh is known as the king of heroes. His noble phantasm, the treasures of the king, embodies the archetypes of all human treasures. In other words, if a treasure existed in history, it would undoubtedly be found in his treasury, whose vast quantity even he could not fully recall. Thus, upon laying eyes on the holy sword wielded by Saber, he immediately discerned its true identity. Yet, even so, the weapons and heavy armor of Berserker were entirely foreign to him. This was indeed quite intriguing. Furthermore, lurking in the shadows, is this rider a rat? Berserker remained silent, and Gilgamesh was not in a hurry. He possessed great patience for those he found intriguing. Casting his gaze to a particular point, ripples began to stir in the space behind him. What? Are those all noble phantasms? More extravagant than Berserker? In the sight of everyone, 7 or 8 ripples surged forth, revealing an array of knives, swords, spears, and halberds. Swish, swish, swish! Boom, boom, boom! The weapons were launched, soaring towards the distant thicket, resulting in an explosion. What is happening? Kinzo and Sakura Kyoko were still trying to comprehend why the other side had suddenly initiated an attack. But when the clouds of smoke dissipated, revealing a colossal robot at the explosion's source, they were left stunned. What a brutally aggressive way to greet someone. Such a barbaric and tempestuous temperament, quite befitting of ancient kings. A barrier blocked the incoming assault, and Lelouch, adorned in splendid white imperial attire, stood atop the outstretched hand of the mech. Hey, does this mean all 7 servants are present? Realizing this, Kinzo extended his hand to count the surrounding figures in astonishment. He had not anticipated such excitement today. He had merely set out to find someone for a duel, only to encounter all 7 here. This fellow is Ryder, and that glittering individual is Archer. He isn't even using a bow, merely firing weapons at random. Sakura Kyoko furrowed her brow, glancing at their identities as she spoke. This was her first time learning that an archer could treat weapons as arrows to shoot out. Involving herself with this bizarre bunch made her feel that the magical girls were exceedingly normal by comparison. Humph! Mongrels, who permitted you to stand on the same level as this king? Ignoring Sakura Kyoko's doubts, Gilgamesh's gate opened once more as he spoke in a low tone that, "Oh dear, I am an emperor. There is no reason for me to bow my head to you." The mech's cannons were already aimed ahead, and Lelouch showed no signs of backing down, using multiple noble phantasms as arrows for firing. His arrogant demeanor and self-proclaimed title of king. It is quite challenging to find a suitable target. However, what puzzled Lelouch was the identity of the other party. Servants, in essence, they're historical heroes and legends. They exist in the past, present, and future, with their deeds elevating them to the status of legends, transforming into noble phantasms and abilities. Yet, merely observing Archer's actions left Lelouch at a loss to ascertain the identity of this king. Much like Berserker before him, he was shrouded in mystery. In contrast, Assassin and Saber were easier to decipher. Point 1 was undoubtedly a local Japanese servant, while the other was the Night King wielding a holy sword. That magic power yours. The culprit who attacked us by the beach. Why did you interrupt my face-off with Assassin? Saber recognized Lelouch's connection to her and exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Lelouch instinctively felt a question mark hover above his head. This was not a one-on-one royal duel, but a war driven by the pursuit of wishes. Who would concern themselves with whom you faced head-on? The accusation directed at him led Lelouch to question whether Weber's previous conjecture about his identity held any truth. "Are you truly the king of Britain?" Harboring such doubts, Lelouch retorted. What does that have to do with anything?" Recognizing his identity, Saber was momentarily taken aback, yet upon contemplating the holy sword in her hand, she soon understood. Her holy sword was far too renowned. It was only a matter of time before her identity was exposed. She rebutted, not grasping Lelouch's meaning. "If this is your way of being a king." She merely felt that Britain during that era was exceedingly pitiful. "You," described in such a manner, Saber was instantly consumed by rage. "Ah, how amusing. So this is your true name? What a ludicrous spectacle." Yet before Saber could voice her inquiries, the golden figure atop the street lamp erupted into laughter. The crowd, still bewildered by this individual's peculiar behavior, was soon confronted with an astonishing revelation. There are, in fact, two rulers of Britain? How utterly fascinating. "Archer, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, Saber was momentarily taken aback, while Lelouch harbored a foreboding sense of unease. However, the other party spoke with a mocking tone, introducing himself. "Artoria Pendragon, Lelouch, 6 Britannia. What is the meaning of this? How could there be two kings of Britain coexisting? Is it not a matter of foresight, but rather an ability to perceive true names?" Lelouch, however, was less concerned about the number of kings in Britain than he was about Archer's capabilities. It was evident that, despite merely exposing the mech's identity, the opponent had discerned his true name with alarming ease. This peculiar phenomenon led Lelouch to deduce that the other possessed some extraordinary ability. Yet he remained uncertain about the extent of Archer's insight. For Saber, however, Archer's declaration was profoundly shocking. After all, Britain had perished after her time, and she had never heard of Lelouch's title. Whence does this so-called king of Britain originate? Moreover, judging by Ryder's attire and the mech he commanded, he bore little resemblance to the kings of your dot. It seems you can only perceive true names, not their entire histories. Tentatively, Lelouch inquired of Gilgamesh. Do not underestimate my power. It is merely a rare occasion that I have employed it. After all, many of you possess rather peculiar backgrounds." With a cold snort, Archer crossed his arms in response. The all-seeing, all-knowing star, though was undoubtedly his least favored noble phantasm. With but a thought, it could survey the world and comprehend all phenomena. Not only could it reveal the true names and noble phantasms of adversaries, but it also granted knowledge of certain concealed truths. Once activated, it rendered the Holy Grail war akin to a scripted performance, allowing him to manipulate everything concerning his opponents. However, it was exceedingly dull, which is why he typically refrained from using it. This time he had done so because Gilgamesh sensed an incongruity emanating from Berserker. As expected, after employing it, he discovered a significant issue. The information relayed by the all-seeing, all-knowing star was far too scant. It merely unveiled true names and classes, with most information being obscured by some mysterious force, rendering it invisible. It appears that his powers extend beyond this, yet are likely constrained, extracting the desired intelligence from Archer's sullen expression. Lelouch pondered. Merely revealing his true name bore little consequence for him. He had already taken care to familiarize himself with the history of this world. Britain had long since fallen, possessing no such formidable capabilities. No one could discern his origins. "Answer me, Ryder, are you truly the king of Britain? What is your desire in participating in this war?" Yet someone seemed particularly invested in his identity. Glancing down, Saber appeared somewhat agitated. "Is there any necessity for me to respond?" Lelouch was perplexed as to why Saber displayed such emotional fervor. At this, Saber seemed momentarily dejected, but then, as if struck by a thought, clenched her jaw resolutely. "If you refuse to answer my questions, I shall make you my foremost target in this war." She seemed utterly reckless, acting on impulse. Though it appeared somewhat unreasonable, Lelouch's existence was of paramount importance to Artoria. Her own wish was to save the fallen Britain and its people. She could not accept the notion that Britain had perished because of her, thus believing that if she were to return to the time of selecting a king, A more suitable candidate could take her place, potentially altering the fate of destruction. Surely, there existed someone who could do better than she, leading Britain to prosperity rather than ruin. Yet Lelouch's presence tightened her nerves. If a new, unfamiliar king of Britain were to arise, would that not validate her path? I find myself entangled with a troublesome individual. Ryder. Waver, hidden within the mech's cockpit, observed the exchange between the two with bewilderment. He too could not comprehend Ryder's origins. The Night King was legendary as the ruler of Britain. Yet historically, there had never been a king of Britain named Lelouch, had there? If you were so insistent. Then let your words serve as a declaration of war against the sacred British Empire. Raising the constructed holy sword in his hand, Lelouch pointed at its saber, declaring with conviction. This sword bore no tales of exaltation, merely a false semblance of the sword of promised victory. After all, his Britain did not revere any so-called holy sword. That's so. Saber, discerning the underlying implication, appeared to exhale in relief, lowering her head. The other party had acknowledged it. That was sufficient. The new king of Britain, if possible, she yearned to visit his realm and witness it for herself, though she remained unaware of his true intentions. Saber at least felt a renewed sense of hope. Knowing Ryder's true nature, she even contemplated that foregoing this struggle might not be such a loss. How perplexing. Shinjuku stood, utterly bewildered by the interaction between the two. Indeed, I too cannot comprehend the matter of kingship. However, the unexpected assault from Sakura Kyuko sent a chill down Shinjuku's spine. She was eager to find a way to dispel the magic circle. Lest calamity befall her. Bang! Oh dear! This is perilous. Do you wish to kill me? Rolling aside to evade a thorny chain attack, Shinjuku shouted loudly. Huh! Is there some rule in this war against killing? Sakura Kyuko retorted, leaving Shinjuku momentarily speechless. You, at such a tender age, should not harbor such malicious thoughts. The despicable adults have no right to utter such words. As if in a noisy quarrel, the two exchanged barbs back and forth. Smack! That is a reward. Hearing the commotion above, Kinsei raised his hand to grasp a fallen divine sword. He stared in astonishment at the blade he had obtained, pondering its significance, judging solely by its appearance. This sword was undoubtedly imbued with a rich history. A loyal subject. One must fight valiantly for their king. Should defeat arise from inadequate weapon, it would be a grievous embarrassment for the king. I am immensely grateful. Grasping the sword in his hand, Jinshin responded earnestly, considering both parties' positions and identities. Should those well-versed in the lore of Gilgamesh become aware of this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. Given the temperament and disposition of this king, the act of bestowing a treasured sword is indeed a rare occurrence. It is virtually impossible for an ordinary individual to procure any so-called treasures from Gilgamesh. The Kusanagi sword, the legendary blade that Jinshin clutched, is a sacred artifact from the lands of Japan. Though he remains unable to unleash the so-called noble phantasm for Jinshin, as long as he wields a blade, there exists an opportunity to express his swordsmanship. His magical energy and heavy armor have been restored. Casting a glance at Berserker, Archer's attention was entirely focused on this individual. The reason he provided Assassin with a sword was not only to incite a fiercer battle, but also to probe into the depths of this person's identity. Gilgamesh was convinced that Berserker's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. With the king personally taking the field, it was a breach of decorum. Thus he opted for a subordinate instead. Little did he anticipate that matters would unfold in such a manner. Yin Fong Kirai, clutching his bleeding right arm, cast a glance at the figure of Amiya Kiritsugu, which was gradually fading from view. The gathering of the servants was an unexpected turn of events that none of the masters had foreseen. Even Caster and Lancer, who had been engaged in their own conflict elsewhere, had shifted their focus to this location. The hidden Berserker and Rider had also revealed themselves. This was a complete deviation from the original plan. The magical energy was being continuously siphoned away, a phenomenon resulting from the combat among the servants. I cannot linger here. Recognizing this, the concealed Amiya Kiritsu thought to himself, while he had inflicted injury upon Yin Fong Kirai's right hand. He was not without his own troubles. His body was riddled with wounds from the blows he had taken, causing him considerable pain. What exactly is happening over there? He could only vaguely sense that the servants had converged there, and the specifics of the unfolding situation remained unknown to him. Oh, what a truly astonishing sight it is, a foreign voice echoed, causing both Yin Feng Kirai and Amiya Kiritsugu to furrow their brows. Looking up, a figure appeared on the street before them. Kenneth Almelio Archibald. The names of the newcomers surfaced simultaneously in their minds. One of the masters of the clock tower, the assistant to this generation's Lancer's master. He had initially intended to have Lancer pursue Castor to dispel the magic, but had inadvertently stumbled upon two masters engaged in combat. Stepping forward, a creature resembling a slime trailed beside him. Now, if I can dispose of you two in one fell swoop, it would greatly ease Sora's burden. Such a fortuitous opportunity would not be missed by Kenneth, the assistant, by eliminating these two servants would lose their masters and subsequently withdraw from the fray. Oh, do you wish to test the gap between us? After all, you are merely a country bumpkin of a mage, lacking vision. Observing Yin Feng Kirai draw a black key between his fingers, Kenneth remarked coldly. If he were to face the heads of the local Tosaka or Matu families, he might have shown some interest. However, before him stood Yin Feng Kirai, a mere disciple of the Tosaka family, and Amiya Kiritsugu, a disgrace among mages. How could they possibly be his match? Holding on to such arrogant thoughts, he soon issued instructions regarding the moon spirit's essence. As the tentacle-like Mercury surged forth, the two individuals, each in their respective positions, sprang into action. We must retreat. With this thought in mind, Kiritsugu had no intention of lingering any longer. In this situation, he found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Yin Feng Kirai. Moreover, he needed to verify the conditions of Alice and Mia with his own eyes. Bang! Kiritsugu once again utilized his magic to evade an attack and seized the opportunity to head towards the location of his concealed vehicle. Preparing to withdraw, boom boom. Stepping on the accelerator, he drove the vehicle at full speed toward a certain direction. That magic certainly moves quite swiftly. But regrettably, you cannot escape. A bit unexpectedly, Kenneth pondered over Kiritsugu's time magic for a moment before allowing him to depart unimpeded. Did this anomaly in the magical realm truly believe he could arrive without any effort? First, I shall deal with you, the Tosaka family's watchdog. Observing Yin Feng Kirai, who was blocking the Mercury ahead, Kenneth smirked and spoke. Grr. The vehicle sped along the road. Yet Kiritsugu sensed something amiss. There were no people. Throughout his drive, he encountered not a single soul, even if the area where Yin Feng Kirai resided was not a heavily trafficked street. It could not possibly be this desolate. Oh, a pitch-black shadow swiftly moved across the ground, materializing into the form of a wolf, a familiar. The soaring figure declared its identity, and without hesitation, Kiritsugu raised his gun and fired. Bang! The powerful shot obliterated the creature, and Kiritsugu realized what Kenneth had orchestrated. Had he set up magic throughout this area, even employing vengeful spirits, familiars, and mazes, such a grand design could only reflect the methods befitting a master of the clock tower. Without the support of servants, this posed a significant predicament for him, but he needed to locate the points of arrangement. He found himself ensnared in a labyrinthine cycle. Without resolution, escape would be impossible. Bang, 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 bang. Continuously firing to dispatch the incoming vengeful spirits and familiars. Kiritsugu's initial intention to use a command spell waned. Perhaps this could also serve as an opportunity for him. Clang, bang. In contrast to the master's burgeoning clashes, the servants had already begun their own battles. Lancer against Castor, Berserker against Assassin, and Rider against Saber. Except for Archer, who remained stationary by the lamppost, everyone had clear objectives. You bastard. Hurry up and dispel this strange magical array. Manipulating the magical energy to form thorny chains, Sakura Kyoko shouted in pursuit of Shinju. With that appearance of yours, how could you possibly be allowed to dispel it? Drawing a card to summon new monsters to fend off the incoming attacks. Shinju retorted he was genuinely impressed by this little girl. Her offensive was not only fierce, but also persistently tenacious. That peculiar doppelganger effectively served as a decoy, depleting his hand cards and pit. Bang! The clash of the katana and long sword produced a melodious ringing sound. How is he so proficient even in swordsmanship? Jinshin observed the berserker wielding a katana ahead, his curiosity only deepening. Initially, he had assumed the opponent was well-versed in great swords, polearms, and heavy axes, and that magic would suffice. Yet the mastery of swordsmanship was equally impressive. While it felt reminiscent of Japanese swordplay, the style employed by the opponent was entirely unfamiliar to him. However, at that moment, the flickering sword energy ahead compelled him to raise his sword in defense. The 5 great swords. The ground was sliced open with several gashes, visibly blue sword energy sweeping forth. In contrast to the struggles of others, Rider Lelouch and Saber Artoria remained considerably calmer. Initially on guard, Lelouch found it quite surprising that Saber had suddenly ceased her frenzy. He didn't quite grasp the mindset of this so-called King of Knights. Rather, he found it impossible to fathom the female perspective. However, as long as she did not obstruct him, there was no issue. "Can you tell me your wish?" Yet the subsequent words from Saber left him momentarily taken aback. "What does that have to do with you? I merely wish to understand what desire you, as the King of Britain, seek to fulfill." Rejected, Saber no longer felt the same embarrassment as before. Instead, she spoke softly. "What if I said it was for the sake of so-called world peace?" Upon hearing these words, Saber appeared momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had heard something similar from Kiritsugu before. However, while Kiritsugu's declaration was devoid of issues, the same sentiment articulated by Ryder, as a heroic spirit, carried a certain subtlety. "How fares your kingdom? Is it prosperous? Thriving? Are your subjects content? The Britannia I govern is indeed a superpower in this world, and unification is nearly within reach. Is that so? As for the remaining matters, they shall remain undisclosed." Lelouch certainly had no intention of divulging intricate details to Saber, particularly regarding his wishes, before entering this war. Lelouch originally conceived a plan dubbed Requiem, that he aimed to create a world of happiness for his sister while severing the chains of hatred among nations. That was the initial intention. Yet, upon learning of the existence of the Dragon Balls, he formulated new aspirations that if he could seize that artifact, a superior method for altering the world would be at his disposal. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one he could dismiss. Thus, he answered Weber's summons. As for the perils of the Dragon Ball War, he had long since disregarded them. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous life-threatening moments. He was not lacking in this instance. Lelouch had never been a timid individual. Saber glanced at the holy sword in her hand, seemingly relieved. Regardless, she had at least received a response from the newly crowned king of Britannia. The enduring presence of a superpower like Britannia. Was that not what she once hoped for? The demise of the Britannia she led, the suffering of its subjects, was precisely why Saber yearned to change it all, even if it meant replacing the king. As long as it resulted in a better outcome, as long as it ensured the continuation and prosperity of Britannia, that would suffice. That Ryder's emergence was not a mere reflection of her original wish. Was it? Realizing this, Saber found herself devoid of battle intent. Rather, towards Ryder, she felt a growing admiration. The latter was also a talented individual who had ascended to the throne at a young age. Although she was unaware of the historical divergence from which Ryder hailed, it at least proved that her efforts were not in vain. The fallen Britannia could still be salvaged. Your expression of relief appears markedly different from before. Lelouch observed, gazing down with awareness of her shifting mentality. Perhaps my wish has already begun to manifest. Thus, I can now dedicate myself wholeheartedly to fighting for my master. If your desire is also world peace, perhaps you would find common ground with my master, Saber gently suggested, adopting a friendly demeanor. Should Britannia indeed continue to flourish somewhere, she would have no need to pursue the Holy Grail or the Dragon Balls. At present, Saber needed only to fight valiantly for her master, with no lingering concerns, to secure victory for him. An alliance, you say? Seated in the cockpit, Weber pondered deeply over the proposal, hesitating. The Dragon Balls, this object that had gathered them under the pretense of fulfilling omnipotent wishes. Anyone aware of its existence would seek to claim it, leading to a struggle for survival. Ultimately, there could only be one victor. However, if there existed shared desires and objectives, forming an alliance midway could very well be feasible. It was a tempting proposition. Yet, I have heard that your master does not possess the best reputation. That Lelouch's lips curled into a smirk, yet he refrained from outright rejection, setting aside the final ownership of the Dragon Balls. Collaborating to eliminate other competitors would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, this did not imply unconditional acceptance. At the very least, he needed to gauge the situation to ascertain both parties' positions. After all, the balance of power between masters and servants, along with the circumstances, could determine which side held greater influence in the alliance. Saber found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, having been struck by Ryder's pointed observation. Kiritsugu Emiya, his reputation as the Magus Killer was not without merit. It was earned through actual feats, and rumors concerning him were hardly clean within the realm of mages. Aligning with such an individual could very well result in betrayal, especially for a young man like Weber. Kiritsugu had myriad methods to undermine him. Nonetheless, we are willing to extend you an opportunity. Thus, convey to your master that sincerity must be demonstrated. Yet, Saber, who had anticipated the alliance would falter, was momentarily taken aback by Ryder's shift in tone. I shall relay that to him. Upon hearing this, Saber had no choice but to comply. A man who would stop at nothing, perhaps. His cunning may exceed expectations. Through the notion of forming an alliance, Lelouch harbored ulterior motives. Geas, as long as Saber's master dared to show himself, he would have the chance to act that a peaceful collaboration against adversaries. Apologies, but Lelouch was not that naive. Rather than placing his trust in others, he preferred to wield Geas to control them. And Lelouch's Geas wielded the power of a king, an absolute command. Those ensnared could not defy his orders. Even their ethics, thoughts, and beliefs could be distorted. This was the trump card he had long concealed. Ideally, he sought to locate all masters and dominate them in one fell swoop, thus swiftly concluding the war. While heroic spirits might possess means to counter Geas's effects, ordinary humans were almost entirely defenseless against it. Humph. How could you possibly escape? Sora scoffed, observing Kiritsugu, Emiya, wandering and faltering within the labyrinthine domain. The magical array crafted in alliance with Kenneth was not easily breached. Sora, just maintain the magical output here. Do not stray. Recalling Kenneth's instructions, she felt a twinge of impatience. Although Kenneth was indeed better suited for direct confrontation with those masters, as Lancer's master, she yearned to participate personally. Rather than idly coasting from the sidelines, for if victory were to be achieved, it would feel utterly meaningless. Had she been struck by a malevolent spirit, suddenly catching sight of Kiritsugu, who had been summoned and hit in the chest due to a misstep? She murmured. The sensation of breath and heartbeat had vanished. Even dubbed the Magus Killer, he was hardly formidable. Watching him sprawled on the ground, motionless and in disarray, Sora gradually lowered her guard. Next, she would confront Assassin's master. The magical array was merely a precaution against escape. Her and Kenneth's objective was to capture Kirai Kodomine and Kiritsugu Emiya. With Kirai entangled by Kenneth and Kiritsugu now dead, her presence there became redundant. Pat, she stepped towards the area beyond the magical confines. As her foot crossed the boundary of the magical barrier, ominous sounds reached her ears. Bang. Puff. Pain surged from her side, a searing sensation coursing through her. As if something had pierced her flesh, Sora's pupils dilated, her gaze fixed upon a certain direction. There stood Kiritsugu, having risen, gun in hand, and shooting. His emotionless eyes and the smoking muzzle foretold the events that had transpired. What? How could he stand after losing breath and heartbeat? How had he approached so close in an instant? A multitude of questions flooded her mind. Without comprehending the situation, Sora opened her mouth, yet the only response to her confusion was the relentless sound of Kiritsugu's gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Puff. Bang, bang, bang. As he gazed upon the fallen Sora, Emiya, Kiritsugu fired several more shots. Upon realizing that the opponent had ensnared him with sorcery, he began to search for the personnel responsible for the setup. This was both a perilous situation and an opportunity. If managed adeptly, he could counter and turn the unfavorable tide. That Lancer's master was ultimately too careless. That reckless fool left him with ample methods to eliminate the adversary. As long as he could bring the body close to a state of apparent death, the opponent would inevitably reveal a flaw. He conjured an image in Sora's consciousness that resembled teleportation, accelerating his own speed. This was why Sora only realized Kiritsugu's presence after being shot. For Mia, Kiritsugu possessed the ability to manipulate his own time. This was the efficacy of temporal authority. Although it placed a tremendous burden on his body, Kiritsugu had grown accustomed to it. This time, he exploited the adverse effects of temporal authority to deceive Sora into believing he was nearing true death. He had to leave quickly. After confirming that Sora had sustained fatal injuries, Kiritsugu dared not linger. According to the servant's reaction, Lancer should be aware and heading in this direction. He could not afford to waste a command seal summoning Saber unnecessarily. Boom, boom! The magical domain had collapsed, and driving the vehicle, he made his exit from the scene. How could this be? Sakura Kyoko had been pursuing within the city when suddenly her movements halted. The contract had begun to fracture, and she sensed something amiss. Why would he die? What exactly was that man protecting? Unable to comprehend, Sakura Kyoko did not understand why such a situation had arisen. Had her master perished while she was chasing after Castor? The thought of Kenneth's infuriating visage only fueled her anger. Always so arrogant, yet he couldn't even protect his own fiancée. Moreover, Sora's death was far too abrupt. Sakura Kyoko was completely oblivious to what had transpired on that side. If danger had arisen, he could have summoned her with a command seal. How could he suddenly be eliminated? The city dweller noticed the halted Lancer and perceived a change in his demeanor. He did not practice orthodox magic and was endowed only with unique abilities. LP is decreasing, like a data readout. The city dweller detected Sakura Kyoko's life value dwindling to IT was diminishing, just as his own. And if it reached 0, it would signify defeat. Did your partner perish as well? He inquired heavily, his expression grave. Tisich, this time, coming to her senses, Sakura Kyoko cast him a sidelong glance, intending to deliver a sharp retort, only to suddenly realize that the binding magic circle around her had dissipated. Go quickly. Don't be thinking of killing at such a tender age. Hearing Castor's vexing words, Sakura Kyoko chose not to dwell on it any longer. With the perpetual trap lifted, her hands were finally freed. In an instant, her figure vanished into the night sky. She intended to investigate the site of Sora's demise. Finally, one troublesome matter was resolved. Next, it was time to address this situation. Without concern for the little girl's team, the city dweller turned his gaze elsewhere. You insolent wretch, such disrespect towards this king shall be paid for with your life. The golden-armored monarch unleashed his fury upon the white emperor. Bang, bang, bang! The hurled blade struck against the energy shield projected by the mechanized suit, igniting an explosion. Ryder, this guy is truly over the top, Weber exclaimed, observing the alarms emanating from within the mech. Without excessive panic. Lelouch remained silent. His initial intention was to gauge Archer's combat prowess, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. Considering the possibility that the opponent might possess deeper secrets, it was inconvenient to escalate the situation further. If necessary, he might have to ally with other servants to vanquish this Golden King, of course. This was merely a straightforward solution. After all, while the servants might be invincible, their masters as weaknesses were not inconsequential matters. Saber, I shall await news of you and that man that I hope it brings a satisfactory resolution. Retreating into the mech, Lelouch subsequently vanished into the sky with the colossal robot. Insolent wretch. Watching the figure that had shielded itself with an energy barrier vanish. Gilgamesh became fixated as he resolved that in this war, he would personally slay this faux king who had shown him such disrespect. Whoosh! Yet suddenly the sound of something cutting through the air caused him to turn slightly. An arrow of light whizzed past, leaving a crimson scratch upon his handsome visage. Looking down, he saw Berserker in the distance, poised to unleash an arrow with a golden longbow. The opponent was perhaps even more akin to a qualified archer than himself. Assassin, Iske, have they been summoned away? Realizing something, Gilgamesh cast a glance at the vanishing form of Shinkage. The occurrence of such a situation indicated that Kiritsugu was encountering trouble. With the departure of Lancer, Rider, and Assassin, only Saber, Berserker, Archer, and Castor remained in the arena. Moments prior, Berserker had precisely timed his attack on Gilgamesh while Assassin was departing. Undoubtedly, employing a bow to launch an assault was a provocation directed at Archer. That weapon must have been forged from the bones, blood, and flesh of a dragon. Had he slain a dragon that embodied the concept of divinity, perceiving the bow in Berserker's grasp, Gilgamesh spoke coldly. A dragon? Divinity? Recalling having witnessed a peculiar great sword earlier, Saber too turned her attention. Compared to the previously cursed dragon's great sword, this golden longbow exuded an incomparably formidable divine might. Upon closer inspection, one could almost taste the essence of a dragon within it. A hero specifically known for slaying dragons? Such heroes were not entirely absent from history, yet whether this was truly the legendary figure remained undetermined. After all, the judgment of divinity was still at play here. Many dragons were legendary, yet those possessing divinity were conversely exceedingly rare. Still offering no response, Berserker merely drew the longbow. The weapon in his hands was merely crafted by someone after he had slain monsters. It undoubtedly bore the might of dragons and divinity. After all, it was a barbarian god, the light dragon Bahamut, a dragon of legend that once brought ruin to the world. Berserker had crafted weapons from defeated monsters before. This was not his first time. Then let this king personally be your opponent. What is the true visage hidden beneath your armor? This king is quite intrigued, feeling a desire to stretch his limbs. Gilgamesh had no intention of departing. He genuinely wished to unveil the origins of Berserker. It had been long since he encountered such an interesting adversary. Shot dead by a gun? Fool! Why not summon me? Why act on your own accord? Sakura Kyoko crouched on the ground, releasing her long spear in a fit of anger. How could such a calamity have transpired in the brief moment she pursued Castor? Her master had been eliminated without her knowledge. In the recent gathering of 7 servants, it was only among the masters that conflict could have arisen. It seemed that only one master wielding firearms existed in this war, Saber's master. What on earth had that long-faced scoundrel been doing? The dissipating magical energy was palpable. If this continued, she would undoubtedly be eliminated from the conflict. A servant without a master would vanish due to insufficient magical supply. Sakura Kyoko could not accept this outcome. Lose her qualification in such a manner was utterly vexing. Rising to her feet, she retrieved the orange orb from Sora's pocket, the 3 radiant stars gleaming with brilliance. The Dragon Ball had not been taken. It appeared the adversary had fled, likely considering their own swift return. With a resolute expression, Sakura Kyoko resolved that she could not simply disappear. She must immediately seek a suitable contractor. At that very moment, however, Kenneth felt a blade graze his right shoulder, pain coursing through him as his left hand pressed against the bleeding wound. He had been on the verge of eliminating Kiri Kodomine. Yet in that moment of crisis, Kiri had unhesitatingly invoked a command spell to summon Assassin. The appearance of Assassin brought an unimaginable threat to Kenneth. Whoosh! Zoom! The silvery liquid could not keep pace with the opponent's incredible speed. Not only was offense impossible, but even defense became a concern. Quick! So quick! Such was the sensation. Thud! Ugh! A blade struck his back, revealing a trail of blood upon his flesh, and Kenneth's face contorted in agony. What is happening? I clearly sent a signal. Why hasn't Sora arrived? Gritting his teeth, Kenneth could not comprehend. He had not remained here merely to meet his demise, but to buy time for Sora's arrival. Once Sora saw the signal he had sent, he would summon Lancer to this place, alleviating any concerns. Yet as time passed without a response, his anxiety only grew. Moon, just as he was about to utter something, a blade pierced his throat, severing his breath entirely. Thud! Withdrawing the blade, blood gushed onto the ground, and Ken's heart experienced the long-forgotten sensation of slaughter. This was a familiar taste. He had felt it before when slaying enemies and high officials. Those who were not heroic spirits were so pathetically fragile before him. Tick-tock. The mercury, now uncontrollable, fell to the ground, transforming into a puddle of sludge. Was it misfortune or fortune? Assassin was indeed a master of assassination. To appear without the protection of a servant was perhaps overly confident. Kiri Kodomine, also wounded, looked at Kenneth, who had been slain by a single thrust, and chuckled softly. The renowned Lord of the Clock Tower had no means to counter someone like Assassin. Although Ken struggled against Saber and Berserker, the opponent was a formidable adversary, as Kiri had asserted. Facing Assassin without a servant was almost certainly a path to death. That blinding speed and razor-sharp swordsmanship could easily dispatch a fragile human form. At that moment, Ken sensed an approaching presence and turned with caution. In his line of sight appeared a young girl wielding a long spear. Judging by her youthful appearance, she seemed significantly younger than him. A lancer, realizing the identity of the newcomer, Ken bore no underestimation. Most who could become heroic spirits possessed their own unique abilities. Even if she was but a girl, Ken, having undergone trials, would not be careless. TSK. How could they all die without permission? Both of them were quite the spectacle. Sakura Kyoko was now at her wit's end. With Sora as her master deceased, she was thrust into a countdown for elimination. She had intended to find a temporary mage to buy some time, hoping to resolve her masterless predicament, but now Kenneth had met his end alongside her. Now, her only recourse was to resort to the extreme measure of killing to replenish magic or seek out other surviving masters to form a new contract. Zoom, as she carried Kenneth's lifeless body away. Sakura Kyoko's actions perplexed Ken. They had expected her to launch an attack, yet she simply departed without a word. Assassin, how goes the situation over there? That king should be engaged in battle personally. Is that so? Though he longed to observe, he was unable to do so at present. The confrontation with Shiro Amiya and Kenneth had indeed inflicted considerable wounds upon Kiri. He was presently quite weakened. Had he not summoned Assassin with a command spell for protection, he might have truly been eliminated. There was no time to concern himself with the ongoing battle. It was time to retreat. Assassin, Amiya Shiro, stood atop the crater created by the explosion, gazing at the barren ground in despair. The recent scheme devised by Kiri was an unavoidable open conspiracy, unless he was willing to sacrifice Iliasville and the sheath of saber. He found himself trapped within his own principles. Despite having always chosen to forsake the minority for the majority, he could not hide the sorrow swelling within him. The feelings of losing his wife and assistant weighed heavier than he could have imagined. The companions of his youth had been so, as had his adoptive mother. Now, it was the turn of his beloved wife and assistant. If I had relinquished my ambitions, perhaps the outcome would have differed. He had once contemplated abandoning his unrealistic dreams, retreating with Iliasville and their daughter to live in seclusion. Yet ultimately, he had never quite mustered the resolve. Now, having lost so much, even the steadfast heart within him was profoundly pained. An orange orb slipped from his inner pocket, rolling onto the ground, the lone star shining upon him. As he picked it up, Shiro Amiya found himself grappling with a selfish thought. If not for the pursuit of world peace, perhaps there might still be a chance to salvage everything. The grand ideal clashed with personal desires at that moment. Should he persist in striving for world peace, or seek to preserve the lives of his wife and assistant? That heart-wrenching choice lay before him. The brutal nature of this war began to unveil itself before all. Casualties were not absent. Merely, the opportune moment had yet to arrive. The innocent bystanders or participants inevitably became sacrifices in this conflict. Sora Nazarel, Sophia, died. Kenneth Elmalloy Archibald died. Miyaku died. Iliasville von Einsburn died. Such skills were indeed of the highest order, even among the heroic spirits. Azam, that cannot be your true name, can it? Gilgamesh smirked, addressing Berserker as he faced him directly. Both Saber and the Observer, Shiro, were momentarily taken aback. This king possesses the ability to see through all things. Though he was unaware of what had interfered, he could still discern the true names of the mixed bloods. Yet you, uniquely, elude my sight. Even the true name I can read seems but a F.A. Ade. You possess such strength and presence, yet lack any divinity. As a human, you are remarkably unadorned. The appellation of Berserker has gradually begun to shift, as Gilgamesh candidly remarked. Given the prowess exhibited by Berserker, he should undoubtedly be a hero of considerable renown throughout history. Yet, surprisingly, Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, harbors not the slightest impression or comparison. Perhaps, in his recollection, none of the heroes he knows matches the current caliber of Berserker, a versatile hero, adept in wielding a great sword, spear, magic, katana, and bow with equal mastery. It is difficult to fathom that he could be an unknown entity. Such a prodigy has understandably captured the attention of the self-important Gilgamesh, who finds himself viewing him with newfound respect. Even the multitude of deities would find themselves overshadowed by this hero's remarkable display. Berserker remained silent, unable to respond or articulate a word, merely exchanging the longbow in his grasp for a golden spear. The surging magical energy perhaps served as the answer. Is he about to unleash his noble phantasm? Very well. Let this king witness your capabilities. Intrigued, Gilgamesh, clad in golden armor, crossed his arms and awaited, as the space behind him rippled with energy. Whoosh! The howling winds surged as Saber and the others raised their arms in defense. Faintly perceiving the exaggerated magical energy radiating forth, the white light burst forth like fireworks. The golden spear shimmered with blue luminescence, which then transformed into a visible form behind Berserker. What is this? A dragon. Saber had already spotted the blue dragon manifesting behind Berserker. Roar! The dragon bellowed, its maw wide open, seemingly poised to devour its adversary. Celestial dragon flame. The figure surged forward, the blue meteor streaking across the ground, heading directly for the golden monarch. I could see that moment. Gilgamesh remained vigilant, retrieving a defensive, noble phantasm capable of withstanding an attack of city-level magnitude. He would not be foolish enough to rely solely on his golden armor to endure Berserker's strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as a colossal pillar of magical energy ascended from the ground, reaching towards the heavens, the intensity of which was almost surreal. Caught in the shockwave, the others were sent flying, and within the chaos, they clung desperately to a nearby tree, struggling to regain their balance. Ugh, Saber, relying on the holy sword embedded in the ground, found herself sliding back, the floor beneath her scraped into a deep trench. That servant is truly formidable. Even from a distance, Weber could see the magical pillar soaring toward the sky. Given the power of Berserker's strike, Ryder would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, likely to be pierced through along with his mecha. That it was indeed astonishing. Thus, a direct confrontation was out of the question. That nearly omnipotent warrior, Lelouch, certainly had no intention of provoking him head-on, that he understood that an enemy of such overwhelming strength could significantly alter the tide of battle. Therefore, an alliance was essential, recognizing their current limited combat power. Lelouch was not encountering this situation for the first time. His own combat capabilities were hardly exceptional, and in this war his true fighting prowess was alarmingly inadequate. Apart from his intellect, he possessed little else to offer beyond the enhancements of his mecha and geas. This was quite in line with his character. After all, in the original world, Lelouch represented wisdom, rather than might. The Tosaka and Matu families had already deduced the identities of Archer and Berserker's respective masters. Lelouch planned to prepare accordingly. Those two servants, both extraordinarily powerful, were opponents he could not hope to defeat in direct combat. Crack. Following the explosion, no remnants remained in the vicinity. Berserker surveyed the enormous crater surrounding him and realized that the enemy had retreated. Just as his celestial dragon flame was about to penetrate the defenses, it seemed the opponent had been summoned back by their master. The battle was not yet concluded, although that king appeared not to have exerted his full strength. Interference from the master meant that victory could not be determined at this moment. The next opportunity may not present itself so favorably. Casting a glance at Saber, who was bracing herself with her sword, Berserker found no inclination to continue fighting. The stored magical energy had been nearly depleted, and if he persisted, he would draw power from Sakura, which would jeopardize her safety. Ugh! Observing Berserker's dissipating form, Saber recognized that he was departing. Feeling somewhat astonished, she had anticipated that he would seize the moment to attack. But this was unexpected. Castor. She could still faintly sense that servant's presence, yet Saber lacked the resolve to pursue trouble. This chaotic skirmish had indeed drained a significant amount of her magical energy and stamina. Moreover, uncertainty lingered regarding whether Kiritsugu, Emiya's rescue, had truly succeeded. It had been quite some time since she had been summoned. Surely, there was no issue, right? Without a command spell or a call, it was likely that nothing was amiss. With this thought, Saber sheathed her holy sword and removed her armor. Spit! Spit! Finally, it had come to an end. Was that truly human? With both feet firmly planted on the ground, Shinonome found it hard to believe what he had just experienced. These servants resembled humanoid dueling monsters, their performances utterly astounding. How on earth could one hope to triumph? Glancing at the solitary face-down card on his dual disc, a card he had drawn but never utilized, he despaired. Soul exchange. The monster cards and various spell and trap cards have been entirely depleted by that little girl. Ultimately, he was left with this one card, unsure of how to employ it. Point 1234, 1233, 1232. His life points were dwindling, having barely managed to sustain himself with a few cards, yet the decline persisted unabated. Sooner or later, he would self-destruct. Ah, how bothersome. Why must this be so complicated? As he wandered onto the street, attempting to return home, he clutched his head in frustration. However, as he rounded a corner, Shinonome's brow furrowed that a small figure squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, lost in thought. Upon noticing him, she turned her head to look. It's you. It's you. They exclaimed in unison, both taken aback by their unexpected encounter at this moment. You still wish to fight? Hey, stop that. What are you doing on the street? I merely intended to head home. Observing the other party's inclination to engage once more, Shinonome hurriedly raised his hand to intervene. Tisish, with her standoffish demeanor retracted. Sakura Kyoko had no desire to continue the conflict either. She needed to consider finding another suitable contractor. Otherwise, once her magical energy dissipated, she would self-destruct and exit the stage. But at this juncture, who was she to seek out? Saber's side was certainly out of the question, as they were the root cause of her current predicament. Berserker and Caster were also unfamiliar to her, making it difficult to ascertain the temperament and attitude of their masters. Speaking of which, at that moment, she suddenly recalled something she had overlooked earlier. Caster had mentioned that your partner had also perished. You can't hold out for long either. How fortuitous. I feel the same. The steadily diminishing life force of Lancer was visibly apparent, even lower than that of the girl herself. Before long, she would inevitably withdraw due to insufficient magical energy. Has your master perished as well? With a tone of curiosity, Sakura Kyoko looked up at the young man ahead of her. Indeed, when summoned, that murderous fiend met an unfortunate demise against a wall. Had I not temporarily sustained myself with a card, I would have vanished long ago. Yet, observing the situation, I, too, shall follow in your footsteps. How utterly ridiculous, he replied, ruffling his hair as he lamented the lack of viable solutions in his current predicament. Are you not considering preying upon ordinary humans to prolong your existence? Having grasped the plight of this kindred spirit, Sakura Kyoko inquired further. Servants are imbued with relevant knowledge by attacking ordinary humans and siphoning their blood or life force. One can replenish magical energy. Servants who have lost their masters may resort to such deplorable actions to sustain themselves in the material world. How could I possibly commit such an act? I would rather perish here than stoop to that level, but if you intend to do so, I shall exert every last ounce of my strength to prevent you. He retorted without hesitation, simultaneously issuing a stern warning to the girl whose thoughts seemed somewhat askew. How peculiar you are, Sakura Kyoko chuckled. Feeling an uncanny sense of deja vu, she perceived a shadow of Miki Sayaka within him, equally spirited and brimming with a sense of justice. What, pray tell, is amusing? He queried. Oh, it's nothing. You simply remind me of someone I know. Yes, that's so. Sensing the calm demeanor of his interlocutor, he found it somewhat perplexing. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming ordinary people. Even if such an endeavor were to succeed, that person would likely raise a ruckus to admonish me. Wouldn't they? Ugh. The sound of hunger emanating from him caused his expression to darken. Instinctively catching the apple tossed his way. Sakura Kyoko was momentarily taken aback, only for him to casually remark, just take this to satisfy your hunger. Why are you giving this to me? She questioned. I can't just leave you to fend for yourself. His inexplicable kindness left Sakura Kyoko bewildered. Why extend a helping hand to an adversary with whom you were just clashing? Honestly, why do you participate in such a war at your age? Do you have some unfulfilled wish? As she observed the adorable girl munching on fruit, he found himself baffled. I certainly have my own reasons. What about you? You appear to be only a couple of years older than me. In response, Sakura Kyoko turned her head, interrogating him in return. She was there to save her friend who had undergone witchification. Conventional methods had proven futile, leaving her with no choice but to seek the so-called Dragon Balls. My friend Soul was seized by a band of ruffians. I was invited to join, hoping to rescue them. However, it seems hopeless now. Without withholding the truth, he spoke candidly. Having witnessed the earlier chaos, he understood that, given the current circumstances, he had no chance of acquiring any other Dragon Balls. The stronger the card, the greater the magical energy required to manifest it. He was nearing a state akin to a candle in the wind, unable to defeat those monsters with dual monsters. Are you also here to save someone? Sakura Kyoko's biting ceased abruptly as she gazed at the tall delinquent, her emotions a tempest of complexity. Are you? His incredulity mirrored hers. What was the meaning of this? Two individuals, both bereft of their masters and facing imminent withdrawal, shared such remarkably similar goals. Ugh! They could hear each other's stomachs growling, prompting Sakura Kyoko to break apart the apple she had only partially consumed. Tossing half of it back. What a generous soul you are to— I still have some spare, she remarked, realizing he was not as malevolent as she had initially thought. Stop being so bothersome. I simply didn't want to owe you a favor, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recognized her own overzealousness. What are you laughing at? Enraged, Sakura Kyoko glared at the golden-haired youth who was now chuckling heartily. No, I'm not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing. Perhaps my luck remains as steadfast as ever. It seemed he had hit upon a realization, clutching his stomach in mirth. Then, under Sakura Kyoko's watchful gaze, he produced his dual disc. Are you proposing we collaborate? If successful, perhaps we both can continue in this endeavor. We're both on the verge of withdrawal. Is there really a choice? Though uncertain of his confidence, she did not outright refuse. At least she did not find him particularly disagreeable, thus choosing to extend her trust. Moreover, both faced the prospect of self-destruction due to their lack of masters, if there was a way to mutually resolve their predicament. She would not remain obstinately closed-minded. Rather than pleading with unfamiliar masters, forming an alliance with the caster seemed a far more favorable outcome. This is the last card I drew earlier. It's called Soul Relay. It possesses a rather extraordinary effect. If successful, we might just resolve our current issues. Pointing to the final covered card on the dual disc, he spoke with a slight smile. That's some sort of unknown card trick? Such a peculiar method of combat. I wonder where you acquired your hero. Yet there was no turning back now. Let us proceed. Is that all it takes? Then I suppose we have a contract. The bond formed between servants in such a manner was likely unexpected for anyone in the desolate park. The two finally reached a state of ideal collaboration. Soul Relay. It was intended to alter the conditions of defeat for duelists, utilizing dual monsters as a medium. Yet now, it was being employed by him to benefit Sakura Kyoko, this servant. The magical energy not only ceased to dissipate, but even began to recover. She sensed the resurgence of her magical energy. Sakura Kyoko was astonished. This was fortuitous for both parties. At the very least, they would not be burdened by the imminent threat of self-destruction and might even have surplus energy to continue battling. With the pressing dilemma resolved, he felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. His waning life force halted and began to replenish. But was there not a price to pay? Should your device be destroyed, or I perish? Glancing at the machine on his arm, Sakura Kyoko began. Then it seems we are essentially sharing a life. Carry on. We must look after one another, without dwelling on what may come after. Shirogane remained composed. The effect of the Soul Relay is permanent, which means as long as Sakura Kyoko is alive, Shirogane will not leave the stage, even if her magical energy is depleted, provided she has no master. Conversely, the same applies to Sakura Kyoko. As long as Shirogane is alive, she will not suffer the anguish of being without a master, able to fight while regenerating her magical energy in a masterless state. It can be said that both sides mutually empower one another. Sakura Kyoko is a magical girl, while Shirogane Kitsuya is a duelist. What a peculiar profession. What an odd vocation. Puffed, as they exchanged their names. Both could not help but laughed at this point. They resolved to support one another moving forward. Sakura, just call me Kyoko. No, that feels a bit strange, akin to a classmate. I know that's so. Just call me Shirogane. Oh. Their conversation grew quite familiar, devoid of any adult pretense. Put it in the words of others. It would be akin to a lancer and caster forming an alliance on their own accord. As for how they would determine the fate of their wishes should they truly reach the end of this war, at present, they did not concern themselves with it. They would cross that bridge when they came to it. Looking at each other, both harbored this sentiment and understanding. Perhaps this is what is known as fate. Meeting at the right time, in the right place with the right choices. Ugh. Upon returning to the Tosaka residence, Kirai Kotomine, clutching his injured side, was greeted by a scene of utter chaos within. It seems the king is quite displeased. Standing nearby, still gripping the divine artifact Kusanagi, the sword spirit assessed the situation inside. Summoning it back unilaterally, given Gilgamesh's character, he was undoubtedly filled with dissatisfaction. My teacher truly does not learn from experience. He has no understanding of social nuances whatsoever. Reflecting on this, Kirai Kotomine could not help but smirk slightly. Compared to his previous state of being devoid of desires, merely playing the good boy, the current Tosaka Tokiomi, now a teacher, appeared to him as nothing short of a clown, continuously providing him with new jokes and delight. To be honest, he never anticipated such a handling attitude. Servants are not mere familiars. They possess their own thoughts and ideologies. To act against a servantess will with a master's perspective. Who stands to lose? It is quite apparent, is it not? Not to simply comply with the other, but at the very least, one should maintain a semblance of harmony. Only through unity of master and servant can one hope to prevail in this brutal struggle. And on that king's stage of revelry, to unilaterally interrupt him, the so-called king of heroes, Gilgamesh, showing restraint by not turning Tosaka Tokiomi into a sieve, can be considered a sign of his mercy as a king. History has shown what befalls those courtiers who displease their sovereigns. The outcome is hardly ambiguous, is it? Command spells. They are not omnipotent. It is wise to avoid provoking ill fortune at such moments, when a higher authority is in a rage. It is best to steer clear. Therefore, Kirai Kotomine had no intention of engaging with Tosaka Tokiomi at this time. Should he incite the king's ire, it would be a losing proposition in the ensuing conflict. He, an assassin, would still need to rely on the king's strength to quell the turmoil. Assassin, I have a task for you. It is imperative that you accomplish it. Perhaps it will prove useful to us later. Producing a map from the drawer, Kirai Kotomine handed it to the sword spirit. Receiving the map, the spirit noted the annotations upon it. This is Miyu, and Alice died, having just met with Shiro, Amiya. Saber received the most grievous news. Her pupils dilated with shock. She could not fathom how this outing could yield such a devastating loss. It was one thing to lose Alice, but to lose Miyu as well. Bandaged and silent, Shiro Amiya found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. This marked a significant defeat for him. Now, apart from his servant, he truly had nothing left. So, will you continue to fight for your previous ideals? Observing the despondent man before her, Saber understood that he was not unscathed, of course. Do you not harbor even a shred of personal desire? It was hard for Saber to imagine Shiro, Amiya, so resolute, would remain unmoved by the deaths of his wife and assistant. Abandon the fight here would render Miyu and Alice's sacrifices in vain. With rare candor, Shiro lit the cigarette perched on his lips. How could he not grasp the implications behind Saber's words? If the Holy Grail could indeed grant wishes, then resurrecting the dead would not be beyond the realm of possibility. In such a scenario, both Alice and Miyu could return. Yet the price would be that his grand vision of world peace could not be realized. That is undoubtedly a wish only achievable through a miracle. Such aspirations cannot be fulfilled by one alone. In the face of personal happiness, Shiro would choose the happiness of the world, a utopia devoid of conflict, harm, and strife, pursuing the greater good, sacrificing the lesser. Such is the desire of Shiro, Amiya. Are you satisfied with this? Will this bring you joy? Will this also make Ilias feel happy? In response to Saber's probing questions, silence reigned. She could see that this man was not as steadfast as he professed. Do not speak. Do not press further. Saber, reflecting on the smile of his daughter Iliasville, Shiro ultimately found himself shaken. He was all too aware that though he had often managed to sacrifice the small for the sake of the large, he was still unable to let go entirely. I will await your answer. Regardless of the outcome, I shall wield my sword to fulfill your wish. Now liberated, Saber no longer clung to her previous obsessions. Her sole remaining objective was to achieve her master's desires, as a summoned servant. Ah, what thrilling days these are! Weber exclaimed with a drawn-out tone, having finished his morning routine and arrived at the dining table. The battle from yesterday remained vivid in his memory. It was his first experience so closely involved. Though he merely sat in the mech, he nonetheless had the opportunity to witness the confrontation of the heroic spirits firsthand. It was far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. The combat prowess of the servants far exceeded what the Magi had envisioned. Had he found himself in such an environment, he truly would have not lasted a second. Today, a female corpse was discovered in Fuyuki Plaza, riddled with gunshot wounds. The identity of the deceased is still being confirmed. Simultaneously, a gas explosion occurred nearby. Citizens are advised. The television broadcasted the news as Weber stared at the bloodstains on screen in silence. He understood what this news signified. A master had been murdered yesterday, and it was someone he knew. It was not merely as simple as the report suggested. There was only one deceased at the scene. His mentor, Kenneth, was among the victims. That esteemed teacher, lauded for his erudition and noble lineage, had also perished yesterday. The woman found was merely his fiancée, Ida. Now, reflecting on the events, Weber still felt the tremors of fear coursing through him. It was one thing when no one had sacrificed themselves, but when the grim reality was laid bare, especially involving someone familiar, it was the first time he truly grasped how close death was to him. This war for wishes felt all too real that a moment's negligence, and he too could become a resident of another world. With a furrowed brow, "Are you afraid?" Seated on the opposite sofa, the servant of the household inquired with a certain air. The elegant posture of the person across, with one leg crossed and a graceful tea-serving gesture, effortlessly evoked an inexplicable sense of hierarchy within Weber. Yet he could not help but ponder the purpose of his presence here. With an unmasked demeanor, Weber sighed and replied. Initially, he had come merely out of spite after his paper was harshly criticized and humiliated by his mentor, Kenneth, upon learning that Kenneth would assist his fiancée, in the Dragon Ball War. He was selected and came with a rebellious mindset, akin to the youthful defiance of proving his worth to those who looked down upon him. If he were to triumph over Kenneth in this war, would it not validate his own convictions? Such thoughts were the original impetus for his arrival, with no consideration for the consequences, thus leading him to a state of retrospective confusion. Speaking of which, what exactly is your wish? It seems you have yet to share it with me. As the topic arose, Lelouch cast a glance at the news coverage on the television before speaking. A wish. To be honest, I find it difficult to comprehend myself. With a forlorn expression, Weber momentarily struggled to articulate a response. To become the most formidable magician, or to ascend as the king of the world? Perhaps to acquire the so-called wealth? These impractical aspirations felt far too distant for him to prove his own talents, to gain the recognition of others, to become a reliable adult. However, Lelouch's sudden interjection nearly caused him to sputter the tea he had just sipped. His face flushed, he instinctively wished to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. How do you understand me so well? Is this the nature of an emperor? After a while, regaining his composure, Weber resignedly remarked, Well, although our acquaintance is still brief, your true nature is quite discernible. This is why I can place my trust in you. Setting down his cup and clasping his hands beneath his chin, Lelouch responded with a light chuckle. You have longed to prove yourself to that magician named Kenneth, haven't you? Yet now, with a teacher who surpasses you in skill facing adversity, your own insecurities linger, leading to self-doubt. Upon hearing of his demise, you feel like a fool for having harbored such spite, as the fervor that once fueled you dissipates in an instant. The servants, too, would glean insights about the participating masters through various channels. From initial misunderstandings to the current clarity, it is indeed a significant step in revealing the dynamics of their relationship. You speak the truth. Reflecting on it, I realized that my initial submission had its flaws. I should not have been so candid. Perhaps he was merely attempting to protect me through his hardship. This is the common human dullness, where one only realizes the value of something once it is lost. Leaning back against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, Weber found himself feeling somewhat despondent. Losing one's purpose can be truly bewildering and disheartening. For the youth in their formative years, this is an inevitable trial. In contrast, writer, you are far more accomplished than have ascended to the throne at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Your aspirations dwarf mine in comparison. Summon the Emperor of Britain is an immense honor for Weber. Yet, even as an emperor, I am still merely human. Being human entails experiencing troubles, a truth we share in common. Once upon a time, I too was just an ordinary student, aware of the other's loss of ambition. Lelouch proceeded to impart wisdom. If you feel that you currently lack pursuits, perhaps it would be wise to pause and observe your surroundings. Look to others for inspiration, and then reflect upon what your own dreams might be. At the very least, during this ongoing war, I possess the strength to protect you. An inexplicable sense of admiration welled up within Weber. His previously despondent mood suddenly lifted. Shiro, Amiya, stepped onto the street, glancing at a section cordoned off by police tape. That was precisely the area where the servants had clashed the day before. The church had already enacted a lockdown and was dealing with the aftermath. Berserker's power is formidable, but Sakura, having gleaned information from the news about yesterday's events, Shiro's concern for the little girl at home grew ever more acute. The sacrifice of a master. That is no jest. Even though Berserker possesses extraordinary abilities, it cannot compensate for Sakura's own fragility. If she were to be discovered by other masters or servants, she would inevitably find herself in peril. The best course of action would be to remain hidden or for the war to conclude prematurely. The former is certainly unfeasible, while the latter remains a possibility. Berserker would struggle to contend with the Golden Servant for an extended period. His master is Tosaka Tokiomi. If Tokiomi were eliminated, then Berserker would surely achieve an effortless victory. As a bold plan began to take shape in his mind, Shiro wandered aimlessly down the street. Even as a non-master, he could still be of assistance to protect Sakura. He would not hesitate to soil his own hands, even if it earned him the ire of others. Such concerns were trivial. This implies, then, that Castor's master has already perished. Indeed, having temporarily sought refuge within the church, Tosaka Tokiomi learned of the internal developments from Kirai Kodomine. The father of Kirai, he had just endured a scathing reprimand from Gilgamesh, as the magical workshop he had meticulously prepared was left in ruins, forcing him to take shelter here for the time being. According to estimates, if Castor fails to locate ley lines or other means to replenish their magical energy, they will not last long before withdrawing. Lancer's master has also met their demise, and no new contracts have been established with other masters, rendering them inconsequential. All you need to do is instruct Kirai to collaborate with assassin and archer to devise a strategy to defeat Berserker, and victory will be within reach. As the supervisor of this war, Kirai Kodomine ought to ensure the proceedings with impartiality. However, due to his ties with Tosaka Tokiomi, he harbors a tendency toward favoritism. The union of judge and competitor is inherently unfair to the others. Yet, there has been no news regarding Berserker's master. Although speculations point to the Matu family's influence, it remains unobservable. As the most enigmatic faction, Tosaka Tokiomi was left exasperated. Initially, he had intended to lure the other party out under the pretense of an alliance. Yet they remained unresponsive, despite the fact that the Tosaka and Matu families do not maintain a particularly adversarial relationship. The current situation remains perplexing. It is quite simple. I possess a method to draw out the other side. Upon hearing this, Kirai Kodomine's face broke into a smile. Tosaka Tokiomi, trusting Kirai, understood that he must have a plan if he had the audacity to speak up. You merely need to instruct Kirai to have assassin pursue either Castor or Lancer. Upon hearing this, Tosaka Tokiomi initially frowned, then relaxed. He began to grasp Kirai's intentions. Given the depletion of magical energy and the loss of their masters, these two servants were already on the brink of withdrawal. If they were to face attacks from other servants, they would be compelled to resort to desperate measures for survival. That moment, the church would have its opportunity to intervene, with a benevolent expression still gracing his features. Kirai Kodomine continued. Once either Castor or Lancer is driven to commit acts of slaughter against innocents to replenish their magical energy, the church will issue a bounty, commanding the other masters and servants to unite in a siege. After the event, a command spell will be bestowed upon the participants. This reward, I am certain, no master would decline that moment. I shall assist you in confirming the identity of Berserker's master with my own eyes. Simultaneously, I can rightfully help you supplement your command spells. As anticipated, the calculations of this elder align perfectly with the intentions of Tokiomi Tosaka. Thus, the opportunity is rare and must be seized before other masters enter into new contracts with Caster and Lancer. Given Assassin's prowess, compelling those two servants will not pose a challenge. This plan is exceptionally well-crafted, contingent upon Caster and Lancer not acquiring new masters. Otherwise, the subsequent actions would be rendered void. It serves to lure out Berserker's master, eliminate the unpredictable factors of Caster or Lancer, and even restore a command spell that a trifecta of benefits. Following this, as long as Archer restrains Berserker, Assassin can discreetly eliminate their master, leading us to success. Once Berserker is dealt with, the remaining Saber and Rider will pose little threat, a smile gracing his lips. Tokiomi Tosaka could faintly envision the taste of victory. The root. It is the object of desire for all magicians. This time, Tokiomi Tosaka is destined for success. I shall contact Kiritsugu and instruct him to have Assassin pursue either Caster or Lancer. Assassin, how is the mission progressing? I have found them, and there are more than anticipated. Very well, do not alert anyone else for now. Return at once, as there is a new task from the master. Upon receiving Tokiomi Tosaka's communication, Kiritsugu summoned his assassin, Kenshin, chasing Caster or Lancer. Upon hearing the new mission, Kenshin expressed slight hesitation. The master specifically ordered to pursue, but not to kill, that we need to force one of those two servants to the brink of death. Kiritsugu elaborated slowly. Kenshin sensed that this was not as simple as it appeared. His keen instincts as an assassin revealed the presence of a series of intricate schemes behind it. Prepare for the next steps. The master intends to use Caster or Lancer to draw out Berserker's master. Wait. Forcing one of those two servants to breach the rules, then gathering the other teams to encircle them. In other words, does the master wish for me to compel Caster or Lancer to harm innocent civilians? Kenshin's gaze hardened, and he began to understand the intentions of these individuals. He was well aware of the so-called killing to replenish magic. However, such choices are only made under extreme circumstances. Your expression betrays your discontent. Of course, as the bats sigh, in the past, Kenshin might have brushed this off, but his experiences with the likes of B have left him averse to involving innocents. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to killing those uninvolved. Moreover, he could not condone the notion of forcing other servants into actions that would lead them to harm ordinary people. Not refuse yet. I will not use command spells. The coldness in Kiritsugu's eyes revealed his understanding of this servant's temperament. And he took a stance as a priest of the church. I too abhor such methods. However, I cannot oppose the master's or my father's decisions at this moment. You must comprehend my predicament, assassin, feeling increasingly the weight of emotions. Kiritsugu sought the correct way to persuade. Therefore, we can comply, but we need not follow their directives blindly. It must be said that Kiritsugu's indirect persuasion managed to quell Kenshin's murderous intent. The key is to frame Caster or Lancer with guilt. Hasn't history seen its fair share of baseless accusations? Silent, Kenshin began to grasp Kiritsugu's meaning. This approach and reasoning were far more palatable to him. There is no need for Caster or Lancer to truly kill an innocent. It suffices for Kenshin to pursue them, witnessing one of the servants committing murder against a civilian. Ultimately, the church would step in to validate the accusations, allowing them to justifiably gather other masters and servants for the hunt. Whether Caster or Lancer actually harmed anyone is of no consequence. They are merely pawns in this scheme, regardless of any self-justification or narrative. Caster and Lancer cannot escape the consequences of being ensnared. The master has already dispatched familiars to locate them. Once Caster or Lancer's position is ascertained, action will be taken. You must remain on standby and be prepared. Observing Kenshin with a stoic expression, Kiritsugu experienced what it truly meant to feel fear and trepidation. The palpable killing intent emanating from Kenshin is indeed befitting of the manslayer. Indeed, emotions are necessary, should he exhibit any hesitation or stubbornness. Before the use of command spells, Assassin's Blade would ensure heads roll. Adjusting his casual attire, Waver felt a surge of anxiety. Just moments ago, he received a response from Saber's master, expressing a desire to meet and discuss matters regarding their alliance. If you are afraid, you may refuse. Although Ryder had granted him the autonomy to choose, it was evident that there was some strategic value in this engagement. Remembering Kiritsugu Amiya's tainted reputation, Waver would be lying if he claimed to be unafraid. After all, this was a man who had ruthlessly eliminated magicians without a second thought. Associating with him was akin to courting danger. Calm down, Waver Velvet. You are Ryder's master. There is no need to fear. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he engaged in self-reassurance. Once he felt his emotions stabilize, he stepped out of his room. Apologies for the wait, Ryder, that we may proceed. Observing Ryder clad in casual long sleeves, Waver spoke candidly. Indeed, your lack of retreat is commendable, that I hope you can maintain your composure during our meeting, glancing at Waver's earnest demeanor. Lelouch responded. After all, I am your master, and I will not let you disgrace yourself. That is reassuring. Choosing such a conspicuous location, could this be seen as a gesture of sincerity? Kiritsugu and Saber sat at a table outside a CF, observing their respective masters with indifference. This was a shopping district. Should any conflict arise, the surrounding area would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. No traces of magical arrangements, nor hidden traps or explosives. Naturally cautious by nature, Kiritsugu was well aware of the safety of his surroundings. The Magus killer, Kiritsugu Amiya. You have slain numerous magicians, yet you have never deliberately harmed those uninvolved. Though you may desire to kill me at this moment, you would never act in such a public place. Far more composed than one might expect, Weber sat gracefully in his chair, mimicking Ryder's usual posture as he responded with elegance. He could not allow any hint of embarrassment to surface, for that would easily undermine his sense of parity. The hand that had been poised to draw a cigarette hovered in the air, as Shishiri understood that the other party must have sought information. To dare propose an alliance after learning of his exploits, numerous methods of eliminating Weber flashed through his mind. Yet in this context, such actions would be utterly inappropriate. Moreover, he indeed required external assistance alongside Saber. Given the chaos of the previous battle, it was evident that assassin and archer were allied. With their combined strength, should they engage separately, they would be swiftly overwhelmed. Not to mention, if Archer could distract the other group's servants, Assassin could easily slip away to eliminate the master, a strategy that would be nearly impossible to counter. Acknowledging this, Shishiri consented to meet. However, the specifics of any alliance would depend on the conduct of Ryder and his master. Is there no resentment? Kenneth's disciple had previously clashed with his mentor at the clock tower, yet now he displayed no signs of animosity toward the one who had indirectly caused his demise. Was he unaware, or merely feigning ignorance? Awu Saber, however, wasted no time, devouring the food laid before her. Has she never eaten before? Lelouch sipped his coffee, casting a surprised glance at Saber, who was eating with such fervor. Let us delve into the matter at hand. The lit cigarette rested beneath the chair as Shishiri awaited the other party's words. There was no need for superfluous dialogue. He was well aware of the stakes. Regarding the forthcoming conflict, I hope both parties can unite, albeit temporarily. Weber clasped his hands atop the table, then spoke. Ryder had insisted that he handle this negotiation entirely, thus he must approach it with utmost seriousness. Saber twitched her distinctive hair, casting a puzzled glance at Ryder, who appeared unfazed while sipping his coffee. The unknown king of Britain. Does he have no intention of speaking? Trying to decipher the Emperor's thoughts, Shishiri found himself at a loss regarding Ryder's intentions. Although he was unaware of the other's true name, Saber's acknowledgement suggested that he was undoubtedly a former king of Britain. Logically speaking, Britain's history is not extensive, and if one were to pursue its rulers, similar identities could likely be uncovered. Based on the information Saber provided, this British young monarch seemed somewhat different. Assassin and Archer were inherently of the same faction. Their respective masters, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kiritsu Kirii, were also bound by a mentor-disciple relationship. A singular alliance would struggle to contend with them, and one would not wish to face the sudden onslaught of two servants. Would they? This held true for you as well. With his eyes as cold as ever, this mature man remained unmoved. While I do not grasp your exact wish, It is undeniable that you cannot simply withdraw midway. Moreover, the deaths of your wife and assistant, alongside my teacher and his fiancée, are irrefutable facts. This conclusion was reached through the intelligence Weber obtained, and his own contemplation. An alliance must be founded upon terms that can genuinely sway the other party. The foremost requirement is equality of status, followed by the dominance of discourse, and finally, the specifics of the agreement that if it is merely a verbal alliance, it holds no binding power. Amiya Karitsa, the embodiment of pure rationality, would undoubtedly not reject the friendship offered by Ryder and himself at this moment. After all, no other group would willingly ally with this Magus killer. Furthermore, Saber lacked the capacity to confront both archer and assassin simultaneously. Joining forces would simply extricate him from his predicament, and this apparent benefit serves as the most compelling motivation. Refusing is not an option, with a lifeless gaze fixed upon the calm youth before him. Shishiri was acutely aware of his precarious position. From the outset of this negotiation, he had found himself at a disadvantage. The other party perceived the situation with clarity, aside from the elusive caster and berserker's master. Every other servant's master posed an insurmountable threat as an adversary. The initial offering of goodwill from Ryder's faction forced him to declare his stance. Either ally with me or retreat to negotiate with the unseen caster and berserker's master. The former is a present reality, while the latter is fraught with uncertainty. Should he refuse Ryder's group, it would only mean adding yet another troublesome enemy to his list, AS, for tearing the facade and testing each other's prowess. Shishiri had no desire to gamble on whether archer and assassin would strike first or if he could secure a better ally. From the very beginning, he had no choice, no wonder. Having grasped the Emperor's mindset, Shishiri began to comprehend that Ryder's silence stemmed from a complete lack of necessity to speak. As long as he was not stubborn, it would surely lead to mutual satisfaction, especially since Amiya Karitsugu was an extreme realist, a rationalist at heart. Unless he were to abandon his previous methods and lose his clarity of thought, he would never utter the words, "I refuse." Thus, let us meticulously outline the terms of this alliance. Drawing forth the prepared parchment from his pocket, Amiya Karitsugu placed it upon the table and spoke. This was the document for a magical contract, a self-imposed binding, traditionally utilized by magicians to establish agreements that are irrevocable. Typically, it serves to impose restrictions and facilitate transactions between parties. Success. Observing the two pieces of parchment that Amiya Karitsugu produced, Weber felt a slight easing of tension within. Since the other had taken such a step, it could be considered a tacit agreement. Now it was merely a matter of negotiating the terms that both sides should adhere to. After swallowing another mouthful of food, Saber sensed an unusual tranquility in the air. According to Shishiri's usual conduct, it seemed improbable that the two parties would be this harmonious in his line of sight. Ryder lounged in his chair, observing everything with an air of nonchalance regarding the matter of their alliance. Shishiri and Weber engaged in conversation, ultimately reaching a consensus. The successful implementation of the following conditions would transform the oath into a binding ritual, without exception. The specifics outline the mutual assistance required between Shishiri and Weber. Amiya Karitsugu. Weber Velvet. Upon confirming the accuracy of the content, both parties inscribed their signatures on their respective pieces of parchment. The contract was established. This marked the first step taken, having finally completed this perilous milestone. Weber suddenly found Shishiri to be less inaccessible than he had previously imagined. The other appeared to be a rather normal individual. Although they would become adversaries in the future, for now, he would extend his gratitude to Ryder. As the proceedings drew to a close, Saber appeared notably animated. She was thrilled to engage with this enigmatic king of Britain. This was a sentiment I ought to express, Saber, and I hope for your continued support. Rising to his feet, Lelouch refrained from exposing the flaws within the alliance's terms, but instead wore a smile. Amiya Karitsu stood up directly and turned to leave without further ado. Let us hope that next time we may converse in such a peaceful manner. Saber, perplexed, watched her master hurry away and could only follow suit. Though he was a Magus killer, he remained, after all, a normal human being. As he watched Karitsuga vanish amidst the throng of people, Weber collapsed into his chair. Finally free from the facade he had been maintaining, T.O. had been deceived by such a simplistic disguise, leading to a lapse in vigilance, indicated that he was not far from elimination. However, the derisive tone of Ryder momentarily left Weber in stunned silence. Setting aside other matters, he ought to thoroughly examine the pact he had forged with Kiritsugu, for its content was evidently fraught with issues. Unaware of the implications, Weber picked up the document Kiritsugu had presented and scrutinized it for a time. It was clear that his naivety had led him astray, that Kiritsugu's seemingly innocuous demeanor was merely a guise to divert his thoughts, causing him to overlook critical details, pointing to a particular clause. Lelouch reminded him of the stipulation. During the duration of their alliance, neither Emiya Kiritsugu nor Weber Velvet was permitted to harbor intentions or engage in actions aimed at harming one another. Surely, he did not believe that this agreement alone would prevent Kiritsugu from taking his life. The entire pact lacked any binding restrictions concerning their respective servants. Upon hearing this, Weber's understanding began to dawn. While Kiritsugu could not harm him due to the agreement, Saber was not subject to such limitations. This meant that whenever Kiritsugu chose to renege on their pact, he could seize an opportunity to utilize Saber to eliminate him. "Then why didn't you mention this earlier?" Weber exclaimed, his face flushed as he slammed his hands heavily on the table in frustration. That he was vexed. He had initially believed that his first foray into diplomacy had gone splendidly, only to realize that he had underestimated the complexities involved. "Oh, not be so hasty," Lelouch replied. "The contents of the contract had potential for manipulation, just as they did for us. Every situation possesses duality." The reason he refrained from exposing the flaws on the spot was that Lelouch himself had entertained corresponding intentions. If a flawless pact had been established, he would have worried about not finding an opportunity to act. Thus, upon encountering such a rudimentary agreement, both Kiritsugu and Lelouch had breathed a sigh of relief. At least there remained a semblance of mutual assistance, accompanied by a degree of maneuverability. This was, indeed, the most favorable scenario. From this perspective, Lelouch deemed Weber's naive and youthful perspective in maintaining the pact to be quite commendable. This was also why he had remained silent during their negotiations. Your group must have meticulously planned every aspect even before meeting. The nonchalant expression on Lelouch's face led Weber to a realization. The pact he had painstakingly crafted was nothing more than a formality in the eyes of both parties. To put it plainly, the execution was all that mattered. The process was insignificant as the outcome was already predetermined. The intricacies of intrigue. At that moment, the young Weber finally grasped the weight of those four characters. He truly did not comprehend the depths of such machinations. Something felt amiss. Observing the cards spread across the table, Kyoko Sakura leaped up from the sofa. "What is the matter?" Approaching, she gazed at the neatly arranged cards above her. Although she was pleased to see two familiar allies, the rest of the cards were decidedly peculiar. Picking up two monster cards, Kyoko recognized their titles: Red Ice Black Dragon and Time Wizard. Merely gazing upon them allowed her to sense the immense power contained within. Her attention shifted elsewhere. The vibrant cards were ones she had encountered previously: Skill Drain, Dark Necrophere, Chain of the Dead, and Premature Burial. It was hard to fathom that such small cards concealed such formidable strength. Despite her inability to discern the associated descriptions, Kyoko dared not underestimate these entities, having faced considerable losses in the past. "Where are you off to?" "Just stepping out to grab some food." After a while, while Chuin and Kyoko were still examining the cards, she suddenly noticed Kyoko at the entrance. "Don't go stealing." Of course not," Kyoko retorted with a tone reminiscent of Sayaka, turning back with a chuckle. Being around these overly virtuous individuals compelled her to constantly restrain herself. After becoming a magical girl, Kyoko had become someone who would not use her powers for others due to her family's disintegration. Having undergone such drastic changes, she found it somewhat foolish to wield her abilities for the sake of others. That time, the fool who appeared before her was Sayaka. Well, that wasn't so bad. It was astonishing to discover that there were indeed two similar fools in the world. Life was truly remarkable. Reflecting on the similarities in personality and attitude between Sayaka and Chuin, Kyoko couldn't help but smile as she stepped outside. Was this street not a bit too desolate? Upon reaching the bustling thoroughfare, she observed the stores gradually closing, prompting her to wonder. Hey, just like usual. Arriving at a fruit shop she frequented, Kyoko habitually purchased a bag of apples. Oh, it's you. Just in time. I was about to close up shop. The shopkeeper greeted her warmly, promptly gathering the requested fruit. He recognized this little girl, who seemed to have moved to the area recently. She was a solitary child with a penchant for apples, often seen wandering near the shopping district. Has something happened? Handing over the local currency she had received from Sora, Kyoko inquired, her words muffled by the piece of grass she held between her teeth. Haven't you seen the news or the announcement from the church? A young foreign woman died recently. They say the murderer is still lurking in Fuyuki City, leaving everyone a bit frightened. The shopkeeper explained kindly as he handed her a bag of apples. The church has warned that the suspect is on the run, advising people to avoid unnecessary outings, especially in sparsely populated areas. Because of this, many have closed shop earlier than usual, fearful of encountering trouble. Be careful yourself. Don't be out too late, he added. Understood. Thank you, sir. Kyoko responded, eagerly biting into one of the apples as she nodded in acknowledgement. Leaving the shop, she continued her stroll down the street. That a world without witches. How wonderful it is. Chewing on her apple, Kyoko glanced at the children being led home by their parents, feeling an inexplicable twinge of envy. Her world was constantly threatened by witches, and the existence of magical girls was to combat them. The eradication of witches was the duty of a magical girl. Yet, one fateful day, she stumbled upon a grim truth. The magical girls, who had maintained stability, were merely the predecessors of the witches that wreaked havoc upon the world. The more one wielded the power of magic, the closer they drew to becoming a witch. Until one's soul was completely tainted, no one could foresee what would transpire. She had witnessed the transformation of her hard-earned comrade, Miki Sayaka, into a witch. For that, she might have to eliminate her. Kyoko could not accept such a fate. She had to save her. Even if the contractor known as QB claimed there were no precedents for success, Kyoko was determined to take action. I shall undoubtedly rescue you, murmured Sakura Kyoko, clutching her soul gem tightly. If the Dragon Balls truly possessed such miraculous powers, then surely they could revert the witch back to her original state. Thus, Sakura Kyoko had answered the call. Yet, the journey proved far more arduous than she had anticipated. Here stood a cadre of adversaries even more formidable than the witch Dada. Indeed, nothing is ever as simple as it appears. Just the thought of those individuals she witnessed that day gave Sakura Kyoko a headache. She had grossly underestimated this so-called Dragon Ball War. Moreover, she had similarly misjudged the so-called heroes who had been summoned. Well, one step at a time, as Yuryu had said, eventually, a solution shall present itself. Lancer is walking alone towards the shopping district. After Tosaka Tokiomi called back Kirai Kodomine, he received information from his familiar regarding the observation. Discovering a servant who is not deliberately concealing themselves is, in truth, quite simple. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that he has indeed found the other party. Yet what does it signify that this individual is strolling leisurely after losing their master? Logically, upon losing their master, one should immediately seek a new contract with a current master. Otherwise, they would dissipate due to insufficient magical energy they possess the capacity for independent action? No, master. Even if they did, it would hardly justify their leisurely stroll while munching on an apple. Would it? At this juncture, Kirai Kodomine felt compelled to offer a timely reminder. With the impending crisis of retreat looming, it is hardly reasonable for one to be so nonchalant. Although they have yet to locate Castor, Lancer can still be utilized. For precaution's sake, further observation is advisable. Nonetheless, this is undoubtedly a prime opportunity. Tosaka Tokiomi glanced at the father and son beside him, feeling a twinge of motivation. For him, initiating the plan sooner would allow him to ascertain the master-servant dynamics on the Berserker side, thereby gaining the upper hand. Assassin, you may proceed. With both elders shifting their gaze, Kirai Kodomine could only instruct Kenshin to act. Is it truly going to be this straightforward? With such doubts in mind, Kirai Kodomine sensed something amiss. Lancer's nonchalant demeanor was exceedingly suspicious. Though it was intended to cast aspersions upon the other, he hoped for no unforeseen complications. Whoosh! The figure darted through alleys and along the street, moving in a manner undetectable by others. Modern architecture is decidedly more conducive to stealth than that of the Edo period. After several swift maneuvers, Kenshin finally located the target. Huff! concealed in the shadows of the desolate street. Kenshin suddenly charged forth, drawing the divine sword that hung at his waist. Sensing the incredibly swift figure, Sakura Kyoko immediately conjured a spear and donned her attire, releasing the bag she had been clutching. Clang! The red-black afterimage collided, and sparks erupted from the clash of spear and sword. You wretch! Kenshin looked on in mild surprise as the tip of his sword halted just shy of penetrating the throat of his opponent. Not only had his thrust been deflected by the spear, but a magical chain had also ensnared his blade, preventing further advance. You sneaky bastard! Die! In response to this sudden assault, Sakura Kyoko showed no hint of mercy. Her unleashed magical energy momentarily forced the opponent back, and she brandished her spear for a strike. Thud! Utilizing the divine sword, Kenshin deflected the incoming spear, but before he could respond, a new attack arrived. Crack, crack! The spear's tip morphed and twisted, launching a close-range thrust downward. This unforeseen assault compelled Kenshin to retreat hastily. Rip! Even so, the fabric of his left shoulder was torn, revealing a shallow wound. Had he delayed even a moment longer, that spear might have impaled his shoulder. Witnessing the spear's remarkable adaptability, Kenshin found himself encountering such a wondrous weapon for the first time, that a spear that can transform and extend. He adjusted his stance. Remaining vigilant, the individual before him appeared youthful, yet she was evidently not as easily subdued as he had initially presumed. That extraordinary agility must belong to an assassin. Hey, I've lost my master, yet you still persist in pursuing me. Sakura Kyoko found it peculiar. Logically, other servants should refrain from engaging those who have lost their masters. Unless, of course, it was an attempt to recruit. Yet, the assassin clearly aimed to kill. She harbored deep suspicions regarding the motives behind this encounter. You seem unlikely to speak. Then I shall have to defeat you first. Fortunately, her contract with Yuryu prevented her from finding herself in a dire predicament. The magical energy she had stored was sufficient for a proper battle. Whoosh! Observing her opponent's approach rather than retreat, Kenshin felt a sense of doubt. Logically, the lack of magical energy should be her greatest predicament. Yet now, she neither retreats nor appears anxious. She instead adopts an attitude, as if preparing to confront me. Engaged in a clash of spear and sword, he continuously shifted his footing to evade a barrage of assaults. However, the more he fought Lancer, the more he sensed something amiss in his recollection. He should be the one driving the opponent into a retreat, yet Lancer's composed expression filled him with an unsettling premonition. Watch out. The spear continued to thrust and swing, its changing form even allowing it to function like nunchaku. Even for a seasoned warrior like Kenshin, evading such an extraordinary weapon was imperative. This spear, capable of such transformations, was unlike anything he had encountered before. The girl, despite her incomprehensible attire, displayed competent martial skills. At the very least, she was not merely flailing her spear mindlessly. She was remarkably evasive. Although he had not endured overly deliberate attacks, Sakura Kyoko realized she was unable to inflict harm upon him. The speed of this individual was simply too great. It was exceedingly difficult for her to restrain him with just her spear. In light of this, let's try this. Whoosh! The thorny chains extending around her formed a square cage, enclosing Kenshin within, then began to constrict. Humph! Now you cannot evade. By occupying all the space for evasion, she could ensure a 100 chance of hitting him. Rustle, rustle, rustle! Yet in the next moment, she witnessed Kenshin's extraordinary swordsmanship. The afterimage of the blade flashed, severing the enclosing thorny chains. Like fireworks bursting forth, they collapsed onto the ground. What manner of weapon is that? How could it possibly sever my? Staring in astonishment at Kenshin, Sakura Kyoko had not anticipated such prowess. Whoosh! Before she could ponder further, Kenshin was already upon her. Tisich! Instinctively retreating, she maneuvered the thorny chains to attack from all directions. However, as she drew near, Kenshin effortlessly severed them with his divine sword. Such a blade is truly keen. The divine sword bestowed by that hero king was indeed a remarkable tool. Had it been his previous sword, it would have been exceedingly difficult to execute such a butchering assault. For the first time, he grasped the significance of a good weapon, and Kenshin silently committed it to memory. What a fearsome individual. As he closed in once more, Sakura Kyoko unleashed another magic spell. Rosa Phantasma. More than a dozen clones emerged around, encircling Kenshin. Despite being surrounded by so many, he exhibited no signs of panic, instead remaining remarkably composed. Faced with the swarm of clones, Kenshin responded with a calm remark. What a pity. The flying heaven sword style excels in. One against many, within his line of sight, the seemingly unassuming swordsman wielded his weapon, swiftly decapitating the approaching clones in an instant. The extraordinary scene truly left Sakura Kyoko in awe. It resembled the animated shows or classic films she had watched before. The swordsman before her was undeniably fierce. Which era's swordsmanship master could he possibly be? With a sudden burst of movement, Sakura Kyoko found herself in a state of extreme conflict. Why did it feel like even a servant would surpass her, while those who practiced magic within the city could be disregarded? Why was this assassin so formidable in direct confrontation? This is bad, quite bad. Racing through the streets, Sakura Kyoko had no intention of engaging further. This assassin was absurdly strong in comparison. Sayaka's throwing knives and her own direct bayonet fighting style paled in comparison to the true mastery of swordsmanship displayed before her. Wow. Although she could easily catch up if she focused, Kenshin chose not to pursue. After all, this outing was not truly aimed at eliminating Lancer. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to discern Lancer's true identity. Kiritsugu and Tasaka Tokiomi had been observing the scene through their familiars in addition to ensuring the necessity of their plan, they were also probing for information about the girl, the clones, resembling thorny chains. Wielding a versatile spear, and the striking crimson hair adorned in a peculiar outfit made it difficult to ascertain which era this hero hailed from. It was not that Kiritsugu and others lacked experience. Rather, the features of this individual did not conform to their understanding of heroes. After all, heroic spirits are, in essence, beings who have gained legendary status due to their remarkable achievements in life. Regardless, even without clarity on her true name, it mattered little. The assassin had effectively forced her into a retreat. Should the other party exhibit even the slightest extreme behavior, it could serve as evidence of wrongdoing. Listening to the plans devised by his father and mentor, Kiritsugu remained silently contemplative. He had a significant question lingering in his mind, but out of consideration, he refrained from voicing it. That was, how many rounds of exchanges had they engaged in? It was important to note that the other party had lost their master. In this masterless state, being able to confront an assassin for such an extended period was rather unusual. The distinction between a mastered and masterless servant was considerable, but a master could enhance the servant's attributes. And depending on a master, the servants exhibited strength, endurance, agility, magic luck, and noble phantasm could fluctuate between EX, E, D, C, B, AEX levels. Take Kenshin the assassin, for instance. Her agility reached an astonishing A, while the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, only boasted AB in agility. Hence, typically, a master-servant pair would hold significant advantages over a masterless servant, aside from the benefits of magical energy supply. Yet upon close inspection, Lancers seemed to exhibit no signs of weakening. This left Kiritsugu with an unsettling feeling that there was something they were unaware of. Strange, what could he possibly be after? Racing through the surrounding alleyways, dodging numerous attacks. Although she bore several wounds, she had yet to face a fatal blow. Upon realizing that her opponent did not genuinely wish to kill her, Sakura Kyoko began to harbor doubts. It seemed as though there were ulterior motives for coming here. Well, although I do not know what he truly intends, it is not necessarily a bad thing for me. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she glanced toward her opponent, who met her gaze directly. The weapon in his hand was astoundingly sharp, paired with his lightning-fast swordsmanship, rendering him nearly unstoppable. She found it exceedingly difficult to confront this assassin head-on. To truly win, she would need to unleash her greatest noble phantasm. However, what effects would that entail? Sakura Kyoko could not ascertain. After all, willingly becoming a witch sounded far too perilous. Indeed, her greatest reliance stemmed from the witchification she acquired upon becoming a heroic spirit. By using it, she would transform into a witch. Having battled such beings numerous times and witnessed Sayaka's fate, she found it hard to trust this noble phantasm that, if used, transforming into a witch could bring catastrophe to this city, leading to dire consequences. This was precisely why, despite repeated setbacks, Sakura Kyoko had been unwilling to activate it. Clang. Utilizing her spear to deflect the incoming blade, Sakura Kyoko gritted her teeth in persistence. Fortunately, she was not alone in this battle. Clang! The divine sword was deflected, and Kenshin steadied himself, focusing intently. Indeed, Lancer possesses an ample supply of magical energy. He does not resemble a masterless servant at all. Coming to this conclusion, Kenshin felt a surge of curiosity. What transformations had occurred within the other party to result in this? It's time to retreat, assassin. This is sufficient. Hearing the faint communication emanating from Kiritsugu, Kenshin paused his swordplay. Hey! Witnessing her opponent's unreasonable disappearance, Sakura Kyoko was left bewildered. What on earth was that individual here for? Had the familiar been eradicated by some mysterious creature? It seemed that Castor was also nearby. Was this mere coincidence? Tosaka Tokiomi and Kiritsu bore expressions of tension, having suddenly lost visual contact with the familiars they had dispatched for observation. Upon discovering the culprit, they began to make unfounded connections. Although they had forced Lancer into that position, Castor had also appeared. Was it mere coincidence, or it mattered little now? They could proceed with the subsequent stages of their plan and summon other masters. Anyone who participated in the extermination operation would be granted command seals, an offer none could refuse. Without dwelling further on the associated issues, Tosaka Tokiomi turned to Kiritsu, speaking earnestly, "I will go and issue the notice." Observing his father's departing figure, Kiritsugu silently followed, without disclosing more details. He began to formulate vague hypotheses that he did not believe that Castor's presence nearby was coincidental. Based on the intelligence gathered from the assassin, it was possible that Castor and Lancer had joined forces. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for Lancer's abnormal magical energy. Only Castor possessed the magical capabilities to sustain a masterless servant. With a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Kiritsugu found himself anticipating the ensuing developments, murmuring in a barely audible voice that others could not perceive. Indeed, the world is replete with unpredictable changes. Are you all right? Oh, I'm fine by the time Ushiromiya arrived. The wounds on Sakura Kyoko had already healed. The damage inflicted by Kenshin was mostly superficial scratches rather than severe injuries, allowing for a swift recovery. Truly, to be attacked upon stepping outside. What a stroke of bad luck. Who was your opponent? Opening his hands, Ushiromiya did not ponder much. Assassin. Yet, something felt amiss. Why did he say that? Because the individual neither came to recruit nor to kill her. The two individuals subsequently engaged in conversation. And inside the city, Jozu discovered issues during Sakura Kyoko's explanation, imply test. It seemed rather uncharacteristic. Unable to fathom it, he decided to dismiss the thought. It was only natural that there would be a few peculiar characters in this war. Although Jozu felt perplexed, he did not delve deeply into the ramifications. Indeed, unable to grasp the specifics of assassin, Sakura Kyoko had no choice but to concede that, swish him, as Jozu tossed two cards towards her. Sakura Kyoko caught them, momentarily taken aback. The underworld barrier wave. Resurrection of the dead. What is this? Not comprehending why the other party had thrown her indistinct cards, Sakura Kyoko tilted her head in confusion. She could not discern the precise content of the cards, making it difficult to understand their effectiveness. Keeping them on her person might prove beneficial at an unforeseen moment. I have infused the cards with so-called magical energy. They can be activated even without a dueling disc when the need arises. The reason for handing them over was Jozu's belief that this girl needed them more than he did. Moreover, this would allow him to draw new cards. Despite having become a heroic spirit, he still had to abide by the rules of dueling, which felt rather peculiar. He could only maintain 6 cards in hand at any given time. If the card were not set down or utilized, he could not draw new ones. Excluding the Red-Eyes Black Dragon and the Time Magician he had already summoned, the remaining skills, Extraction and Power Nullification, had already been set face down. With the 2 cards given to Sakura Kyoko, this meant he could gradually draw 5 new cards again using the stored magical energy to end this war. Only by acquiring game-changing cards could one hope to triumph over those monstrous entities. Apologies for gathering you all at such a late hour. However, due to an urgent situation, I require your assistance. Kiritsugu Amiya stood within the church, surveying the summoned familiars around him, before solemnly declaring, "This evening, I received word that an ordinary human has been slain by a servant. Upon investigation, it was determined that it was Lancer who engaged in combat with Assassin. Such conduct is particularly heinous, and I implore you all to eliminate this vile being to prevent further loss of life. Of course, I will not ask you to work for nothing. Every master who participates in the hunt will be rewarded with a command spell." Following his words, the surrounding familiars conveyed the message back to their respective masters. While this action was undoubtedly despicable, Kiritsugu cared little for the opinions of these individuals. After all, it was only a matter of time before the underlying issues would be revealed. As a neutral party, he had issued a nominal summons. This simple task, beneficial to everyone except Lancer, was one that few would refuse. As the saying goes, in this world, everyone seeks their own gain. If they could eliminate Lancer, it would be an undeniable boon for the masters to profit from the command spell. Thus, even if some suspected ulterior motives, the astute would remain silent and support Kiritsugu's actions. Writer, do you truly believe this? Oh, how rare it is that you seem unconcerned about the reward, yet question the words spoken by the church. Within his residence, Waver conversed with Lelouch that I will not be as naive as before. I am well aware that matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. He retorted anxiously. Don't you already know the answer in your heart? Without addressing Waver's query, Lelouch merely chuckled. Enough, I simply wish to confirm something with you. Indeed, Waver possessed his own judgment, but perhaps due to a lack of confidence, he sought confirmation from Lelouch. After all, the other's reasoning and conclusions were likely to be more accurate than his own. There is no need for such concern. You are a talented individual. Being overly meticulous may lead to unnecessary anxiety. Sometimes, having faith in oneself is the hallmark of maturity, without caring for the intricacies of the situation. Lelouch reclined on the sofa in response. That's so. Upon hearing this, Waver exhaled in relief, realizing that his earlier judgment was indeed correct. He was beginning to appreciate Kenneth's well-meaning intentions, compared to Ryder's hands-off approach to education. He preferred Kenneth's scolding style. The former would only offer warnings after one had stumbled, while the latter would directly admonish foolishness before action was taken. He was also grateful that Ryder would cover for him. So even if he made mistakes, it was not a significant issue. Moreover, harboring doubts about this matter was unnecessary, since the church claimed that Lancer had violated the rules by killing an ordinary person. Even if she had not done so, it would be considered an act. Thus, wrestling with the concepts of right and wrong was utterly futile. Acknowledging the importance of discourse, Lelouch then elucidated, but Waver felt a sense of discomfort. As an upright youth, he found it challenging to accept such an arrangement. To unjustly accuse an innocent person and then incite others to act in the name of reward was, indeed, excessively outrageous. Clenching his fists in agitation, Waver found it impossible to comply with such a notion. You all are far too kind in times of peace. I am not from ancient times. I cannot accept your way of thinking where the ruler demands the subject's death without question, to casually assign unfounded blame to another and then execute them, leaving them to bear the stigma of their demise. Such actions were beyond his comprehension. After a moment of resolute defiance, Waver vehemently retorted, "You speak well. That is precisely why the world needs individuals like you. If it were filled with selfish individuals harboring dark thoughts, it would have perished long ago." Upon hearing this, Lelouch laughed heartily. Disregarding his image, and stood to approach Waver, he did not harbor disdain for someone as principled as Waver. Much like his former self, he felt a profound anger towards the oppressive Holy Britannian Empire. Waver was taken aback, sensing the other's acknowledgement. In the face of such events, there is no need to rush. Merely seeing through the surface of matters will blind you to the true objective. Approaching a table where a chessboard lay, Lelouch picked up a piece and reminded him, the true objective. Could it be that this summon has ulterior motives beyond merely targeting Lancer? Calmly, Waver tilted his head in confusion. Upon further reflection, if he were to participate in the hunt for Lancer, who would ultimately benefit? Well, The reward is a command spell, which would go to all participating masters. Another realization struck Waver. He was quite aware of who stood to gain. While it appeared that the reward was equitable for all, he also understood that Lancer likely did not commit such an ACT. Why did the church issue a directive to eliminate her? Lancer's master had already perished, and her exit was merely a matter of time. There was no need for the church to target this servant. Hence, their true objective was never Lancer. They merely used her and the command spell as bait to draw out their real adversaries. Excluding those already exposed, myself and you, Saber and Carizzo, assassin and archer, along with the victimized Lancer, the only remaining targets were Castor and Berserker. Upon hearing Lelouch's analysis, Weber felt a sudden surge of admiration, as if a light had dawned upon him. Castor was undoubtedly not the adversary they most wished to confront at this juncture. Rather, it seemed they intended to exploit a reward to draw out Berserker's master. With his thoughts now clarified, Weber had grasped the subsequent developments. That omnipotent Berserker was indeed a formidable opponent worthy of caution. Even now, Weber and his companions remained unaware of the identity of this servant's master. In light of this, it was only natural for archer and assassin's masters to collude with the church's overseer to devise such a scheme. Is it difficult to confront the servants? Then I shall seek your master. Undeniably, this was a remarkably astute and effective tactic, one that was also impossible to refuse. Appending the pieces on the table, Lelouch continued, Indeed, if the reward is a command spell, masters are unlikely to resist. Moreover, it concerns only the encirclement of Lancer, which is of little consequence to them. Thus, no one would care whether she acted or not. Weber gritted his teeth in anger, fully aware of how impeccably crafted this so-called overt scheme was. The command spell, it was a matter equivalent to life itself for a master. An master would turn their nose up at having too many command spells, given the opportunity to acquire another. None would willingly forego it. Should one choose not to participate, they would inevitably possess one less than the other masters. Who would be so foolish as to incur such a loss? It was precisely by exploiting this mindset among the masters that Carizzo was able to propose such a plan. As overseer, he would fulfill his promises. Otherwise, he risked provoking an onslaught from other factions, which would also be detrimental to the church itself. Thus, this time, Carizzo had cast forth sufficient bait to implement his plan. It was also the reason behind his confidence that the other masters would take action. Prepare yourself, Saber. Carizzo? Saber stared, taken aback, at Carizzo, who was inspecting his firearms. Is there any need to ask? Of course, we must seize the opportunity to subdue Lancer. There is no reason to miss an opportunity that offers us nothing but advantages to Lancer's position and innocence. Such matters were of no concern to Emilia Carizzo, who would care about the servant of a master who had already perished. He had already expended one of his command spells, leaving him with only two. Now, with a chance to reclaim one, he certainly must make up for it. The church's ultimate objective was not his concern. Thus, for Carizzo, it was a situation that offered only benefits and no drawbacks. Why not take advantage of it? A person would not refuse a beneficial opportunity, especially when the matter itself posed no harm. Furthermore, Lancer possessed the Dragon Ball. It was imperative not to allow it to fall into the hands of other factions. How infuriating it was to see them conspire with the church to create such a trap. Carizzo had also learned of the summoning through his familiar and could somewhat discern the opponent's objectives. Although it appeared that a generous reward awaited, one must understand that the transfer of command spells necessitated confronting that overseer. This implied that if Sakura were to intervene, her identity would be immediately exposed. In such a scenario, it would be exceedingly difficult for her, as an individual of her stature, to safeguard herself amidst a swarm of masters and servants poised to attack. After all, she was merely a young girl, lacking the physical prowess and self-defense capabilities of an adult. Even if Berserker were to be exceptionally strong, it was unlikely that he could continuously protect Sakura amidst a throng of masters and servants waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was Korea who was responsible for employing the familiar. Sakura herself had yet to learn any magic or knowledge. She was simply a girl with a rudimentary understanding of mages, and at her age, encountering such a bizarre Holy Grail war was already beyond her grasp, let alone participating. Were it not for Berserker's unique nature, her safety would be far from assured if she refrained from participating. She would possess one less command spell than some masters. If she did, her identity would be compromised. Recognizing the disparity in this situation, Korea furrowed his brow that if possible, he would prefer to impersonate a master. However, such a ruse was impractical, as that priest would easily see through his lack of a command spell contract. Just then, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, and upon turning, he found Berserker subtly shaking her head. Unable to comprehend her intent, Korea's expression was filled with questions. He then observed her pick up a drawing board, upon which she had written several neatly formed characters. "Do not worry," was the message conveyed through her writing. A means of expressing her thoughts without words. But no matter how much one tries to conceal it, they will inevitably be found. Only by proactively ending the struggle could she ensure her safety. Before Korea could finish a sentence, he watched as she swiftly pinned 2 lines on the board. Silencing himself, Korea found himself in agreement with Berserker's assertion. Ever since Sakura's involvement, it had become impossible to remain uninvolved. Furthermore, having secured a powerful servant like Berserker would only draw more attention from other masters and servants, potentially leading to coordinated targeting against her. Just as in this instance, when Tosaka Tokiomi colluded with the church. Did he truly believe that only he sought to uncover the identity of Berserker's master? No. Whether it be the Saber Group, the Rider Group, or others, all desired to know. Thus, even with the knowledge that Tokiomi had laid a trap, other masters and servants would cooperate in its execution. Due to Berserker's overwhelming strength, they were compelled to pay close attention. This time, it seemed that the pretext of ensnaring Lancer was merely a facade. Yet, was it not also a joint opening aimed at Berserker and Sakura? While they could certainly disregard this incident, even abandon the so-called command spell, it would undoubtedly elicit greater scrutiny thereafter. Masters who could remain indifferent to a reward as significant as a command spell were indeed thought-provoking. It was entirely possible that more extreme measures would be employed to coerce compliance. The concept of being unable to act freely was indeed such. So, what course of action will you take? Korea found himself a loss as to how to proceed and could only inquire of the servant before him. He had initially planned to ascertain Tosaka Tokiomi's movements and then launch an assassination. Yet he had not anticipated that the man would hardly leave his abode, rendering his efforts fruitless. They were encircling Lancer, while I encircled him. Swallowing hard, Korea could sense the seriousness of Berserker's demeanor, but even though he wished to say more, he found himself silenced by Berserker's unwavering presence. What is it? No, he felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. Sakura Kyoko regarded the fidgeting Shiro with curiosity, yet he remained lost in thought, arms crossed. An ominous premonition? Tilting her head in confusion, Sakura was unaware of why Shiro felt such a way. My instincts have always been accurate. Something troublesome is surely on the horizon. Let us go. Without dismissing his intuition as mere illusion, Shiro firmly believed in his intuition. He suddenly grasped Sakura's hand and began to run. Hey! Being pulled along, Sakura shouted in dissatisfaction as they sped down the street. Yet, Shiro paid her no mind and continued to flee. Not long after their departure, a new guest arrived. Have they left? Kenshin murmured, observing the absence of Lancer. He had only just departed, yet to his astonishment, both Lancer and Castor had vanished without a trace. Even more curious was the fact that the two had not engaged in any conflict. Perhaps they had formed an alliance. Such a judgment can only be attributed to Kenshin. Castor, being an unconventional mage, introduces an element of unpredictability to the encirclement of Lancer. You never fail to astonish me, my king. Gilgamesh, seated upon his chair, gazed at the map laid out upon the table and spoke. However, I feel that as a king, being constrained by magical power and unable to exert your full authority undermines your dignity. Hence, I prepared this gift. Kiritsuga bowed respectfully and addressed Gilgamesh. The offering he presented to the King of Heroes was a ley line located in Fuyuki City. This was discovered through the investigation of Assassin, and utilizing the knowledge imparted by his father, Kiritsuga Rizei, he could harness the ley line to replenish the servant's magical energy. This could even extend to the esteemed king before him. Ha ha ha! Excellent. This gift pleases me greatly. Kiritsuga, you are indeed far more perceptive than Tosaka. The The more he compared, the more Gilgamesh found Kiritsugu to be agreeable. While he had ample means to replenish his magical energy as long as he refrained from employing Ie Inuma Elish, who would ever refuse an abundance of magical power? A new thought began to form in his mind. Perhaps it would be wise to find an opportunity to dispose of Tosaka, a man so oblivious to the atmosphere. It would be preferable for such a stubborn vassal who insists on calling himself master to vanish. After all, is there not a more suitable master before him than Tosaka? Sit down, Kiritsugu. I grant you permission. To receive such an endorsement from Gilgamesh left Kiritsugu somewhat taken aback. The honor of sitting alongside this king was not something afforded to many. This clearly indicated that all of his previous actions had been correct. Recently, Tosaka seemed to be up to some mischief, taking actions without reporting to the king. Lifting a wine bottle and filling his cup, Gilgamesh remarked pointedly, "That was a trap aimed at the master of Berserker." Kiritsugu answered truthfully, revealing no concealment. "Humph, how tiresome these individuals are. Knowing full well that it is difficult to deal with Berserker, they shift their focus to his master. Truly the behavior of small-minded individuals." With a swirl of his wine glass, Gilgamesh could instantly discern Tosaka's thoughts. Staring at the king before him, Kiritsugu was taken aback by the astonishing revelation that followed. But what if he were to learn that Berserker's master is his own daughter? How intriguing that would be. "What did you just say?" Kiritsugu was left questioning whether he had misheard. "Berserker's master is the daughter of my teacher." His astonishment was not unfounded, given that Tosaka's daughter is still quite young. The eldest daughter, Tosaka Rin, is merely 7 years old, while the second daughter, Sakuramatu, is just 6, regardless of how one viewed it. These two little girls could not possibly be the masters of such an extraordinary servant like Berserker. After all, to stand against the king of heroes, considerable magical power is required. How could a 6 or 7-year-old girl possess the foundation to withstand such a toll? Furthermore, considering the limited experience of those two girls, they likely have not developed a profound understanding of the arcane arts. The notion of them becoming masters in this extraordinary war seems utterly far-fetched. Is it hard to believe? Yet, it is the truth. It is said that he sent his second daughter there. Observing Kiritsugu's moved expression, Gilgamesh felt quite satisfied and continued, "Matu Sakura." Quietly repeating the girl's name, Kiritsugu fell into contemplation. He never expected to hear such explosive news from Gilgamesh. His thoughts momentarily faltered. What troublesome rival happens to be the teacher's daughter? How delightful this is! Kiritsugu suddenly became very curious about Tosaka's expression upon discovering the truth. It surely would be a sight to behold. Wouldn't it? No, he mustn't laugh just yet. Ahem. Why are you telling me this? Suppressing his anxious heart, Kiritsugu coughed lightly and countered, "It seems somewhat inappropriate to so casually share such news with me, considering I am ostensibly a disciple of that man. You may inform him if you wish. Regardless, there is one thing I can state with certainty. No matter the tricks and stratagems your motley crew employs, you will never match Berserker. Only I possess the ability to vanquish him." Taking a sip of his wine, Gilgamesh reclined in his chair and spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Kiritsugu fell silent. He had considerable faith in the king's judgment. Understood. Rising from his seat, Kiritsugu departed from the room and subsequently contacted Assassin. Perhaps it was time to alter his original plans. Indeed, as an adversary, you would not tarnish your identity. Paying no heed to Kiritsugu's departure, Gilgamesh looked up and murmured, "Ie, the sword that can cleave through the very fabric of the world, is Gilgamesh's most formidable weapon." Initially, he believed this war would not present an opportunity to wield such a weapon, but it now seemed otherwise. An unknown savior. Such weight is sufficient. With a sense of urgency, Gilgamesh found himself contemplating in a way he had never before. Through the information relayed by the omniscient star, he gradually dispelled the fog surrounding him. A heroic spirit of such repute clearly signified something of great importance, that a person destined to save the world ranks among the rarest of heroes. Such a servant deserves the full measure of the king of heroes' dedication. Coincidentally, Kiritsugu had also provided him with the tools necessary for full expression of his power. The timing, location, and circumstances, everything had aligned. The curtain of the final act draws near. Let the motley crew play on. Casting aside the remaining wine in his cup, the crimson liquid stained the tabletop, casting a hue upon the map Lancer remains elusive. Has he truly concealed his presence? Hovering above Fuyuki City in a mech with Lelouch. Weber gazed at the scenery below. You no longer harbor fear, do you? Lelouch observed Weber, who perched upon the shoulder of the mech, with surprise. Don't bring it up intentionally. I'm merely putting on a brave face. While seated in the mech, I could track the presence as well. Yet, Weber wished to view the landscape from the same height as Ryder. Perhaps, as previously mentioned, he was attempting to change himself. How terrifying. No matter how many times he looked, being at such a height, overlooking the city, always left him with a sense of weakness in his legs. Yet, the beauty of this view was undeniable. The sight beneath the night sky was something one could never witness in ordinary circumstances. Paying no mind to Weber's musings, Lelouch surveyed the entirety of Fuyuki City. The uninhabited areas are rather sparse. As for ambush spots, there seem to be few suitable locations. His favorite tactic of lifting the floor was rendered useless, leaving Lelouch with diminished defensive options. Relying solely on the mech's strength may not suffice to contend with other servants. Beep beep. A sharp sound emanated from Weber's pocket, prompting him to hastily extract the source. It was a telephone intended for communication. Is anyone there? Understood. Shortly after establishing the connection, Weber ended the call to IT with Kiritsugu Amiya on the line, informing him that Saber and the others seemed to have discovered Lancer's hiding place. Addressing Lelouch, Weber spoke. Ryder, gazing at the billowing white attire of the Emperor, he noticed the lack of response from the other party. Let them handle that. We shall proceed to another location. Gradually moving towards the cockpit, Lelouch turned and spoke. Are we not going? Confused by Lelouch's words, Weber found it difficult to conceive anything more pressing than the current situation. This direction. Ryder. Upon returning to the cockpit, Weber realized that the destination Lelouch was heading towards was highly sensitive. It was in the direction of the church. Kiritsugu, no need to rush. As Saber observed Kiritsugu lingering around the corner, she intended to inquire about their course of action, but was halted by him. Shall we act together once Ryder and the others arrive? The man, marked by the passage of time, leaned against the wall, appearing utterly haggard. We need not take the lead on this. After all, either assassin or Ryder will inevitably make a move. Furthermore, I sense something amiss. I would prefer to observe a while longer. Habitually raising his hand to speak, Kiritsugu quickly realized and lowered it again. It seems you haven't smoked in a while. Saber noted his actions and then spoke. I intend to quit. Yes, that's so. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Saber felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The man who had been wandering seemed finally poised to enact change. With her back turned to Kiritsugu, Saber surveyed the situation ahead, responding to an inquiry posed to her. Do you think I can succeed, Saber? Certainly. If it's you, you will undoubtedly achieve it. After all, you have always lived this way, haven't you? Ryder, what brings us here? You shall understand shortly. Without concealing their presence, Lelouch and Weber boldly parked their mech at the church's entrance and proceeded inside without hesitation. What brings you and your master to the church? The ever-observant Kirai, Koto Mine, immediately noted their arrival. Standing within the church's interior and inquiring in a composed manner, he did not anticipate that they would approach him with malice or intent to harm. Even concerning the command seals, transferring them required appropriate contractual knowledge. Therefore, even if they sought to assassinate him, seizing the command seals would be nearly impossible. Doing so would only invite retaliation from other masters under the guise of attacking a supervisor. Moreover, as a martial arts master himself, Kirai was confident in his ability to hold his ground, if not defeat an enemy spirit outright. Given these circumstances, Kirai held no concerns about potential harm from others. I wish to confirm something. Weber observed Lelouch walking ahead, still unable to grasp his intentions upon hearing his words. Though, if it is something I'm aware of, I shall gladly provide you with an answer. Emperor of Britain. Kirai responded with an air of dignity. Regarding the remuneration post-suppression, your prior statement indicated that each participating master would receive one, correct? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Sensing an underlying unease, Kirai furrowed his brow as his hands, hidden behind his back, gently clenched into fists. Although unaware of the mysterious British Emperor's true intentions, he remained sufficiently vigilant. Then, is there a possibility for a master to receive 2 command seals as compensation? What an absurd joke. Such a thing is utterly impossible, Kyrie firmly denied, shaking his head. I understand your skepticism, but the church's supervisor would not recklessly violate the rules. He possessed many command seals left by previous participants of the Holy Grail War. But he also maintained a degree of impartiality in upholding order. Even though he had a good relationship with Tosaka Tokiomi, as his son was his disciple, Kyrie had never privately granted any special favors regarding command seals. At most, he had merely informed Tosaka about the circumstances and status of other masters. From this perspective, he considered himself quite fair. So, command seals can indeed be obtained in multiples. The elderly man before him failed to refute this crucial point, causing Lelouch's lips to curve into a subtle smile as he inquired for the information he truly sought. Feeling an inexplicable sense of danger, Kyrie instinctively recoiled. Yet, within his line of sight, he beheld the alluring spirit before him, whose eyes glowed with peculiar symbols and red light. He also heard that signature initiation phrase, "I in the name of Lelouch, 6 Britannia. I command." Time dragged on, and Ryder had yet to arrive. Saber, having waited for what felt like an eternity, became increasingly aware of the absence of their expected comrades. 15 minutes had passed. Yet Kiritsugu was acutely aware of the duration since he had contacted them. Given Ryder's mobility, it was unreasonable for them to delay for so long. The only plausible explanation for this was that they were engaged in other preparations. Furrowing his brow, Kiritsugu was suddenly overtaken by a foreboding sensation. The young Emperor of Britain had given him an unsettling impression. Bang! Just then, a resonant sound erupted from the house ahead, redirecting Saber's attention that a girl emerged, clutching the collar of a golden-haired youth. Huh, why is Saber here too? Hey, the house has been destroyed. Lancer and Castor together. Upon witnessing their predicament, both Saber and Kiritsa momentarily froze. This seemed to deviate from the intelligence they had received. Saber, let's probe the situation. It's highly likely that Castor and Lancer have formed an alliance. Having distanced himself from the scene, Kiritsu stood atop a tall building, using binoculars to observe the unfolding events. Understood. Following the instruction, Saber switched to her holy sword and armor. Are you going to join in the fray too? Sakura Kyoko glared at Saber and shouted. The troubles Saber S group had caused her still lingered in her memory. It seems we cannot leave without resolving this today. Although she couldn't fathom why they were being cornered by Saber, Kyoko understood that if they did not defeat their opponents, there would be no escape today. Hey, you go deal with Saber. I'll handle Assassin. Rising from the ground, Kyoko brushed off the dust from her clothes and chuckled lightly. You fool, even at this moment, you can still laugh? What else can I do? Cry while fighting. At this critical juncture, the two even exchanged some light-hearted banter. Yet the final synchronized declaration they made, standing back to back, revealed their mutual concern. Fellow swordsman, I certainly do not believe this fellow will lose. Let us go, Flame Warrior. In the instant the figure of the swordmaster leaped from the house, Kyoko had already summoned a new monster card. It depicted a robust warrior adorned with a helmet, wielding a blazing orange sword, its blade entwined with searing flames. Witnessing this scene, Kenshin focused intently. He would not underestimate the familiar summon by Castor. Gripping his divine sword and locking eyes with the adversary, he sensed the flames that enveloped the opponent's blade. Even from a distance, the searing heat was palpable, just as Saber encased her sword with wind. This swordsman enveloped his weapon in flames. Let me experience your prowess, Kenshin murmured, feeling a surge of excitement for the impending clash. Assassin, this time you need not slay Lancer or Castor. Merely instigate the conflict. Remembering Kiritsugu's instructions, Kenshin recognized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Clang. Bang. Meanwhile, Saber had already engaged in combat with Sakura Kyoko. I'm sorry, Sora's vendetta. I must avenge it. Utilizing the flexibility and transformation of her lance, she momentarily subdued Saber and declared. For Saber, it was her first direct confrontation with Lancer, and she found herself at a disadvantage against the peculiar long spear. For Sora's grudge. She was aware it was Kiritsugu's doing. But there was little to say. After all, the master and servant were one. They must accept whatever comes. Humph, those unruly magi always lack a sense of humor. They begin the feast without the important guests present. Such a grave disrespect deserves punishment by death. Do you not agree? Gilgamesh mused, standing atop a tall lamppost in gleaming gold armor. Behind him loomed Berserker, clad in ominous black armor. Tonight would undoubtedly be a night of blood and chaos. Ryder, what was that just now? Weber recalled the earlier spectacle, feeling a twinge of fear. As per your command, my king. The contrast in Kiritsugu's demeanor was striking. It was undeniably the magic of mental manipulation. It was a sight he had never anticipated. To command subordinates is indeed a skill of an emperor. Your understanding of the class is somewhat superficial. Casting a glance back at Weber, he replied, noting the latter's startled expression. The rider class inherently signifies cavalry. The ability to command mounted creatures fulfills this criterion. For Lelouch, whether through a mech or the dominion granted by Geas, it was all part of riding. After all, both mechs and humans can be considered a form of mount. This was precisely why he manifested as a rider. Under normal circumstances, only the classes of rider and caster would suit him. However, should he appear as a caster, he would likely lack the ability to summon mechs. A sense of dread inexplicably washed over Weber. He finally grasped why Ryder had so effortlessly acquired an extravagant villa. It seemed he had, as the other had suggested, underestimated many aspects, so, will I be under your control as well? Seemingly resigned, he halted and sighed. The unreasonable dominion he had witnessed exuded exaggerated power. Kiritsugu, who had been extremely wary of him, had evidently begun to regard Lelouch as a genuine master. Only you are the singular god in this world. That fervent adulation resembled that of a true believer, as if faith, thought, and perception had all been warped. What are you pondering? Hurry up, we still need to head over there. Yet upon hearing Lelouch's voice from atop the mech's hand, he froze to put it bluntly, Weber, do you believe you possess any value worth my control? Hearing those subsequent words, Weber, already feeling somewhat dejected, suddenly exploded with anger. What do you mean? Are you implying I'm not even worth controlling with magic? I'm still a master with command seals. Clenching his fists in frustration, he ultimately came to a realization. Indeed, a person of little accomplishment. Even my wishes are vague. Aside from my identity as a master, what is there about me that would attract Ryder's interest? Lowering his raised hand and unclenching his fists, Weber reflected on his past with Ryder, feeling despondent. The other S words held a grain of truth. Whether or not he was truly being manipulated seemed inconsequential. If he genuinely wished to become that, he must at least demonstrate the requisite value and potential that present. He possessed neither reputation nor strength, merely an inconspicuous magician, and from that perspective, he was somewhat lacking. Having expressed this, Lelouch smirked provocatively. He knew well how to deal with individuals like Weber. A gentle provocation was all it took to pull him from his despondency and doubt. Humph, how audacious. I will make you see me in a new light soon enough. The previous gloom dissipated. Weber ignored everything else in his fury and climbed aboard the mech. Ha! Clang! Bang! As her body crashed into the wall, Saber frowned at the multitude of shadows ahead. While Lancer's spear could change form, the summoned copies possessed near equal strength to the original. With more than a dozen Lancers assaulting her, she found herself unable to counter effectively with her holy sword. Unlike Kenshin, she lacked the ability to face multiple opponents at once. Unless she unleashed her noble phantasm, the sword of victory, which might bury Lancer in one fell swoop. Hey, finally, a worthy opponent, twirling her spear in hand and performing a flourish, Sakura Kyoko exclaimed with delight. The adversaries encountered thus far had been quite troublesome, a caster employing various magics, an assassin wielding divine weapons and formidable swordsmanship, an obviously powerful archer and berserker. She had yet to confront Saber and Ryder. Now it appeared that in close combat, relying on the power of her duplicates, she could indeed suppress this Saber. What a peculiar relationship of counterbalance. Just as she could pursue Saber, Saber could chase after her. However, at that moment, a brilliant light in the distance drew the attention of those nearby. Was that Archer and Berserker? They had been summoned to encircle Lancer, yet this sudden shift to chaos was genuinely perplexing. One could only conclude that the flawless plans of Tokiomi Tosaka and Kiritsugu had been doomed to failure from the outset. Assuming the role of chess players, they had never considered that some pieces might refuse to obey commands. They were not here to compete for command seals. Others had come to exact vengeance. Bang! What is happening? Why has it turned out this way? In a rare moment of disarray, Tokiomi, hidden within his residence, gritted his teeth. He simply could not fathom why a meticulously crafted plan had devolved into chaos. Shouldn't all the masters and servants have converged to hunt down Lancer? Why was there a scene where a rider had gone missing? Lancer and Caster formed an alliance, and Berserker was clashing with Archer. No! Tokiomi, as a member of the noble Tosaka family, must always maintain his poise. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he gently reassured himself. The situation had yet to exceed expectations, if necessary. Glancing at the 2 remaining command seals on the back of his hand, Tosaka Tokiomi conceived a bold idea. If all else fails, he could summon that heroic king to annihilate the enemies present with his most formidable noble phantasm. Although such an action would undoubtedly exacerbate the conflict with that king, achieving his goal would render it worthwhile. Afterward, he could simply have Kirai Kodomine assist in replenishing the command seals, thus eliminating any issues. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, the advantage remained with me. You fell for it, didn't you? This card can now be activated. Take this, sealing attack. Just as he was about to swing his divine sword, Kenshin suddenly realized his hand had come to a halt. He found himself unable to move forward even a fraction, while the enemy's attack loomed perilously close. Puffed, though he had reacted in time to evade. His shoulder was still wounded by the searing sword of flames. The charred shoulder continued to emanate heat, revealing the blurred flesh beneath, leaving his arm unable to function properly. Magic? Realizing something, Kenshin murmured as he gazed at the figure of Ueno, who was hidden behind the flame-wielding sword. Although he could not discern the specific magic the opponent had employed, it seemed to be a spell designed to seal attacks. The very stillness of his hand moments ago served as the best testament. Had it not been for that, he could have slain the warrior before him. This magician, it appeared, was not as fragile and easily dealt with as he had anticipated. Ha! The long-lost sensation of crisis was indeed a rarity. No longer merely relying on the treasures of the king for offense, Gilgamesh even took the initiative to wield the legendary noble phantasm to engage Berserker in close combat, the all-encompassing heroic spirit before him. Even when confronting as a king, paled in comparison. Not only did he possess special attacks against dragons, but he also had targeted abilities against divine entities. Was even magic exempt from this? As a human, it was utterly terrifying. Weapons launched were repeatedly deflected by the opponent, and in close combat, he found himself at a slight disadvantage. Just how many kinds of beings did you slay in your lifetime? With a smirk at the moment their weapons clashed, Gilgamesh posed the question. Their faces uncomfortably close, he inquired not about quantity, but rather about variety. The more he recognized the power of the individual before him, the more curious he became about their origins. Simply as a human, they had slain not only dragons but even gods and demons as savior. That was an honor Gilgamesh had never obtained in life. The merit of saving the world. It was not merely about one person, one village, one town, one city, or one nation, but rather the entire world's worth that in light of that honor, the so-called dragons, gods, and demons and myths seemed so trivial and insignificant. Gilgamesh himself was a demigod, and it was precisely for this reason that he wished to uncover Berserker's identity. The fact that he had to resort to using the all-knowing and omnipotent star, which he had long refrained from employing, indicated the significance of his opponent. Bang! Without responding, Berserker understood that Gilgamesh possessed means of investigation. Swinging his heavy sword, he deflected the long spear, then followed up with a punch. Smack! Dodging the incoming fist, Gilgamesh's treasury opened behind him, and peculiar chains emerged, wrapping around Berserker's form. Crack! Yet in the next moment, the chains were effortlessly broken, and the opponent swung the heavy sword at him once more. There are moments when even you and I find ourselves in such dire straits. Witnessing the chains of heaven, his most trusted artifact, being torn apart, Gilgamesh murmured in self-mockery. The chains of heaven symbolized his friend Enkidu. Specifically designed to bind those with divine qualities, Gilgamesh placed greater trust in this artifact than in his most powerful weapon, the Ea, the Sword of Rupture. The higher the divine quality of the enemy, the more they would be restrained. Conversely, for those of lesser divine status, It merely functioned as an ordinary chain. Yet Berserker had effortlessly escaped, thereby confirming his status as a human devoid of divinity. Clang! An axe extending from the turbulent space blocked the incoming heavy sword. How could this be? Feeling the magical energy being continuously siphoned away, Tosaka Tokiomi struggled to maintain his calm demeanor, his composure slipping into disarray. The heroic king was actually at a disadvantage. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He had never envisioned such a scene. He had always believed in Gilgamesh's strength, which allowed him to remain unfazed. Yet now it seemed Berserker appeared to be stronger. Despite possessing countless noble phantasms, Gilgamesh found it exceedingly difficult to contend with the individual before him. Crack. Just who on earth is this person? His grip on the teacup faltered, causing it to shatter upon the ground, splattering tea across his trousers. The situation seemed to be unfolding unfavorably for him. What on earth is this? What is it? Suddenly receiving a communication from Kirai Kodomine. Tosaka Tokiomi paused momentarily before responding through a familiar spirit. Yes, that's so. I will come and find you once this encirclement concludes. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunfire erupted as Lancer and Saber swiftly distanced themselves from one another, evading the potent magical projectiles. The two then looked up to behold a colossal mech hovering above. Rider! In unison, Saber and Sakura Kyoko exclaimed the name of the newcomer, their expressions diverging. Saber, if you wish to avoid friendly fire, it would be wise to step back. The voice transmitted to her was clear, and Sakura Kyoko sensed impending misfortune. Why did it feel as though Ryder was also targeting her? In this encirclement, all you need to do is participate. Rather, you might consider assisting Assassin, but he seems to be no match for Castor on his own. That Lelouch's blunt tone caused Saber to abandon her intent to act. Assist Assassin, Saber. Leave Lancer to Ryder. Kiritsugu also relayed his orders at an opportune moment. In his view, it was far too unwise for Saber to unleash her noble phantasm to deal with Lancer. Since Ryder had volunteered to engage, why not take advantage of this opportunity? He also wished to discreetly observe whether Ryder possessed any hidden techniques. I understand. Although she still desired to determine a victor against the girl before her, upon glancing at Ryder's enormous robot, she refrained from contesting. Ryder's offensive capabilities were evidently ill-suited for team battles. Should she persist, she might genuinely fall victim to Ryder's overwhelming firepower. Hey, wait. What is happening? What do you mean by encirclement? As Saber departed, Sakura Kyoko turned sharply to confront Ryder, demanding answers. Why did she feel such a foreboding sense of unease? They were already on that side, including the non-participating Berserker and the detained archer. Was she not effectively at odds with Force servants? When had she developed such deep animosity with Winnow? You still do not know? The church issued a mission to encircle Lancer. The reason being that you violated the rules by killing ordinary people during your struggle with Assassin. When Ryder articulated the matter at hand, Sakura Kyoko was left utterly stunned. Anyone involved in the encirclement would be awarded a command spell. Such a reward. Do you think anyone could remain indifferent? What did you say? Realizing the reason she was being besieged by a group of individuals tonight, Sakura Kyoko's anger surged. At that moment, I did not do anything. Reflecting on her earlier encounter with Assassin, she had been perplexed about the other's intentions. The stance of preparing for a fight, only to retreat without action, left her feeling uneasy. I have a foreboding feeling. The words expressed by Uchiha at that time seemed to validate her conclusion that it now appeared that Assassin's mere presence was a trap. Why would the church issue such an announcement? She could not fathom. She had not harmed any innocent people. How could she be burdened with such a crime, based on such nonsensical reasoning? How could she possibly accept this? Bang, 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 bang. Yet her cries were disregarded, met only by the countless gun barrels aimed at her. The injustice. For Sakura Kyoko, there was no greater anguish than this slander. Having done nothing wrong, she was unjustly labeled a murderer. Merely due to that one-sided terminology, clang. The long spear failed to penetrate the energy shield of the mech, and the spike chain used was effortlessly deflected, failing to inflict harm on the true enemy. Bang! The sound from behind was jarringly discordant. Uchiha, don't worry, I'm fine. Observing the battle unfolding, Sakura Kyoko's emotions were volatile, but upon receiving a response from him, she felt a sense of relief. Tsuke, gripping her long spear. She concentrated her mind on the enemies ahead. She couldn't afford to dwell on her thoughts, for distraction could lead to her downfall. Although Ryder's mech had defensive measures, they were not infallible. Really, it was one thing for them to come individually, but a group posed a significant challenge. The Sword of Flame could only be wielded against one opponent at a time, and she had to remain vigilant against another's attack. If he did not summon a second beast, it would be difficult to contend with the duo before her. But now, is he summoning the Time Magus? Aware of the situation around him, Uchiha naturally understood the origins of this group. Sakura Kyoko was being hunted for allegedly killing innocent people. Such an absurd statement was beyond his belief. That girl, even if facing her demise, would not resort to such actions. Uchiha held unwavering trust in her. Others might hesitate, but when it came to trust, Uchiha would never doubt his friend. Can you move now? Assassin. Saber glanced at the sword-wielding Kensei, who was attempting to swing his blade. The magic he had cast on me was not permanent. It would unravel after a while. That peculiar binding force had dissipated. Such magic that could restrict attacks was indeed troublesome, were it not for Saber's assistance. He might have encountered serious issues. Caster would join forces with the Lancer who had lost their master, and it seemed they had inadvertently exposed their plan. Before arriving here, he had not anticipated encountering such a scenario. Otherwise, simply encircling Lancer would not have been so laborious. Thus, defeating both of them here would be the most efficient choice. Although Kirai initially advised him against killing Lancer or Caster, truthfully, Kater's recent actions had ignited Kensei as killing intent. For either side, Caster and Lancer were an unstable combination. The two figures charged forward together. Hey, I knew you would come. Trap card activated. Attack nullified. Having already devised a so-called battle plan, Uchiha remained unfazed, unveiling one of the cover cards in response to the approaching duo. Go, Sword of Flame, now. Is your chance what? An unusual binding sensation enveloped him as the warrior wielding the Sword of Flame swung down. Both Saber and Kensei felt the sluggishness that rendered them unable to strike. Although they managed to perform a defensive maneuver, blocking the direct hit with a Holy Sword and Divine Sword, the explosive shockwave still forced Saber and Kensei to retreat. This is magic? How terrifying! The binding sensation that could manifest during battle was perilously lethal that a slight misstep could leave one hanging by a thread. Hey, underestimating me, Uchiha, is truly a headache that I won't be so easily defeated by you. With a thumbs up directed at himself, Uchiha proclaimed proudly. From atop a high-rise, a gun was aimed, the scope trained on Caster, yet Kiritsugo hesitated to pull the trigger. There were 3 unknown cards on that machine. The time was not yet right. In his view, Caster must be a future heroic spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the wondrous creation in his hands. Sealing familiars and various spells within cards to be utilized when needed was a technique far superior to both ancient and modern methods. The other masters had yet to arrive on the scene, Caster and Lancer. A faint suspicion began to form in Kiritsuga's mind. The Lancer without a master and the Caster whose master was still unaccounted for. He felt there was a secret hidden within this scenario. Otherwise, there would be no reason for these unrelated individuals to form an alliance. Moreover, judging by the consistent magical energy they exhibited throughout the battle, the logic he had previously surmised regarding Lancer's withdrawal was flawed, but a twitch of his eyelid prompted him to retract his gun, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps it would be wise to keep a greater distance. What is this? Bang! Pulling Weber from the mech, they leaped from the cockpit to evade the piercing spiked chain. Lelouch looked up in confusion. What was happening? Ryder, a bit astonished, Weber could not comprehend why the mech's performance had faltered. It must be Caster's magic. The magical energy he sensed before jumping out of the cockpit was undoubtedly Caster's. Lelouch had not anticipated that Lancer would possess the magic of the opponent. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, taking Weber to safety. Otherwise, they would have faced disaster. Indeed, the magic given by Uchiha was formidable, akin to sorcery in its potency. Gripping her long spear, Sakura Kyoko stood at the breach, feeling satisfied. The Pluto barrier wave, that card thrown by Uchiha, seemed to have yielded an unexpected effect. With a spirit of experimentation, she had utilized it against Ryder. Consequently, the previously fortified Ryder was now forced out. The outcome was clear. From her elevated position, Sakura Kyoko declared loudly, "So listed, Wado Karta. That's not necessarily the case." What? Yet, upon hearing Lelouch's response, she froze, suddenly noticing a peculiar agitation beneath her feet. What? A thunderous explosion erupted from within the mech, engulfing it in a thick cloud of smoke. Wow! Gripping Lelouch's attire tightly, Weber opened his eyes to witness the mech being obliterated. "Apologies, I had long anticipated that someone might breach our defenses. I had planted mines beneath the cockpit long ago." The magic you obtain from Castor seems ineffective against such devices. Even though the mecha was destroyed, Lelouch felt no sorrow. Rather, he considered it a significant gain if it meant severely injuring and potentially eliminating the opponent. Had we been in such perilous situations all along? Weber exclaimed in shock. The thought of stepping on landmines sent shivers down his spine. Phew! The figure had already been blasted away, now lying on the ground. "Sakura!" Noticing the disheveled figure, Jino rushed over without a moment's thought for his battle against Kenshin and Saber. "This is serious." "Hey, wake up." It was the first time Jino had seen this girl in such a dire state, and he crouched down, calling out to her. "What's wrong?" As he helped her up, he noticed the blood streaming from her wounds and her stubborn words, causing him to suddenly smile down at her. "Ah, I know. You would never do that. I believe in you." Understanding what she was trying to convey, Jino responded without hesitation. The reliable young man laid her gently on the ground, then stood up as a small creature wielding a tiny cane appeared beside him. "First, focus on recovering. I will handle the rest. I will defeat them all." Jino surveyed the surrounding foes, steeling his resolve. Although Sakura Kyoko could recover countless times thanks to the soul gem, as long as it remained intact, she would still experience the process of injury. Thus, before her recovery, it fell upon Jino to confront the enemies alone. "Frankly, I disapprove of your actions, so, whatever happens next, do not blame me." With such a declaration, he stood confidently under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The little creature beside him, resembling a clock, swayed as the time mage, possessing extraordinary powers. Jino's summoning of it signified his intent to eliminate the foes. Noticing Jino summon the small familiar, Lelouch furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of unease. Yet the opportunity to eliminate Castor was too close at hand to let it slip away. After all, that enigmatic magic was indeed troublesome. And both Lelouch and Kenshin shared the same goal of removing the opponent. Castor, surrounded by Ryder, Saber, and Assassin, could hardly expect to survive a 3-on-1 confrontation. "Take this!" At Jino's loud command, the little familiar began to rotate the clock on its body. Kenshin had intended to charge straight in, but the tremors emanating from all around halted his advance. He sensed something ominous approaching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spinning clock finally halted at the 12 o'clock position. "All right, it worked." "Activate." Jino appeared elated, his extraordinary luck still shining through. At this critical juncture, he unleashed a decisive strike. The first to sense the impending threat were Kenshin and Saber, both influenced by the sheath, instinctively moving closer together. "Weber, use the command spell." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lelouch turned abruptly, shouting in alarm. It was the first time he had displayed such a loss of composure. Witnessing this side of Lelouch, Weber was momentarily stunned. He had never seen Ryder so flustered. "Hurry, but how do I use it?" Under the pressure of Lelouch's urgency, he snapped out of his daze and began to inquire if he needed to use the command spell. But how should he issue the command? He was utterly bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. In the name of Lelouch 6 Britannia, I command you, use the command spell." There was no time for explanations. Lelouch was genuinely anxious this time, even resorting to using Geas on Weber. The saying, "even the wisest can err," seemed to apply to this situation. To be why the command spell, "I order you, Ryder." Not far away, the clash between Berserker and Gilgamesh suddenly sent a chill down their spines, both instinctively activating their life-saving skills and noble phantasms. Then, cough, cough. Damn it. Both men abruptly spat out blood, subsequently exhibiting unusual reactions. Berserker, clad in heavy armor, half crouched on the ground. Despite sensing the familiar's attack moments ago, he had sustained severe injuries. The sight of the equally disheveled Gilgamesh made it clear that even this king had barely managed to fend off the damage by deploying a treasure from his vault. Nevertheless, he was now in a state of bleeding from 7 orifices. How dare you? The situation had escalated beyond mere loss of composure. Gilgamesh was now genuinely furious. Not only had his battle been interrupted, but someone had also attempted a sneak attack from behind that if he hadn't reacted swiftly to draw a defensive noble phantasm, he would have been dead by now. That if that had happened, he would have been livid. Though he was already quite irate, that caster. What is this? Lying on the ground, Saber was still somewhat dazed. For some unknown reason, she had felt an instinctive threat of death that compelled her to move closer to Assassin. That had been a warning from her intuition. It wasn't until she regained her senses that she recognized her current state. Pain radiated throughout her body, as if she had sustained grave injuries. Ugh, even Kenshin had collapsed, finding it difficult to rise again. That familiar is terrifyingly powerful. A sense of dread gripped Kenshin as he experienced an unprecedentedly unreasonable attack. Had it not been for the so-called sheath at his side, he might have perished. Ryder. Coming back to his senses, Weber finally realized what had just occurred. He had been manipulated by Ryder's mental control magic, and it dawned on him that he had exhausted all 3 of his command spells. Cough, cough. Hearing the faint sounds of coughing, he turned to look. The once pristine white royal attire was now stained with crimson blood, and the wearer lay on the ground, gasping for breath as if on the brink of death. What on earth happened? Completely perplexed by the situation, Weber was taken aback. You deserve this. This is your retribution. Although he seemed to have evaded the wrath of this group, Jinno loudly mocked them. The Time Mage, despite lacking formidable combat prowess, wielded immensely potent effects. This included the capacity to engage in a gamble. Should Jinno guess correctly, he would unleash a death-dealing strike upon the surrounding enemies. It was not the concept of instant death, but rather an attack that would inflict death-level damage on the affected. In other words, if successful, the Time Mage could eliminate any foe lacking life-preserving qualities. Even powerful beings like Berserker and Gilgamesh could be slain if caught off guard. Moments ago, both had drawn their life-saving skills and noble phantasms, realizing that something was targeting them with lethal intent. Although it appeared that they had managed to stave off the death damage through various means, they were left in a significantly weakened state. This scene was captured from afar by Kiritsugu, sending chills down his spine. Castor had nearly slain all the other servants with that familiar. Initially, it was believed that Berserker and Archer, as the paragons of strength, would have no rivals. However, it has become evident that Castor is the most perilous of them all. Such formidable magic and familiars are simply unprecedented. Fortunately, he has retreated for the time being. Otherwise, he might have been caught in the chaos. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, a sensation of trepidation that he had not experienced in a long time. The scheme to besiege Lancer seems destined for failure. Having reached such a conclusion, Kiritsugu intended to summon Saber back. Sustaining such grievous injuries, even the King of Knights could not remain unscathed. Suddenly, he became aware of an unsettling detail. Saber and Assassin's conditions appeared rather peculiar. What is this? Now, it seems that all of you are doomed. Observing the surrounding servants in a state of near death, Zokin laughed heartily. Whoosh, bang. Yet at that very moment of mirth, a flying sword pierced the Time Magician's body. Obliterating him? Zokin snapped back to reality, only to see Gilgamesh glaring down at him from atop a high tower. You insolent wretch! How dare you bring me to such a state of humiliation? Clutching his wound, Gilgamesh's eyes blazed with fury, his countenance twisted in a terrifying grimace. That you're still standing? While Saber, Assassin, and Ryder lie incapacitated, how is it that this golden figure can still move? Zokin could not comprehend the situation. I shall no longer allow you to wreak havoc. The gate behind him opened countless times, a multitude of golden lights illuminating the night as Gilgamesh harbored the intent to turn Zokin into a pincushion. Your bizarre methods of attack do not frighten me in the slightest. He swiftly lifted the trap card covering the dual disc, declaring loudly, in that instant, all the gates opened by the treasures of the king vanished. What? For the first time, Gilgamesh felt a sense of bewilderment as he could no longer draw any treasures from his vault. Hey, you all rely on your so-called treasures and skills to fight. Don to you, then sealing them should suffice. With a triumphant smile, Zokin rubbed his nose and shouted, Skill extraction. This powerful trap card, activated at the cost of a certain amount of magical energy, could nullify all treasures and skills held by everyone. Both Gilgamesh's treasures of the king and the scabbard Avalon, which was slowly healing Saber and Shiro, lost their potency in that moment. What was even more terrifying for Saber and Shiro was that their ever-reliable eye of the mind and instinct had begun to falter. Now, not only was the release of their treasures in question, but even whether they could continue fighting in their current state was uncertain. Though during this time, I cannot activate new spells or traps. But if I have this, there's no problem. Of course, this came at a cost. Zokin's own abilities would also be rendered ineffective. He could now only rely on summoned monsters to fight. Yet, casting a glance at the pitch-black dragon, Zokin felt an immense sense of reassurance. The red-eyed black dragon was his most powerful trump card. Nothing could provide him with more comfort than this. If you wish to fight, then come. He placed the card firmly on the dual disc. Speaking in a low voice, roar. The massive black dragon suddenly enveloped the sky, far exceeding Zokin's expectations. Was the red-eyed black dragon truly this immense? Looking up at the dragon, which seemed to have grown exponentially in size, Zokin questioned, This form must be at least 1/5 the size of Fuyuki City. Had it not been nighttime, the citizens would surely have gathered around in awe and panic. He can summon a dragon? Saber struggled to rise from the ground and squatted, staring in astonishment at the colossal black dragon. The scabbard's effectiveness had ceased, leaving Shiro in a severely injured state as he gazed at the dragon that nearly obscured the sky. Feeling utterly powerless, the existence of such a creature from folklore being summoned so casually by an opponent was hard to fathom. Awe. It's a dragon. TSK. Clearly, he had underestimated his opponent. Weber was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Trembling, while Lelouch clutched his chest, suppressing the pain, he had truly miscalculated Castor's combat strength. First, with such a small familiar, he had nearly achieved victory, and now he could render the servant's treasures and skills ineffective while summoning a gigantic dragon. This level of power was not at all inferior to the extraordinary berserker and archer. His previous schemes now seemed utterly trivial. Strangely, this reminded Lelouch of past unpleasant experiences where he had always thought victory was assured, only for that wretched Suzaku to shatter his plans with brute force. Humph, do you persist in attempting to humiliate me time and again? Berserker, your battle shall be put on hold for now. Gazing at the black dragon above, Gilgamesh felt no particular emotion. Having encountered many fantastical experiences in life, he would not be intimidated by a mere dragon. Crack, crack. The dark-armored servant removed his helmet, revealing a mature face that similarly regarded the dragon soaring in the sky. Allowing such a dragon to attack would spell disaster. Furthermore, due to Castor's influence, he could not even utilize his class change ability. Currently, he was using the Saber class, wielding a golden sword perfectly suited to confront the black dragon. Zokin, slightly regaining her strength, Kyoko lay on the ground, gazing at him. You could still rest a while longer. We are both nearly at our limits. The use of the red-eyed black dragon had completely drained Zokin's magical energy, while Kyoko also required magic to recover, making this truly a last resort. Casting a glance at the skill extraction activated on the far right of the dual disc, Zokin felt a slight sense of relief. As long as he could seal the treasures and skills of these adversaries, they would lose a significant portion of their combat capabilities. Assassin, can you still move? Saber inquired, looking at Shiro, who remained on the ground. I can manage to move somewhat, thanks to the earlier recovery. Had it not been for the scabbard's effectiveness, he would not have felt this light. Indeed, my scabbard is with you. Saber realized that her approach to Shiro was not mere coincidence. Instead, it was her instinct that sensed the presence of the scabbard, guiding her closer. Now that she had confirmed this, Saber understood the reason. The only opportunity for Assassin to obtain the scabbard would likely have been during the period when Alice was captured. Kiritsuga had entrusted the scabbard to his wife for her protection, not anticipating such an attack. It seemed that she had previously misjudged that man, by giving such an important life-saving item to Alice instead of herself. It proved that he indeed cared for her. Now, whether it be you, me, or Ryder, it seems we all find it difficult to act as we normally would. Berserker and Archer appeared capable of contending with the Black Dragon. Yet, considering Castor's magic and the injuries sustained by the two, it would seem they would not last long without the use of their treasures. Observing the two already engaged in battle with the Black Dragon, Saber slowly began to speak. "What do you wish to convey?" Having articulated the crucial point, Kenshin took a breath and remarked, "I have a plan to annihilate the Black Dragon, but Castor's magic is quite troublesome. Could I trouble you to exert yourself a bit more? Only with your lightning-fast speed is it possible to destroy the machinery he uses for magic before he has a chance to react. You truly are putting me in a difficult position, Saber, but it seems I have little choice in the matter. How vexing it is for this king to be forced into such a predicament." Dodging the approaching dragon's claw, Gilgamesh's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. If only he could utilize the weapons from his treasury, he could dispatch this mere dragon in a matter of moments. Being chased like a mouse is a significant blow to a king's dignity, yet he found himself utterly powerless in this situation. Not only was he unable to retrieve his noble phantasms from a gate, but the only thing of any use was his golden armor. Unlike Berserker, who carried weapons at all times, Gilgamesh would only summon them from the gate when necessary. Who could have anticipated that his gate would be sealed? It is indeed the height of absurdity. Throughout his life, Gilgamesh had never suffered such indignities. He vowed that next time he would prepare something special to prevent such an occurrence from happening again. Boom! The golden sword shattered the fireball launched by the Black Dragon. Berserker cast a glance at the city below, identifying a clear target, in a state where both skills and noble phantasms were sealed. Defeating the Black Dragon would be exceedingly difficult. It would be swifter to launch a direct attack. Whoosh, however, just as he attempted to charge forward, the massive Black Dragon flapped its wings, blocking his path and preventing him from advancing smoothly. This was quite dire. The Black Dragon seemed unfazed in its attempt to obstruct his approach towards the whiteboard. The ever-glimmering and incessantly chattering figure beside him was of no assistance. The situation appeared increasingly unfavorable. Hey, the Crimson Eye is not so easily vanquished. Unlike ordinary monsters that could be easily defeated, the Crimson Eye Black Dragon was his trump card, although he was unsure why it was so enormous. Its size proved advantageous. Ha! A bright shout rang in his ears. Immediately capturing the attention of those within the city, he caught sight of Saber, stumbling and running towards him. Oh no, this won't do. Knowing the opponent's objective, the city would not be careless. Fortunately, Saber was moving slowly due to injuries, granting him ample time to react. The dark dragon's tail obstructed the inevitable path, forming an impassable barrier between them. Ugh! Looking up at the height, Saber felt a headache coming on. Normally, this wouldn't pose a problem, but under the conditions of injury and needing to conserve energy, it became a significant issue. She initially intended to draw Assassin's attention, but it seemed she only succeeded halfway. That's enough. However, Assassin's words startled her. Kenshin was seen charging from behind, leaping up to land on her shoulder, performing a second jump in midair. Yet, perhaps due to her injuries, Kenshin struggled to maintain balance and posture in the air, and the force of her forward leap was insufficient to completely clear the dragon's tail and reach Castor. Seeing Assassin nearly vault over the dragon's tail, the city dweller had initially been unconcerned. After all, even with that span, she was still far from reaching him. He could easily command the Crimson Eye Black Dragon to sweep her aside. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, Assassin switched her grip on the sword and hurled the divine blade towards him. Oh! Although he reacted, the body of the city dweller lacked the capability to fully evade in time. Crack! The far right area was severed, transforming the 5 domains into 4. The skill extraction zone was cleaved and fell to the ground. In that instant, the gathered servants sensed the troublesome seal had been lifted. Saber! A long-awaited moment. Familiar golden light began to emanate from the holy sword, a brilliance mingled with hope. The violent surge of magical energy alerted Gilgamesh and Berserker, who were high above Excalibur. The golden great sword slashed towards the black dragon in the sky, its explosive radiance enveloping it. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted in the sky, forming a dazzling X-shaped firework. Crimson Eye. The city dweller raised his arms to brace against the residual impact and shouted loudly. "Ryder, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, though it was somewhat self-deceptive. Weber, looking at the bloodied Lelouch, assisted him to his feet, and the latter let out a self-mocking sound. "We must leave this place, Weber. In my current state, it is difficult for me to protect you." The intermittent voice conveyed that Lelouch had indeed entered a weakened state. "I understand." Nodding, Weber chose to disregard previous matters and helped him move backward. "Wow, what a splendid light, that don't you think so?" As everything calmed down, Gilgamesh reminisced about the beautiful fireworks and turned to Berserker beside him. Berserker remained silent, gazing at Saber below, with a sense of nostalgia. He too had once radiated a brilliance akin to hers. "Humph, finally, I can clear the aftermath if I wish to determine the victor between us. I must first deal with these meddlesome pests. Otherwise, their incessant interruptions are truly irksome." Opening the treasury once more, countless swords and blades surged forth, aiming at the ground below. Gilgamesh felt a surge of anger recalling his earlier predicament. "You shall not, Sakura." Struggling to stand from the ground, Sakura Kyoko gasped, prompting concern from the city dweller. "You have no cards left, do you? It's time for me to protect you." "But you." The city dweller looked at her resolute posture, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by her. "Don't worry, I still have an ace up my sleeve." Offering a reassuring smile, Sakura Kyoko replied, "I can't believe I'm relying on this. How foolish can I be? What was I thinking?" Yet internally, she was far from as composed as she appeared. Becoming a witch, perhaps that is the final means to break the deadlock, though uncertain of its efficacy. If it could be used to protect friends, she would choose to employ it, regardless of the cost or consequence. Damn you gods, how cruel you are. Perhaps she truly had fallen into the abyss. Participating in the so-called Dragon Ball War was undoubtedly a misguided decision. Yet curiously, at this moment, she felt no regret. At the very least, she had made new friends here. City dweller. Though our time together has been brief. I'm truly glad. So we are friends, right? What nonsense are you spouting? We've entrusted our lives to one another, so of course. Apologies, Sayaka. Perhaps I truly cannot save you, but right now, I can save another friend. City dweller. I'm so glad to have met you. Upon hearing the exclamatory words of Sakura Kyoko, an eerie atmosphere suddenly enveloped the surroundings. A chilling sensation inexplicably swept over everyone. The streets began to transform, and the very fabric of reality seemed altered. Unfamiliar scenes invaded their sight. Weber, who was on the verge of departing with Lelouch, widened his eyes in terror. A bounded field? On that fateful day, a witch was born in Fuyuki City. The environment shifted, plunging the world into chaos. Everything around them was no longer as they had previously perceived. All present felt as though they had entered a realm reminiscent of an artistic painting. The bounded field, was it some recognized the phenomenon capable of inducing such drastic changes in scenery? The bounded field was regarded as the grand magic closest to sorcery, even classified as forbidden spells by the Mage S Association. A magic that materializes the caster's inner landscape, once activated, can erode the real world and draw everything nearby into one's own world. It is forged from the caster's innermost feelings, thus intertwined with their personal experiences. Undoubtedly, those capable of wielding a bounded field are exceptional individuals. Yet, the grotesque visage before them was utterly repulsive, a tragic figure akin to a jester in a play. The uneven ground, the unfamiliar streets. Thick fog wafting about, yet their eyes were drawn to that immense and abstract entity. Mounted on a bizarre black and white steed, clad in a red and multicolored gown, the head resembled a candle, even ablaze. Wielding a massive lance, the witch of the martial arts, Ophelia. A being utterly incomprehensible. "This is dire." Weber supported Lelouch, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Before he could escape the confines, he had already been ensnared in this world. Given Lelouch's current injured state and the loss of his mecha, they were perilously vulnerable. Familiar? As dark phantoms emerged around them, Weber's heart raced with trepidation. The synchronized march of the creatures bore an overwhelming sense of dread. Gasping for breath, Lelouch surveyed the multitude ahead, contemplating a strategy to break free. He had to devise a means of escape with Weber. We're doomed. Ha! Crack! The assaulting familiars elicited a startled cry from Weber. Yet when he shut his eyes, a sharp command pierced through the air. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Saber brandishing her holy sword before him, with Assassin standing guard at his side. Wait, Saber. Assassin. A wave of relief washed over Weber inexplicably. Bang! Without a response, Shiro evaded an attack, then swung his fist to send the creature before him flying. Assassin, it seems you can still fight without a sword. A teasing smile graced Saber's lips as she glanced at Shiro. It was a bit forced. One should not expect too much. After all, she was trained in swordsmanship, not hand-to-hand combat. Dealing with 2 or 3 familiars was one thing, but facing the dense throng akin to an army was unrealistic. The previously thrown Kusanagi sword had no chance of retrieval. Furthermore, that location lay beneath the massive creature, and in its current battered state he dared not approach. How naive these fools were, watching Saber and Assassin, who instead of striking a decisive blow were aiding him. Lelouch found himself at a loss for words. This was no time for infighting, but if they did not unite, death would be inevitable. Saber's voice rang out as she cleaved through another attacking familiar. Her words were not mere folly. In their injured and weary state, engaging in self-inflicted conflict within the enemy's bounded field was incomprehensible. Indeed, Ryder, we must consider our options, casting a sidelong glance at Lelouch. Weber earnestly urged. He understood Ryder harbored significant distrust towards others, but this was not the moment for stubbornness. Options. Unless Saber had the strength to unleash her noble phantasm once more, the 3 of them combined would not suffice to fend off this horde. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped Lelouch. He had long perceived their predicament. An injured literary emperor, a swordsman stripped of his blade, a king with depleted magical energy, setting aside the issue of being a burden. Merely dealing with the sheer number of familiars was exhausting, let alone hunting down the martial arts which transformed from Sakura Kyoko. Whether Lancer or Caster, both possessed powers that transcended reason. This ambush could only be overcome by uniting with other servants. In hindsight, Kirii and the others had unwittingly performed a good deed. Facing either Caster or Lancer alone would be a headache. Was this truly the time for despair? Ryder. I'm not being pessimistic. Rather, I have firmly concluded that to break free, we must rely on Berserker and Archer over there. Whether those 2 possess such goodwill remains uncertain. Such a choice, entrusting one's life to others, was not what Lelouch desired. Yet, with only Saber and Assassin present, there was simply no available solution. What could a group of wounded individuals accomplish? His Geas could hardly hope to affect a creature as bizarre as the martial arts witch. Even if Assassin retrieved the divine sword, she could not slay that colossal being. The only reliable asset, Saber, lacked the magical energy to unleash her noble phantasm a second time, within the bounded field. Kiritsugu was unreachable. Relying on him to assist with command seals was sheer folly. Merely defending themselves against the familiars was a challenge, let alone attacking the core. Wait! Suddenly, a thought struck Lelouch. Perhaps there was still a way. What method do you propose? The trio of Saber, Shiro, and Weber paused, their vigilance heightened as they awaited his elaboration. That we must eliminate Caster. Eliminate Caster. They failed to grasp Ryder's intent. Haven't you noticed? Throughout this battle, Lancer has shown no signs of being restrained by magical energy despite lacking a master. This indicates she must have contracted with a new master. Considering Caster's association with her, along with the fact that Caster's previous master is long dead, it is highly plausible that Caster is indeed her contractee. Although the exact means by which Caster accomplished this remained a mystery, it was hardly surprising that someone capable of wielding a variety of magical arts could also possess the means to contract a servant. But how do you know Caster's master is dead? That is something I shall not disclose to you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. At this juncture, Saber, Shiro, and Weber comprehended the implications. Assuming Ryder's assertion held truth, then this deduction warranted belief. Otherwise, it could not explain why Caster and Lancer were so closely aligned. However, to seek out Caster among such a vast army. Unaware of her whereabouts, Weber raised his gaze, confronting the encircling throng, his lips twitching. Could they truly accomplish such a feat against this ironclad blockade? They could only strive to delay and await an opportunity. Procrastination is nothing more than a gradual demise. What? Upon hearing Saber's words, Lelouch furrowed his brow, perceiving the confidence embedded in her tone. With the resilience of her sheath, you will eventually have the strength to spare. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he would be eliminated first or if he could endure until that moment arrives. Jinshin grasped Saber's intent and explained, "Then it seems we can only strive to try. Is it not? Beyond that, there exists no other recourse. The sheath." Listening to their exchange, Lelouch surmised that both parties harbored secrets unknown to one another. However, at that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Raising his gaze, he beheld Archer, clad in golden armor, levitating while brandishing a peculiar sword. Good grief! Such tiresome farce perpetually unfolds. Countless weapons erupted from the gate, annihilating the approaching familiars. Gilgamesh held no regard for this so-called reality marble. Perhaps it posed a significant challenge for Saber and her companions, but for him, it was merely a domain he could shatter at will. Bang! With a swing of his great sword, he effortlessly obliterated a throng of encroaching familiars in an instant. In contrast to the wounded trio over there, Berserker and Archer maintained their ample combat prowess. Are you planning to manipulate your noble phantasm again? Witnessing Berserker transition to a spear, the swirling magical energy emanated. And Gilgamesh chuckled as usual. You are burdened by that little girl. Perhaps it would be wise not to act so recklessly. To vanquish such a creature, your master may not withstand it, perceiving the adversary's greatest weakness. Gilgamesh remarked with subtle implication. Unlike him, who benefited from Tosaka Tokiomi and the support of ley lines, Berserker's source of magic was solely self-sufficient. The little girl from the Matu family could hardly serve as a charger, thus severely limiting Berserker's sustained combat capacity. After enduring a fierce struggle and suffering fatal blows, both sides had expended considerable energy. Should Berserker deploy a high-scale noble phantasm to eliminate the monster before him, it would inevitably jeopardize Matu, Sakura's life. Well, although I am aware you are intentionally provoking me to act, this king is not devoid of compassion. Repeatedly compelling important guests to demonstrate their skills is a grave disrespect to the host. This time, I shall make an exception and allow you to witness something extraordinary. Seemingly showcasing something, the golden-armored king produced a strange key. Sensing an immense pressure, the Witch of the Wudon lowered her gaze at him and subsequently thrust her colossal spear forward. Bang! Yet it was deflected by Berserker, who had switched to a massive axe. What does that fool intend to do? Standing beneath the Witch of the Wudon, Shiro was inexplicably anxious, since earlier he had been surrounded by familiars. Though he had not been attacked, he could not find solace. Naturally, he also noticed the crimson light ascending ahead. The markings, resembling intricate patterns, manifested in the air. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed. By the time he reacted, Archer had inexplicably grasped a sword radiating an unusual red light. Awakened from your slumber, a sort of rupture, his body began to levitate, exuding an air of arrogance. Whoosh, manifesting the ability to create duplicates. The Witch of the Wudon transformed into numerous versions of herself. Futile struggles. Witnessing this, Gilgamesh merely waved his sword. Boom! A foreboding rumble reverberated, causing everyone within the barrier to sense the swelling magical energy. Crackle, crackle. Is the world collapsing? Weber looked up at the sky, discovering cracks forming in the anomalous space, inadvertently exclaiming in alarm that Archer's noble phantasm. Saber gazed at Gilgamesh, who was ensconced in the center, and gasped in astonishment. Such a scale of power far surpassed the holy sword in her possession that a reality marble is a noble phantasm that influences the very concept of world. I never anticipated that Archer would wield a weapon of such magnitude. Bang! A tremendous pressure erupted, sending the approaching Witch of the Wudon reeling, causing her excess duplicates to dissipate into the air. Sakura. Observing the colossal creature topple, Shiro called out anxiously. Crack, like shattering glass, the world crumbled into countless fragments. The surroundings reverted to the normality of Fuyuki City. We are saved. Weber exhaled in relief as he surveyed the calmed environment. Having escaped that realm, coupled with the vanishing familiars, indicated they were temporarily safe. However, Lancer still remained. Archer had merely shattered the world she had created, Saber remarked regarding the enormous creature before her. Weber, Lelouch, and Jianxin turned to look, only to find the creature riding the black and white steed in a state of revolt. The spear, larger than a building, swept through the vicinity with abandon. "What are you doing?" "Sakura!" Observing this behavior, Shiro could not help but shout loudly. "Haha, having sensed this king's threat, you deem it necessary to draw forth more magical energy to counter it. Thus, you choose to slay those foolish townsfolk to replenish it?" Yet, Gilgamesh kindly answered Shiro's inquiry. "What are you saying?" "She would never do such a thing." A flash of the girl's innocent smile crossed his mind. Shiro could not believe that Sakura Kyoko would resort to such extremes, and he retorted angrily. "Fool, since she activated that noble phantasm, Lancer has ceased to exist as a person. She is merely a monster devoid of personality, reason, and thought. The protection she offers you is merely a manifestation of that obsession, and likewise, to safeguard you, she will choose to drain more magical energy to confront this king. She will not concern herself with anything else." Laughing derisively, Gilgamesh declared loudly, "Bang! There's a monster." It seemed to validate Archer's assertion. Shiro soon observed the witch of the Wudon's actions. The enormous spear relentlessly claimed the lives of the slumbering citizens, subsequently transforming them into her magical energy. Such an overt rebellion had already drawn the attention and panic of the populace. "Hey, Sakura! Stop it!" Shouting with his hands cupped before his mouth, he received no acknowledgement regardless of his pleas. What a farcical scene! Do not rush. This king seldom grants such a display. I shall graciously send you to meet her in that world. Ascending into the high skies, Gilgamesh sneered. What? The immense magical energy coalesced, and Shiro looked skyward. Crimson brilliance splattered everywhere, and the terrifying gusts even disturbed the clouds. That must be an extraordinarily formidable strike. I will not allow you to proceed with this. I will not permit you to kill Sakura. Ignoring everything else, Shiro gritted his teeth and placed his hand upon his card deck. Please, my card deck. Swish, a meager amount of magical energy was consumed, and Shiro drew the final card from his deck. Enuma Elish, the star of rupture of heaven and earth. There was no intention whatsoever to fully liberate the sword of deviation. Gilgamesh merely unleashed that mediocre strike. This moment, the colossal form of the Witch of the Void became the ideal target. Even without aiming directly below, a swing from a certain height would suffice to hit her. This strike would obliterate both the Witch of the Void and Caster. As the impact surged forth, the inner city caught a glimpse of the Gava card he had just drawn and thrown into the dual disc, breaking into a crooked smile. Such strength, truly formidable. However, I shall activate. Magic cylinder, what? Who? Like a cannon, two massive forms manifested in the path of the sword of deviation. They watched as the gale generated from the strike was drawn into the cylinder. A foreboding sense of dread began to take shape, and Gilgamesh's expression stiffened. Bang! As expected, the next moment, the impact surged back from the opposite side of the cylinder. The attack he had unleashed was rebounded back at him. Oh no! He had never anticipated encountering such an absurd situation. Gilgamesh lost his composure, that he had never envisioned being faced with the sword of deviation so directly. Oh. Even clad in his remarkably defensive golden armor, he was being sliced by that peculiar force. After all, it was an attack capable of causing spatial rifts, creating temporal discontinuities. Looking up at the countered archer, Berserker inexplicably felt a subtle sensation that it was quite ironic, boasting grandiose words, yet receiving the most brutal of blows. This treatment, to be frank, was rather peculiar. Caster had actually managed to rebound such an attack with magic. How astonishing! Saber and Weber, among others, were also taken aback by the spectacle. It should be noted that this was a boundary-level noble phantasm. Although not a complete liberation, even its residual might was enough to cause a stir. The half-hearted strike unleashed by Gilgamesh was not something an ordinary foe could withstand, not to mention that it had been directly rebounded with magic. Served him right. Sporting a practiced facial expression, the inner city exclaimed with excitement. Watching that arrogant fellow suffer was akin to witnessing a seahorse being NTR'd by a blue-eyes white dragon, an exhilarating sight. Hoo. As that unusual force lingered in the sky, the crowd no longer saw the figure of the ostentatious ancient king. He had not perished, but had simply fled. Merely uttering boastful words would suffice. Yet the strongest attack had been reflected back, nearly costing him his life. The utterly disgraceful predicament left that king with no face to remain there. What a shameful fellow! Saber naturally understood the situation of that arrogant archer. Do we have a right to comment on this? Lelouch, too, was too indifferent to dwell on Archer's embarrassment. After all, he had hoped someone would deal with such a monster, only for them to nearly end up killing themselves, a scenario he had never envisioned. Ugh, it continues to harm the populace. It must be stopped. Swordheart raised his gaze towards the still rampaging Witch of the Void, becoming increasingly anxious. Other matters could be set aside for now, but the chaos before him had to be quelled. With the Witch of the Void's destructive capability, it was not merely a matter of 1 or 2 casualties. This time, if it escalated, the Church's ability to manage the aftermath was in question. Who would have thought this assassin would possess such concern for the common people? Glancing at him, Lelouch was surprised by Assassin's thoughts. Ryder, isn't this the wrong time to be discussing such matters? If we don't stop her, this city will perish. Weber was also acutely aware of the rules of the magic world. Mystery must never be exposed. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face repercussions from the Mages Association. Isn't the solution right before us? Upon hearing Lelouch's response, Weber was momentarily taken aback, then followed his gaze, landing on Sabered. It's fine. I've just contacted Kiritsugu. He will use a command seal to replenish my magic. I will once again unleash my noble phantasm to Barry Lancer. Understanding what the other party meant, Saber calmly explained. The current situation had transcended personal matters. Even with Kiritsugu's disposition, he could not stand idly by and watch Fuyuki City suffer. If a command seal and the release of a noble phantasm could save lives, Kiritsugu would act upon it, even if it meant using his last command seal, placing himself at a disadvantage in the ensuing war. Yet he would not hesitate. This is his choice, with a command seal in exchange for life. But just as he prepared to act from a distance, the Witch of the Void's movements halted. What? Quick, stop her. Damn it. Can you not hear my voice at all? Frantically tugging at his hair, the inner city could only stare in despair. Mommy! What? Monsters! The panicked cries echoing around him filled the inner city with guilt. If only he were a bit stronger, perhaps he could have prevented Sakura from falling into such a state. Thank you, Uncle. Not far off, Berserker tirelessly rescued terrified individuals from the collapsed buildings along the way. He encountered familiar faces. The red-haired boy instantly recognized the figure often seen in the park. The mature uncle's face was quite memorable. Shaking his head, Berserker chose not to speak to end the boy's admiring gaze. He leaped towards the towering heights. Berserker gripped his spear tightly, gazing at the enormous Witch. The boastful king had fled, leaving him to resolve this predicament. AS for magic. He could only hope that his remaining magic would suffice to unleash his ultimate technique to vanquish the Witch before him. Stop! But the penetrating shout drew his attention. He turned to see Castor running against the tide of the crowd, calling out to him that I will stop her. Castor's resolute tone momentarily paused Berserker, seeing that Berserker did not act immediately. The inner city sighed in relief. He had no surplus magic left for another god draw. Sakura, I know you must be suffering deeply right now. After all, you are not the kind of girl who would do such things. I believe this is not your true intention. Shouting loudly, the inner city continued. Reflecting on the time spent with this girl, he was absolutely certain he had not misjudged her. You see, Sakura, friends are those who cause mischief together when doing foolish things. Laugh together in moments of joy, and deliver a punch to wake each other up when mistakes are made. Speaking slowly, the inner city reminisced about the game, Honda, and others. You have made a mistake now. Thus, as your friend, I will deliver a solid punch to stop you. Do not think that just because you are a girl, you can evade retribution. Raising the incomplete dual disc, the inner city revealed a nostalgic smile. I too bear responsibility for not stopping you properly. Therefore, I will share this mistake with you. I will hold on to you tightly and sincerely apologize together in another world. As he extended his hand, Slowly approaching the car that had been activated all along, the anguished cries of Chuang Zhenai echoed. He was acutely aware of the consequences that would ensue upon touching the card. Yet, he bore an unwavering resolve. The relay of souls. It was the line that connected him to Sakura Kyoko, a bond named friendship. With a forceful motion, he wrenched the card from the dual disc, and the enduring power began to wane. Sakura, even without this, we shall forever remain friends. Thus, let us walk together. The witch's form faltered, then began to disintegrate. Huh. Awakening in a haze, Chuang Zhenai abruptly opened his eyes and turned over. He suddenly noticed the gleaming ruins of the city below. Momentarily stunned, am I flying? A surge of panic gripped him. Yet upon realizing he had not fallen, he clasped his chest in relief. What are you doing? A familiar laughter rang out beside him, and Chuang Zhenai turned in surprise. Before him floated Sakura Kyoko, clad in casual attire, mirroring his own levitation in the air. We've been eliminated, Chuang Zhenai. The laughter ceased, and Sakura Kyoko's expression shifted to one of regret. However, I am truly delighted to hear you would try to stop me. Thank you. As she turned to gaze at the devastated city and the weeping crowd below, her tone rose. Her expression was rife with sorrow and indignation. After embracing her witch form, she could do nothing but watch as the witch of the martial arts acted with impunity. Witnessing its slaughter of humanity pierced her heart with profound anguish. In that moment of utter despair, it was Chuang Zhenai who prevented her from succumbing to the abyss of her own soul. Until the very end, he refused to abandon her, still intent on saving her. That resolve to share in her demise, to risk his own life, was truly moving. It was for this reason that Sakura Kyoko never succumbed to despair. I too share the blame for not adequately stopping you. Thus, I shall bear that burden alongside you. Simply expressing those sentiments brought her to the brink of tears. The fist pressed gently against her cheek stunned Sakura Kyoko into silence. Did I not say? You made a mistake, so I shall deliver a punch. Do not presume that being a girl grants you immunity. The earnestness in his demeanor caused Sakura Kyoko to puff her cheeks in discontent. Whose fault do you think it is? If it weren't for your blunder, I wouldn't have used that thing. If you hadn't been outwitted by Ryder, I wouldn't have found myself in such a predicament. Perhaps you ought to reflect on your own actions first. In argument ignited. In the next moment, both burst into laughter. Puffed. Their unrestrained laughter mirrored their newfound relief. Well, what we ought to do is apologize to those affected by the chaos. I know, fully aware of the enormity of her mistakes, Sakura Kyoko showed no inclination to evade responsibility. Unfortunately, the card you once gifted me seems to have had no effect. Reviving the deceased. It appears that our simultaneous demise has prevented its activation. But in the grand scheme, it is not a matter of great significance. After a moment of introspection, Sakura Kyoko recalled earlier events. However, Chuang Zhenai paid little heed to the revival of the deceased card. But does this count as a soul leaving the body? Who knows? Chuang Zhenai glanced at their ethereal forms and inquired, while Sakura Kyoko shrugged, utterly perplexed. Hey, what will become of us? Sitting cross-legged in midair, Chuang Zhenai gazed down with excitement. This what they call a spirit bound to the earth. That notion seems rather bizarre. Completely bewildered by their current state, neither could provide an explanation. Clap. Yet the sound of applause from behind drew their attention. What a splendid bond you share. Turning around, they beheld a figure clad in a white robe, obscured by shadows. That voice. It's you. It's you. The voice was unforgettable to both Chuang Zhenai and Sakura Kyoko, the very instigator who had invited them to participate in the Dragon Ball War. God, what do you intend to do? Do not be so hasty. I merely emerged to clarify your evident unease. The calmness in his tone was far from that of a human. Well, organizing this war is indeed as I stated. It will fulfill the wishes of the victor. However, only the winner may stand at the end. Allowing you to return midway would be detrimental to future developments. What do you mean? Chuang Zhenai asked, his head filled with questions, tilting in confusion. Fool. He means for us, the defeated, to remain as spectators we are to witness until someone successfully makes a wish. Sakura Kyoko was taken aback by such treatment, surprised by the serious demeanor of the figure before them. Logically, gods should not be so responsible and benevolent. Is that so? Correct. If you were to return and claim it was a fabrication, it would be quite troublesome that I do not merely intend to host this once. Once a victor is determined and a wish is made, you will naturally be returned to your own world. That is how it shall be. Chuang Jinai, slow to comprehend, only realized the implications after the fact. Yet when he and Sakura Kyoko blinked again, the figure had vanished. So, does this mean there is a possibility of participating again? Upon hearing this, Sakura Kyoko discerned the underlying meaning. Although they had failed this time, there might yet be opportunities for summoning in the future. Though she did not fully grasp the situation, it meant there was still a chance. Tisich, if I return, I shall not be so inept. Lancer and Caster have been vanquished. At last, 2 servants had exited the stage of this war. Yet the remaining participants suffered their own losses. Archer was still hiding somewhere, nursing his wounds. And Ryder was seriously injured, unable to act for the time being. Only Assassin, Saber, and Berserker remained in relatively good condition. More tragically, the panic incited in Fuyuki City was a monumental ordeal. Though the church promptly initiated recovery efforts, it was a monumental task. Consequently, prominent families such as the Tosaka and Matu clans had to dispatch personnel for management. Whether through magical hypnosis or on-site handling, it was no simple feat after all. The Witch of the Martial Arts had indeed wrought significant disaster and casualties. Thus, during this period, the masters and servants tacitly ceased hostilities. I understand your predicament. Let us reconvene once everything is settled. Tosaka Tokiomi concluded his conversation with Ainsburn's servant. Fully aware of their dire circumstances, such a significant incident would surely elicit complaints from a mages association. Exposing the mystics so brazenly, without proper rectifications, would not be resolved with mere apologies. A miscalculation. It is also their fault for underestimating the prowess of Lancer and Caster. The 5 servants, at a considerable cost, managed to subdue them collectively. However, in the end, they have eliminated a troublesome adversary. Yet, there is a silver lining. The resolution of potential unforeseen complications. Had they continued in their previous state of ignorance, they might have found themselves ambushed and countered by Lancer and Caster at any moment. The power possessed by those 2 heroic spirits is indeed formidable. The focal point has now shifted solely to Berserker. Although the plan and execution deviated from the original intention, it has ultimately reached fruition. Now, it is merely a matter of locating Berserker's master, who poses a significant threat to Tokiomi Tosaka's ultimate victory. Ryder, as you mentioned, Shiro Amiya is indeed preparing to take action within the confines of his residence. Having recalled the surveillance familiars, Weber observed Lelouch, bandaged and reclining on the bed, his upper body exposed. This is his opportunity. With Archer and myself injured, Berserker will not intervene for the time being. It is an excellent chance for him to exact personal revenge. Were I in his position, I would also take action. Supporting his head with one hand, a smirk appeared on Lelouch's face, exuding an air of as expected to eliminate Assassin and Kirai Kodomine. Indeed, for they are his wife's and assistant's foes. Weber could decipher the situation regardless. After all, the Alliance's Archer is gravely injured and unable to provide support. Kirai Kodomine is now utterly isolated. How could Shiro let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Furthermore, the ever-concerning rider is incapacitated due to injuries, whether it is to force Assassin out of the picture or to seize the Dragon Balls from Kirai Kodomine. The timing is impeccable. Just half a day has passed since the events of last night. And yet, here we are, truly unsettling. With a sigh, Weber could only watch as this scene unfolded before him. Given Ryder's current condition, combat capability is entirely out of the question. Ryder. Threefold confusion arose as Weber witnessed Lelouch sit up, attempting to don his usual attire, leaving him astonished. What are you dawdling for? Preparing to head out. But what about you? I am indeed injured and unable to engage in direct combat, but that does not imply others are incapable. The familiar cold smile on Lelouch's face suddenly reminded Weber of his manipulative sorcery. With Kirai Kodomine being such an advantageous pawn, I must make good use of it. Click! Checking the magazine, the sound of loading echoed within the small inn. As Shiro Amiya diligently maintained his firearms, Ryder's familiar has departed Saber. Observing from the side, reminded him, "Do not concern yourself with him, but a rider who has lost her noble phantasm and is injured cannot interfere, even if she comprehends my intentions." Shiroamiya disregarded the fact that his movements had been detected, displaying a form of misjudgment that it can only be said that Lelouch had concealed himself too effectively, with Gius remaining undisclosed, leading Shiro to overlook this aspect, resulting in a significant information gap. "Are you planning to confront Kirai Kodomine personally? Will you attempt to stop me, Saber?" "No, if it is for the sake of avenging Alice, Phil, and Mia. I shall not impede you." Gazing at the weary man before her, Saber recognized the turmoil that still surged within him. This forthcoming assault is not merely about seizing the Dragon Balls. Shiro seeks Kirai Kodomine's life. The vengeance for his wife and assistant must ultimately be fulfilled. Likewise, Saber yearns to settle the score with Assassin and reclaim the scabbard. With the scabbard restored, she would possess ample confidence to confront Archer and Berserker. Avalon, also known as the distant ideal realm, it is the ultimate noble phantasm that can only be activated when Saber possesses the scabbard. Its extraordinary nature allows it to disregard all physical and parallel world interferences, rendering even higher-tier magic incapable of penetration. An absolute defense. It is the strongest defense that even Gilgamesh's Enuma Elish cannot inflict the slightest damage upon. The sword that cleaves worlds cannot breach its defenses and may even rebound. Merely this fact is incredibly fearsome. Regrettably, Shiro remains utterly unaware of Saber's formidable trump card. Hence, he has previously treated the scabbard merely as a magical artifact, wasting its potential. This time, I shall also confront Assassin. Hearing the resolute words from her master, Shiro felt reassured. Having endured the recent chaotic battle, the moment when Rider and Archer are still recovering is the perfect opportunity to settle matters with Kirai Kodomine. With this thought in mind, he led Saber out the door. Unbeknownst to them, Kirai Kodomine was soon to encounter an unforeseen event. Ugh! What is this? His body was tightly restrained. His father, Kirai Kodomine, had seized his unsuspecting hands, rendering him without the strength to escape. Gazing at the approaching servant, Kirai Kodomine was momentarily bewildered. Rider, why is he appearing at the church at this moment? Upon first sighting the opponent, his instinct was to flee and summon Assassin with a command seal. Yet he never anticipated that Kirai would manage to grasp him. It is worth noting that his martial arts were learned from his father, Kirai Kodomine, who was far from the frail figure he had imagined. How careless of him not to have Assassin by his side at all times. However, no matter how he pondered, he could never have foreseen his father's betrayal, especially in this home called the church. Well done, it is of no concern. My king's command remains paramount. Sensing something, Kirai Kodomine gleaned the current situation merely from the dialogue. Rider appears to possess a trump card they are unaware of. The master of Assassin, let us begin with you. With a command, just as he was about to invoke the command seal, Kirai Kodomine noticed the flickering red light in the opponent's eyes. Cough, cough. Rider, temporarily hiding within the church. Lelouch had no intention of leaving with Weber at that moment. Avoid raising suspicions among certain individuals, he could not make an appearance now. Indeed, arriving so swiftly was a bit of a stretch. Without the mecha, he could only rely on his frail body to make his way, which undoubtedly tested Lelouch's already weakened constitution, particularly in his current injured state. Yet for the sake of executing the forthcoming plan, he must proceed. Kirai Kodomine had already been manipulated by his Gius and given a lethal order, a simple directive, that is to kill Shiroamiya at all costs, M.Y. King. Before departing, I have something important to report to you. I believe it is something you require. Observing the father and son duo bowing on the ground ahead, Lelouch was unperturbed. Him. This so-called war, as long as it involved masters, such a weakness. Once he captures them, it is essentially game over. Just like Assassin, the unknown swordsman slaying a master is akin to slicing vegetables. In terms of targeting masters, Lelouch and Kenshin are the most suitable assassins, point one from the mental realm and the other from the physical. Regarding his teacher's servant, Gilgamesh, and the true identity of Berserker's master, just the first sentence piqued Lelouch's immense interest. Berserker's master. To my astonishment, Kiritsugu-miya has brought forth such shocking news that even the standing Weber was left utterly dumbfounded. It is essential to note that they have yet to catch a glimpse of that enigmatic master up to this point, leading Weber to momentarily question the very existence of the individual in question. Indeed, her true identity is that of the adopted daughter of the Matsu family, the second daughter of Tokiomi Tosaka. She is now known as Matsu Sakura, a mere 6-year-old girl. Upon divulging this crucial information, Lelouch furrowed his brow. 6-year-old master? Weber stood there, utterly bewildered. How could such a young girl possibly sustain the formidable berserker? What kind of monster could that be? Setting aside berserker for the moment, Lelouch acknowledged, understood. My king, Gilgamesh, possesses the ley line I established for him. In that state, his magical energy will be replenished continuously. Would you like me to inform you of the method to sever that connection? Kiritsugu Omiya also revealed another piece of information. Certainly, otherwise that fellow would be extraordinarily difficult to deal with. I had wondered how he could possess such magical power. Before Lelouch could speak, Weber interjected. He had mentioned how Archer had never run low on magical energy during that encirclement. It turns out he was connected to the ley line of Fuyuki City for support, while everyone else fought over the spring water. He was running with it, wasn't he? Ritsuka, your servant is here. How many command seals does Tokiomi Tosaka possess? He still has only 2, and the promised reward has been delayed due to the church's need to handle the aftermath. After inquiring about Tokiomi Tosaka's circumstances, Lelouch remained unhurried. Ryder? Weber stood frozen, unable to comprehend the intentions of the other party. How many command seals do you have left? 12. Is that so? Observing the multitude of crimson marks on Ritsuka's arm, Weber was taken aback. While he was aware that the church's overseers safeguarded the command seals left by past masters, 12 seemed excessive. Kiritsugu, there is no need to sever Archer's ley line. This time, simply focus on completing the task. Above all, we must eliminate Kiritsugu Omiya, ASU command. Watching Kiritsugu Omiya exit the church, Weber was filled with questions. Although he understood that Lelouch's actions must have some rationale, it was still challenging to fathom the Emperor's thoughts. Now is not the time that if success is to be achieved, then Archer must maintain that level of threat. A smile gradually crept across his face as he contemplated the vast amount of information and exceptional pieces at his disposal, leading Lelouch to devise a brilliant strategy. Subsequently, amidst Weber's dazed expression, he uttered those words. The equation for victory may have just revealed itself. Apologies for the wait, assassin, as Kiritsugu Omiya returned from the church. Kiryu was polishing the retrieved divine sword when he suddenly paused momentarily. Is this merely an illusion? He had an inkling that Kiritsugu Omiya was acting somewhat strangely, receiving news that Kiritsugu Omiya seemed poised to launch an attack. Kiryu's attention was diverted by the words spoken by the other party. The image of Saber, the Night King wielding the holy sword, flashed in his mind, considering the current circumstances of the other masters and servants. It seemed high time for him to reach a conclusion with her. It was worth mentioning that the initial battle had also been instigated by him and Saber. Suddenly, Kiryu caught sight of Kiritsugu Omiya opening a cabinet and retrieving an item from within. Was it for the purpose of vengeance? Thus, he needed to prepare a fitting gift for her. Hearing the slow cadence of her words, he witnessed Kiritsugu Omiya conceal that object at her side. However, Kiryu refrained from probing further. In his memory, this mischievous demeanor was precisely what Kiritsugu Omiya was supposed to exhibit. Wearing an inexplicable smile, with her back turned to assassin, the emblem of Geas shimmered in Kiritsugu Omiya's eyes. As for reuniting with his wife and assistant, he was certain he would be pleased. A message from Kiritsu? Tokiomi Tosaka, residing in his workshop, also received the information relayed by Kiritsugu Omiya at that moment. He was engaged in battle with Kiritsugu Omiya. Furrowing his brow, he found himself unsupportive of such actions that he needed to prevent this disciple from making foolish decisions, at least until Archer's injuries had healed before taking action. Unfortunately, attempts to contact him through familiars yielded no response. Bang! Not comprehending why this disciple would defy him, he slammed his palm on the table, realizing the predicament. If Kiritsugu Omiya were to emerge victorious, it would be well and good. However, if Kiritsugu Omiya were to be subdued by Kiritsugu, he would lose a significant asset without any justification. Although Archer himself possessed formidable combat capabilities, it also meant that the advantages he held would be diminished. Such an unfavorable situation should be avoided at all costs. Archer was still recuperating, and while Ryder was undoubtedly unable to intervene, the presence of an ambiguous berserker should not provoke conflict at this juncture. Should both parties suffer grievously, only for berserker to swoop in and claim the spoils, that would be a significant loss. Suddenly realizing the implications, Tokiomi Tosaka's expression darkened. Kiritsugu Amiya, that man is doing this intentionally. He is deliberately launching an attack on Kiritsugu Amiya at this moment, using the guise of his alliance with Ryder as cover. After all, should Berserker truly emerge to seize the moment, neither Tokiomi nor Weber would wish to witness that scene. Therefore, Kiritsugu Amiya was not concerned about a situation where both sides would suffer, that he and Kiritsugu Amiya were in danger together, and it was the allies on both sides who would be most anxious. Eventually, whether they liked it or not, Weber and Tokiomi would have to step in to assist. Even Berserker would not choose to confront four servants head-on. Would he? A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Considering that Berserker had not emerged unscathed from the previous encirclement, that was the confidence Kiritsugu Amiya had to face Kiritsugu Amiya alone. While targeting Berserker, he had effectively exploited the positions of their respective masters and servants. TSK. Having been so thoroughly outmaneuvered, Tokiomi Tosaka's expression was understandably grim. Yet he realized he truly lacked the authority to leap into action. He could either place his faith in Kiritsugu Amiya to eliminate Kiritsu. Watch as Kiritsugu Amiya was defeated, or wait for Berserker to emerge and assist in the ensuing conflict. In that instant, he found himself without options. Berserker, are you not going to act? The dispersed familiars naturally detected the blatant rendezvous between the two individuals. Yinya inquired of the Berserker, who was busy cooking nearby, "Is it really necessary? My presence would only serve to unite their remaining followers." Yet, he observed the other party skillfully inscribing words upon the recipe. Let it be. Regardless of how this conflict unfolds, one side will inevitably retreat, drawing closer to an end. A headache loomed over him as he pondered this, and Berserker found himself troubled. He understood the intricacies of Sakura's wish. It was all quite delicate. Should an opportunity arise, he could indeed venture forth and eliminate those four servants in one fell swoop, but that would grant Sakura the right to her wish. The notion of wishing to remain in this world seemed unnecessary to Berserker, for he had significant ties elsewhere. This was his dilemma. Assisting Sakura to victory would leave him trapped, while withholding aid would place her in peril. Contradicting the very purpose for which he had been summoned, it was a predicament where neither action nor inaction seemed viable. It could only be said that having such a troublesome master was indeed no small burden. If it were possible, Berserker would fervently wish for a competent individual to swiftly conclude this war. Are they actively luring us? A familiar aura enveloped him. It was precisely as it had been upon their first encounter. With a slight chuckle, Saber recalled sensing the same essence when accompanied by Alice Phil at the seaside. "Saber, you need not speak. This time I shall not hold back." Casting a sidelong glance at Kiritsu, Saber donned her attire and unsheathed her holy sword, then dashed towards the source of the disturbance. Kiritsugu instinctively raised his hand in a gesture to smoke, yet it froze mid-motion. The youthful visage of Ilya flashed in his mind, and a memory stirred within him. No matter what, this time I must prevail. Lowering his hand and clenching his fist, Kiritsugu's resolve crystallized into unwavering determination. Clatter. The sound echoed behind him, piercing the silence of the desolate coastal warehouse. Without hesitation, Kiritsugu drew the prepared handgun and fired in that direction. Bang! Clang! However, a delightful sound of bullets ricocheted in response. Yenfone Kirai emerged from a side path, grasping black keys in both hands. "That I've waited long enough." Amiya Kiritsu, even under the control of Gius, Yenfone Kirai maintained his previous demeanor, merely inscribing the priority of king within his own thoughts. The king supersedes all. Nothing else matters. Kiritsugu offered no reply, merely fixing his calm gaze upon the man before him. The priest who wielded martial arts posed a significant threat should he close the distance. Therefore, he tossed a grenade, its pin removed, towards the advancing Yenfone Kirai. Boom! An explosion ensued, thick black smoke billowing forth. its residual force impeding Yin Feng Qirai's advance. Crack. Unable to see ahead, he relied solely on sound to discern the enemy's movements. Blocking several incoming bullets, when the smoke dissipated, Yin Feng Qirai found himself bereft of Kiritsugu's presence. Playing hide-and-seek. Are we a cunning man? Whoosh! Wielding the freely obtained divine sword, Jinshin directed a cold gaze toward Saber. Although much had transpired, now at last, no one obstructed their confrontation. Let us settle this. Assassin, I was just thinking the same. They charged towards each other, the holy sword and divine sword clashing in the air. Clang, zing, clash, whoosh. Indeed, your swordsmanship remains as formidable as ever. With such extraordinary weaponry, the threat is magnified, deflecting the dazzling barrage. Saber felt an intensity greater than their initial encounter. Ha! Ha! Heavenly sword style. Tornado flash. Sidestepping Saber's blade, Jinshin executed a mid-air flip, swinging his sword towards her waist. Whoosh! Yet Saber retreated sharply, the blade merely grazing her abdominal armor, leaving a shallow wound. Heavenly sword style. Earth Dragon flash. Relentlessly pursuing without an ounce of hesitation, the ground beneath him trembled with his assault. Whoosh! Yeah. However, Saber harnessed the wind pressure to deflect the incoming debris and earth. Crack, crack. The wind swept away the rubble, and Jinshin burst forth from the chaos. Using the cover of the debris and upheaved ground, his true lethal strike was at hand. Dragon sword flash. Angling his body, he aimed the divine sword upward, targeting Saber's neck. But assassin, you possess a critical weakness. As the fatal blow approached, Saber remained unperturbed, inwardly identifying the opponent's flaw. Channeling her mana, she accelerated, attempting to evade the strike while countering with her holy sword. Sizzle puff. Their blades crossed, striking one another. Zing zing. Their feet scraped against the ground as they both slid apart, creating distance. Ugh. Saber pressed a hand to her neck, where a crimson stain had begun to bloom. Despite having enhanced her speed, she found it challenging to fully counter Assassin's swiftness. The opponent had consistently outpaced her. What a terrifying adversary. In this war, your agility has even improved. It is difficult to fathom what you might achieve with such willpower. Evaluating thus, Saber fixed her gaze ahead. Drip, blood dripped, yet Jinshin remained unperturbed, fixated on Saber. Though he too bore a wound from the holy sword, he exhibited no sign of pain, remaining eerily silent. This battle felt difficult to articulate. Weber observed this scene through the familiars, already acclimating to the situation. Having previously witnessed grander spectacles, the straightforward clash between Saber and Assassin now evoked a sense of nostalgia. Team mattered not. One of them would inevitably perish here. The outcome of their battle would also influence subsequent plans. Deep down, he hoped for Assassin's victory. Lelouch, however, was far more candid, always acting with victory as his objective. Naturally, he wished for circumstances favorable to his side. After all, he had manipulated Assassin's master, capable of resolving him at any moment. Casting a weary glance at Ryder, Weber recognized the realism of the situation. Although Saber was an ally, he found himself hoping for the opponent's triumph. He would not waver for the sake of feelings, instead actively seeking means to ensure victory, willing to employ any unscrupulous methods. Only the victor could savor the final laugh. Though reluctant to concede to such a notion, the still inexperienced Weber found himself unable to refute it. Saber's stance. Was she aiming to unleash her noble phantasm in a single breath to determine the outcome? Suddenly captivated by a flurry of lights, Weber opened his eyes to the familiar scene. Lelouch had not anticipated such a decisive moment from his opponent. With Saber wielding a light cannon, should King Sheen be struck, it would surely spell his demise. Why choose to employ a noble phantasm at this juncture? Yet, the prerequisite for success lay in the ability to hit. Given King Sheen's speed, he could not possibly remain stationary for Saber to aim. Thus, Lelouch found this maneuver rather inscrutable. Come on, assassin. If it were you, you would undoubtedly make such a choice. With swords in hand, Saber focused intently on King Sheen, pondering. The luminous particles surrounding them danced like fireflies, dazzling even in broad daylight. Aware of the might of Excalibur, the sword of victory, Capable of obliterating the black dragon summoned by Castor with a single strike, Kingxin knew that being hit was not an option. He had to evade. Sensing the imminent release of the noble phantasm, Kingxin's thoughts crystallized. Excalibur! A golden beam surged forth, eliciting a reflexive response from Kingxin, whose nerves and body had already tensed. He propelled himself off the ground. Leaping to the side, I dodged it. Not only that, he charged forward from the flank. Weber and Lelouch bore witness to this spectacle, battling against the wind pressure generated by the Sword of Victory. Kingxin advanced at incredible speed. When Saber cast her gaze upon him, he had already lowered his center of gravity, closing in, just as Excalibur's release reached its conclusion, reflecting on his encounters with Assassin. Their initial clash, the joint battle against Berserker, the combined assault on Lancer and Castor. Though brief, Saber felt a profound understanding of him. If it were you, you would surely evade Excalibur. If it were you, you would undoubtedly approach. If it were you, you would surely strike at this moment. With unwavering resolve, Kingxin heard the decisive trust in Saber's voice. Oh, let us see. Let us discover who shall emerge alive. The holy sword and divine blade clashed against one another, their intersecting edges signifying an unassailable moment. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed, blood splattering and staining the dock. Tick-tock. Puff! The spattering blood resembled waves crashing upon the ground. Saber and Kingxin each bore distinct wounds from their encounter. Yet, cough cough, as he fell to the ground, Kingxin realized that in this exchange he had lost. The Sword of Victory had been intentionally unleashed to lure him in close. Assassin, your swordsmanship and agility are formidable, especially considering your progress in such a short time. Yet you harbor a fatal flaw. Lying on the ground, he could faintly turn his head to see Saber, half-crouched and clutching her wound. A flaw. That term echoed faintly in his memory, reminiscent of words spoken years ago while training with his master on the mountains. Little did he expect to hear such a word from an enemy today. Her emerald eyes trembled slightly. It was a gaze filled with pity. You must have tread the path of a killer, slaying countless foes, yet still possess a semblance of goodness. Truly remarkable. An assassin who remains unbroken and untainted is a rarity indeed. I recall a certain nation describing assassins as death warriors. Gasping for breath, Kingxin, with a flicker of understanding, recognized the truth in her words. You are the very embodiment of that. In every battle, I can feel your lethal prowess. In terms of swordsmanship and agility, you surpass me as a king. In close combat, you should hold the advantage. Yet now, you have fallen to me, not due to a disparity in weaponry or skill. Rising unsteadily, Saber, despite her wound, remained standing. Her blood-stained figure exuded unwavering integrity and resilience. You have succumbed to that part of yourself which lacks the will to survive. Upon hearing her final words, Kingxin's pupils constricted sharply. Kingxin, you must think of how to survive. You must live. Even breathing became a struggle, and his thoughts drifted to the distant past. Kingxin had learned but a fraction of the Hiten Mitsuru from Kayashiro before descending the mountain alone. Disregarding his master's objections, what awaited him was a chaotic era rife with bloodshed and treachery. In such a world, what was needed was immense strength and a cold heart. The will to survive. He had long since forsaken that while serving as an executioner, if he feared death, he would have perished long. It was precisely this coldness that allowed him to endure until this day. Yet now, for the first time, someone claimed that his downfall stemmed from a lack of fear of death. Each attack aimed to slay the enemy. Each action offered no respite to his opponents. Continuing her discourse, Saber spoke softly. Even attacks that would inflict minor wounds were not one she sought to avoid. When faced with unavoidable troublesome assaults, she would instead strive to exchange wounds with her adversary. If she could trade her injury for the death of her enemy, she would not hesitate to consider the consequences that the killer of many. You even disregard your own life, unraveling the events of their recent clash. Saber felt relieved to have succeeded. Faced with such a swift and unfearing swordsman, all Saber could do was exert herself to survive. Fortunately, she had managed to do so. She narrowly evaded Kingxin's lethal blade, sustaining only significant injury. In contrast, Kingxin had not evaded her strike, resulting in a fatal wound. You ought to cherish your life more. For in death, all becomes futile, in a gesture of acknowledgement for his enduring struggle. Saber regarded the fallen, bleeding King Sheen. May I inquire your name? At last, Saber addressed this assassin, whose magical energy was beginning to wane, uttering those words that it was a chance encounter, yet she remained unaware of his name. Himiura Kinshin, I shall remember your name. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Saber's words, Kung Shin slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps it was the first encounter with what one might call death, and his thoughts became inexplicably complex. Is this what death is? He had never truly contemplated what would happen if he were to die. With fervor and naivety, he descended the mountain, only to be met with a cold and dark era. After painstakingly finding a companion along that shadowy path, it was all for naught. The self, led astray by temptation, was now on the brink of demise. He had witnessed a myriad of peculiarities among the diverse masters he encountered. Regrettably, the life of Himura Tsai would end here. In the end, he was as Saber had described, harboring profound flaws, the will to live. Indeed, that was something he had cast aside. Not being able to see his master one last time filled him with regret. I am sorry. I cannot save you. Upon hearing Assassin's voice tinged with sorrow, Saber gazed upon a body that disintegrated like flecks of light, drifting into the sky, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. The only thing that lay there was her long-lost sword sheath. Kamen Rider, exit stage left, Weber exclaimed to Lelouch, who stood nearby, in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Is this truly contrary to your expectations? Or is Saber's will to survive simply stronger? Lelouch mused, feeling a sense of unease about the unexpected outcome. Although by the standards of their superficial alliance, he should have felt elated, not fret. My king, the defeat of a servant does not alter the course of our plans that my son, Kiritsu, will undoubtedly fulfill the mission, calmly asserted Kirai, who stood by, paying his respects. Indeed, as long as he could eliminate Amiya Kiritsugu, it mattered not who triumphed between Saber and Assassin. Yet, things appeared grim on this front as well. Shifting perspectives to the familiars, they continued to observe the ongoing battle between the masters. Bang, bang, bang. Is this your answer after such thorough preparation? Kirai questioned, eyeing the formidable adversary who held a gun aimed at him. With his right leg injured and immobile, he could only rely on his remaining foot and hands to maneuver, a challenging predicament indeed. Meanwhile, Amiya Kiritsu bore the marks of battle, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His condition far from optimal, he was not here to meet his demise. Naturally, he had an arsenal of strategies at his disposal against Kirai. Fortunately, the situation was favorable. He had seized the opportunity to strike Kirai's right leg, impeding his mobility. Henceforth, as long as he denied his opponent the chance to close in, he could slowly wear him down with the advantage of firepower. 12 ordinary bullets remain. 2 grenades, that should suffice. Having made this assessment, Kiritsugu devised a method to eliminate his foe. Bang, bang. 2 bullets fired. 1 grazed Kirai's cheek, leaving a conspicuous scar of crimson, while the other nicked his left shoulder. Tisish, not entirely successful? Kiritsugu grimaced, realizing the situation was more troublesome than anticipated. Despite rendering Kirai's right leg incapacitated, his formidable will and agile intellect remained undiminished. Is Assassin truly dead? If this drags on, Saber may arrive, concealed behind a barricade. Kirai, oblivious to the blood trickling from his leg, sensed Assassin's departure. The emblem of Geas flickered briefly in his eyes as he struggled to rise. He could not afford to remain in this state. Before Saber could intervene, he must eliminate Amiya Kiritsugu. To fail would be to betray his majesty, an unthinkable prospect for Kirai. That a flaw. Ordinary tactics would not suffice against that exceedingly cautious man. He needed a more significant bargaining chip to draw Kiritsugu, and he would use his own life as bait to ensnare Amiya Kiritsugu. His bulletproof attire had been torn asunder by the grenade's blast, preventing him from charging forward as he once did. Bringing this was indeed a wise decision. A glance at the tattered fabric concealing his side revealed the item he had initially brought, and a hint of madness flickered across Kirai's face. Suddenly, Kirai launched himself off the ground, balancing precariously on one leg while leaping forward, catching Kiritsugu off guard. He could not fathom Kirai's intentions, this brazen approach. Despite his injured leg and compromised mobility, presented a golden opportunity for Kiritsugu. Even knowing it might be a trap, he could not let it pass. Raising his gun, he aimed at the leaping priest and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh! Having sensed his opponent's movements, Kirai narrowly avoided bullets aimed at his left leg and head, only to be struck in the chest, leaving a gaping wound. The impact staggered him momentarily, yet he pressed on, determined to advance. 7 ordinary bullets remain. Calculating the bullets in his gun, his mind raced frantically. With nowhere to retreat to, he faced Kirai, who was now low to the ground, fists poised for combat. Double speed time manipulation. It felt as if his heart was being squeezed, his body enduring burdens it should not have. The once heavy form evaded the fist that slammed into the wall with astonishing speed. Bang! The force propelled Amiya Kiritsugu backward, debris striking his face, leaving him with painful abrasions. Yet at that moment he glanced down, noticing 2 grenades that had already been discharged, floating dangerously close to the ground. Boom! The explosion erupted at close quarters, engulfing both men in its violent embrace. Aware that he would not emerge unscathed, Kiritsugu proceeded nonetheless. Crack, crack! Thick black smoke enveloped the area, obscuring all that transpired. Kiritsugu struggled to rise from the ground, squinting through the haze. Cough, cough! Even as the smoke began to clear, he remained vigilant, gun in hand, ready to react. It's over. Upon witnessing Kirai sprawled on the ground, legs rendered useless and drenched in blood, Kiritsugu recognized he had gained a crucial advantage. Crack! Lying on the ground, blood pooling from his mouth, Kirai offered no words. Yet he knew that Kiritsugu had raised his gun, aimed squarely at him. Blood stained the ground, resembling a crimson carpet. Bang, 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 bang. Puffed. The rapid gunfire echoed, each shot resonating with the impact against flesh. To preempt any movements from Kirai, Kiritsugu aimed specifically for vital areas such as the brain and heart. Once the remaining bullets were expended and Kirai's life signs confirmed extinguished, Kiritsugu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This struggle would have been insurmountable had he not prepared meticulously in advance. His hand, raised in the air, lingered momentarily. He often found himself making such gestures, the habit of reaching for a cigarette still clinging to him. You are right, Saber. I must effect a change. A bittersweet smile crossed his lips as Kiritsugu staggered forward, intent on confirming whether Kirai had succeeded in retrieving the Dragon Balls. Although Kirai appeared to be in tatters, he still needed to ascertain the truth. Clang. However, upon glimpsing the orange orb hanging from Kirai's side, he hesitated. Such a significant item seemed implausible to have been so easily retained by Kirai. Logically, he should have entrusted it to Tosaka Tokiyomi for safekeeping, according to the arrangement of their one-on-one duel. While possessing the orb could be construed as confidence in defeating him, Kiritsugu found it hard to convince himself of Kirai's intentions. Though Kirai's brain and heart were perforated and lifeless, a sense of unreality lingered about the man who had caused him such distress. The enemy of his wife and ally was now. But at that very moment of negligence, Kirai's battered body began to stir. For his majesty. His eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, a sight that struck Kiritsugu with shock. Impossible. I clearly pierced his brain and heart. Instinctively wishing to create distance, it was already too late. That horrifying corpse raised the orange bead, proclaiming loudly, "Glory belongs to Liu." The crimson light lasted but a fleeting moment before the motionless body collapsed once more to the ground, simultaneously triggering an explosion from the orange bead. A disguised bomb? The moment of realization left Shishi truly in a state of stupor, although he had anticipated that Yanfeng Chili might possess unusual methods. He never could have foreseen this oath of loyalty manifested as a suicidal attack. Just moments prior, he had engaged in fierce combat with Yanfeng Chili, who had not resorted to any means beyond magic. Yet, following his death, this unexpected resurrection led to such actions. It was entirely inconsistent with this fellow's style and character, especially those 2 phrases, "For His Majesty." Glory belongs to Liu. What secrets might he have been unaware of? But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. The explosion at such close range was utterly unavoidable. He had no means of taking cover. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed across the dock. That was the most dreadful gift Yin Feng Chili had prepared for Emiya Kiritsugu. To make him feel the agony and despair of his loved ones, meeting the same fate as his wife and assistant. A specialty this is, Weber, observing the astonishing explosion through his familiar, stammered. It was his first encounter with such a madman. Even at the cost of his own life, he exhibited no fear or hesitation, willingly executing the orders like a fervent zealot. Ryder's magic proved to possess such terrifying efficacy. Swallowing hard, he turned to the side where Yin Feng Liza stood, the elder displaying not a hint of sorrow, but rather a look of satisfaction, seemingly proud that he had successfully fulfilled his majesty's directive. Just as Weber had thought, rather than sadness, Yin Feng Liza even smiled. He was indeed loyal to me. The execution was nothing short of perfect. A subconscious smile crept onto Lu Lucio's lips. An impulse to laugh threatening to surface. This sensation of having the situation firmly in hand reminded him of his time as Zero in the Black Knights. Tosaka Tokiomi likely remained unaware of this turn of events. Nevertheless, even if he did, it would change nothing. This war had reached its final sprint stage. Such a splendid scenario was beyond Lu Lucio's expectations. Initially, he had merely hoped Yin Feng Chili would cause some trouble for Emiya Kiritsugu, ideally wounding him to create an opportunity for himself. However, when Assassin fell to Saber, he had thought the plan was doomed to failure. Yet, unexpectedly, Yin Feng Chili delivered such a grand surprise in the end. Concealing the bomb on his person, triggering it at such close range only upon death. Both parties perished together. This unexpectedly alleviated Lu Lucio's burden of dealing with Saber. Utilizing the power of Geas to manipulate the Yin Feng father and son had proven to yield such significant advantages. Truly delightful. Now all that remained was to wait patiently, awaiting the prey to take the bait. Yes, bowing slightly, Yin Feng Liza then exited the room. Weber, remember to have your familiar retrieve the dragon bead from Emiya Kiritsa. Ryder, aren't we leaving? Casting a glance at Lu Lucio, who was seated calmly on the bed, Weber retracted his previously startled expression and inquired. There is no need for us to leave. We merely have to stay here and wait for Archer and Berserker to settle their contest. Lu Lucio understood Weber's confusion and offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Weber was even more perplexed. Why did Ryder assume that Archer and Berserker would confront each other first, regardless of Berserker's willingness? Archer would undoubtedly seek him out once he recovered. After all, the troublesome individuals had already been cleared away. With a closed-loop plan forming in his mind, Lu Lucio merely needed to bide his time. However, are we not still in danger? Archer might come to attack us as well. Unable to follow Lu Lucio's line of thought, Weber was at a loss as to why Ryder had made such a judgment. That won't happen. The ancient king Gilgamesh, he holds me in disdain. Reflecting on the other as haughty demeanor and expression, Lu Lucio felt no concern as long as I do not actively obstruct him. He will merely regard me as insignificant debris. It sounded somewhat shameful, yet it was indeed the truth. Precisely because I could be effortlessly eliminated by him, he would be disinclined to target me first. Instead, he would actively seek out Berserker to determine the outcome of their previous clash. Spreading his arms, Lu Lucio adopted an unconcerned demeanor. That expression of resignation led Weber to believe he had given up, though his tone suggested otherwise. Surely, he could not be hoping for them both to perish together. Weber could only hesitate and speculate that such good fortune seemed unlikely to occur again. And no matter. We need only hope for Archer's victory? Observing Lu Lucio's leisurely expression, Weber stood in stunned silence for a few moments. This assertion felt somewhat flawed. Whether he won or lost was not the crux of the matter, but rather that he could compel Berserker to retreat. Slightly revising his wording, Lu Lucio lifted the tea from the side table and spoke. Retreat, perhaps. At this, Weber suddenly recalled the crucial information he had received earlier from Yin Feng Chili. Berserker's master is only 6 years old. Logically, it should be impossible for him to sustain the consumption of his servant. All along, Berserker must have been expending his own magical energy to act. This suggests that the earlier failure to sever the ley line providing Archer with magical energy was intended to keep him occupied against the resource-depleted Berserker. Suddenly enlightened, Weber realized the noble phantasm Archer had previously used would undoubtedly be employed against Berserker as well. Nevertheless, discussing it now was futile. They would still need to wait and see the outcome of their confrontation. Gazing up at the ceiling, Lu Lucio did not feel particularly optimistic, although it seemed victory was within reach. This next step felt like an insurmountable chasm. The duel between Berserker and Archer would greatly influence whether he would emerge victorious or defeated AS for plotting against Berserker's master. That would prove somewhat challenging. Is that so? Chili is dead. Tosaka Tokiomi received communication from Yin-Feng Liza, his emotions quite complex. The death of a disciple should be a sorrowful matter. Yet upon learning of Amiya Kiritsugu's demise, he instead breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chili did not die in vain. But where are the dragon beads of Amiya Kiritsugu and Chili? Upon broaching this critical question, Tokiomi had not forgotten about this artifact. The dragon beads of Lancer and Castor were being retrieved and stored by the church. They had located Amiya Kiritsugu's dragon bead, but Chili's had not been found? What could be the reason? Was there a mix-up? Had Amiya Kiritsugu hidden the dragon bead away? No, it was indeed Amiya Kiritsugu's dragon bead, for it bore but a single star. Chili's, in contrast, had 2 stars. However, another piece of news alerted Tokiomi to something amiss. How could such an important item simply vanish? Could it have been hidden away? Yet even so, it would have been prudent to inform Yin-Feng Lijong, both as a father and as a teacher, well in advance. The mere thought that Chili might be concealing something from him darkened Tosaka Tokiomi's mood. The Dragon Balls are a matter for another time. That I possess a crucial piece of information that I must convey to you. However, Yin-Feng Lijong's words jolted Tosaka Tokiomi back to attention, and he awaited the continuation of the conversation. What significant intelligence could there possibly be at this juncture? Could it be related to the Master of Berserker? If that were the case, the Master of Berserker seems to be the daughter you entrusted to the Matu family. But when Yin-Feng Lijong revealed that piece of news, Tosaka Tokiomi was left utterly flabbergasted. His mouth slightly agape, his pupils dilated. The look of astonishment was evident on the countenance of this adult. It seemed to be the first time he had ever lost his composure in such a manner. This revelation was even more staggering than the earlier news of his disciple Chili's demise. Could there have been a mistake? He repeated the same question, his voice trembling slightly. The daughter entrusted to the Matu family is none other than Sakura, isn't it? But why would she be the master? What on earth is happening in this world? Sigh. With a heavy heart, Tosaka Tokiomi sat upright in his chair, unable to shake off his thoughts. It had been approximately 4 days since the deaths of Yin-Feng Chili and Amiya Kiritsu. During this time, Fuyuki City had eerily returned to a semblance of calm, devoid of unnecessary chaos, and the upheaval instigated by Lancer had been thoroughly quelled. Now, the remaining 3 servants were Archer, Rider, and Berserker. Rider had vanished without a trace since the last ambush. He had not even approached the church to seek his reward. Frowning, Tosaka Tokiomi found himself somewhat worried about the whereabouts of Rider's group. It was as if they had evaporated from the world. He had dispatched numerous familiars to scour Fuyuki City, yet none had uncovered their trail. Were it not for the ongoing war, he might have assumed it had already concluded. Setting aside thoughts of Rider's hiding place for the moment, Tosaka Tokiomi was now troubled by the matter of Sakura. He ought to see her with his own eyes. Ever since Yin-Feng Lijong had informed him of the news, he had hesitated for quite some time. Only today did he finally resolve to pay her a visit. Considering that Archer should have sufficiently recovered by now, he felt reassured that he would not encounter danger. With his skills as a magician, holding his own against a servant for a while was not an insurmountable challenge. Should trouble arise, he could simply summon Archer to his aid with a command spell. Armed with such confidence, he tidied his attire and stepped out the door, heading towards the Mata residence. Before long, he arrived at his destination. However, he was not greeted by Matu Zoken, the head of the household, but rather by Matu Korea, the so-called half-baked one. You'd best avoid meeting Sakura for now. Upon hearing this request, Tosaka Tokiomi could discern the dissatisfaction in the other's tone, yet he dismissed it as mere childish petulance. Ultimately, he received permission to enter the Mata home. It was at this moment that Tosaka Tokiomi realized that the estate had undergone significant changes. The most apparent transformation was in the arrangement of both the interior and exterior of the house. The courtyard had been meticulously maintained, and the placement of the furniture was quite intentional. The rich visuals were truly pleasing to the EYIT was evident from this alone that the Matu family had an exceptionally skilled gardener and servant. Truly remarkable. Without perceiving any magical traps or intent to attack, Tosaka Tokiomi offered his praise. Observing Matu Korea leading the way, he did not believe that this meticulous work was his doing. Such detailed tasks must have been executed by someone with considerable experience. A veritable master. Were it not for the current extraordinary circumstances, he would have wished to commission this individual to assist with the upkeep of the Tosaka residence as well. Casting a glance at Tosaka Tokiomi, Matu Korea still harbored considerable prejudice against him. Fortunately, Sakura was faring well at the moment, so he did not harbor excessive animosity. Aware of the other's background, he initially contemplated denying him entry. However, Berserker had insisted on consulting Sakura's opinion. When Sakura learned of her father's impending visit, she exhibited no joy, only a sense of unfamiliarity. Having endured numerous failed attempts at malice from Matuzoken, she had developed a profound wariness towards others. Even now, Sakura remained only close to Berserker, perhaps due to the latter's allure, resulting in a significant dependency. She required coaxing to sleep, assistance with meals, strolls, playtime, and even hair combing. Although Matu Korea was uncertain how Tosaka Tokiomi had come to know of Sakura's status as a master, he was acutely aware that if Tosaka Tokiomi had come to persuade Sakura to relinquish her wish, it would be a futile endeavor. That girl would not forsake her opportunity to make a wish. She merely desired for Berserker to remain by her side forever, for he was her unique hero, Creek. As they opened the door to the rear courtyard, the two encountered the master and servant, diligently tending to the flowers amidst the blooms. Witnessing Berserker, clad in an apron, sleeves rolled up, wielding pruning shears as he enthusiastically trimmed the flowers alongside Sakura, Tosaka Tokiomi found this spectacle quite enlightening. This posture was more akin to that of a devoted servant than a servant. Upon noticing his arrival, both the large and small figures turned their gazes towards him. Tosaka Tokiomi observed that Berserker merely cast him a sidelong glance before returning to his task, while Sakura approached him with evident reluctance. Mindful of their distance, Tosaka Tokiomi let out a sigh of relief. Berserker's seemingly harmless demeanor in the background indicated that there was no intent to engage in combat. He etched the other's visage deeply into his memory, attempting to discern the true name of this hero. There were but a few heroic spirits capable of entwining themselves with that heroic king Gilgamesh. As for Sakura's thoughts, he had never held any expectations from the start. Yet, when he finally interacted and communicated with Sakura, Tosaka Tokiomi realized that matters were far from simple. She was not the frail and quiet girl he had remembered. Instead, she exuded an unwavering tenacity. Even when he adopted the guise and authority of a father to counsel her, she would not be intimidated. In my most desperate hour, when I needed salvation, it was neither you nor mother who came to my aid, but rather the true hero. That expression of boundless admiration and joy truly resonated with the behavior of a child. In this war, even if my opponent is father, I shall not yield. Please leave. Though still quite young, she seemed to have gained a modicum of understanding, clearly indicating her resolve to fight to the bitter end. Foolish. Do you even realize what you were saying? To stand against me? Oh. Unable to fathom that his once second daughter would defy him, Tosaka Tokiomi felt a tremor in the hand resting against his thigh. He understood all too well that it was precisely for this reason that he would not relent. He did not wish for her to abandon him. Interrupting her, that firm yet childish tone evoked a sense of frustration within Tosaka Tokiomi, a magician who does not strive to reach the root of their desires, merely wishing to keep their servant by their side? How absurd! In Tosaka Tokiomi's view, this was nothing more than the caprice and naivety of a child. Indeed, he should never have divulged so much to her from the outset. You are incapable of comprehending just how immature you truly are. At this moment, the distance to our arrival at the root is covering his face. Tosaka Tokiomi realized that he was indeed playing a futile game. Expecting a mere 6-year-old child to comprehend his grand ideals was utterly impractical. It would be far more realistic to say that his temptation to reach the root could be likened to suggesting a trip to an amusement park instead. Looking at Tosaka Tokiomi's crestfallen expression, Matu Korea couldn't help but smirk slightly, though he stifled any sound. This scene had been anticipated long before. Tosaka Tokiomi epitomized the mindset of a standard magician. Yet, regrettably, Sakura was no longer a magician. Rather, she was now merely immortal, more aligned with worldly perceptions. Reaching the root, to speak of such matters with a child who does not understand the essence of a magician is truly nonsensical. In the end, Tosaka Tokiomi could only depart in disgrace, while Matu Korea observed the coldness reflected in his eyes. I end this war. Should his daughter become an obstacle, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. To attain the root, he would pay any price and make any sacrifice. This was the stubborn idealism of Tosaka Tokiomi as a magician. Berserker, is this truly acceptable? Observing the heroic spirit who was still tending to the garden, Matu Korea approached and whispered, "Do not worry, it will conclude swiftly." Yet if he were to emerge victorious, suddenly, the other party produced a drawing board and inscribed large, clear characters. Matu Korea scratched his head, understanding the other's predicament. If confined here, Berserker would surely not be pleased. Thus, a battle was still necessary. If it were Rider, I could confidently entrust the position of victor to him. He is a king who can sacrifice for others and for the world. This is not a one-sided judgment, but a truth witnessed through the power of transcendence. Korea was already well acquainted with Rider's experiences, previously due to Saber and Assassin still being in the fray. There were too many candidates capable of victory, making it impossible for him to decide. But now, with only Archer and Rider remaining, the choice of whom to favor for Sakura's survival could only fall to Rider. That capricious Archer could not guarantee Sakura's safety. Unlike him, Rider would not resort to eradicating the roots once he achieved ultimate victory. That Emperor, who held a deep affection for his sister, would not lay a hand on Sakura, especially since she was merely a 6-year-old girl. However, directly approaching him for negotiations would likely only incite suspicion and distrust. Perhaps it would be better to let events unfold naturally, engaging Archer in battle, and then seeking an opportunity to hand the Dragon Balls over to Rider. He had considered the script thoroughly, ensuring it would be one that Rider could accept without reservations. With that Emperor's wisdom, he would easily grasp his intentions. Now, all that remained was to wait for Archer to make his move. Bang! Upon returning home, Tosaka Tokiomi found himself unable to tolerate the memory of his earlier humiliation. He was so close to fulfilling his long-cherished wish, yet thwarted by his own daughter. Had he known it would come to this, he should have kept Sakura here and sent his eldest daughter, Tosaka Rin, instead. Such a critical moment marred by such an issue was undoubtedly the greatest blunder of Tosaka Tokiomi's life. As he continued to dwell on his frustration, he received a call from his familiar. "Is this Rise? The church has finally concluded its aftermath. Considering the time, Archer may soon take action, right?" Hearing the familiar voice, Tosaka Tokiomi did not deny it. Although that king had been inactive recently, he certainly would not remain at rest forever. The injury sustained during the last encirclement had been severe, but recovery would not exceed a week. For now, Rider was of little concern. After all, the King of Heroes possessed the capacity to kill him at any moment. However, the battle against Berserker was of paramount importance, given that you must indeed require the command seals as compensation. Such a candid description eased the tension in Tokiomi's brow to secure an advantageous position in the ensuing conflict. The command seals were essential. Come by at some point today. The church is still publicly busy at the moment. The implications hidden within those words were not lost on Tosaka Tokiomi, concealing it from the remaining two masters. Kiritsugu Omiya sought to secretly bolster his command seals obtained from the encirclement to gain the upper hand. "I understand. I shall come over shortly." After responding and disconnecting, Tosaka Tokiomi made his way toward his room. "Sakura, Rider's master, you shall never grasp who truly leads this war." With an inexplicable confidence, Tosaka Tokiomi sneered. Did a young man and a child dare to challenge him, a distinguished magician from a prestigious lineage? How naive indeed. "Archer, do you intend to kill me?" Upon hearing those words, Gilgamesh looked at the acquaintance before him and scoffed. Has he lost his will to fight after losing his master? Such a sight is truly pitiful. Amidst this description, a certain tuft of hair bobbed atop his head. "Saber, Artoria, After defeating Kensei and reclaiming the sword sheath, she realized that Kiritsuga's contract had been severed, and she understood her own predicament. Yet surprisingly, she did not seem inclined to withdraw from the fray. Ultimately, she chose to retreat. Yes, no longer participating in the war, she instead concealed herself. However, she had not anticipated being found by Archer today. Dressed in ordinary attire, brandishing the still glimmering holy sword, Saber had no reservations. Having reclaimed the sword sheath, she was no longer the same. Now, she would not yield before Archer or Berserker. Fool! This king merely discovered a concealed rat and came to take a look, only to find you instead of that pretender king. Judging by your condition, you are sustaining your existence through the sheath's peculiar nature. Well, never mind. It will be enjoyable to toy with you once more. Ha ha! Suddenly in high spirits, Gilgamesh laughed heartily, as usual. Humph, do you believe you have secured victory? Neither Rider nor Berserker are foes you can easily dispatch. Watching the figure of his opponent turn away, Saber coldly retorted, yes, for that pretender king of Britain, perhaps. Berserker, however, is indeed a bit troublesome, but I will prevail. That confident tone echoed once more, reminding Saber of his formidable strength, setting aside his arrogant personality. This individual was undeniably powerful, and your willingness to concede stems from Rider. His aspirations hold great significance for you. That is irrelevant to you. I simply hope, as a king, for his ultimate victory, at least that is preferable to someone like you. Saber shouted vehemently, offering no favorable expression as a fellow king of Britain. She naturally wished for Rider to emerge victorious. Her own desires had been fulfilled, which was why she willingly withdrew after Kiritsuga's death. Otherwise, wielding both the holy sword and the sheath, she possessed the power to intervene that I thought you possessed profound insights. Yet it turns out to be merely due to your British identity. What a pitiful creature. Such treatment irked Gilgamesh immensely that a king without the strength to protect himself was hardly worthy of the title. Once I have dealt with Berserker, the sight of Rider's pathetic demise will be something you will never forget. The silhouette vanished from his place, and Saber sheathed the holy sword. The king capable of leading Britain to resurgence is certainly no incompetent fool. Archer, you will inevitably meet your demise due to your own arrogance. Has the moment finally arrived? I still feel a profound sense of regret regarding Kiritsuga. Nevertheless, he served his purpose. At the entrance of the church, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kirai Kodomine were engaged in conversation. Now, only two adversaries remain, and with Archer's prowess, he should have no trouble, as you have stated. It is indeed so. Slowly being guided inside, Tosaka Tokiomi extended his right hand towards the deity statue of Da, before I reward you with a command seal. Allow me to introduce a certain individual. Hearing Kirai Kodomine's respectful tone, Tosaka Tokiomi furrowed his brows. An individual of importance. A soft sound of footsteps echoed, and Tosaka Tokiomi caught sight of the newcomer. His pupils dilated in shock. Why are they here? You are. The cold tone of the other party signaled the conclusion. The general, why is Rider here? A question flashed through Tosaka Tokiomi's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. He caught a glimpse of Kirai Kodomine's sycophantic smile, which he could not comprehend. Given his relationship with the Kodomine family, how could betrayal possibly occur? The air was thick with mystery. Yet one thing was clear to Tosaka Tokiomi. The reason he could not locate Rider's hiding place was simply that he never imagined the adversary would take refuge within the church. Under Kirai Kodomine's protection, he would never suspect anything amiss here. Escape? Call for servant support. These were the only two choices left in his mind, but there was no time to evade the opponent's spell. Under the command of Lelouch, 6 Britannia, obey me. His raised hand halted in mid-air, eyes glowing crimson, ultimately kneeling gracefully before Kirai Kodomine and the observing Weber. To your command, my liege. In stark contrast to his previous panic, Tosaka Tokiomi underwent a complete transformation. Now, all the pieces were in place. It was merely a matter of the ensuing battle. Despite extensive preparations, Lelouch still felt a tinge of anxiety. He had a way to deal with Archer. But Berserker remained the unpredictable variable. The outcome hinged on this decisive moment. If Archer failed to exert the expected pressure, Lelouch would have to contemplate how to confront Berserker. Time and again, you have forced me to endure such humiliation. You wretched mongrels deserve death. Standing atop a high tower, Gilgamesh glared down at the city below with fury. But all of this ends today. Extending his hand, he retrieved his mightiest weapon from his treasury. The Sword of Rupture. That unique weapon gripped tightly in his hand signified his resolve. It was time to draw the curtain on the confrontation with Berserker. The endless probing had been sufficient. Soaring towards the target, Archer made no effort to conceal his magical aura. The playful interaction with Sakura ceased, and Berserker naturally sensed the oncoming threat. Berserker, gently stroking the girl's head to assuage her unease. He glanced at Matu Shinji, who had rushed out from the room. Nodding, Matu Shinji understood his intent and promptly pulled Sakura closer. Wait, suddenly yanked away, Sakura felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In front of them, the hero donned his armor and brandished his great sword. Such audacity! Before even leaving the house, Matu Shinji looked up to see the assailant in the sky. The unmasked magical energy surged violently. If he and Sakura were caught in it, they would be reduced to mere ashes. Come forth, hero of salvation. Can you withstand the might of the ancient king with a swing of the Sword of Rupture? Gilgamesh acted without hesitation. Against an opponent of such caliber, there was no room for doubt. In the beginning, the heavens and earth were separated, and I shall cleave the world with this, my Sword of Rupture. The disturbance that would alter the very fabric of existence instantly captured everyone's attention. This raging magical energy was none other than inside the church. Weber felt the terrifying pressure, his complexion paling. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he could hardly fathom the magnitude of the impending blow. Does Archer intend to erase this city from existence? Lelouch also did not anticipate Archer's course of action. It will certainly surpass the power displayed within the barrier. Ryder, I must reach the scene. The opportunity is fleeting. I cannot allow Archer to disrupt the final scheme. Lelouch dashed out. Weber followed closely behind. The escalating momentum and tempestuous upheaval undeniably heralded an extraordinary strike to come. The celestial realm's abyss, the hell of the heavens, marks the end of creation's eve, lying in eternal slumber. The earth wailed, clouds were torn apart, thunder roared upon the ground, and the winds howled. Saber, traversing the path, witnessed Archer's actions in the sky. That was certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary servant to withstand. The city trembled. Is this truly your full power, Archer? Nearly completing the incantation for release, Gilgamesh concentrated his attack, only to find Berserker staring unflinchingly at him, devoid of fear or retreat. Remained unperturbed in the face of the fully unleashed Sword of Rupture. You are the first, but whether that calmness is genuine or a facade, let this king bear witness. The Star of Rupture, Enuma Elish, intent on wielding his sword to bring ruin upon the city below. Matu Shinji, who intended to flee with Matu Sakura, now stood frozen in the courtyard. His face ashen, gazing at the impending strike, that he understood. At this moment, running anywhere in the city would be futile, that I will not allow you to succeed. With that thought, Berserker swung his great sword, numerous buffs manifesting around him. Dark Benediction, Iron Wall, Snow Vengeance, Shadow Wall, Abandoning Light for Darkness, Offering, Pitch Black Night, Provocation. Leaping into the air, Berserker ascended towards the sky. What? The hand gripping the Sword of Rupture felt an irresistible pull, directing its strike towards Berserker, causing Gilgamesh to furrow his brows. Boom! In the heavens, a roar erupted, and a violent shockwave burst forth. However, due to Berserker's proactive leap to intercept, the full force did not manifest upon the ground. The clouds above were entirely dispelled, leaving only a hollow blue sky. As the fierce wind pressure subsided, the city suffered only minor natural damage, escaping annihilation. Thud from the thick clouds of smoke, Berserker descended before the astonished onlookers. Matu Shinji's eyes widened in disbelief. Not a single hair was out of place, not even a scratch, let alone a wound. Humph. Interesting. With a twisted expression, Gilgamesh revealed a haughty grin. How could he endure a full-force release of the Sword of Rupture without a single injury? He is acutely aware of the actions of the opponent. It is not a matter of evasion or diversion, nor of immunity, but rather a steadfast resistance. He even deliberately directed the attack of the Sword of Rupture into the air. Berserker possesses the ability to enhance himself, and it is likely that he belongs to the type that experiences reduced damage. In such an extreme situation, his full-powered strike was truly blocked and scathed by Berserker. Ha ha ha! The laughter reverberated through the heavens, even reaching the ears of the servants, who could not discern whether it was madness or joy. Well done. You successfully defended against the first strike, but what about the second? I still have ample magical energy. Raising the sword in his hand, Gilgamesh uttered a scornful remark. The previously calmed world once again underwent a seismic shift. Could it be? Does he intend to use again? Matsina was astonished, unable to believe that such a high-caliber attack could be used repeatedly. And oh worries. Berserker will not falter. Sakura stood on the ground, her eyes fixed on the distant figure, filled with unwavering belief. His words will absolutely not lead to defeat, for he is the hero who saves the world. The Star of Rupture, Enuma Elish. Without any pause, Gilgamesh unleashed his second offensive, the impact capable of effortlessly erasing an entire city from existence. Would render everything to naught upon its descent. Can you withstand it again? With a cold smirk, Gilgamesh gazed downward. In his line of sight, Berserker remained as composed as before. He simply swung his enormous sword calmly toward the sky, radiating a brilliant white light that on that day, all witnessed a massive gash being cleaved into the sky, resembling a rift. From within this rift, a torrent of black liquid poured forth, enveloping the entire city. The liquid formed a semicircular barrier, encasing all of Fuyuki City, while simultaneously the impact of the Sword of Rupture surged forth. Bang! A violent tremor ensued, causing the inhabitants of the city to feel unsteady on their feet. One by one collapsing to the ground, they were filled with terror, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Incredible. After a prolonged period of turbulence, Weber stared blankly at the unscathed city. Swallowing hard, he slumped to the ground, unable to articulate his feelings. That Archer could repeatedly wield such a formidable noble phantasm was one thing, but Berserker had withstood it, not just once, but had successfully defended against 2 strikes in succession. Moreover, this second time, he had shielded the entirety of Fuyuki City. The full release of the Sword of Rupture wielded by Gilgamesh posed no threat to the city. Twice, but it was nearing his limit. Upon hearing Lelouch's words from the front, Weber quickly rose, understanding the implications. Archer's ability to unleash such noble phantasms in succession stemmed from his magical energy being replenished continuously from the ley lines. It could be likened to having a power bank on hand. In contrast, Berserker was different. With a mere 6-year-old master, the assistance provided on either side was not of the same caliber. Damn it. I must catch up. Once again, he employed some strange means to diminish the power of the Sword of Rupture. And that barrier-like shield just now, was it a release of a noble phantasm? Impressive power. Once again, it thwarted my full-force second strike. Gazing down from the sky, Gilgamesh's lips curled into a smirk. Encounter a heroic spirit capable of withstanding the full might of the Sword of Rupture was indeed an eye-opener for him, especially since the opponent had not only succeeded once. That expression was a provocation toward him, that a look that suggested he could withstand any number of strikes. How intriguing. Let me see how many times your magical energy can sustain you. Raising the Sword of Rupture once more, Gilgamesh sneered. You will regret allowing that mixed-blood little girl to become your master. This strike will annihilate you with the third release of the Sword of Rupture. Gilgamesh was confident of securing ultimate victory. When Kirai Kodomine initially offered the ley lines, he had already deduced their potential utility. Under normal circumstances, no master could sustain such output from him. 3 consecutive, full-powered Sword Ruptures. The required magical energy was colossal, nearly beyond what any master could provide. Your fate with me shall conclude here. Just as in the previous 2 encounters, no victor had been determined, but this third time shall draw the final curtain. Berserker, sensing the gentle gaze of her companion, Matu Sakura cried out, "He will not lose. Berserker will surely not falter." With this thought, she unconsciously invoked the power of the command spell that we must win. That was her fervent prayer. And with the consecutive use of the command spell, she expended 3 of them in one breath. Bestowing a reassuring smile upon her, Berserker looked toward the king in the sky, who was stirring. "Hua! Wait for me! Rider!" The shout ringing in his ears made Berserker aware of the arrival of those crucial allies. He leaped onto the wall and then gazed at the 2 individuals panting on the road. "Berserker," Weber looked up in astonishment, exclaiming loudly. Lelouch met his gaze without a hint of avoidance. Has Berserker not exhausted his magical energy? Realizing this, Lelouch felt a genuine apprehension about waiting any longer. Gilgamesh's mad onslaught was simply too frightening that a slight misstep, and the entire Fuyuki city could very well become an empty void, along with his meticulously laid plans reduced to ashes that I will still block his final attack. The rest is up to you. Wait. But when the other party pulled out a sketch pad to convey his intentions, Lelouch was momentarily taken aback. Could he possibly know my objective? A bit shaken, Lelouch calmed himself to ponder. Indeed, upon learning that Kirai Kodomine had provided ley lines to Archer, he had formulated a rough plan. The intention was to have Archer deplete Berserker's magical energy in a contest of endurance. Archer undoubtedly held the upper hand. Matu Sakura, as a master, could not provide significant assistance to Berserker. If executed properly, Archer indeed had the opportunity to exhaust Berserker to death. Moreover, given Gilgamesh's character, Lelouch surmised he would undoubtedly confront directly, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. Once Berserker was out of the picture, Gilgamesh would have a means to eliminate him, thereby securing ultimate victory. Of course, this was predicated on Archer not coming to kill him first. But given that individual's temperament, this probability was far more likely to manifest after Berserker was defeated. With such thoughts, Lelouch prepared to wait for the opportunity to pick up the spoils. However, contrary to his expectations, he had underestimated Archer's fervor and strength, as well as Berserker's capabilities. Point 1 was an overwhelmingly fierce assault, while the other remained as steady as a mountain, deflecting every attack. Even now, Lelouch could still sense the vigorous magical energy emanating from the opponent. Based on the earlier displays, it seemed that Berserker was aware of his intentions. The Star of Rupture, Enuma Elish, from high above, Gilgamesh's resounding voice echoed once more. Here it comes again. Fearful, Weber could only widen his eyes and gaze upward at the ever-changing scene of the sky. Thunder cracked and lightning flashed, while the howling winds roared at a force powerful enough to distort the very earth surged forth. Yet, the hero clad in black armor advanced once more to meet it. Bang! In comparison to the calamity wrought by Gilgamesh's incantations, the might unleashed by him was entirely thwarted by Berserker. There was not the slightest threat posed to Fuyuki City, nor to anyone at all. The EX Grade Sword, the Sword of Rupture, had been blocked 3 times today by the same individual. The hero of salvation shall be buried by none other than this king. Sensing the dwindling magical power of his opponent, Gilgamesh slightly lowered his altitude and spoke with a rumbling voice. However, he soon realized that Berserker had made an unexpected move. He lifted Sakura into his arms and, with her bewildered expression, retrieved the Dragon Ball he possessed. Tossing to the distant rider, "What does this mean?" Unable to fathom Berserker's current intentions, Gilgamesh demanded from his elevated position. Yet Berserker offered no reply, instead displaying a look of pity that instantly ignited Gilgamesh's wrath. Meanwhile, on the other side, clap! Grasping the Dragon Ball, tossed by Berserker with one hand, Lelouch quickly understood the other's intention. "But I could never deceive you from the very beginning. And you even intend to cooperate?" Indeed, with this, I no longer harbor doubts or suspicions. A self-deprecating smile crossed Lelouch's face as he realized that the aspect he feared most had been resolved so effortlessly. Let Archer drive Berserker back, and in the end, he would secure victory over Archer. This was Lelouch's plan. The most challenging part lay with Berserker. Should Archer be unable to prevail, Lelouch would have to devise a new strategy. However, the situation developed too rapidly, nearly overturning his chessboard. Archer's formidable noble phantasm exceeded his calculations. Fortunately, Berserker had managed to block it. Furthermore, he had withstood it 3 times, exhausting a considerable amount of magical power. Even depleting Sakura's command spells in such circumstances, Berserker handed the Dragon Ball held by Sakura to himself in that instant. Lelouch comprehended that Berserker was deliberately cooperating with his plan, alleviating his doubts and concerns. Surely, the fact that Matu Sakura could utilize command spells was within his considerations as well. Losing the Dragon Ball and command spells meant the master would be eliminated. Naturally, Lelouch could see through the other's intentions. With a smirk gracing his lips and a confident smile illuminating his face, Lelouch gazed upward at the king residing in the heavens and declared, "Let me draw the curtain on it all. Whether it be Saber or Berserker, your choices truly disgust me. You truly believe that entrusting the Dragon Ball to this mongrel signifies he can triumph over me." Rage surged within Gilgamesh, his mood exceedingly foul. Is it not a greater humiliation in my life that I, the king of heroes, do not receive more recognition than this false king? Saber may be excused, but now even this Berserker. What on earth has that sneaky rider done to deserve such trust? Offering no response to the king's words, Berserker merely comforted the distressed Sakura. It was evident that his action of tossing the Dragon Ball to Rider had incited the girl's displeasure, and she sobbed in grievance. Does that not further prove my superiority over you? Only those who are acknowledged can instill faith in others, and you, Gilgamesh, are incapable of that. With a single hand raised, unflinching, Lelouch confronted his adversary. "Mongrel, you have no right to call my name so casually." The enraged archer then raised the sword of rupture high in the low skies. Clap. It seemed they had caught up. Yet the faint sound of footsteps below drew everyone's attention. Tokiomi, Matu Korea stared in astonishment at the figure, unable to comprehend why he had appeared at such a moment. "Tokiomi, you wouldn't foolishly attempt to obstruct me, would you?" Gilgamesh also noticed Asaka Tokiomi. However, given his disdainful view of him, Tokiomi was now inconsequential as a master. "No, I have come here merely to celebrate my king's victory," he replied with graceful poise, maintaining his politeness. "Humph, at this juncture, do you truly comprehend the concept of hierarchy in the face of death?" Unaware of the double entendre within those words, Gilgamesh scoffed dismissively. "Indeed, I was once blinded by hypocrisy, failing to recognize the true king I should serve. But now, things are different. That I shall pledge my loyalty." Such a righteous declaration left both Gilgamesh and Korea momentarily speechless for the victory of my king. "Therefore, let it be so. Take your own life, archer." The heart-stopping words incited Korea's astonishment. You even know what you are saying, mongrel." His face darkened as he felt the constraints of the command spell. Gilgamesh's tone was palpably agitated. Do not misunderstand. Gilgamesh, the king I serve has always been but one, that is the king of Britain. His Majesty Lelouch. The second command spell lingering on the back of his hand was once again invoked. Tosaka Tokiomi was unwavering. "Take your own life? Archer, you scoundrel!" Ignoring the piercing gazes of others, Gilgamesh sought to forcibly resist the command imposed upon him. Possessing an exceptionally high magical power, Gilgamesh could, to some extent, exempt himself from the compulsion of command spells. Thus, merely 1 or 2 command spells could not bind him. That moment, Gilgamesh also understood where Ryder's confidence stemmed from. The glint of red in his eyes was clearly manipulated. "You are too focused on the brilliance of the king, yet neglect the plight of the subordinates. You remain oblivious to your betrayal, lost in the intoxication of your past glory, dismissing even your enemies as worthless trash unworthy of your attention." The slow words resonated from below as Lelouch dissected Gilgamesh's psyche. "You possess the ability to see through the identities of your adversaries, yet you disdain to persist in using it on anyone other than Berserker. Had you only paid a modicum of attention, this war would have seen no one capable of stopping you apart from Berserker. No, perhaps even Berserker would struggle due to his master turn such a favorable situation into this. Gilgamesh, it is your arrogance." Each word struck heavily upon Gilgamesh's heart. Indeed, had he merely been slightly observant, Tokiomi and the anomalies surrounding the Yenming family would have been immediately apparent. Even Ryder's concealed noble phantasm could have been swiftly detected. Yet, It was precisely due to his haughty attitude and character that he disregarded all other heroic spirits apart from Berserker. He could not even be bothered to engage with his own master, thus granting Lelouch such an opportunity. Archer, you will ultimately perish due to your own arrogance. Saber's earlier words lingered in his mind, inciting Gilgamesh's struggle and fury. Do not presume that your victory is assured. A mere 2 command spells. They cannot kill me. Resisting the constraints, Gilgamesh disdainfully shouted. However, what followed was an utterly absurd scene. By the command seal, take your own life. Archer, by the command seal, take your own life. Archer, by the command seal, take your own life. Archer, if 2 command seals cannot slay you, then let us wield 12. As Lelouch's words echoed, Tosaka Tokiomi also rolled up his sleeves, revealing the exaggerated red markings on his arm. That is, Matu, Kriya, gaped in disbelief. The markings on that arm were undoubtedly all command seals, but how did the opponent acquire such an overwhelming number of command seals? Gently comforting Matu Sakura. Berserker was well aware, having witnessed Rider's past interactions with Kirai. Thus, he understood the opponent's strategy, which was why he believed Rider could indeed kill Archer. As the overseer of the church, Kirai had stored the command seals left behind from the Holy Grail wars of ages past. Previously, Lelouch had manipulated Tokiomi to prepare for the transfer of command seals. The king of heroes, Lelouch would not underestimate him. Relying solely on Tokiomi's 2 command seals would indeed be insufficient to threaten this ancient king. Hence, all that remained was to stack the numbers, 2 plus 12 to a total of 14 command seals coercive restraints, from which no servant could escape. It could be said that such a scene was beyond the imagination of any onlooker. By the command seal, take your own life. Archer, cursed, 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 just a mere mongrel. The dividing sword was already raised, yet it was aimed at his own heart. Rage surged within him, but Gilgamesh found himself utterly powerless to intervene. This was indeed the gravest crisis Gilgamesh had ever faced. Merely 2 command seals could be endured, but the subsequent accumulation of 12 command seals truly crushed his struggle. He glared wide-eyed at the culprit below, the slender figure of the opponent imprinting itself into his vision. Moving his arm, striking a signature pose, Lelouch spoke the final line. In the name of Lelouch, 6 Britannia, I command you, take your own life. Gilgamesh, cursed! The last echoes of fury lingered in the air, dissipating with the gentle breeze. The ancient king, who had always towered above others, ultimately chose to end his life by the means of suicide. What remained was a solitary orange orb, slowly descending, ultimately caught by Lelouch. Those 2 shimmering stars undoubtedly testified to the Dragon Balls that once belonged to Kirai. Has it finally come to an end? As the chaos seemed to draw to a close, Waver collapsed on the ground, his taut nerves finally unwinding. He had truly experienced the oppressive weight of death countless times. He had never felt such fear before. Give it back to me! The unwilling words in his ears drew Waver's attention back. He beheld the little girl in Berserker's arms, still weeping bitterly. Yet the latter merely comforted her with a tender expression, offering no further actions. Although he was puzzled as to why Berserker would voluntarily relinquish, Waver nonetheless breathed a sigh of relief. Just one archer had already cost Rider so many pawns to confront. To face Berserker again was indeed difficult to fathom. Not far away, Tosaka Tokiomi and the recently arrived Kirai hurried before Lelouch, gathering the remaining Dragon Balls. The 1-star ball from the Saber group, the 2-star ball from the Lancer group, the 3-star ball from Berserker, the 5-star ball from Archer, the 6-star ball from Caster, and the 7-star ball from Rider. A total of 7 Dragon Balls from different masters and servants had finally come together. Only the victor could attain the right to make a wish. After gathering the Dragon Balls, uttering the incantation would summon the being capable of granting omnipotent wishes. Shunran. Lelouch gazed at the pile of shimmering orbs on the ground, then slowly turned his gaze toward the seated Waver. Realizing, Waver quickly stood and approached Lelouch. The incantation was known only to the master. Summoned servants would remain unaware. This was also why Lelouch had initially been reluctant to sour relations with Waver upon his summoning. He was uncertain of the incantation's form. Any rash action could lead to disastrous consequences. He needed to consider carefully. You can still stop me. The my geas can only affect one person once. I can no longer bind you. Yet at that moment, Lelouch wore a mischievous smile as he regarded Waver, reminding him, oh, spare me the jest that I doubt I would be frightened by you again. Moreover, thanks to you, I have managed to survive this war. That is sufficient, but Waver sighed. Understanding Lelouch's intentions, he instead voiced words of relief. There's no need for trial. After everything we've been through, both of us can more or less guess each other's thoughts at this moment. Allowing the wishing position to go to Ryder was not a significant sacrifice for Waver. Come forth, Shinran. The brief incantation escaped Waver's lips, and the 7 orbs on the ground erupted with astonishing beams of light. Like thunderbolts, they shot skyward. The clouds, previously dispersed by the dividing sword, now gathered once more. The dark, stormy sky resonating with nature's might as a colossal dragon manifested above Fuyuki City, instantly inciting panic and dread. Speak, and I shall grant you any wish. State your desire. That calm voice reverberated throughout Fuyuki City. Was that the dragon? From afar, Saber stood atop a high building, marveling at the phenomenon that only victors could access, unlike the dragons with wings she had envisioned. This was more akin to the dragon of ancient Eastern nations. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive? I've never heard of anything like this. Waver, startled, took a step back, knowing that such a commotion would certainly lead to significant trouble. It seems this is no mere deception. Rather, Lelouch appeared undeterred by the sounds reverberating around him, gazing up with keen interest. He had indeed worried this would turn out to be an outrageous ploy. But for now, it seemed he had overthought it. Any wish can be granted? Any wish at all? Tentatively asking, Lelouch quickly received the affirmative response. The massive dragon, its form sprawling across the city like the Great Wall, accompanied by its deep, resonant voice, was truly magnificent. Lowering his head, Lelouch pondered for a moment, recalling his initial objective that a world already filled with hatred and war required intervention. His plan with Shizuku was about to unfold. Yet now there existed a better alternative. Brother, familiar faces flashed through his mind, from students to Zero, from Zero to Emperor. T.O. changed the world. That was Lelouch's earnest desire. However, I will not allow others to undertake this task. For I cannot trust a world altered by someone else. So, it must be I who brings about the change, with my own hands, for the sake of Nunnally and Shizuku. With a resolute gaze, Lelouch raised his eyes to behold the immense dragon, his determination palpable. Grant me the power to change the world. Such insatiable greed and colossal ambition. The very essence of that wish sent shivers down the spines of Weber and the others. Understood. His crimson eyes shimmered with a fiery glow as the dragon acknowledged the fervent desire of his counterpart. The wish had been realized. Wait, such a wish can truly be fulfilled. It was somewhat hard to believe. Weber found himself at a loss for words to articulate the shock within him. Ryder, glancing sideways at Lelouch, he noticed that he seemed lost in contemplation. Yet, the familiar deep laughter from Lelouch filled Weber with a sense of unease. Indeed, this was quite remarkable. Hearing Lelouch's words of satisfaction left Weber in a state of bewilderment. Now then, speak your second wish. However, the next words from the dragon left both Lelouch and Weber momentarily stunned. Even Berserker and Matsu Korea, who were not far away, were taken aback that a second wish could be granted. Of course, as long as you two, the master and servant, remain alive, I can fulfill 2 wishes. In response to Weber's inquiry, the dragon provided clarification why the relationship of master and servant was emphasized. Could it be seen as a test for the master and their servant? Truly a god with a peculiar sense of humor. Realizing the underlying intention, Lelouch couldn't help but scoff. Had the initial masters and servants known they could have 2 wishes, they would have undoubtedly joined forces with greater resolve. Perhaps there would have been 2 factions forming alliances, each vying for 1 wish. However, because this detail was concealed, both masters and servants were burdened with a singular dilemma. That is, if they truly emerged victorious, would they be forced to turn against one another? After all, if there was only 1 wish, would it be for the master or the servant? The masters participating in the war and the summoned servants surely had their own needs. Yet, if the prize were singular, it would inevitably lead to infighting. Naturally, Exceptions like him and Weber were rare. Now that this point had been revealed, it was undoubtedly a means to mock those self-serving victors who mistrusted their own masters and servants. "What are you dawdling for?" "Huh." Upon hearing Lelouch call for him, Weber momentarily failed to respond. "As one of the victors, you naturally possess the right to make a wish that I am not so greedy as to require a second wish to compensate for anything." This was not a display of false humility from Lelouch, but rather an acknowledgement of the master who had endured hardship alongside him. Moreover, the very thing Lelouch desired most had already been granted by the dragon through the first wish. Stepping forward, he gazed anxiously at the colossal dragon head. He truly was unprepared for this. His mind was in disarray, unsure of what to do. The ability to fulfill wishes was overwhelming. An unprecedented thrill coursed through him, even making it difficult to catch his breath. Weber looked up at the immense dragon head, a myriad of thoughts flashing in his mind. The ability to fulfill wishes. Any kind of wish can be realized. His hands trembled involuntarily, as even Lelouch and Korea, who were observing him, were ignored. To become the strongest magician, to be the king of this world, to possess boundless wealth. Those pinnacle desires flooded his mind, yet he hesitated to make a decision. No, perhaps I should mature, to have a robust physique. Such thoughts lack ambition and vision. Weber Velvet, you must remain clear-headed. Shaking his head vigorously, he presented himself in a manner that could be perceived as erratic. Lelouch observed him, choosing silence. Based on his understanding of this master, Weber's aspirations were likely far less self-serving. Though Weber occasionally boasted impulsively, it was often mere venting of frustration that, if truly given the chance to soar, he would likely falter, sigh. After a long pause, Weber finally exhaled deeply. Subsequently, he raised his gaze toward the dragon with an apologetic expression. As Ryder said, "I remain rather naughty. Yet, such grand and distant wishes are unsuitable for me." Reflecting on the wish he was about to voice, Weber felt a storm of complex emotions. Having endured such experiences recently, it would be a lie to say he felt nothing. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose the wish that felt unrelated to himself. "Please allow those affected by the Dragon Ball War to be revived." He pouted and summoned all his strength to utter those words. His wish was instantaneously heard by many. Hey. Ryder's master may appear feeble, yet he turns out to be a kind-hearted fellow. Observing from the air, the figure within the city sat cross-legged, astonished. "This is truly wonderful." Sakura Kinomoto was also elated. During her earlier loss of control, she had inadvertently involved many innocent lives. If those people could come back to life, it would alleviate her burden significantly. Her previous remorse had indeed borne fruit. As the cheers of the two reached his ears, Kenshin too felt a sense of relief. "I end this fiercely chaotic war, not to mention the prior siege. Just considering Archer's final assault caused significant devastation. If people could indeed be revived, it would bring considerable comfort." Imprinting Weber's visage in their memories, they understood that there still existed kind-hearted individuals in the future. That your choice, Ryder's master. It seems I did not misjudge you." Saber, standing in the street, held on to a boy she had just rescued from a building and quietly praised Weber upon hearing his wish. "Sister, thank you. Please return quickly. Your parents will be worried." "Yes," watching the red-haired boy run back while waving. Saber paid little mind. Yet the next moment, she sensed a familiar presence. It was Alice. Am I truly alive again? Still clad in her nun's attire, Alice sat on the ground, struggling to comprehend her current situation. "Madam," the familiar voice from the opposite side filled her with delight. "What is?" Mia surveyed her surroundings, undoubtedly recalling the events that had transpired. The war had determined a victor. Ryder's master wish for the revival of those affected by the Dragon Ball War. He is indeed a kind-hearted person. Coming back to her senses, Alice revealed a smile, tinged with trepidation as she explained. Mia was rendered speechless, struggling to fathom how the deceased could so miraculously return to life. "Oh, madam, what is wrong?" Suddenly noticing the panic etched on Alice's face, she anxiously inquired I have become a true human. Yet, Alice's response left Mia momentarily stunned. "That's wonderful." "Sora, Kenneth." Having lost his former grace, Kenneth held the somewhat bewildered Sora. His heart aching. "It seems we have been rescued by your so-called unworthy students. why memories are frozen at the moment when Emilia Kiritsugu was shot, yet I now understand the reason for our resurrection. Let us depart. I have no desire to linger in this rural place for even a moment longer. What? Observing Kenneth's desperate grasp, Sora soon comprehended. Only in loss does one truly recognize the value of life. It is not just her, but everything Kenneth holds dear. It is only after death and revival that one realizes how splendid this world is. There's no need to rush. After all, the war has concluded. No, we cannot remain here. Now. Immediately. You truly are something else. What is this Holy Grail war, this Dragon Ball war? Utterly tedious. Kenneth, will never participate again. Even if you were to aim that empty gun at me, it would bear no significance. Kirai Kodomine sat calmly at the dock, observing the vigilant man before him with a light chuckle. Rather, one who has taken countless lives like you, do you truly have the right to be resurrected? Kiritsugu fell silent, struck by Kirai's insinuation. However, this is not something you and I can decide. Having narrowly reclaimed my life, I should be grateful to His Majesty's master. The value of life is something I have come to appreciate fully. Rising to his feet and glancing at his almost bare self, Kirai experienced a newfound understanding. Seeking amusement is indeed a delightful endeavor, yet trading one's life for it seems rather unworthy. Only in death can one grasp the weight of life. As he watched the other plunge into the sea from a dock, Kiritsugu's tightly gripped gun fell to the ground. He never expected such a person could possess a second life. Cough, cough. Is this my punishment? You wish to prevent my easy demise. Is that the desire you pondered for so long? How absurd. Then my apologies for disappointing you. I am but a childish and naive fellow. In response to Lelouch's words, Weber crossed his arms in feigned indignation. Truly immature. Yet if the world were to lack individuals like you, it would surely perish. Hearing the familiar admonition, Weber turned to face him. You still take too much for granted. Have you considered that the villains might also return to life? But the subsequent words left Weber momentarily speechless. He had spoken without thought, indeed not considering those who ought to perish. Thus, one should not act impulsively. It is wise to think twice before acting, but you currently possess the privilege of being reckless. No one can blame you. After all, you are ultimately the victor. Your desires have all been fulfilled. Farewell. The colossal dragon raised its head, its voice resonating across the heavens, ultimately transforming into 7 distinct light points that dispersed across the world. The sky cleared once more, revealing its normal visage. That it is finally over. Matu Korea heaved a sigh of relief, and upon seeing Berserker and Rider gradually fade into light, he understood that Sakura would be safe this time. Well, do not go. The small hand clinging tightly to the armor was filled with such strength. The little cheeks already streaked with tears. Only a customary smile emerged to soothe her as he conveyed his final words to this little master. Parting does not signify an end. Sakura, this world is vast, and many things await your embrace. So do not be disheartened by my departure. That a girl looks far more beautiful when she smiles. The words constructed from magic revealed themselves, and that refreshing and comforting smile remained etched in the girl's memory. Accompanied by her cries, that reliable figure faded away with the light. Do not. Ryder, are you leaving? As he watched Lelouch begin to transform into light from the legs upwards, Weber felt a fleeting pang of reluctance. That was truly wonderful having you here this time. If it weren't for you, I might have perished long ago. After hesitating and glancing around, Weber mustered his courage and exclaimed loudly. His voice fluctuated from high to low, and he felt immensely grateful for drawing a good card. Had it not been for Ryder's persistent guidance and schemes, given his immature performance, he might not have survived to the end, let alone know where he might have died along the way. Do not belittle yourself. You too have contributed significantly this time. After all you have endured, you are no longer the person you once were. Hearing those familiar words of encouragement, Weber felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Right, I have already conceived my future goals. Recalling something important, Weber hurriedly spoke up. He must convey this to Ryder. He needed to reassure him before departing. I shall become an outstanding magician, though I am uncertain if I will succeed. This is not something that can be fulfilled simply by wishing that I will be like you. I shall change everything with my own hands. That resolute and earnest attitude expressed his determination. That ha ha ha. What is so amusing? A low chuckle escaped Lelouch's lips, as though he had heard a joke. Feeling mocked, Weber complained in dissatisfaction. After all, he had mustered the courage to proclaim his grand ambition. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly felt something flash before his eyes, a white imperial robe draped over his shoulders. This, by the decree of Lelouch, 6 Britannia, Weber Velvet, you are to survive and become an exceptional magician, become the foremost magician of Holy Britannia. Witnessing that familiar stance and command, Weber momentarily froze. Where is your response? Seemingly displeased by his daze, the emperor issued a question to Yuan. As you command. Your Majesty, grasping the white royal garment draped over his shoulder. Weber could no longer suppress the tears welling in his eyes, responding with a trembling voice. This was not the coercive restraint of Gaius, but rather a promise he had made. That day, the youth bid farewell to the emperor. Now, we too must take our leave. As the conclusion drew near, Shinju declared heartily. Hee, it could be considered a journey. Sakura Kyoko glanced at him and then closed her eyes, laughing joyfully. The fact that those who perished due to her demise were revived brought her solace. Sakura, there's no need to be so pessimistic. As long as one lives, good things will eventually occur, will they not? Indeed, I thank you for your support during this time. Shinju, as they began to dissipate. They exchanged their final words. By the way, assassin? Although I do not know your name, if we meet again, I and Sakura will not lose. Turning around, Shinju addressed the silent Kenshin. Yes, that's so. Next time, I shall not be so immature. Upon hearing those words, memories of the final confrontation with Saber flooded into Kenshin's mind, and a faint smile graced his lips as he softly replied. One more bowl, please. Patience, there is more to come. Alice Phil gazed at Saber, who was seated at the table, and offered a reassuring smile in response. Where are Mia and Kiritsugu? She inquired. He must be on his way back from the park with Ilya. Came the reply, Oh, really? Why is he always so slow? It was well past mealtime, and such repeated delays were decidedly uncharacteristic of that man. Yet Alice Phil understood all too well. This marked the first step in Kiritsugu's abandonment of his ideals. No longer fixated on the notion of world peace, he chose instead to remain by Ilya's side as a father. Ever since that war concluded, within the embrace of that man, tears streaming down his face. Alice Phil had sensed the depth of his buried emotions. It was a joy and excitement akin to finding what was lost. Subsequently, they encountered Saber and implored her assistance in retrieving Ilya from her family home. Ultimately, they settled in Fuyuki City, a place brimming with fate's intertwining threads. Though their lives were ordinary, each day was filled with fulfillment. However, who could have anticipated that Saber, as a heroic spirit, would also be resurrected? Was this a miscalculation? No, I was already in a state of half-life, and it seemed that Weber's wish had inadvertently included me as well as they dined. Artoria began to explain further that it was, in a sense, quite peculiar. Her resurrection was nothing short of an accident. Would it have any repercussions? Reflecting on the origins of heroic spirits, Alice Phil felt a twinge of concern that it was nothing serious. At worst, the most adverse outcome would be that I could no longer summon Saber. Unperturbed by such matters, Artoria found the rice to be quite delicious. I am full. Thank you for the hospitality. With hands clasped in gratitude, she politely expressed her thanks before departing from the Amiya household. Upon returning to the temporary villa, she immediately spotted a boy practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Artoria inquired, Have you finished your meal? Shiro, teacher. Yes, dinner at my house is early, so I came over after eating, replied the red-haired youth, momentarily pausing his bamboo sword practice. Not just me. Sakura and Rin are already in their rooms reading. The boy named Shiro gestured towards the villa before continuing, Sakura and Rin. You say? Artoria glanced out the window, feeling that perhaps they were being a tad too diligent. Considering the situation, she couldn't help but smile. However, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Artoria opened the front door and walked through the corridor into the hall. Spotting the long sword in the corner, she was reminded of the past. Sister, I found a real sword. Where did you find it? By the river, the memory of Shiro bringing her that divine sword resurfaced. leading Artoria to ponder the wondrous nature of destiny. The sword, known as Kusanagi, was once wielded by assassin, the legendary Kenshin Himura. Artoria had not anticipated encountering it again in such a manner, whether it was Shuro or the sword he retrieved. Both symbolized a connection of fate. This child possesses magical talent. With proper cultivation, he might become a formidable magician in the future. Watching Shuro practice swordplay outside the window, Artoria felt a sense of satisfaction. "Ah, teacher, you're back," Rin exclaimed, peeking into the room. "Have you completed your homework?" "Of course." The twin-tailed girl brightened upon seeing the familiar figure. "Let's take you all out for some fun tonight." "You're the best," receiving a delightful response. Rin bounced with excitement. In the absence of her father, she displayed a carefree personality. And what of Sakura? She said she wants to read a bit more. I don't know why she's so fixated. Artoria fell silent upon hearing Rin's response. "It's all because I was too weak, dragging down Berserker. Therefore, I refuse to let such a situation occur again. I will prove that he is indeed the strongest. To that end, I will strive to become the mightiest magician. Please take me as your disciple." "And me?" It seemed the girl had misconstrued something, setting a goal for herself in earnest. Yet, the mentor she sought was none other than Weber, the master of Rider at that time. When asked by Weber about her reasoning, Sakura replied, "Because you won this war, and even my father is no match for you. You are the strongest magician. Under your name, I am certain I can achieve greatness." This somewhat absurd rationale left Weber in a state of perplexity for quite some time. In the aftermath, due to Weber's return to the clock tower, the villa became available and was passed on to Artoria, who had been without a residence. Thus, 3, or perhaps 4, mischievous little ones frequently filled the place with their antics. However, for Artoria, this was a welcome change. At least it was lively. The king had departed, and now their duty was to assist Lord Weber in ascending to the rank of the strongest magician. Rest assured, even at the expense of this old body, I, Kirai Kodo mine, shall lend my support. Kirai, from now on, you shall follow Lord Weber as his disciple. There is a chance to learn the knowledge of the clock tower. It is an opportunity not to be missed. Understood. Sakura and Rin are also growing, and when Lord Weber achieves his goals, I will implore him to accept the two as his disciples. This way, we can seamlessly connect to the clock tower and build momentum for him. Within the church, Tosaka Tokiomi, Kirai Kodo mine, and Kirai Shuro gathered together and resolved their future course of action. Even though Lelouch was gone, the influence of Geas still lingered. They continued to serve King Lelouch, aiding Weber in accordance with his entrustment. Though it may seem somewhat neurotic in their daily lives, the 3 remained as normal as ever. Thus, even Tosaka, Tokiomi's wife and daughter, failed to notice anything amiss. At the clock tower, Weber had just returned and immediately felt targeted. His mind was flooded with accumulated topics and academic assignments that needed addressing. Clatter, Weber Velvet. As he buried his head in the materials, a familiar stern voice suddenly broke through, causing him to look up in astonishment. "Kenneth, teacher," he asked cautiously, unsure of the reason for the man's visit. Could it be that he had finally transcended his superficiality? That rigid mind of his had seemingly grown through practice. Kenneth observed Weber's transformation, his cutting remarks directed at the student before him. In the past, such words would have incited a fierce reaction from Weber. Yet now, the boy's expression was one of indifference, lacking the anger and fervor of days gone by. Being scrutinized so intently made Weber uncomfortable. Yet he did not avert his gaze, maintaining eye contact. As Kenneth tossed a paper towards him, Weber hurriedly caught it. Upon reading the content, he was rendered speechless. It was the thesis he had written for Kenneth before the war. "I shall pretend I never saw this. Handle it well on your own. If one day you can truly prove your correctness, it would signify a monumental shift within this magical association." With hands clasped behind his back, Kenneth spoke with profound earnestness. Merely discussing talent, lineage, and aptitude in magic is indeed the forte of illustrious families steeped in history. However, what this world may require is perhaps not confined to those attributes. The demise of Kenneth himself stands as a prime example of this truth. Furthermore, I have heard from Sola that you aspire to become an exceptional magician. Although you may be a rather ineffectual student, I am still capable of guiding you to avoid unnecessary detours. I hope you can endure this journey. It was only after the other party departed that Weber finally came to a realization. Could it be? Ever since returning to the clock tower, he had inexplicably felt overwhelmed by issues pertaining to his research in academia. Yet, despite the chaos, it was precisely these challenges he found himself lacking and in need of. Now, gazing at Kenneth's retreating figure, Weber began to understand. This, too, could be considered another form of recompense. After organizing his materials and returning to his room, he gazed at the white imperial robe hanging on the coat rack. A slight smile gracing his lips. Although arduous and exhausting, he no longer found this sensation disagreeable. Ryder, perhaps one day, I might also present you with a remarkable surprise in the Temple of the Divine Time. The last master of humanity, Fujimaru Ritsuka, engages in battle against the ultimate adversary. Yet, when the time came for the demon King Geisha to wield his third noble phantasm to rectify all phenomena, an unforeseen incident occurred. Impossible. The reverse summoning ritual should still be in effect. How could a heroic spirit even intercept my third noble phantasm? This unsettling feeling. Am I truly sensing a threat from a mere heroic spirit? An entirely unexpected foe emerged, weighing heavily on Geisha's spirit. The knight who stood before them, shielding the two, turned to Fujimaru Ritsuka, who was half-crouched on the ground, and inquired, "Are you my master?" The servant Saver had answered the call. Clang, clang, snap, bam, as figures intertwined in combat. Saito gazed at the shattered edge of his blade, falling into a contemplative silence. Oh, powerful, too powerful. Although he had previously engaged in combat with the famed Batusai, he had never faced such a complete and utter defeat. Has Saito also been bested? It seems the rumors were indeed not unfounded. Okita observed the retreating figure, lamenting, "Wait, enough!" A fellow team member was about to charge forward, but was halted by Okita's outstretched hand. "Captain!" If they pursued any further, he would undoubtedly draw his lethal blade. Enough. The mission has already failed. Before Okita could speak, Saito, gazing at his broken sword, explained, "It is rumored that the Hikari Batusai possesses two blades. Drawing the lower blade signifies death, while drawing the upper blade signifies life. Ironically, it is indeed his mercy that saved us." Okita watched the legendary figure gradually vanish into the forest, feeling a tinge of melancholy. As captains of the Shinsengumi, he and Saito had been thwarted by the Batusai in their coordinated pursuit. He could distinctly sense the changes within that individual, and Okita yearned to understand what trials the similarly aged Batusai had endured. As he dashed through the woods, Kenshin eventually paused amidst the trees. "Oh my, have I been discovered so soon? I was rather confident, senpai." Under the unwavering gaze of the other, the figure concealed behind a large tree stepped forward. "Suzumaru, is there something you need?" "No, I merely wish to observe your swordsmanship up close. Unfortunately, it appears I arrived just as it concluded." Raising his hands to avoid any misunderstanding, Suzumaru shrugged. "Truly fearsome, senpai. However, why did you not eliminate the two captains of the Shinsengumi? Given your condition, it would have been quite effortless, wouldn't it?" With a hint of insinuation, Suzumaru lightly inquired. "They are our great adversaries, Mr. Katsu." Whoosh! Before his words could finish, Suzumaru was taken aback as the senior drew his sword with startling swiftness. Zulfust! Just as he intended to draw his own weapon in defense, Kenshin had already completed a swift strike. Cold sweat streamed down Suzumaru's brow as disbelief washed over him, by the time he fully comprehended the situation. Not only had he failed to draw his sword, but the senior had also executed his strike without causing any harm. Upon regaining his composure, Suzumaru realized he seemed to be unscathed. This blade, far from being lethal, could not even inflict injury. Holding the sword horizontally across his chest, Kenshin spoke coldly, "A blade that cannot inflict harm. How could such a thing exist? Even a reverse blade can cause injury." His gaze shifted to the exquisite sword held by the senior, one he had never encountered before. From his perspective, there was no way it could be incapable of harming a person, yet Kenshin had indeed struck at him without leaving a scratch. Crack! The sword was sheathed, and Kenshin continued walking through the woods in silence. Watching Kenshin's retreating figure, Suzumaru's earlier desire for a duel dissipated. Had the senior truly wished to end his life, it would have been but a fleeting moment. It was no wonder the Shinsengumi had dispatched two formidable captains like Saito and Okita. Even so, the outcome had been unequivocal. They had fallen before the senior, as he walked along the path. Kenshin reflected on the experience, aware that he had transcended worldly understanding. That blade is called Heavenly Tooth, incapable of harming or killing. Consider it a consolation prize for your participation. However, the true power of Heavenly Tooth remains sealed. The conditions for its unsealing, well, you're likely well aware. Indeed, participating once more in the Dragon Ball War and surviving to return to this world will unlock it. The woman, named Ba, will be encased in ice within the necklace you hold. And Heavenly Tooth can save her, but only within a span of 10 years. If you're not summoned within those 10 years, then both Heavenly Tooth and she will be doomed. The words of that god left Kenshin no room for refusal. Months have passed since his return, and Kenshin had indeed identified his purpose. Aside from continuing the restoration, he must. Hikari, I have found the information you sought. However, it seems to be in Kyoto. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Accepting the note from the informant, Kenshin's expression remained unchanged. He simply tucked it away and departed. Would Mr. Katsura truly allow him to leave? Observing Kenshin's departure from the second floor, a group of individuals could hardly contain themselves. Let him go. Since he claims he is visiting, he will undoubtedly return. But should any fool attempt to test the senior's sword, I would not mind witnessing your demise. Zizin, what wind is blowing here? A foolish disciple descending the mountain on their own. Now, no longer saving the populace? Hikusidro gazed at the familiar face before him, unable to resist a sardonic remark. The populace will indeed be saved, but before that, I need to become stronger. The act of drinking came to an abrupt halt. Leaving Hikusidro astonished by such a conclusion, he had indeed heard the rumors surrounding this foolish disciple. Hidokiri Batusai, the unparalleled swordsman of the world. The former was a tale from long ago, while the latter had recently gained notoriety. The aura of killing intent and malice was exceptionally heavy, yet his eyes remained strikingly clear, devoid of confusion. It did not seem as though he had lost his way. At this point, what more could I possibly teach you? The ultimate technique. Please impart to me the ultimate technique of the Hiten Mitsuru. Observing Kenshin's earnest expression and demeanor, Hikusidro began to interrogate him. Why the desire to learn the ultimate technique? I have heard that you are now unmatched, being hailed as the unparalleled swordsman of the world. When enemies encounter you, they can only pray that you do not unsheath your blade to kill. With his legs crossed and a robust physique resting on the stool, Hikusidro jested, because I'm still not strong enough. Is that so? To exhibit such humility during your most proud moment is truly. I have recently traveled to a distant land. His words were interrupted as Hikusidro twisted open a bottle of sake, patiently awaiting the continuation, listening intently. There I encountered many skilled masters. I must confess, back then I posed little threat to them. Ultimately, in a clash of swords, I was bested by a foreign queen. Kenshin narrated his story in a different light. Thus so, you are still haunted by your defeat to that foreign queen named Artoria? How foolish. How did you not end up dead at her hands? Is this something a master should say to his disciple? Glaring, Kenshin felt his blood pressure rise at the old man's words. In truth, had it not been for the peculiar circumstances of the Dragon Ball War, he should have perished there to so. Upon your return, you deemed yourself insufficiently powerful, and thus resolved to diligently train under me to master the ultimate technique and seek vengeance. Without delving into the veracity of this, Hikusidro inquired directly. No, I merely wish to no longer feel so powerless. Mere ordinary swordsmanship cannot contend with such formidable masters, without uttering any further harsh words. Hikusidro sensed the unwillingness in Kenshin's voice. Is there truly someone even the Hiten Mitsurujiryu cannot handle? It seems he has indeed suffered a considerable blow. Contemplating the core of the matter, Hikusidro found himself intrigued. It is known that the Hiten Mitsuru has always been a killing sword technique, possessing the power to sway the world, and a master of such caliber. Even from Hikusidro's perspective, that is exceedingly rare. Come here. Following Hikusidro's lead, Kenshin traversed the familiar mountain path, ultimately arriving before a waterfall. Draw your sword. Any sword will suffice to AT the precipice. Hikusidru turned to face him and spoke in a deep voice. After a moment's contemplation, Kenshin finally drew Tenshin Sho from its sheath, an upward blade. Could this be the so-called blade that does not kill? Although it appeared somewhat different from an ordinary sword. To claim it could not take a life feels somewhat forced, does it not? Moreover, do you believe you can kill me? With a smirk, Hikusidru unsheathed his beloved sword and scoffed. After a long absence, let me witness what you call unparalleled. Cloaked Hikusidru charged forward, and Kenshin swiftly prepared to respond. Clang, with his sword raised, firmly planted feet, and balanced stance, he intercepted the incoming strike. His reflexes are quicker than I imagined. The unexpected assault was met with such fluidity that Hikusidru felt a tinge of surprise. Clang, clang. The clash of blades sparked brilliantly as Kenshin and Hikusidru's figures danced in a whirlwind of movement. The rumors hold true. This lad has truly grown considerably. No wonder those outside find themselves at a loss against you, though he had yet to unleash his full power. Kenshin was already able to keep pace with Hikusidru's current speed. This was indeed an extraordinary feat. Bang. As blades met, Hikusidru forcefully utilized his robust physique to crash into Kenshin. Ugh. Though propelled several paces back, Kenshin quickly regained his stance. Strength, wrist power, flexibility, waist strength, leg power. All of these are worlds apart from before. Upon closer inspection, even his physique has become considerably more robust. Such all-encompassing growth left Hikusidru somewhat astonished. Hiten Mitsuru Ryu Sho Sun. Too hasty, you fool. Observing Kenshin closing in with his sword technique, Hikusidru stepped back 2 paces, evading the upward slash, and then retaliated with a strike of his own. Yet that seemingly unavoidable blow was deftly evaded by Kenshin's aerial maneuver. Such suspension and sense of power, this lad. A smile involuntarily crept upon Hikusidru's lips, and he began to find the encounter enjoyable. Perhaps I should take this more seriously. With that thought, the two resumed their fierce duel. After a while, Kenshin lay on the ground, panting, casting a somewhat disheartened glance at his master seated upon a stone. My stamina is still lacking. After such a brief engagement, I find myself exhausted. I do not believe it is normal to tire out from afternoon until dusk. Having nearly expended all his strength, Kenshin muttered softly. He could only blame his own inability to match Hikusidru's physique. In a recent exchange of sword techniques, he had managed to keep pace and defend against nearly all of Hikusidru's strikes. Oh well, given your condition, what you previously stated holds true. After a long absence of physical activity, Hikusidru regarded Kenshin with newfound respect. Initially, he thought this foolish disciple would falter quickly. Yet, having maintained a stalemate with him, who had yet to shed his cloak until he was utterly drained, was no simple feat. This also confirmed the truth of Kenshin's encounters with foreign beings, the ultimate technique. Before that, I shall pose one more question. Kenshin, upon hearing the grave tone, Kenshin half raised himself and looked ahead. Oh, you fear death? The unexpected query left Kenshin momentarily stunned. Is this question truly significant? Very much so. Your answer will reveal the outcome that follows. Falling into silence, Kenshin refrained from answering hastily. Death. Had this been the old him, he would undoubtedly have replied without hesitation, what fear is there in death? Yet having fought against Saber, the current Kenshin could not so easily contradict his true feelings. To live. Indeed, no matter what, one must live. That is the correct path. If I die, everything is lost. Those who await me, those who hope for my return. Therefore, in battle, the objective must be to survive, not to embrace death as a premise. The heart must continue to live. You certainly have a knack for invoking chaos. The words of significant individuals echoed in Kenshin's mind, leading him to his answer that I will survive. That declaration, which should not align with his previous stance, left Hikusidru momentarily speechless. Ha! With a soft chuckle, Hikusidru was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected clarity of the response. Having not seen Kenshin for many years, he had yet to fully comprehend the current state of his mind, but it appeared that his earlier concerns were unfounded. This made things considerably simpler. Given your present condition, there is no doubt that you can grasp the essence of the Hiten Mitsuju. Acknowledging that to survive, Hiko Seijiro felt reassured. His disciple, who had been absent for several years, did not seem to have been consumed or crushed by the darkness of the world. Rather, he had undergone a commendable transformation. Before that, go down the mountain to fetch water, and afterward, head to the town to buy me some sake. Oh, why? Isn't it only natural for a disciple to assist his master? Rising defiantly, he attempted to counter, but was swiftly rendered speechless. Hey, observing the look of restraint on his face, Hiko Seijiro chuckled softly. Hurry, if you dawdle any longer. The town will close its doors. This is undoubtedly your doing. With no choice but to comply, Kenshin moved forward with stiff steps. It was not until Kenshin's figure faded into the distance that Hiko Seijiro gazed up at the night sky, remaining silent for a long time before uttering a phrase. Could tomorrow mark our farewell in this lifetime? Sayaka-chan, do not fret. I am more than capable on my own. The pink-haired girl expressed her concern, prompting a response from Sakura Kyoko ahead. There are ways to resolve this. Thus, Sayaka, I will certainly save you. But before that, you must die once. Brandishing her spear to deflect the flying daggers, Kyoko's mood had lightened considerably. After returning from the Dragon Ball War, facing the witch-turned Sayaka, she believed there was no way out. Yet just moments ago, she felt it. That power, foreign to her being, was stirring restlessly. The resurrection of the deceased, It, was the card that had once remained with her in the city. To her surprise, it still existed and could be utilized, even across worlds. Although she was unsure of its exact efficacy, she believed in the city that if one survives, good fortune is bound to follow, right? In the city, an exaggerated surge of magical power erupted, and Sakura Kyoko showed no hesitation. Perhaps due to her transformation into a heroic spirit, she had become significantly stronger than before. Therefore, confronting the witch that Sayaka had become was not particularly arduous. I am aware of what happens after one transforms into a witch. Thus, I shall put an end to your suffering and struggles. Sayaka! The sound echoed within the barrier, and Sakura Kyoko subsequently eliminated the mermaid witch with her own hands. Can this truly succeed? Observing the witch disintegrating into ashes, Madoka Kaname quietly voiced her doubt. Fear not. I have faith in that girl, taking out the card that emitted a continuous glow from her pocket. Sakura Kyoko aimed it forward. Resurrection of the deceased. Activate. The drifting souls did not depart nor disintegrate. Instead, they were forcibly dragged back from the grave by an unreasonable rule. What remained was that intact body. Aha! Has it truly succeeded? When she regained her senses, the blue-haired girl realized she was slumped on the ground, facing the joyful and astonished expressions and voices of Kyoko and Madoka. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she embraced the girl before her with caution. Feeling that genuine warmth, am I still alive? With a tone of disbelief, Sayaka's mind remained in a haze. Hee, silly, you have indeed come back to life. With her spear in disguise stowed away, Sakura Kyoko flashed a toothy grin. So, what exactly is the situation? I cannot comprehend. Nearby, a small, adorable creature stood beside the dark-haired girl. Voicing its confusion, Kyubi's tail wagged incessantly, clearly indicating that the current situation exceeded all expectations. Even it could not make sense of it. Akemi Hamura, on the other hand, widened her eyes, engulfed in profound shock. Having reincarnated countless times, she had never witnessed such a scene that It was supposed to be fated that Sayaka, transformed into a witch, would perish. Yet now it appeared. Sakura Kyoko, she has created a miracle that surpasses magic. Kyubi's words echoed, reflecting Akemi Hamura's thoughts at that moment. In human terms, this could perhaps be referred to as defying fate. Each word struck heavily in Akemi Hamura's heart, as there were too many questions she yearned to ask and understand. The anxiety and excitement hidden within her heart compelled her to discover what Sakura Kyoko had done. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped forward, determined to seek clarity. An unknown event has emerged that requires investigation. Muttering to herself, Kyubi followed suit. Witnessing Hamura and Kyubi's arrival, Sakura Kyoko could keenly sense their scrutinizing gazes upon her. Their intent to probe for the truth was abundantly clear. However, in the next moment, they were all drawn by Madoka's voice, Sayaka-chan. Where is your soul gem? Turning to look, Sayaka observed Madoka's worried expression fixated on her in astonishment. It's gone. Indeed, she could not find the blue soul gem on her person, leaving Sayaka momentarily stunned. Does this mean you have reverted to being human? Sakura Kyoko was equally astonished, never having anticipated such an effect. No, Kyoko, you are slightly mistaken. Before Akemi Hamura could speak, Sayaka seemed to have realized something, rising to her feet and breaking into a sly smile. Kyoko tilted her head, puzzled by Sayaka's remark. But soon, a scene unfolded that left everyone dumbfounded. The transformed outfit, the draped cloak, the military knife in hand. Clang clang. Magical girl Sayaka makes her entrance. Watching Sayaka striking a pose and still able to transform, the group was left in a state of shock. It seems that even without my soul gem, I still retain the power to transform upon coming back to life. Put simply, I am now the true magical girl. The astonished expressions of everyone delighted Sayaka, who happily explained such a thing possible. Without a soul gem, it means no need to lament over purification. On that basis, I can wield the powers of a magical girl as a human. In comparison, it seems Akemi Hamura and the others are akin to defective, semi-finished products. You are being rather conceited now. Suddenly feeling annoyed, Sakura Kyoko loudly rebuked as she glanced at Sayaka's smug expression. Right now. I am indeed superior to you. How bold of you! Have you forgotten who saved you? The banter between the two brought a reassuring smile to Madoka's face. How wonderful. Everyone is safe. Feeling immensely relieved, Madoka was filled with joy. Meanwhile, Kyubi's expression became stiff as it processed Sayaka's condition, leading to a singular thought. This defies logic. To wield the powers of a magical girl without a soul gem undermines their original intent. This cannot be allowed. If every magical girl possesses such an ability, their plans would be utterly thwarted. Magical girls exist to become witches. The energy generated from their existence is beneficial to the universe. How can it be cut off by such inexplicable occurrences? It must be stopped. Regardless of the circumstances, the methods employed by Sakura Kyoko must be eradicated in their infancy. Sakura, what exactly did you do? Can you enlighten me? Upon hearing Hamura Akemi's urgent words, Sakura Kyoko, who had been playfully tussling with Sayaka, paused. She turned to see the suppressed excitement and slightly trembling hands of Hamura, her tone laden with urgency. Well, this tale is rather lengthy. Gathered in Hamura's home, Madoka and the others silently listened to Kyoko's account of the struggle. Although it was not the entire story, the snippets they heard were already enchanting enough. It was indeed miraculous. A person who had perished was suddenly revived. Far more genuine than that fellow, Kyoko remarked, poking the incubator, Kyubi, who was hiding behind the sofa. The Dragon Ball War, is it true that those with a strong desire can be chosen? Victory leads to the fulfillment of any wish, Hamura whispered, her hands trembling slightly. Suddenly, she felt a pang of envy towards Kyoko's experiences. If only she had been chosen. Then surely, she could free Madoka from this endless cycle of reincarnation. Hey, you speak so grandly, but didn't Kyoko lose in the end? Nonsense, at the very least, she didn't return empty-handed. Haha, indeed, she made a friend. That person, who goes by the name of Shiro, must be a good person. Hearing Madoka's cheerful voice brought a sense of calm to Hamura's heart. This confrontation with the witching hour might indeed present the greatest opportunity yet. The once fated demise of Sayaka Miki had been averted, and she was free to wield her magical powers without the constraints of the soul gem. Kyoko had also survived. Counting her, there were at least 3 magical girls still standing, with their combined strength. Defeating the witching hour was not an impossibility. Setting aside other matters, I must seize this opportunity. Even without being chosen, Hamura recognized the favorable conditions that had arisen. Previously, the final outcomes of their cycles had always left just her and Madoka to face the witching hour. The repeated contracts had forced her to struggle back into the past, attempting to alter the fact that Madoka became a magical girl. But now it was different. They had reliable allies in Sayaka Miki and Kyoko Sakura. With the strength of the 3 of them, they could surely avert Madoka's fate of becoming a magical girl. Ah, the card from Shiro is truly miraculous. If I had known it would be so useful, I would have asked for one earlier. Perhaps I could even revive Mommy. With her hands clasped behind her head and legs crossed in a rather unrefined manner, Kyoko lamented. You really are quite greedy. You ought to remember the kindness of others, and own need for you to tell me. Shiro. I would like to meet him too. As the gloom lifted, the atmosphere among the others, save for Hamura, became quite relaxed. Kyubi tilted its head, pondering. The story recounted by Kyoko seemed a bit too fantastical for them. While wishes could indeed be realized through contracts, Kyubi adhered to the belief that miracles and magic were not free. Once one became a magical girl, wishes could be granted, but there would always be a corresponding price. The existence of a being capable of granting wishes unconditionally and without any side effects. That was undeniably intriguing, a desire to observe, to analyze, to control. The conditions, considering the premise of being chosen, Kyubi's gaze shifted to Hamura, and a bold plan began to form in its mind. Previously, the unusual situation concerning Sayaka had led them to conclude that such occurrences should be prevented. After all, if magical girls could not become witches, then collecting the so-called energy would become mere talk. That would be detrimental to the universe. However, now that they learned it was merely an isolated incident and not the norm, they were less concerned. Instead, the described Dragon Ball war piqued Kyubi's curiosity for observation that a representative must be chosen. Their physical forms and consciousness could not intervene, so the best course of action would be to have a certain entity act on Kyubi's behalf. And the suitable target had already been identified. Hamura. This girl harbored an unwavering obsession with Madoka. As long as they skillfully guided her, they would inevitably connect with the Dragon Ball War. With its tail gently swaying, Kyubi began to adjust its long-standing strategy. Wow. Sayaka has gone over there. Understood. As if in days of yore, they continued their routine of hunting witches. However, Kyoko and Sayaka effortlessly resolved the situation with remarkable synergy. The more you use magic, the closer you come to becoming a witch, don't you think? Just let me handle it while you stand aside. You're not omnipotent. If a witch inadvertently begins to harm others, it would be too late. Aware that her concerns stemmed from worry for her, Kyoko feigned indifference. Can you be a bit more straightforward? Realizing Kyoko's tsundere nature, Sayaka sighed in exasperation. Witches do occasionally manifest formidable beings. However, at present, most of the threats Sayaka can resolve on her own. Especially without the influence of her soul gem, she has shed much of her previous psychological burdens. Yet it is Kyoko who occupies her thoughts. The more she acts this way, the sooner she will inevitably become a witch. Despite the risks, she still comes to assist me. It's truly kind-hearted of her. I understand she does not wish for me to fight alone. But I cannot bear to watch Kyoko follow in my footsteps. How could I let the one who once saved me endure such suffering? A pact. A pact. Observing the outstretched hand before her, Kyoko was momentarily baffled. Currently, neither you nor Hamura can avoid that fate, but I refuse to stand idly by. Even if it means rescuing the deceased mommy, I will do it. What are you trying to say? In short, this time, it's my turn to save you all. As a true magical girl. Upon hearing this, Kyoko stood frozen, finally comprehending the mindset with which Sayaka now lived. Just wait. I will prove that I, too, will partake in this Dragon Ball war. Eventually, I will return with a wish to save everyone. Witnessing Sayaka's unwavering determination and sincerity, Kyoko turned her head, refraining from any rebuttal. You fool, what use is there in overthinking now? It is not as though one can simply declare their participation. Rather than contemplate that, it would be better to think about how to defeat the upcoming witching hour. With a slight smile, pleased by Sayaka's sentiment, Kyoko deftly changed the subject. She did not dismiss or dampen Sayaka's enthusiasm. She understood her feelings all too well, much like her own past, where she had dived headfirst into the unknown without considering the consequences after being called. Fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. She had made new friends and returned with a gift capable of fulfilling wishes. From atop a high building, Hamura observed the two, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kyubi perched on her shoulder, tilting its head as it wagged its tail. Shiro. Darn it, it must be that dancer. Only she would be searching for Shiro and Balron, gazing upon the battered figure of Janucci slumped against the barbed wire. Honda was consumed by a surge of indignation. He could not fathom how that woman could commit such egregious acts against Janucci. To know the true adversary to vanquish was a mastermind orchestrating the Three Musketeers and Mai from the shadows. Crouching down, Dark Yugi clenched his fists and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Wait, Janucci seems." As Kyoko observed her friend's chest rise and fall slightly, her hands trembled in astonishment. "Yugi, Janucci," seemingly attuned to the presence of those around him. Janucci struggled to speak. "Are you all right? Don't talk now." The unexpected revelation left Honda and the others exhilarated. They had thought Janucci's spirit had been stolen, yet it appeared otherwise. With trembling hands, Janucci attempted to reach for his deck. He had just suffered defeat in a duel against Mai, and his soul should have been drawn into the Orichalco's barrier. Yet, that card had protected him. He had to pass it to Yugi. It was certain to aid him. It was a card of power rivaling that of the legendary dragons. Alas, victory eluded him. What is this? That is a consolation prize. The one who organized the Dragon Ball War had deliberately discarded a card when he returned here. Unfortunately, Janucci found himself unable to utilize it, yet unexpectedly preserve his soul at a critical moment. Yugi trembled as he handed over 2 cards, and Yugi, Honda, and Kyoko glanced at them. Point 1 was Janucci's trusted ace, the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The other was a fusion monster card, a rare card that even Yugi had never encountered before. Super Magic Dragon Knight. Red Eyes Dragon Knight. Upon receiving this card, Yugi instantly understood why Janucci had entrusted it to him along with the Red Eyes Black Dragon. This card, even merely holding it, he could sense its formidable power. It was a monster of strength not inferior to the 3 Egyptian gods. How regrettable. I cannot utilize it if it were in your hands. It would surely shine. Janucci's grave injuries rendered speech laborious, yet the 3 could still perceive his earnest intention. "All right, Janucci, don't speak. I'll take you to the hospital. Don't you dare die on me." "You idiot." Honda hoisted his brother's arm over his shoulder, offering support. "Yugi, Kyoko, and I will take Janucci and Baron away. You focus on finishing this. I entrust this to you." As he watched his departing companions, Dark Yugi then glanced at the 2 cards in his hand. Red Eyes Black Dragon. Super Magic Dragon Knight. Red Eyes Dragon Knight. He tucked the 2 cards into his deck and turned his gaze towards the distant building. Sensing a duel unfolding within it appeared that the legendary dragon Janucci possessed had also been taken by Mai. There, as he sprinted towards that direction, Dark Yugi vowed to settle the score with these adversaries. "Just wait for me, Dazi." Within the building, Dark Yugi encountered his opponent who had just defeated Mai. Raphael, the one who had once driven him to defeat and caused him to lose his companions. Determined to awaken Raphael from the darkness, Dark Yugi initiated a duel. However, even harnessing the power of the legendary dragons, Raphael proved to be an exceptionally formidable duelist. Indeed, only by defeating this monster will he be liberated. Daizesis, by discarding 1 card from his hand, can substitute for 1 instance of battle and effect destruction. Guardian Daizesis, ATK. 5500. That astounding attack power was an insurmountable barrier for ordinary monsters. Yet, there was a way. Casting a glance at the cards in his hand, an idea took shape. Trap card activated. Light Sealing Sword. Randomly select 1 card from your hand to banish. Seeing his hand diminish, Raphael sensed impending doom. Due to the fierce exchange prior, his 6 cards replenished by Divine Gift had dwindled to just 2, and now losing 1 meant Daizesis had lost another life. But how would you transcend this fate of defeat? Though he had only 1 opportunity left to substitute for destruction, Raphael did not believe he could win against Yugi with merely 3 cards in hand. If he survived this round, victory would be his in the next. I activate the effect of the continuous spell card, Underworld Wheel. The one revived now should surely be the legendary dragon. With such confidence, Raphael remained unperturbed. Arise, Dark Magician. The revival of that emblematic ace came as a shock. Reviving the Dark Magician at this moment. "What are you planning, Yugi?" Not only Raphael, but even Kaiba watching from the sidelines was taken aback. "That I will prove to you that fate is not predetermined." Shouting boldly, Dark Yugi glanced at the 3 cards left in his hand before inserting 1 into the dual disc. "That I activate the spell card fusion. I will fuse the dark magician on the field with a red-eyes black dragon in my hand. Impossible! The fusion of dark magician and red-eyes black dragon. With exclamations of disbelief, Raphael and Kybus' astonished expressions were laid bare. Come forth, super magic dragon knight, red-eyes dragon knight. A torrent of black flames descended, revealing a dual monster never before witnessed. Super magic dragon knight, red-eyes dragon knight, ATK. 3000, what is this? Behold, Raphael, this turn I shall shatter your so-called fate. I activate the effect of Super Magic Dragon Knight, Red-Eyes Dragon Knight. During my main phase, I select one monster on your field to destroy and inflict damage equal to its original attack points. Hearing Yugi's declaration, Raphael merely chuckled. Humph, what did you expect to say? Though it possesses a powerful effect, it is of no use. When Daisesis is destroyed, I can discard one card to substitute for the destruction, blocking the oncoming black flames. The monster remains steadfast on the field. You are finished, nameless pharaoh. Humph, what a joke. What? It was only then that Raphael realized the monster on the opposing field maintained its weapon-forward stance, its barrel still engulfed in black flames. How unfortunate. The number of times the effect of Super Magic Dragon Knight, Red-Eyes Dragon Knight could destroy was determined by the number of normal monsters used in the fusion material. Just now, the fusion materials I utilized were the Dark Magician and the Red-Eyes Black Dragon. Impossible! As realization dawned, Raphael understood the consequences and swiftly revealed his face-down card. Trap card activated. Bang! But before he could finish his words, Raphael discovered that the trap card had been destroyed. Once per turn, when a spell, trap, or monster effect is activated, by discarding one card from my hand, I can negate and destroy it. Additionally, this card gains 1,000 attack points. Super Magic Dragon Knight, Red-Eyes Dragon Knight, ATK. 3,000, 4,000 that easily match the attack power of the Egyptian god monster's colossal form. How can this be? Realizing his imminent defeat, Raphael faltered. Having previously triumphed over the legendary dragons multiple times, he never anticipated falling to this monster. Raphael, LP. 700 as the duel concluded, Yugi gazed skyward, shouting with intent. Now it's your turn, Dazi. Lelouch, seated at sea, gazed with a perplexed expression at her companion, who sat upon the throne, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar change emanating from Lelouch. Lelouch, Suzaku approached from a distance, still bewildered as to why Lelouch had summoned him back so abruptly. So, not only is still alive, it seems Schneasel holds a formidable card up his sleeve. Clearly, it is intended to unsettle me at a crucial moment. The unmasked voice conveyed its message, causing Tsitsi to tilt her head in confusion, while Suzaku stood frozen in astonishment. Not only he is alive, Suzaku widened his eyes, staring at Lelouch, unsure of how he arrived at such a conclusion. Well, it matters not what card Schneasel possesses. This war has become unnecessary since my return. Rising to his feet, Lelouch spoke words incomprehensible to others, a cold smile curling upon his lips. What on earth are you saying, Lelouch? Though he remained the same Lelouch, Suzaku sensed an oddity in his indifferent demeanor. Even C.C. was at a loss regarding his current state. Apologies, I was momentarily taken aback by my own circumstances, becoming somewhat entranced. Turning to Suzaku, Lelouch responded earnestly. Yes. Next we must proceed to Ashford Academy in Japan. It seemed he recalled something, as a faint smile graced his lips. And, Suzaku, that plan could be halted. What? Suzaku was taken aback by Lelouch's words. The Zero Requiem. To abandon it. Not at a time like this. What nonsense are you spouting? Unable to contain himself, he rushed forward, attempting to grasp Lelouch by his collar. His superhuman physique granted him a distinct advantage. But in that fleeting moment, his hands grasped nothing but air. Lelouch had vanished from his sight. C bore witness to the event, as Lelouch appeared behind Suzaku, as if by teleportation. Do not be so jumpy. When I say stop, it does not equate to surrender. I have merely discovered a more effective approach. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Suzaku whirled around, only to find Lelouch's figure absent. For me now, altering this world is exceedingly simple. The voice came from a distance. And as Suzaku turned his head, he realized Lelouch was gazing down at Cece just like this. Snap! The echoing sound of the snap startled the seated Cece. The code mark on her forehead vanished. Suddenly standing, Tsi turned to face Lelouch in disbelief. Lelouch, what have you done? Even the witch known as Seed, could not maintain her usual composure at this moment. Honestly, I merely relieved you of the code's power. Was it necessary to overreact? He spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet Seed should have felt elation at being liberated from the curse of immortality, but at that moment, her concern lay solely with Lelouch's condition. In the vast space, neither Suzaku nor C uttered a word. Look, this planet. In the next instant, both were startled to find their surroundings transformed, realizing they were in an utterly unfamiliar place. The azure planet lingered below, while they floated through the cosmos like astronauts. Breathing, gravity, vacuum, none of these seemed to affect Suzaku or C at all. This is the place where everyone resides. Yet now, it is rife with hatred and anger coalescing. Thus, I shall change it. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings returned to normal, and the three found themselves back in the palace, with a method superior to the Zero Requiem. Sensing the confidence in Lelouch's words, Suzaku and C were momentarily rendered speechless. However, before proceeding, they should first engage with Schneasel as per the original plan as humans. At this juncture, they awaited the arrival of the 99th Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire. Yet, as the agreed-upon time approached, the Emperor's private aircraft was nowhere to be seen, but a large crowd of citizens and journalists gathered at Ashford Academy. This was due to Lelouch's previous public declaration to integrate the Britannian Empire into the United Federation. The meeting was scheduled to take place at the very school Lelouch once attended. Colin stood at the top of the stairs, silent and contemplative, reflecting on her time with Zero, a memory she could never quite shake off. You haven't changed a bit. The familiar voice startled Colin, causing cold sweat to break out across her skin. She spun around to find Lelouch, clad in white imperial regalia, standing there. She had not even noticed when he had arrived. No, or rather, why had Lelouch suddenly appeared in such a place? Shouldn't he have been greeted at the main entrance after arriving on his private jet? Well, though startled, she remained cautious. Do not worry. I am merely here on official business. I shall not engage in any outrageous actions, although now no one can stop me. Noticing Colin's astonished expression, Lelouch smiled confidently. The wish granted by the dragon had indeed come to fruition without a hitch. Though it bore limitations, it was infinitely more potent than when he could only utilize Geas, the power to change the world. The dragon had indeed bestowed upon him such privileges. T.O. described the current Lelouch. One might say he is a god, master of earth, walking among mortals as a deity. He could reshape everything at his whim. Should Lelouch desire, he could directly alter all things. Life and death, ecological environments, human thoughts. Perceptions, appearances, everything on this planet lay within his dominion. Even C.C's code could be erased. Alas, this power was confined to this world. The ability to change the world merely granted Lelouch the right to alter his own original world. Beyond that scope, he held no sway. This was also the reason Lelouch felt so unburdened. With everything subject to his control, what difficulties could remain? The Zero Requiem. There was no need for such complexity. If he truly wished, he could instantly make the entire world believe they had avenged their grievances, subsequently leading them to live in obedient contentment. Yet, such an approach would be too direct and mundane. Therefore, Lelouch intended to make a light adjustment, a bit of playful engagement with Schneasel and Nunnally, and then he would fully implement the changes. The deceased Euphemia and Shirley. C.C. was preoccupied with the curse and the fragments of Geas. Nunnally's eyes, long sealed, and her impaired legs, with the power to govern all things, Lelouch intended to transform it all. Suzaku, staring at the seated Euphemia before him, Suzaku found himself momentarily dazed. The girl who should have been long dead, leaving him in turmoil. Is it really so hard to believe? I feel the same. The Emperor Lelouch can achieve such feats. Dipping her legs in the water, Euphemia appeared somewhat lost. To be honest, I'm a bit confused myself. It feels as though I've been swept into an unknown world. It is somewhat strange and frightening. Though it is evident that one has been revived, a sense of unease lingers for Yuffie. However, the mere sight of your continued presence brings immense relief. You remain unchanged. Yet, being in the company of Juke dispels that unease. In response to this, Zhuge quietly acknowledges, devoid of excessive sorrow, as the bittersweet and painful memories still linger. Yet with Yuffie alive, it seems it can take a step forward, no longer bound to the burdens of a heavy past. I shall ensure Yuffie's revival, along with those who sacrifice themselves. Of course, to avoid inciting panic, I shall subtly alter people's perceptions. But for you all, I shall not do so, unless you expressly request it. Never did one anticipate such an absurdity. Zhuge, CC, and Karen were all astonished by these words. A single individual has dominated the world and altered it through their own actions. Although the specifics of what transpired with Lelouch remain unclear, but as he gazes down at that serene smile, Zhuge finds solace in accepting this reality. After all, having returned to life at long last, he could hardly ask others to perish again, could he? It feels dreamlike, yet it is not a dream. It is the genuine reality. TSK. Karen, habitually nibbling on bread as she heads to the academy, surveys the altered surroundings with a complex array of emotions. Just a month prior, she, along with the members of the Black Knights, had followed Schniesel's orders and clashed with the Holy Britannian Empire led by Lelouch. However, it ultimately culminated in failure, with Schniesel falling victim to Lelouch's use of geas. It merely provided him with an opportunity to challenge me. After all, challenging a god is not the same as challenging an emperor. Defeating him using the capabilities of human is a desire I long to fulfill. The immense transformation witnessed in Lelouch during that time felt almost alien. Yet, Karen is acutely aware that Zero has remained unchanged throughout. It is precisely because of this that, having encountered such a dramatic change, she can readily accept his arrangements. Good morning, Karen. Oh, good morning, as she acknowledges the orange-haired girl ahead. Karen has begun to submit to this new life. Those who perished due to the war have come back to life one after another, aside from select few who are privy to the truth. The majority remain oblivious to the underlying issues. It is not a dream. The chains of hatred and conflict have been personally rectified by Lelouch. The source of turmoil has been severed. Nations coexist peacefully, devoid of the previously witnessed fierce clashes. Next, I shall report on the Empress Jiang Lihua and the Emperor Nunnally of the Britannian Empire, as Karen and Shirley pause to observe the images being displayed on the school screen. Two small figures are seen holding hands, accompanied by various familiar silhouettes. Jiang Lihua and Nunnally, Li Xingke's illness. Upon noticing the towering figure behind Jiang Lihua, Karen realizes that the other has survived the death's trial. No, rather, with Lelouch present, it would be odd for Li Xingke to succumb to illness. This power, more miraculous and excessive than Gius, remains utterly incomprehensible. Although somewhat dreamlike, it is not unpleasant. Embracing this notion, Karen has finally returned to being an ordinary person. No longer a combatant piloting a mech. What's wrong? Can't find a goal after being liberated? In a rural courtyard, Lelouch sits calmly in a chair, one hand holding a cup of coffee while the other grasps a book. Suddenly speaking, beside him is CC, who is lost in thought, clutching a large yellow doll. This is all your fault. You know, erasing my code and tidying up the fragments of Gius across the world all at once. Naturally, I find myself with nothing to do. Tilting her head to glance at Lelouch, C bluntly states that IT is this man who has rendered her unemployed. With nothing to occupy her time, she could try reading more. How dull. Now that you are in this state, is there still any need to read books? You can have whatever you wish at a moment's notice. His nonchalant demeanor is reminiscent of the familiar. Confident Lelouch from her memories that I don't constantly wield that world-altering power. Naturally, I live as an ordinary person. Having painstakingly crafted this world, it is essential to learn to enjoy it. Responding leisurely, Lelouch speaks softly. In the eyes of outsiders, Lelouch is merely a former emperor who abdicated his throne prematurely. Adopting the alias L, he becomes even less recognizable. He boldly proclaims himself a god to others, compelling them to accept the world he has transformed. A feat even more audacious than that of a demon king. This familiar tone of rebuttal elicits a smile from Lelouch. I have changed the world, and whether they accept it is entirely their own choice. If they're dissatisfied, they can simply kill those who have been revived. Alternatively, they might incite pointless wars to sacrifice others. Hearing Lelouch's domineering words, C C gazes skyward. This day, Lelouch's transformations remain shrouded in mystery. He has never divulged how he accomplished it, maintaining an attitude of living as he always has. You remain unchanged, but this time, you no longer need to wear a mask to deceive anyone. Reflecting on this, C does not find her current life unpleasant. Having transitioned from witch back to human, she no longer bears the curse of immortality, something she once coveted, now realized. Yet the price is the presence of another fool who has disguised himself as a god by her side. Who was it that clung to me relentlessly at first, only to now express disdain? There are no such favorable circumstances in this world. Perhaps one day you will reclaim the power of code from me. You have likely plotted this from the start, haven't you? Even if I refuse, it will be of no consequence. As expected of you, you've seen through it. That indirect confession leaves C feeling quite dissatisfied. What man behaves in such a manner toward a woman? Yet, whether in the guise of human to human, demon king to witch, or god to human, to be loved in such a manner is undoubtedly a novel experience for C. This event seems rather splendid. However, the Dragon Balls appear to have ventured to a wondrous place. Sensing the Dragon Balls having flown to another world post-wish, the deity anticipates the outcome. He had initially programmed the Dragon Balls to automatically journey to other worlds after fulfilling a wish. Yet to which world they would travel remains a mystery. That it could be an utterly ordinary modern world, perhaps a fantastical realm filled with chaos, or even a world embroiled in a divine war. Regardless of the circumstances, it will inevitably spark new conflicts, the struggle known as the Dragon Ball War. Who will be the next fortunate soul? This is bad. What happened? Sure the hand of Gao Gao is glowing red. What? While resting in the evening, the small, adorable fox spirit gasps at the eerie crimson light. Gao-chan. Lord Gao. Step back. Is this a curse? Could it be the work of Naraku once again? The half-demon clad in a fire rat cloak leaps over her companions' heads to confront the girl. Seizing her right hand and glaring at the scarlet mark with fury, I'm fine. The girl named Gaoi was momentarily taken aback, then waved her hand dismissively. Inuyasha, too, need not be so tense. This is not a curse. It seems to be a ritual, and by a stroke of fate, I have been chosen. As she spoke, the onlookers beheld an orange orb materializing within the crimson mark, a single star shimmering brightly within. Clearly visible even under the night sky. A ritual? That orb is quite beautiful. Fool! Is this the time to be concerned about such trivialities? A sense of bewilderment enveloped the group, uncertain of what was truly unfolding. After a brief silence to absorb the conveyed knowledge, Gaoi motioned for her companions to pause. Miss Gaoi closed her eyes. Inuyasha's anxious demeanor gradually calmed. The nearby priest Moroku and demon slayer Sango waited in quiet anticipation. Suddenly, Gaoi opened her eyes, hands clutching her head, and lamented, "Oh no. What is it, Gaoi-chan?" Sango inquired, puzzled by Gaoi's complex expression. This is a treasure known as the Dragon Ball that if one gathers all 7, any wish can be granted. Isn't that just like the Shere Khan jewel? And what do you mean by gathering 7? Are we supposed to search for such things? We don't have that kind of time. We must defeat Naraku swiftly. The hasty Inuyasha was utterly uninterested in this new development, recalling how the Shere Khan jewel had already caused them so much chaos. Now, suddenly, there's another set of orbs that can grant wishes? What a farce! Calm down, Inuyasha. Think clearly. Lady Gaoi has stated she has been chosen, which implies there are 6 others who will possess similar Dragon Balls. Mr. Priest, are you suggesting, while I do not understand the nature of this ritual, in the worst-case scenario, Naraku might also possess such a thing? In the depths of a shadowy abode, Naraku gazed at the mark on his hand while clutching an orange orb with 3 stars. What a remarkable jest! A smile crept across Naraku's lips, as he had not anticipated such a turn of events. 7 Dragon Balls, and the so-called servants. Interesting. Rising to his feet, Naraku stepped outside, with Kaname silently following behind in her white garb. Though he was unsure how this compared to the Shere Khan jewel, it certainly held potential merit. Both the Shere Khan jewel and the Dragon Balls require collection. For Naraku, it merely presented an additional opportunity and choice, which he did not despise. Given his current power and influence, he would soon locate the holders of the Dragon Balls. Let us first test this so-called summoning of heroes. Yo! The servant Lancer responded to the call. The blue-clad spearman appeared before him. An intriguing sight indeed. Steel Fong, is this what you refer to as a servant? It should be, right? Master, you don't seem to be human. Why does it feel like you're insulting me? A vein pulsed on Steel Fong's forehead, and he grew slightly irate. Don't mind it. Since you summoned me, I shall ensure your victory. My name is Si Chulin. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Listening to the other's boisterous voice and demeanor, Steel Fong chose not to dwell on it the very least. The aura radiating from him was certainly not something ordinary beings could compare to. Are there 6 others? I wonder what they are like. Lord Sesomaru, I have summoned a servant following those incantations. Ringing with excitement, Rin gazed at the girl before her with crimson eyes. I send Tishi human. Just bringing you along would have been troublesome enough for Lord Sesomaru. And now you summoned? Jakin's eyes widened, deeply dissatisfied as he sensed the powerful presence. But at that moment, Sesomaru had already drawn his T-Kijin and slashed forward, only to have the opponent evade with ghostly speed. Wow, the scent was distinctly human, yet possessing such agility as a human was quite impressive. Death, the cold word were left unspoken as Sesomaru halted the blade mid-swing with his hand. Please don't do that. We are not enemies, Rin exclaimed anxiously, trying to de-escalate the tension between the two. Did I see? For a human, that is sufficient. Releasing his grip, Sesomaru provided his clear assessment. The knife-wielding girl complied with Rin's wishes. Only Jakin remained utterly bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. The servant, assassin, has been summoned. Welcome. May I ask your name, Miss Assassin? Rin approached the striking girl with curiosity. Akatsuki, Yoha. Archer has arrived. Where's this place? Surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Zhu Yi's enthusiasm soared. If I gather those so-called Dragon Balls, I am sure I can save my parents. However, when she caught sight of her master, she froze. You are the Tree of Ages? Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the shrine maiden before her, lost in disbelief. What is happening? Why has the Tree of Ages appeared? Kikyo observed the lively half-demon girl before her. Rendered speechless, from this child, she sensed a familiar essence. That of Inuyasha and Gaui. Is Gaui's so-called heroic spirit truly formidable? Who knows, the explanation states they are heroes from history. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Berserker, Caster, and Assassin. 7 distinct classes. Tisich, mere humans cannot be that strong. Unlike those of the monstrous lineage. Seated upon the expanse of grass, the group exchanged the knowledge they had gleaned from Gaui. Well, having another fighter on our side is certainly advantageous, whether it's gathering these Dragon Balls or confronting Naraku. It may yield unexpected results. Moroka did not share Inuyasha's indifferent attitude. After all, using the 7 Dragon Balls as a basis meant others would also possess their own servants, though uncertain of their strength. It was worth summoning to find out. The priest speaks wisely. Let us give it a try. Gaui-chan Enthused, Gaui stood up, raising her right hand forward, recalling the words etched in her memory. Proclaim, as the summoning incantation resonated. A gust of wind surged around them. The overwhelming energy enveloped the surroundings, leaving an indelible impression. Merely witnessing it, I could sense the complexity of this ritual. The priest Morocco frowned, utterly unable to decipher its mysteries. It appeared to be a different school from the yin-yang arts, spells, or ninjutsu he had previously encountered. Guardian of the Scales. Boom! As the final chant reverberated, a thunderous explosion erupted ahead, thick clouds of smoke billowing around, rendering the path ahead nearly impossible to see. Beneath the bright moonlight, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the figures that had emerged. It was a strikingly handsome man with long hair interwoven in shades of black and white. Clad in a black kimono and draped in a crimson outer garment, his red eyes piercing through the haze as he gazed in this direction, an alluring and otherworldly presence that was truly astonishing. Inuyasha sniffed the air, detecting the scent of a kindred spirit. Rider, summoned to this realm. I am known as Nurarikuo, an entity aspiring to become the sovereign of phantoms and spirits. having declared his identity and title. The enigmatic servant scrutinized the individuals before him. The attention between Inuyasha and Rikuo was palpable, their gazes locking in mutual recognition of their respective identities. Ah, it feels as though I have summoned someone formidable. Shippu trembled in fear, hiding behind Moroku as he watched the one proclaiming such grandiose ambitions with trepidation. To aspire to be the master of phantoms and spirits. Does that not imply a desire to reign over all yokai? Surely, he cannot be of noble character. You are a half-demon, are you not? Inuyasha accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Rikuo. And you are also a half-demon, are you not? Rikuo retorted, tilting his head, clearly sensing Inuyasha's irritation. Half-demon. Kagome and Sango were momentarily taken aback. While it was true that Inuyasha was not the only half-demon in existence, encountering one who aspired to be the Lord of Phantoms was an unprecedented experience. I can discern a faint trace of yokai in your essence. That is to be expected, as I possess merely a quarter of yokai blood that I am, in essence, a half-demon among half-demons. As the two engage in conversation. Moroku and the others found it inappropriate to interject. A half-demon among half-demons, Moroku mused. That must mean his lineage is even more diluted than Inuyasha's. Presumably, his grandparents were the result of a union between human and yokai. And the same applied to his parents, leading to this unusual manifestation. A being of even rarer lineage than Inuyasha naturally incited quite a stir. Humph. Is this your tactic? Naraku observed with interest as he regarded the hand that had penetrated his own body, a nonchalant smirk gracing his lips. What is this? Why is he not transformed into a demon despite my blood coursing through him? Muzan, witnessing the man he had pierced, felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. Originally drawn here by the allure of an intriguing occurrence, he had intended to convert this so-called master into a puppet for his own machinations. However, circumstances seemed to surpass his expectations. Transforming others through blood contamination to create puppets was indeed an unprecedented yokai. Can your blood even enhance others? Capturing humans could yield significant transformations. Despite having his chest penetrated, Naraku remained unfazed, maintaining a demeanor of calm as he slowly spoke. You. Extracting his hand, Muzan realized that the man before him was far from the human he had anticipated. The hollow body, devoid of organs, was nothing more than a mass of flesh haphazardly assembled. That a demon? No, it appeared to be a being even more extraordinary. You possess a modicum of observational merit. The wound healed almost instantly, and Naraku remarked, Run. Though it seemed absurd, the first thought that surfaced in Muzan's mind was that very choice that he sensed an ominous aura emanating from the individual before him, a different kind of threat compared to the lethal danger posed by Kibutsuji Yorichi. The man named Naraku exuded an air of suffocating peril. Bang! Oomph! As he observed the adversary crash into a wall, Naraku remained unfazed. Even without employing the so-called command seals, he was confident that the other would return of their own volition. Go and test the waters with the others. Do not disappoint me. Kibutsuji Muzan, I did not anticipate that there would come a day when we would meet again in such a manner. Seated in his position, gazing at the strikingly handsome figure before him, tall, elegant, with long silver hair and 3 swords slung across his back, Kumaru spoke in a cold tone. The very rival he had longed to defeat had appeared before him. What a cruel jest, dog general. No, in the vernacular of the yokai, he should be referred to as Inu Taisho, a servant fully manifested as Saber. Kiryumaru had been awakened from his slumber by the Dragon Ball War, only to find himself summoned alongside this deceased adversary. You still harbor an attachment to the mortal realm? Perhaps that to respond to his summoning, one must possess a wish to fulfill. Aha! How splendid! Regardless of the outcome of this war, I shall emerge victorious. I will not allow you to perish so easily. You must live again and battle me once more. Rising to his feet, Kiryumaru's words brimmed with fervor and madness. Observing Kiryumaru's unstable emotions, Inu Taisho remained silent. His concern lay elsewhere. Given the duration of Kiryumaru's slumber, it seemed a considerable time had elapsed since his own demise. Perhaps he might encounter unexpected individuals. What schemes was that Naraku concocting? Why must I monitor this individual? Kagura, concealing half her face behind her fan, gazed at the target hiding within the cave, her impatience palpable. Being forced to choose between the white child and Naraku was already a headache. Now she was commanded to observe this unknown servant. Gathering all 7 will grant any wish. That individual is a helper I summoned through a technique. He is somewhat different from us yokai. Recalling Naraku's generous explanation, Kagura sensed his ulterior motives. Kagura, monitor his every move. As for the white child and the infant, others will assist me in dealing with them. Perhaps she had gained a newfound utility, allowing her to survive a little longer. Noticing a disturbance at the cave's entrance, Kagura focused her attention on the target that it was a man with a notably pale complexion. On the surface, he appeared to be merely human. This individual, however, seemed neither fully human nor yokai. Having encountered countless beings, Kagura possessed considerable insight and experience. She concluded that the person before her was far from ordinary. Subsequently, Kagura witnessed the man transforming captured humans into another form of life. TSK, so many useless beings. After granting so much blood, only a lower-tier demon emerges, concealed behind a tree. She could distinctly hear the frustration in his voice. A demon? Frowning, Kagura withdrew her head, sensing that something was amiss. Who? Bang! Instinctively dodging, the flesh spike that pierced through the trees was eerily familiar. TSK, is this guy akin to Naraku? He resembles a new incarnation. Gripping her fan tightly, Kagura cast an irritated glance at his indifferent gaze. So, it seems, if it were you, you might just become an exceptional upper-tier demon. Long had he sensed the presence of those pursuing him, and Muzin soon came to a realization, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He had already gleaned some information about this world from the demons he had previously dispatched for reconnaissance. Although demons existed here as well, they appeared to be different from those he was accustomed to. The more mainstream beings in this realm were yokai. While the master known as Naraku was somewhat peculiar, this pursuing yokai seemed to lack his formidable power that The demons beside him had already charged toward Kagura. TCH, minions, get lost. With a flick of his fan, blades of wind sliced through the air, and Muzin witnessed an astonishing scene. Whoosh! Crack! All the demons that approached were cleaved into 3 parts by the wind. Impressive. This woman alone possesses a combat prowess that far surpasses that of the Demon Slayer Corps. Without relying on the Nicaran blade or any breathing techniques, she effortlessly decapitated demons, including those of lower rank. His ambitions grew, and Muzin was filled with numerous ideas to implement. First, let us start with you, woman. Hey, wow. Ko drew her bow and struck a peculiar yokai that was hiding within a building, then proceeded to approach it. This creature did not resemble a typical yokai. It bore a faint aura of malevolence, indicating it was another species altogether. The villagers claimed to have seen it consuming humans at night. Such occurrences had happened before. Crouching down, Ko observed the creature's disintegrating form and then turned back. There was a hidden hand orchestrating these events. The sin of blood is rather strange. This doesn't seem to be the work of Naraku. Kikyo slowly approached from a distance and spoke softly to Ko. So, what shall we do next? Although gathering information might involve others, it had been so long without any leads, and those individuals seemed to shy away during daylight. With her hands clasped behind her head, Ko cheerfully inquired, her earlier sense of distance from Kikyo having dissipated. Initially, she had thought Kikyo was a tree of ages, but upon closer contact, she realized otherwise. Despite the earthy scent, there was no doubt that she was a genuine priestess. Moreover, her face bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Ko? At the sound of that gentle call, Ko snapped back to reality, only to find Kikyo waiting for her ahead. Just follow this direction. Lately, these creatures have been appearing quite frequently. I see. Although Ko still did not fully comprehend Kikyo's identity, she felt no aversion. On the contrary, there was an instinctive urge to depend on her, much like having her mother by her side. You fool. During the day, you act just like an ordinary human. What exactly are you here for? Tatsumi blushed as he looked at the face before him, feeling rather awkward. This was entirely different from Inuyasha. Indeed, it was surprising that a demon with just a quarter of demon blood could weaken to such an extent. By day, he was human. By night, a demon. A modern-day demon. Moroku, Sango, Shippo, and Kagome curiously observed Tatsumi as he transformed back into a human. Calm down. While it is true that I can only transform into a demon at night, I can still do so during the day under specific conditions. Pushing Inuyasha aside, Tatsumi hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha regarded the diminutive and frail figure before him with skepticism. All right, Inuyasha, there's no need to nitpick about such matters. Don't make it difficult for others. As a half-demon yourself, you know it isn't easy for them. Upon hearing Kagome's comforting voice, Tatsumi felt a sense of relief. Tch, I just feel annoyed at having to take care of another person. With his hands shoved deep into his sleeves, Inuyasha fully exhibited his brusque demeanor. Apologies, don't mind his words. He's actually quite kind-hearted. With an apologetic expression, Kagome smiled gently at Tatsumi. Haha, it's fine. I don't take offense. However, during the day, I may indeed need your assistance. Although Tatsumi had yet to fully witness the strength of these individuals, it was clear from the combination of half-demons, demon slayers, sorcerers, priestesses, and lesser yokai that they were no ordinary team. 500 years ago, in the Warring States period, Grandfather may be off gallivanting somewhere. Uncertain whether this was truly a historical era, Tatsumi was filled with curiosity. After all, the formation of a Nura group could not have been without that figure. And besides, a time-traveling priestess seems incredibly formidable, completely different from those using Omni-D like the HK students. Observing Kagome, who was conversing with Inuyasha, Tatsumi felt a distinctly different power emanating from her. But at that moment, Inuyasha suddenly changed his expression, as if he had caught a whiff of something. The scent of blood. Oh dear, master, you run exceptionally fast, A.S. Steelfong heard the voice beside him. He glanced over. There he saw a soldier clad in a blue bodysuit, his arm forming an L shape as he swung it rhythmically, matching pace with Steelfong. Quite impressive. That fellow can keep up with Steelfong. He eyes even a demon. The two small followers behind them gazed at the pair of synchronized figures with admiration. So, where are we headed now? To find other servants? Steelfong was unconcerned, as he had not sprinted off, taking care to watch over his two kinfolk. However, as Lancer, Si Chulin was curious about their destination. No, we'll deal with that later. First, I must retrieve the treasures of the wolf tribe. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Upon hearing about treasures, Si Chulin's interest was piqued. He was always fascinated by formidable opponents and novel experiences. 5 Thunderstrike, please don't let me down. Recalling the legends passed down within his clan, Steelfong hoped it wouldn't be some useless scrap metal that, in addition to facing Naraku, he also had rival for the Dragon Balls to contend with, so he could not afford to be careless. Lancer, Si Chulin, this seemingly human figure possessed extraordinary strength. At Kati Lee Steelfong had tested each other's abilities, and they were unable to gain the upper hand in such a short time. Considering that other candidates might have summoned similarly powerful allies, he knew he must grow stronger. What's wrong? Lord Shaken. Sitting on AMU's back, Rin looked down at the anxious Shaken and inquired, This isn't your fault. Looking up at Rin, Shaken cast a glance at the helpless Aikido trailing behind Sessamaru. Originally, Lord Sessamaru was supposed to deal with the insufferable Naraku. However, due to your presence, he has been burdened with another matter. Never mind. After all, Lord Sessamaru is quite indulgent toward you and surely won't mind. Even without that assassin, with Lord Sessamaru's strength, he could certainly defeat the others. But Rin, if this jewel gathers all 7 pieces, and you get to make a wish, what would you wish for? Knowing there was no escape from this vortex of conflict, Shaken sighed that you am. As if reminded by Shaken's words, Rin pondered while gazing at Sessamaru's back. I might wish to be with Lord Sessamaru forever. Ah, how cunning. Just you alone. Then bring Lord Shaken along. That's not impossible. The clamor from behind had yet to cease, yet Sessamaru paid it no heed. He followed the peculiar scent that led him nearby. This is Kagura's aura, while the other is neither a yukai nor a human. Could it be that Naraku is up to something? Or perhaps it is akin to the humans summoned by Rin. Since earlier, he had been persistently aware of a nauseating odor reminiscent of death. Although he remained oblivious to the exact circumstances, it was highly likely that Naraku was once again orchestrating mischief. "You shall halt here." "Yes." Upon hearing Sesomaru's directive, Jaken immediately bowed in compliance. "Understood, my lord Sesomaru. We shall await your return." Akito had yet to express her stance when she heard the master's decisive response. Looking up, she noticed the splendid noble had already taken to the skies. This world is indeed rife with elements that elude her comprehension. Merely confronting the Yukai, known as Sesomaru, had evoked a sensation akin to that of his death. The oppressive force termed power. Is that what is referred to as a demon? It seems different from ordinary demons, and yet unlike Yukai. That man named Muzan resembles a plague, while Naraku constantly surveils every move over there. Shiroya was filled with curiosity. The dreamlike Shiroya, a new avatar conjured by Naraku. Is this truly acceptable? That fellow seems to have stirred quite a commotion lately. Suddenly recalling the gathering crowd, Shiroya inquired, "It matters not. Let that ignorant fool taste some hardship, and he will surely scurry back to me, tail between his legs." Unfazed by the potential for the other to perish, Naraku sneered, clutching the fragmented Shirkan jewel in his hand. Indeed, from observations, it seems he has been avoiding sunlight. What an inconvenient creature. Thus, the initiative remains firmly in my grasp. Should he prove disobedient, perhaps employing this so-called command spell to expose him to sunlight could yield some rather amusing outcomes. Even while maintaining a barrier, Shiroya could sense Naraku's malicious intent, which prompted a wave of sympathy within her. Adding to that, the group piqued Shiroya's curiosity. Inuyasha, Kikyo, and Sesomaru are closing in on him. That guy. He won't perish, will he? TSK. Truly a troublesome adversary. Even if his body were to be cleaved apart, he would not die. Just like Naraku and the White Child, soaring on feathered wings. Kagura gazed down at Muzan, who lurked in the shadows, feeling vexed. She detested such opponents, finding Inuyasha far more manageable. Can he even fly? Concealed in the shadows, Muzan watched the airborne Kagura and extinguished his desire to pursue. When the sun illuminated the earth, his movements would be hampered, making it difficult to track Kagura as she soared above. Ultimately, he was a demon bound to the night, harboring a significant flaw. This was also the reason for Muzan's obsession. He yearned to overcome the sun and exist as a perfect being. The emergence of the Dragon Balls had further unveiled a path to ascendancy. Although this world is fraught with peculiarities, Muzan firmly believed he could succeed. Individuals like Yorichi who possess the ability to slay him are not commonplace. Finally, ZZZ. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly felt a violent tremor by the time he regained his senses. A green sword pressure had manifested within his gaze. His body was cleaved and shattered, powerful Yukai energy propelling him into the distance. Sesomaru. Why is he here? Kagura, high in the sky, recognized the newcomer at a glance. Her astonishment evident. A minion of Naraku? No, that weak and peculiar aura seems unlike his. Hesitant, she regarded the person whose body she had effortlessly severed with her sword pressure, and for a moment, Sesomaru was at a loss regarding the other's origins. To claim that he was a fragment of Naraku seemed implausible, for there was no resemblance in their essence. Yet, while it seemed improbable, the formidable regenerative ability bore a slight resemblance. However, one fact was undeniable to Sesomaru. This creature is utterly feeble. What manner of power is this? His body disintegrated in an instant, as if it were tofu, torn apart into countless fragments. The last time he endured such a severe blow was when he encountered Yorichi. Although he could still recover, Muzan felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Fortunately, being buried among the cliffs shielded him from sunlight. Otherwise, he might have truly been dragged out to bask in it. Who exactly is this formidable being? His flesh rapidly restored to its former state. Half exposed, Muzan trembled at a Yukai. What exactly is that? What schemes does Naraku harbor? Sesomaru turned to Kagura, perched on her feather, and questioned. How should I know? Suddenly summoned to observe this being that is neither human nor demon. I myself am perplexed. In conversing with Sesomaru, Kagura felt no constraint or fear, for she understood that if he wished to slay her, without Naraku's assistance, escape would be exceedingly difficult. neither human nor demon. Casting a glance at the shifting aura, it appeared to be gradually distancing itself. Will you not pursue him? There is no need. Having sensed Muzin's fleeing movements, Kagura posed a question, but Sesomaru provided a retort. Such a being of that caliber does not warrant his personal intervention. Sheathing T-Kijin, Sesomaru turned away. Only upon witnessing Sesomaru's departure did Kagura come to a realization that Muzin's fleeing direction seemed. It was Inuyasha and the others. How infuriating! The villagers have all been slain. Which scoundrel is responsible for this? Was it Nariku? Stepping into a village, she found it devoid of life, remnants of severed limbs and blood staining the ground. Witnessing this scene, Inuyasha was instantly consumed with rage. Even after enduring numerous trials, Kagome still felt a degree of physiological discomfort at the sight before her. Inuyasha sensed her unease and stood protectively in front of her. What a cruel deed! Renkatsu clenched his fists and spoke with a tremor in his voice. He would never allow such brutal acts to go unchecked. That no, is more akin to being devoured. Be wary. There are eerie presences within the surrounding houses. Moroku knelt down to examine the corpse of one of the villagers, suddenly realizing and exclaiming loudly. Inside the houses, Sango turned to survey the nearby dwellings at his words. Oh no! Faint sounds of screeches could be heard, but they were not of human origin. Ugh! Yura suddenly expanded, while Shippo nervously hid behind her. Are you not coming out? Sensing the agitation within the wooden houses, Inuyasha grew increasingly impatient as time passed without an attack. That he sniffed the air, but detected no human scent, as it had been obscured by the overwhelming stench of blood. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that strange creatures lurked within each wooden structure. They were not human. Their scent was akin to that of corpses. There are many. Meanwhile, Muzin, who had just returned to his hideout, was taking a moment to rest. The terrifying foe from earlier had not pursued him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. If I can establish myself in this world, I shall surely undergo a transformation. A laugh, unable to be contained, escaped as he thought of that unreasonable strength, indeed a source of envy he hid within a dwelling in the village, only to be stirred by the commotion outside. Humans, he peered out from the window, spotting a group of unfamiliar figures at the intersection not far away. One donned a blue-black robe, wielding a tin staff. Another brandished a massive boomerang, dressed in garb reminiscent of a ninja. There was a young boy draped in a coat and kimono, exuding no semblance of threat at being clad in red, with flowing white hair and ears atop its head, stood among them. Lastly, a girl, dressed in a manner utterly anachronistic, bore a bough upon her back. Just then, the sun began its descent. Dismissing these individuals entirely, Muzin remained indifferent. His previous encounter with that bizarre adversary had been wholly unexpected, merely a stroke of bad luck. Next time, he would avoid the confrontation altogether. There was no immediate threat. Once he succeeded in creating a formidable upper moon demon, he would surely carve out a path of greatness. He would deal with them. As the village succumbed to the encroaching shadows, Muzin issued his command. He had deliberately chosen this location as a base, for its environment was exceptionally conducive to the survival of demons. Even before complete darkness enveloped the land, the sunlight was already obstructed by the surrounding mountains and trees. Facilitating their movements, the sound of splintering would heralded the demon's advance. Sitting upright, Muzin soon witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The figure clad in red unsheathed a tattered blade, which in an instant transformed into a colossal cleaver, swung with ferocity. Wind, slash. Thud. Crackle, crackle, crackle. What a spectacle it was! A tempest that tore the earth asunder consumed everything in its path. Numerous demons, including a lesser number of lower moons, were reduced to mere ashes. Trembling uncontrollably, Muzin found himself at a loss for words. One strike. One strike had obliterated all the demons he had painstakingly created. The extraordinary power, even from distance, left Muzin in astonishment. What is this? The demons rushed forward, and he had presumed them formidable, only to discover their fragility. Impressive. Inuyasha, your blade is truly a demon sword. Tetsusaiga was forged from teeth, a demon sword meant to protect humanity. Sapphire, keep your mouth shut. The room directly ahead seemed to harbor another being with an oddly peculiar scent. The words exchanged by the adversaries rendered Musin unable to muster a smile. Discovered. Not having settled into his seat, he hastily rose, intent on making his escape. Though this location was quite favorable, Musin had no desire to tempt fate against these individuals. Ever since that fateful encounter when Kaneo Tsuyuri had struck him down,